Chapter 1 Thud. 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 In the early hours of dawn, a somber bell tolled throughout the imperial capital of the Great Feng dynasty. This ominous sound sent a shiver down the spines of all nobles, merchants, and commoners alike, for it signified the passing of the emperor. Following the establishment of a new sovereign, this bell would resound 30,000 times. In an instant, officials from every corner of the capital hurriedly rose from their slumber, racing towards the palace. No one had anticipated such a sudden demise, especially considering the emperor had only ascended the throne a mere 3 months prior. Although he had always been frail, fortified by the life-extending elixirs from the Qinghe Palace, it seemed implausible that his time had come so soon. Yet, now was not the time for such ponderings. The foremost priority was to enter the palace without delay. Within the palace, the ministers left behind were equally alarmed, casting anxious glances towards the inner court. However, due to the constraints of law, they could not personally venture into the harem. Nonetheless, they emanated an aura that enveloped the entire palace. Amidst this atmosphere of trepidation, many began to wear peculiar expressions. Is the empress planning to emulate Empress Dowager Jing? Deep within the palace, Shen Nan, recently brought from the Eastern Palace, followed a dozen eunuchs towards the empress chamber. He appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years of age, with a handsome visage and an air of nobility, his purple robe accentuating his regal demeanor. In stark contrast to the surrounding eunuchs' flustered states, his countenance remained eerily calm, almost serene. Having traversed into this world for over a month, Shen Nan had inherited the memories and language of his predecessor and had come to comprehend the circumstances of this realm. This world was not a reflection of any historical dynasty, but rather a celestial martial empire known as the Great Feng dynasty, of which he was the crown prince. There was no contention among princes. Shen Nan was not only the legitimate firstborn, but had also been designated as the Grand Crown Prince years ago, and just months prior, he had been elevated to Crown Prince. Though this world was a celestial martial realm, filled with practitioners of martial arts, there were no true immortals in this vast land. Aside from the barbaric demon tribes, the Great Feng dynasty had no rival nations. Even the wild demon tribes were kept firmly in check by the Great Feng dynasty. Despite the constant state of alert along the borders, the barbaric demon tribes had yet to encroach upon the territory of the Great Feng dynasty, ensuring the imperial authority remained terrifyingly stable. Shen Nan's direct transition to Crown Prince, and now his impending ascension to the throne, left him devoid of any anxiety. As for matters of the heart, in the brief month since his arrival, Shen Nan had only encountered his adoptive father 3 times. Under such circumstances, what feelings could possibly flourish? However, there was one troubling matter. Based on the memories he had inherited and the events of the day, it appeared his mother intended to assume regency. Otherwise, there would be no justification for his summons to the Empress chamber. He should have first sought out the ministers left behind in the cabinet to jointly pay homage to his father and subsequently announce the imperial edict to establish the throne. With this thought in mind, Shen Nan turned to the young eunuch beside him, inquiring, "Where are Liu Dabin and Zhang Dabin?" Liu Dabin and Zhang Dabin are the most trusted eunuchs of the emperor. They are the chief eunuchs overseeing tens of thousands of eunuchs in the imperial palace. If these two are absent from the inner palace, then the empress' intentions become all too evident. The young eunuch stammered, "Chief Zhang and Chief Liu are currently attending to matters and will arrive shortly. The empress instructed us to first escort his highness to the inner palace." Indeed, at a flicker of understanding crossed Shen Nan's eyes, his mother sought to emulate the former Empress Dowager Jing's regency. The concept of regency is considered a tradition in the Da Feng dynasty. Shen Nan's grandfather, Ming Chongdi, ascended to the throne at a tender age, with the Empress Dowager acting as regent. Subsequently, once Ming Chongdi reached maturity, the Empress Dowager returned power to him. This was also influenced by the historical pattern of emperors marrying daughters of dukes, as the empress wielded considerable power. Moreover, with the backing of the duke's household and control over military officials and nobles, it was only natural for the Empress Dowager to hold sway while the emperor was still young. Shen Nan, however, held no strong opinions on this matter. Setting aside the precedents of regency and restoration, at barely 15 and having just traversed into this realm for a month, he was hardly in a position to wield great authority. Furthermore, he currently enjoyed a life free from want, dedicating his days to martial training. To him, the question of power was of little consequence. At least for now, authority was not of paramount importance to him. However, Shen Nan's expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiar distaste. This empress mother seems to lack capability and harbors jealousy. This empress was not Shen Nan's biological mother. His true mother had passed away a decade ago. It was only 3 years later that the emperor took a new consort, elevating this woman to empress and future empress dowager. In terms of virtue, this empress mother was indeed lacking. In 7 years, she had failed to bear the emperor any children, and worse, she wielded her status as the sole daughter of the Duke of Chu to prevent the emperor from taking concubines. Such jealousy is hardly the mark of a virtuous person, nor does it reflect a noble character. Let's observe for now. Xia Nan was in no rush to confront his mother. After all, she held the title of empress. As he walked through the tranquil and solitary rear palace, a chill pervaded the air. It was only a few hundred meters from the inner palace when Xia Nan suddenly halted in his tracks. The young eunuch whispered, "Your Highness?" Xia Nan remained silent, gazing intently at the lines of text that materialized before him. At 34, the Dafeng dynasty has fallen, and you have become the ruler of a fallen nation. Smoke and devastation surround you. And after months of wandering, you stand on a cliff in Jiangzhou, deeply feeling your life has betrayed the people and your ancestors. Will you choose to leap into the abyss, or will you strive to rejuvenate and restore the Dafeng dynasty? Please make your choice. Host, system. Upon encountering these lines, Xia Nan's heart surged with overwhelming joy after traversing a full month. He had finally activated the essential system for his journey. As a frequent reader of novels, he was well versed in the concept of systems, yet the name and content of this particular system seemed somewhat amiss. I am about to ascend the throne, and yet you present me with a restoration system? Surely not. The great Dafeng dynasty, at its zenith, is poised to languish in enjoyment, and yet it has met its demise? What have I done to betray the common folk? I have yet to indulge myself. And what is this notion of leaping forward? Whose script am I following? Am I to be likened to a minor emperor of the Southern Song? Xia Nan found himself utterly perplexed by the system's information. His memories and experiences from the past month unequivocally conveyed that the Dafeng dynasty was indeed the most formidable dynasty in existence. And yet, it was destined to perish in 20 years. At the age of 34, with the fall of the Dafeng dynasty, you find yourself a king of a fallen state amidst a landscape of smoke and turmoil, with demons rampant. After months of wandering, you stand at the precipice of a mountain in Jiangzhou, feeling a profound sense of failure towards your people and ancestors. Will you choose to leap into the abyss, or will you strive diligently to revive the Dafeng dynasty? Xia Nan scrutinized the system's prompt. Indeed, this system was designed for his restoration, explicitly detailing events that would transpire at the age of 34, thus referring to his future. Yet, what calamity could possibly lead to the downfall of the once mighty Dafeng dynasty? How did the future him find himself in such dire straits? Smoke and chaos abound, demons rampant, and a life of wandering. Extracting the key phrases from the system, Xia Nan pondered silently. The rampant demons. Does this imply that the barbaric demon clan is facing grave troubles? Has someone from the demon race breached the 13th realm, or has a formidable demon of the 14th realm emerged? Previously, Xia Nan had come to understand that this world was one of celestial martial arts, its system exceedingly extravagant. The 9 grades of skin refining, 8 grades of bone tempering, 7 grades of blood transformation, 6 grades of strength cultivation, and 5 grades signify the mastery of. Strength. 4 grades of energy refinement denote a minor master, while 3 grades of energy attainment signify a true master. 2 grades of spirit refinement represent a grand master. The first grade is that of a terrestrial immortal. Above the first grade lies the 10th realm of the great celestial beings. As for those beyond the 10th realm, within the vast population of the Dafeng dynasty, there were scarcely a few. The Taoist sect boasted a handful claiming to be golden elixir Tao lords of the 11th realm, while the martial faction had several revered as martial gods of the same realm. Additionally, there were Confucian subsages, Buddhist arhats, legalist subsages, and true masters from various schools of thought. Then there were the legendary 12th realm figures, the Yuan Ing Dao lords, human immortals of the martial school, the supreme sages of Confucianism, bodhisattvas of Buddhism, the supreme sages of legalism, and the true masters of the arcane arts. Such individuals were truly the pinnacle of the world, with only a select few existing within the entire Dafeng. These figures were the steadfast anchors suppressing the barbaric demon clan, which had not dared to venture southward for centuries, largely due to their presence, as well as the formidable northern king of the martial realm stationed at the border of Yuzhou. However, this was precisely the conundrum that Xia Nan found utterly perplexing. With such a formidable array of power backing the Dafeng dynasty, what could possibly lead to its demise 30 years hence? The thought weighed so heavily on him that he contemplated ending his own life by leaping from a precipice, a notion that was wholly uncharacteristic of Xia Nan. Despite his often nonchalant demeanor, He was not the kind to capitulate so easily. It seems the true issue lies within, he mused, not delving too deeply into the matter, but redirecting his focus to the system before him. Please, host, make a choice. Shunnan's attention was captured by these words, and he was immediately presented with two options: leap down or diligently restore the Phone dynasty. Without hesitation, he chose the latter. He had no interest in the specifics of Dephong's downfall or the reasons behind the awakening of the restoration system. Armed with the foreknowledge of the dynasty's demise in 30 years, Shannan was confident that he could alter the course of fate. After all, this system's prompt could be deemed a form of cheating. At that moment, a young eunuch softly urged, "Your Highness." Shannan cast a frosty glance at the young eunuch. Retorting, silenced, he was not yet a deposed monarch. The majesty of the emperor still resided within him. The young eunuch stammered, "The empress has been waiting for quite some time." Shunnen regarded the young eunuch with newfound scrutiny, realizing that this court attendant was indeed aligned with his mother, the Empress Dowager. Or perhaps, he reflected, that mere months prior he had been but the crown prince, lacking any substantial backing or influence. Yet, this was not the moment for such concerns. His mind was consumed by the sudden resurgence of memories concerning his own experiences. In the future, Shunnan's recollections, there was no indulgence, no apathy. Instead, there existed only a suffocating sense of frustration, resentment, and helplessness. It became clear that his opportunistic mother, upon assuming regency, had fully revealed her true nature: jealous, foolish, and power-hungry. In his memories, she frequently lashed him with a whip, and the situation was irrevocably dire. No one in the court would dare to support Shannan, and he found himself confined within the depths of the palace. Even when a maid dared to risk her life for a chance at fortune, she was swiftly dispatched by the Empress Dowager, her body concealed in a wooden tub within Shunnan's chamber. For days, the stench was so putrid that it lingered in his memories, evoking a sense of nausea that was impossible to shake off. Change would only come 7 years later, when the southern territories rebelled and the Lianxing cult sowed chaos across the land. It was then that the Buddhist sect began to rise to power, ultimately rescuing Shunnan. However, their intentions were not altruistic. They deemed the Empress Dowager too foolish and sought to elevate Shunnan as a puppet. Thus, the Buddhist sect seized control, heralding the onset of tumultuous times. 15 years hence, the realm turned against itself, and the Taoist sovereign emerged as a savior. By this point, imperial authority had lost all semblance of dignity, resembling the waning power of the Eastern Han era, though it still nominally ruled the Defeng dynasty. Ultimately, the demonic tribes advanced southward, and the imperial capital fell. Shunnan, known as Emperor Yuanyu, found himself cornered upon a cliff in Jiangzhou, forced to confront his fate. I initially presumed she aspired to become Empress Jing, but it is now abundantly clear that her ambition lies in emulating Empress Dowager Cixi. A chilling derision coursed through Shunnan's mind. He had previously regarded his mother's regency with indifference, as his primary focus remained on cultivation, and he was indeed too young to comprehend the intricacies of court politics. However, it became evident that if this foolish woman were to assume power, the demise of the Great Phone would be imminent. The voice of the young eunuch echoed once more, laced with an inkling of desperation. "Your Highness." Shunnan's gaze turned colder still. "I command you to be silent." His attention shifted to the newly manifested lines of text from the system. The host chooses to strive for revitalization, to rejuvenate, and to restore the Great Phone. Rewards: a guarantee package of the 10th realm tier, and 1,000 restoration points. First step towards restoration. Make your name known throughout the realm, so that all may be aware of Emperor Yuanyu's intent to reclaim the throne. Reward: a guarantee package of 2nd rank or above. The guarantees of the 10th realm and 2nd rank or above dawned upon Shannan. He surmised that the so-called guarantee implied a minimum outcome of individuals, techniques, or items of that caliber. As for the restoration points, they represented what could be exchanged in the marketplace. Activate. He initiated the grand package of the 10th realm. The reward materialized. The esteemed teacher Zhang Jiao of the Three Kingdoms 10th realm, celestial realm. The heavens have perished, the yellow heaven reigns. The year is Jiazi, and all under heaven is auspicious. Shannan? Zhang Jiao, the esteemed teacher, the most formidable rebel in history? Is this a restoration system or a rebellion system? The 10th realm package yielded the esteemed teacher Zhang Jiao, leaving Shunnnan genuinely bewildered. Even if the system was based on his circumstances 20 years hence, what need had he for a great teacher in the restoration endeavor? Suddenly, clarity struck him. The system's description indicated that he would be utterly alone, devoid of any close confidants. Thus, Zhang Jiao's experience in rebellion could swiftly facilitate his rise to power. Moreover, this esteemed teacher was not merely the historical leader of the Yellow Turbans. Zhang Jiao possessed authentic 10th realm celestial prowess, making him a top-tier expert in this realm of immortals and martial arts. With this realization, Shun Nan cast a sidelong glance at the visibly flustered young eunuch. You may wait. Understanding that his mother was akin to a reckless Empress Dowager Cixi, he knew he could not allow her the luxury of a tranquil regency to break the impasse. He must rely on the capabilities of the system. The young eunuch hesitated, Your Highness, regarding the Empress. Yet, Shun Nan paid him no heed, his gaze once again fixed upon the system. Soon, a system panel materialized clearly before his eyes. Host, Shun Nan. Age, 34. Wealth, none. Power, none. Subordinate. Esteemed teacher Zhang Jiao, peak of 10th realm, celestial realm. Cultivation technique. 9 dragon true, chi 8th, rank bone, refinement realm. Items, none. Overall level. Lacking the power for restoration. Restoration points, 1,000 points. The age mentioned above strikingly corresponds to Shun Nan's age in his 20s, while he himself is merely 14 years old. From this perspective, there remains ample time to alter the fate of the Great Feng Dynasty. As for the 9 Dragons True Qi, it is a cultivation method practiced by the royal family of Great Feng, distinct from the contemporary Confucian, Taoist, and military strategies, representing an entirely different system. Achieving the 8th rank of bone tempering at the tender age of 14 is a testament to the considerable resources invested in the past. Otherwise, a typical 14-year-old would still be laying the foundations at the 9th rank of skin refining. Shun Nan also noticed the conspicuous label awaiting collection at the bottom of the system panel, referring to the esteemed mentor Zhang Jiao, previously acquired. With a mere thought, he could summon Zhang Jiao within a radius of several miles, and the summoned individual would exhibit unwavering loyalty to Shun Nan, which constitutes one of the fundamental strengths in this endeavor. As soon as the words left my mouth, Jing Tingyuan's face darkened immediately. He suddenly grabbed my chin with such force that I was taken aback. Gritting his teeth, he said, What do you mean by repayment? Do you think you're selling yourself? Using these past 2 weeks to cover medical expenses? Isn't that what you meant? You said back then that to save him, you would have to offer yourself. Isn't that a transaction? A transaction? He sneered coldly, without saying another word. He directly threw me over his shoulder, kicked open the lounge door, and tossed me onto the big soft bed. Standing by the bed, he loosened his tie while saying, Am I not good to you? Which piece of clothing on you isn't worth over $1 million? What? Do you want to go back to your shabby rental? Yes. Even if it's cramped, that's my life. I don't want to spend my life with someone like you. His smile turned even colder. Fine if you don't like it. That's okay. I will make you like it. After saying that, he pressed down on me, and I felt as if the air had been sucked out. I struggled to push him away, shouting for him to get off, but he was as immovable as a mountain. In a panic, I slapped him hard. The sound was crisp and clear. Instantly, 5 finger marks appeared on his face, and a murderous look in his eyes made me think I was about to be finished. But he just stared at me, that murderous intent abruptly shifting into desire. Baby, why do you have to provoke me? I told you I don't like you. Don't force me. He didn't listen at all, directly blocking my mouth with his pinning both of my wrists down with one hand. Then I heard a click, and the belt buckle came undone, followed by a tearing sound. At that moment, I was so desperate that tears streamed down the corners of my eyes. Then this pervert actually leaned in and said to me, Baby, you look so beautiful when you cry. Godi, fine, die on you. Later, the scene shifted, and I was dragged by him to some jewelry gala. I was wearing a haute couture gown from a brand I couldn't even name, linking my arm with his, not daring to lift my head. This place was resplendent, and I felt completely out of place here. I quietly complained to him. I already said I didn't want to come, but you insisted on forcing me. You have an addiction, right? He actually had a point. Didn't you say you were bored at home? I take you out to have a look, and it's still my fault? All I want is freedom. Any condition is fine as long as it doesn't involve leaving me. Fine, I can't keep talking. I directly let go of his hand. Too lazy to pretend anymore. I want to be alone for a while. Is that okay? Of course. Eat whatever you want. Once I got the green light, I ran faster than anyone else. To be honest, facing that poker face every day is suffocating me. I ran to the buffet area by myself, holding a small plate, quietly eating tiramisu. Looking at those busy waiters, I remember my days of working part-time. Although it was tiring, it was freedom, it was happiness. Unlike now, it feels like being in prison. Oh no, even prison food isn't this good. I was feeling emotional, and Jing Tingyuan was not far away, chatting and laughing with a group of people. To be honest, this man is truly top-notch. His looks, physique, and status are impeccable. But I just don't have any feelings for him. It's really unreasonable. Just then, a guy suddenly appeared next to me. Hello? Can I be friends with you? I was taken aback and pointed at myself. Huh, me? The guy smiled like a little sun, particularly bright. Is there anyone else around here? I looked left and right, and indeed, there was nothing. But I still found it strange. Why do you want to be friends with me? Does making friends need a reason? His rhetorical question left me speechless. I feel a bit embarrassed to say. It's just that very few people take the initiative to befriend me. As a result, this guy was really good with words. You're so beautiful. They probably don't approach you because they don't dare to tarnish this exquisite flower. They're afraid they're not good enough to match up. Wow, I've never heard that before. It made me laugh. It's not because I dislike them, right? Not necessarily. He took a business card out of his pocket and handed it to me, saying, "This is my business card. May I ask your name?" "I'm Xia Li. Summer pear." "Sounds very sweet." He mumbled, then pointed to the business card. I looked at it and saw He Junwang. "Your name is also quite nice." "Is it?" I nodded vigorously. "Yeah, it sounds quite fancy." My description made him laugh again. As we chatted, he suddenly pointed at the corner of my mouth, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, initially intending to help me wipe it, but then thought it might be too forward. So he handed the handkerchief to me. "You've got some cake on the corner of your mouth." I took the handkerchief, wiped my face carelessly a couple of times, and stared at him with wide eyes, asking, "Is it clean?" He looked at me and smiled even more happily. "Yes, it's clean." I was a bit presumptuous just now. A girl's mouth shouldn't be touched casually. I have to tell you, just that one sentence instantly reminded me of that beast, Jing Ting Yuan. He kissed me the first time we met, and that night he... Sigh, truly, no comparison means no harm. Then He Junwang asked, "Can I add you on WeChat? I'm afraid I won't see you again next time." His attitude was particularly sincere, and since I was already lacking friends, I hesitated for a moment and agreed. After adding each other, he took me around and told me many interesting things. When it was almost time to leave, he asked me, "By the way, who did you come with? Your father?" "No, I'm an orphan." "I'm sorry." "It's fine. Let's go, I'll walk you back." As a result, I had never worn such high heels in my life, and when I stepped down the stairs, I missed a step and was about to fall flat on my face. He Junwang was quick and caught me, pulling me into his arms. "Slow down. Falling in high heels can really hurt." I was just about to say thank you when a voice that sounded like it came from hell exploded. "What are you doing?" As I turned around, I saw Jing Tingyuan's face, as dark as a pot bottom, striding towards us with big steps. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. It's over. I'm done for. Jing Tingyuan, after dealing with those old men at the banquet, turned around and realized I was gone, and he got anxious right away. He grabbed a waiter and asked, and the waiter said he saw me leave with a guy. "I told you." The waiter later described to me how Jing Tingyuan's eyes were filled with fury, his blue eyes blazing, and his aura was so overwhelming that it made it hard to breathe. He directly threatened the waiter, saying that if she didn't tell him where I had gone, she would be lying there. The waiter was so scared that her legs went weak, and she quickly pointed in the direction. Jing Tingyuan rushed to the garden, and coincidentally, he saw He Junwang supporting me, with me curled up in his arms. In that moment, the string of reason in his mind snapped. His possessiveness shot up to the sky. "What are you doing?" He charged over in a swift movement, roughly pulling me out of He Junwang's embrace. His grip so strong that my wrist immediately turned red. He turned to He Junwang, his gaze fierce as if he wanted to eat him alive. "How dare you touch her?" Before he finished speaking, he kicked He Junwang in the stomach. That kick was delivered with full force, sending He Junwang flying and crashing to the ground with a muffled groan. I screamed in fright. "He Junwang." Jing Tingyuan looked at me with a cold smile, gritting his teeth as he asked, "You left me for less than 2 hours, and you've already hooked up with someone new?" I watched as He Junwang's face turned pale from the pain, desperately trying to shake off Jing Tingyuan's hand, shouting at him, "Are you crazy? What right do you have to hit someone?" He pulled me back into his embrace again, his voice low and frightening. "Just because he touched you, you are mine. No one can touch you." I was so angry I laughed. "What do you think I am?" I almost fell just now, and he helped me. "Can you stop making a scene?" "I'm making a scene? The way he looks at you is definitely not innocent." He pointed at He Junwang, his eyes fierce enough to tear someone apart. "He Junwang, the youngest son of the He family?" Saying that, he released me and went up to grab He Junwang's tie, throwing another punch. He Junwang didn't even have a chance to fight back. Jing Tingyuan. I was so scared I almost lost my mind, fearing he would really kill someone, so I rushed up to grab him. "Stop hitting him. It's not what you think." He initially wanted to shake me off, but when he realized it was my hand, he paused, turned around, and tried to suppress his anger. "Fine. I'll listen to your explanation. Huh? Didn't I just explain it before? I repeated again the incident where I almost fell, and He Junwang kindly helped me, emphasizing that we were just friends. After listening, Jing Tingyuan wrapped his arms around my neck from behind, forcing me to look at the half-dead He Junwang on the ground, and whispered in my ear, "All right, I believe you. I trust that you only see him as a friend. But I don't believe he just wants to be friends with you." I rolled my eyes directly. "Do you think everyone is as dirty as you?" He raised an eyebrow. "I'm dirty? He's noble?" After saying that, he didn't bother to waste any more words, and once again threw me over his shoulder and walked out. In front of so many people, I felt like a sack, completely embarrassed. I desperately pounded his back. "Put me down. Jing Tingyuan, do you have no shame?" He ignored me. I shouted again. "He Junwang is hurt so badly. Get someone to take him to the hospital. Not letting him die is already my mercy." "You crazy person. Psychopath. If you have a problem, go get treated. Your whole family is insane." I cursed all the way back to the castle until my throat was hoarse. He poured me a glass of water, and I slapped it away with one hand. "Get lost. I don't want to see you." As a result, this dog of a man took a sip of water himself, then pinched my chin and forcefully fed it to me mouth to mouth. I tightly closed my mouth, but he held my face and forced it in, not letting me spit it out, blocking my mouth and making me swallow it. I pushed him away after finishing my drink. My eyes filled with disdain. "Get away from me. I've had enough of you. Xia Li, have I been too good to you? Is that why you're so arrogant, because of my affection?" I stood up to confront him. "You treat me well? Forcing me to do things I don't like. Locking me up, not even allowing me to make friends. Is this what you call treating me well? I allow you to have friends, but not He Junwang. What about Lu Quan?" My eyes were red. "I hardly have any friends as it is, and you destroyed his home, making it embarrassing for me to see him. Now that I've just gotten to know He Junwang, you injure him severely. How am I supposed to face him in the future? You don't need to see them again." At that moment, I really felt that sense of powerlessness rising up again. I couldn't communicate with him at all. "You don't understand respect at all. You only follow your own thoughts. Being with you is really exhausting for me." Jing Tingyuan looked at me, his eyes particularly complicated. I don't want to hear those words anymore. It seemed that my words had hurt him, and he directly took off his tie and stuffed it in my mouth. There wasn't a single word I wanted to hear. Saying this, he took out a pair of handcuffs and cuffed my hands to the headboard. "Don't waste time arguing. It's meaningless. Let's do something meaningful." I was gagged, whimpering and unable to say a word, but I knew he must have seen the overwhelming hatred in my eyes. However, he didn't care. He caressed my face and whispered ambiguously in my ear, "Baby, I've always wanted to say, you look really beautiful in that dress tonight." The next day, when I woke up, my waist felt like it was about to break, and I angrily cursed in bed, "That dog Jing Tingyuan. It's always like he hasn't been fed. I swear, next time I must find an opportunity to run, otherwise I'll suffer from kidney deficiency at such a young age." However, this pervert still has a little conscience and didn't take my phone. I quickly picked up my phone and sent a message to He Junwang. "Me, are you okay? I'm sorry for bothering you last night." After 2 minutes, there was no reply. I thought, it's over. He definitely doesn't want to talk to me anymore. Who would want to be associated with someone who got randomly beaten up? Then, I heard a notification sound, and he replied, "He Junwang, sorry. The doctor was doing rounds just now." "He Junwang, no need to say sorry. The person who hit me wasn't you." "Me? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been seriously injured." "He Junwang, you don't need to apologize. I don't blame you. I should be the one apologizing. I thought you were single and approached you, but I didn't realize you already had a boyfriend. I can understand your boyfriend." At that moment, I didn't know what to say. "He Junwang, your boyfriend must really love you. Otherwise, he wouldn't care so much about you. Don't take last night's incident to heart. I'm a man, and I understand him. If I saw my girlfriend being hugged by another man, I would also be angry. Me, he injured you badly, and you still speak up for him? He Junwang, why should men make things difficult for other men? Can we still be friends in the future? I know you have a boyfriend now, and I won't have any other thoughts, just pure friendship. But never mind, I'm afraid your boyfriend will get angry." Wow. Let me tell you, this guy knows tea art. But I was so foolish at the time that I couldn't tell at all and kept apologizing. He Junwang then said, "By the way, do you like musicals? I have a ticket. I was going to go myself, but now I'm in the hospital and can't make it. How about you go in my place? I don't know anything about musicals. I've just been working since I was little, so I directly refused. As a result, he said no one would watch it and would just throw it away. When I heard that, I thought it was such a waste to throw away something that's hard to get a ticket for, so I said I would buy it. He hesitated a bit, and finally he said the ticket was 520, and I just needed to transfer 500. At that moment, I didn't think much of it. It might be some promotional price, so I transferred him the full 520 and sent him the address. Why didn't he know was that in the hospital ward? He Junwang had just received the money when his friend butCaught walked in. When butCaught heard that he had offended Jing Tingyuan, he dropped the fruit knife in his hand out of shock. What did you say? Jing Tingyuan, you're messing with the girlfriend of young Master Jing. Are you crazy? He Junwang felt quite helpless. I didn't know at first. It was my first time having a crush on a girl, so I just thought we could be friends and take it slow. butCaught was almost furious. He Junwang, are you insane? Why would you like someone else's woman? Especially young Master Jing's? Be careful, or the entire He family will go bankrupt because of you. Jing Tingyuan's methods are merciful when he acquires, but cruel when he directly causes bankruptcy. Don't play with fire. He Junwang stubbornly replied, I know, I'm not being a third party. I just want to be an ordinary friend. A week later, I finally received the musical tickets. For that entire week, I was locked up in the castle by Jing Tingyuan, not stepping out the front door or the back door. Today, I decided to confront him. At the breakfast table, while drinking millet porridge, I tried to speak several times but swallow my words back. Jing Tingyuan, as if he had mind-reading skills, leisurely wiped his mouth. Is there something you want to say? I want to go see the musical today. I've already bought the ticket. Can I go out? I handed him the ticket to look at. I have something to do today. I can't accompany you. I didn't ask you to accompany me. I just bought a ticket for myself to go. He fell silent again, staring at me with an eagle-like gaze that made me feel uneasy. Are you worried I might run away? I couldn't help but speak first. Shouldn't I be worried? What if I want to run? Can I escape? Whether you can escape or not is one thing. Whether you want to run is another. I got angry all of a sudden, stood up and shouted at him. Then I'm not going. Is that okay? I didn't stop you from going. Aren't you just making me stay at home like your canary? I found that he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he thought my angry outburst was quite lively. Is there something wrong with this person? He even said, I don't treat you like a canary. You are my girlfriend, and I take care of you willingly. I don't care for that. After a moment of stalemate, he surprisingly relented. If you want to go, then go. I won't stop you, but no bodyguards following you. That's for your safety. I don't believe you. I was so angry that I didn't want to say another word to him and went straight to my room to change clothes and get ready to go out. But when I got to the elevator, I realized I had left my phone in the restaurant. As soon as I returned to the restaurant, I felt that something was off. Jing Tingyuan was still sitting in his original spot, but the knife on the table in front of him had been forcibly broken. Wow, he must be really angry. However, I thought it was related to work and didn't think much of it. I searched everywhere and couldn't find my phone. When I looked up, I saw it right in his hand. I reached out to him, saying, I'm leaving, give me my phone. And guess what? This crazy guy had no intention of giving it to me. Let me tell you, his face at that moment was as dark as a pot bottom, with a particularly creepy sneer at the corners of his mouth. The next second, before I even realized what was happening, there was a loud crash as my phone performed a free fall from his hand, shattering into 8 pieces on the spot. I was completely stunned, standing there asking him, why'd you break my phone? To my surprise, he replied with just 2 words and a number, 520? At that moment, I was completely confused, thinking, what is 520? What does that have to do with my dead phone? The guy exploded right away, his chest rising and falling like a fan, pointing at my nose and shouting, do you still dare to contact He Junwang? Did you send him 520? What do you think I am? Family, who understands? I just wanted to roll my eyes. He looked so jealous that it was as if King of Jealousy was branded on his forehead. When he saw my expression of disbelief, he completely lost it, suddenly stood up, and with a crash, flipped the entire dining table. Breakfast was all over the floor. A complete mess. It was ridiculous. I'm really speechless. It's like opening the door to speechlessness, and now I'm home. What are you going crazy about again? Who said I liked him? Transfer 520. Invite him to see a musical. Do you think I'm dead? He's still over there roaring. I finally realized. Did you peek at my phone? Peek. I was looking at it openly. You're my girlfriend. Why shouldn't I look? He was so justified in his reasoning. I'm really angry and amused at the same time. Can't you see the entire chat history? I was just asking about his injuries. And that 520 was the ticket price for the musical. It's not some glitch love story in your head. And what happened? This madman wouldn't listen at all. He just grabbed my wrist with a grip like a vice. I want to allow you to go. I want to allow you to contact him again. Or I'll make sure you can never leave this door. After saying that, he dragged me straight to the bedroom and threw me onto the bed. Before I could even curse at him, he pressed down on me like a mountain, blocking my mouth. I tried to hit him with all my strength, but it was useless, and I could only hear his haunting words, "You are mine." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Grand Theater, our poor male lead, He Junwang, had been standing from day to night, practically turning into a stone statue, waiting for his wife. No messages, no phone calls, and with the sky about to rain. He was gripping 2 tickets, probably feeling cold inside. Just as he was about to leave, a shiny black Rolls-Royce silently stopped in front of him. He was about to walk around it when the car door opened, and Jing Tingyuan stepped out with his deadpan expression. There was also an assistant holding an umbrella for him. With such a scene, one would think it was some big shot out on the streets. Jing Tingyuan had his hands in his pockets, sizing up He Junwang, his gaze resembling that of someone looking at trash. He opened his mouth and said, "Who gave you the guts to dare to touch my woman?" He Junwang, who had some backbone, retorted directly, "Jing Xiao, I'm just friends with Xia Li. Are you going to control who she befriends?" Jing Tingyuan sneered, "Looks like I went easy on you last time. That's not love. That's coercion." He Junwang really dared to say that. Jing Tingyuan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, several cars pulled up behind him, and a bunch of bodyguards in black stepped out. This was a classic case of overwhelming numbers. He Junwang saw this and understood immediately, but he didn't show any fear on his face. "Jing Xiao, kidnapping in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid of going to prison?" Jing Tingyuan laughed. His smile as cold as ice. "I'm just inviting He Xiao for a cup of tea. I've heard your father cares for you a lot. I believe he will teach you a good lesson." Then he tilted his head towards the bodyguards. "What are you waiting for? Please invite He Xiao into the car. The tea will be cold if we delay." Seeing the situation, He Junwang knew resistance was futile, so he stiffened his neck and got into the car. The scene shifted to the boxing gym. Jing Tingyuan lounged like a lord on a leather sofa, a cigar in his mouth, squinting at He Junwang, who was already beaten to a pale color in the boxing ring. The bodyguards behind him stood like emotionless statues. He slowly stood up, walked over to He Junwang, looked down at him, and then, let me tell you, he did something extremely twisted. He pressed the burning cigar onto He Junwang's shoulder, twisting it like he was opening a bottle cap. He only stopped when he burned a hole in his shirt and saw the flesh turn red. Then he threw away the cigar with satisfaction. He Junwang was tough, not making a sound. Jing Tingyuan said to him, "Your father is on his way. I hope you can hold on until he arrives and not make him send a black-haired person to bury a white-haired one." He Junwang struggled to lift his head, his voice weak. "Jing Tingyuan, do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? Taking down the He family is easy for me." As soon as he finished speaking, a bodyguard reported at the door. "Jing Xiao, chairman, he has arrived." Jing Tingyuan waved his hand, quickly let him in. "Don't make the old man wait at the door." Then he returned to the sofa, acting as if nothing had happened while someone poured him tea. "Chairman, he." An old man nearing 70, with all white hair, walked in. Upon seeing his beloved youngest son beaten like this, he felt heartbroken, but in front of Jing Tingyuan, he didn't dare to say a word and had to bow and greet him. "Jing Xiao, long time no see." Jing Tingyuan got straight to the point. "Chairman, he. Let's not beat around the bush. Your son seduced my fiancée, E, and I'm just disciplining him for you. No objections, right?" The old chairman was sweating profusely. "Jing Xiao, there must be a misunderstanding." Jing Tingyuan narrowed his eyes, and the temperature in the boxing gym dropped by 8 degrees. "Are you implying I wronged him?" The old man was smart enough to know he couldn't reason with a madman and had to back down. "Jing Xiao, you vented your anger by hitting him. What will it take for you to let him go?" Jing Tingyuan made a gesture, and a bodyguard immediately handed over a contract. Chairman, he took it and turned pale. Goodness, Jing Tingyuan was taking advantage of the fire to rob him of the most important project of his company. "Jing Xiao, this isn't appropriate, not appropriate? Then he can stay here longer. He provoked me. He must give some compensation." Jing Tingyuan's tone was calm, but the threat was palpable. The old chairman wanted to struggle. "This isn't something I can decide alone." Jing Tingyuan lost his patience, lit another cigar, and thought bringing down the He family wasn't a difficult task. It just took some time. "If you don't agree, I'll take more time." This was an outright threat. Chairman, he looked back at his son, who was barely breathing, his heart shattered. His hand holding the contract trembled, caught in an internal struggle. "Chairman, I'll give you 2 minutes to think about it. This is my last patience." Time passed second by second, a form of torture for the old chairman. In the end, at the very last second, he compromised. "I'll sign. But, Jing Xiao, after I sign, will this matter be settled? Discipline your son and don't let him provoke people he shouldn't tea." "Okay, I will definitely discipline him." The old chairman gritted his teeth and signed. Once Jing Tingyuan confirmed with the bodyguards that everything was in order, he coldly uttered 2 words. "Let him go." In the hospital, He Junwang lay on the bed while his father sat beside him, neither of them speaking. Finally, it was Chairman He who broke the silence, listing out all his faults from head to toe. "Now you know pain? Didn't you know pain when you provoke someone as fiancé?" He Junwang felt quite wronged. "Dad, I really didn't know she had a boyfriend. She has a boyfriend, yet she doesn't avoid other men? You dare to touch that kind of woman?" His father sighed, saying that to redeem him, he had directly given up a major project to the company. Upon hearing this, He Junwang exploded. Why does He Jing Tingyuan have the right to do that? He even dared to kidnap. Chairman, he shook his head, looking helpless and fearful. Son, you don't know who you can't provoke. It's a madman like Jing Tingyuan. He is not afraid of death at all. Once he gets entangled with you, it's a life and death matter. In S-City, he is the law. He Junwang, who had been spoiled since childhood, had never experienced such humiliation and looked defiant. Seeing his expression, his father got so angry that he shouted, "What do you want? This time, it's just a beating. Next time it could be a corpse. After you're discharged, go stay with your grandmother to avoid the limelight." Once his father left, He Junwang, clever as he was, immediately took out his phone and snapped pictures of his injuries, making sure to capture every bit of misery, and then sent them all to me. I was tossed around by Jing Tingyuan all night and slept so deeply that my phone broke, leaving me completely unaware of everything happening outside. It wasn't until noon the next day that I woke up. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a brand new phone on the bedside table. I didn't even need to think to know that it was prepared by that crazy Jing Tingyuan. I logged into my account on my new phone, and to my surprise, dozens of photos documenting He Junwang's miserable situation popped up. I was startled and quickly asked him what was going on. He replied immediately. I was beaten by Jing Tingyuan. He kidnapped me and forced my dad to give him the company project. Then he launched into a series of green tea remarks. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have become friends with you. I've implicated our family. Your boyfriend is really terrifying. This isn't love, he's treating you like a toy. Do you still want to be with him?" I held my phone, my hands trembling. I replied with an apology, but inside I was in turmoil. Without saying a word, I directly asked the driver to take me to Jing's group. When I arrived at his office, he was still in a meeting, so I sat on the sofa to wait. After 2 hours, he finally came back. As soon as he saw me, his icy expression melted away instantly. He walked over and wanted to pat my head, asking if I was hungry and if I had been waiting for a long time. I slapped his hand away and coldly asked, "Why did you hurt He Junwang?" As soon as he heard the name, his face instantly turned cold again. "You came here for him? What did he do wrong? Is this how you treat him?" I stood up and questioned him. "He likes you, that's his fault." I'm about to go crazy from his ridiculous logic. "You like me, so why don't you just die? He covets you, and you're mine. I'm not anyone's accessory." I take a deep breath, try to calm myself down. "Jing Tingyuan, I'm not here to argue with you. I hope you can respect me. We're just friends. Do you really wish that there would be no one else around me except you? You don't need anyone but me. Who understands? Talking reason with someone like this is just a walking pressure monster, a pure waste of breath." I changed the subject. "Don't you have friends? You have the right to make friends, so why interfere with me? I don't have any male friends. I know men better than you do. That doesn't justify your hurting him." I'm getting more and more angry, realizing that every word I say revolves around He Junwang. Jing Tingyuan noticed it too. He raised an eyebrow, his tone extremely dangerous. "Baby, ever since I walked in, your mouth has been full of his name. How can you dare to say that you too are innocent?" I'm really fed up. I don't want to argue with him anymore. He sees that I'm not speaking and starts changing the subject, saying that he booked the whole theater for me and will take me to see a musical. At that moment, I felt incredibly powerless, like I was blocked by a huge rock. "I was talking to you about He Junwang. Why did you change the subject?" The smile on his face completely disappeared, and he coldly said, "Baby, my patience is limited. If you think he hasn't been hurt enough, you can continue to mention his name in front of me." At that moment, I was truly scared, and I didn't dare to speak anymore. That feeling of being choked by someone was too painful. I slumped on the sofa and said I didn't want to go. He immediately changed his expression, squatted down to comfort me, saying, "All right, if you don't want to go, then we want to go. You can do whatever you want." I sneered in my heart. Not forcing me? Which of his actions wasn't pushing me? He directly pulled me to the restaurant. He held my hand tightly, and I couldn't shake it off. "Either I hold you, or I hug you. Choose one." I was so angry that I wanted to curse at him, but in the end, I held it in and let him lead. When we got to the restaurant, he was incredibly considerate, pulling out my chair, laying down the napkin, cutting my steak, removing the fish bones, and constantly putting food into my bowl as if he were feeding a pig. I quietly eat, and to be honest, he has taken good care of me, providing top-notch food and necessities. But so what? I finally couldn't hold back anymore. Put down my chopsticks and looked at him. "Jing Tingyuan, thank you for taking such good care of me, but I still can't bring myself to like you. Can you give me a deadline? A year? 2 years? Can you give me some hope?" His expression instantly darkened. "I want a whole life, but I don't like you," I shouted out, then immediately suppressed my anger. I compromised. "As long as you give me a time frame, I promise I won't run away. Even if you want to escape, you won't be able to. I am completely disheartened. The breath in my chest almost suffocated me. I rolled my eyes, threw down the napkin, and went to the restroom. All right, I'll wait for you. I pretended to go to the restroom and then swapped clothes with a cleaning lady using the watch on my wrist. Dressed in a cleaner's uniform, I pushed the cleaning cart and walked towards the elevator with my head down. What I didn't know was that the bodyguards had already recognized me, but Jing Tingyuan had given the order that no one was allowed to stop me. When I reached the first floor, the bodyguards immediately went to report. After hearing the report, Jing Tingyuan showed no reaction at all. He simply said lightly, "If she wants to play hide and seek, let her play for a few more minutes." And he continued to eat his dinner leisurely. After finishing his meal, he elegantly wiped his mouth and asked the bodyguards, "Where is she now?" Miss Xia had hidden in a bar called One Night Drunken Dream. Upon hearing that name, Jing Tingyuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. I must say, that smile was downright chilling. Of all the places to hide, she chose that one. I was wearing a cleaner's uniform when I entered the bar. The security guard at the door initially tried to stop me, but another guard whispered, "Look at her. She's so beautiful. Can she really be a cleaner? Who knows? Maybe she's just playing a role for some boss." The two guards exchanged glances and really let me through. I had no idea about all this. As soon as I entered the bar, I was terrified, afraid of being found by Jing Tingyuan's people. So I rushed into the restroom to hide. I sat on the toilet until my legs went numb before I dared to come out. As soon as I did, well, it turns out that what you fear most really does come to pass. I thought I would be safe in the crowded hall, but as soon as I turned a corner, I bumped straight into a drunken, greasy man. I tell you, that smell could knock me over from 800 meters away. I quickly tried to sneak along the wall, but he directly slid in front of me and blocked my way. As soon as he opened his mouth, a wave of alcohol breath hit me. "Little baby, don't go, uncle will take you to eat lollipops." Family, who understands? At that moment, I was rolling my eyes so hard they almost went to the back of my head. I turned to run, but this guy must have been drinking fake alcohol because he had a speed boost. He caught up to me quickly and grabbed my wrist. He was leering and laughing. "Why are you running? Uncle will give you $3,000, any flavor of lollipop you want." $3,000? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? I looked at his shabby suit, and my disgust was written all over my face. "Let go of me. If you don't, I'm going to call for help." You guess what he said? He actually laughed even more lewdly. "Oh, I'm so scared. This is One Night Drunken Dream. I'm a VIP. Who dares to mess with me?" I struggled for a long time, but couldn't break free. In my anger, I directly threatened him. "Do you know whose person I am? If you don't let go, you can forget about your hand." As a result, this guy got even more excited, looked me up and down, and mocked. "Aren't you just a cleaner? You barely make $8,000 a month, and $3,000 for one night? Enjoy it while you can." As he spoke, his big face leaned in closer to me, and I was so scared that my soul almost flew away, struggling desperately. Just at that critical moment, I suddenly heard the guy let out a howl, like a pig being slaughtered, and he released my hand. He turned around, drunkenly pointing at a security guard who had appeared out of nowhere, and yelled, "Who the hell doesn't have eyes to move me?" As a result, the security guards quickly made way, and a cool, magnetic voice came from behind. "It's me." I looked up and felt a chill in my heart. A man in a black and gold suit walked over with his hands in his pockets, striding like a big shot. His gaze was as cold as ice, and there was no warmth in his light, gray pupils as he looked down at the country bumpkin. He slightly parted his thin lips and said, "I am the owner here, and I have the right to decide the fate of customers. Let me tell you, this is how it happened. While I was hiding in the restroom, this big boss, Ming Jue, was in his office. Suddenly, he received a call. Who was it from? Jing Tingyuan. Ming Jue was puzzled and asked why they hadn't been in touch recently. What was going on? Jing Tingyuan, on the other end of the line, sounded very pleased with himself. "I've got a girlfriend." Ming Jue was stunned and shot back at him. "Didn't you say that women only slowed down your draw? How could you secretly start dating behind your brother's back?" Jing Tingyuan replied with 8 words. "Love at first sight, hard to extricate." Good grief. Even I wanted to vomit when I heard that. Ming Jue immediately realized his friend was in deep and asked directly, "Just say it." "She ran away and is hiding in your bar. I sent you a photo. Keep an eye on her for me." Ming Jue opened WeChat and saw the photo. Wasn't that me? He even teased Jing Tingyuan. "She is quite pretty, the type that brings disaster." Jing Tingyuan's possessiveness was practically spilling through the phone line. "It doesn't matter if you like her. She is my woman." Just like that. They settled it in a few words. Ming Jue hung up and immediately had the manager check the surveillance. Within 10 minutes, they located me in the restroom of Area A. He specifically instructed his subordinates, "Be careful. That young Master Jing's girlfriend." The manager was so shocked, he probably thought the boss was going to catch someone cheating. Luckily, he asked a follow-up question. Then, Mingjue led a group of security guards towards Area A, and just as they reached the corridor, they stumbled upon the scene of me being harassed by that loser guy. He raised his hand to signal the security guards, which led to the heroic rescue scene earlier. That loser guy, still oblivious, asked with a drunken hiccup, "You're the boss Mingjue of One Night Drunken Dream?" Mingjue looked at him with a disdainful expression, like he was looking at a cockroach in a sewer, waved his hand, "Throw him out, put him on the blacklist, never serve him again." A few security guards quickly restrained the guy, who was still shouting, "I have plenty of money. You dare touch me for a cleaner? Do you believe I'll ruin your place?" Mingjue frowned and simply said, "Noisy." The security guards were very understanding. They pulled out a cloth from somewhere and shoved it into the guy's mouth. The world instantly became quiet. After the man was dragged away, Mingjue walked up to me and handed me a clean handkerchief. My head was buzzing, and as I took the handkerchief, I thanked him. "Thank you, Mr. Ming." His next sentence left me speechless. "No need to thank me. You're Ting Yuan's girlfriend. Taking care of you is what I should do. Does anyone understand this?" I was shocked. The world is just too small. I had just escaped from the wolf's den, and now I was in the tiger's lair. And it was the tiger's friend who owned it. I clenched the handkerchief, looked up at him, and asked with a glimmer of hope, "Did Jing Ting Yuan send you to bring me back?" Mingjue didn't answer. He just said to the manager who was approaching, "Prepare a clean outfit for this young lady and send it to my office." I was taken to the lounge like this. After changing into a new dress, I looked at myself in the mirror and sighed in despair. I thought I could at least last a few days by hiding in the bar, but less than 3 hours later, I was precisely located. Am I really going to be entangled with Jing Ting Yuan for the rest of my life? Just as I was thinking, there was a knock on the door. It was Ming Ju's female assistant. "Young Master Jing is here, waiting for you in the private room." How'd he get here so fast? I hesitated and didn't want to go out, but I also knew that I could avoid the first day, but not the 15th. In the end, I had no choice but to brace myself and followed the assistant to the private room. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Jing Ting Yuan drinking with Ming Ju. Ming Ju was teasing him. "You said we would focus on our careers together, but you backstabbed us and secretly fell in love. You're totally love-struck now." Jing Ting Yuan surprisingly wasn't angry. He smiled and nodded. "That's a very fair assessment. Not bad. I really appreciate it." I walked in with a blank expression, standing still in place. Jing Ting Yuan saw that I wasn't coming over, so he walked over to me, leaned down, and in that overly sweet voice said, "Baby, why won't you just learn to be good?" I was so angry at that moment that I directly confronted him. "I'm not your pet. Why should I behave? If you think I'm not good enough, just find someone else. I'm not the only one for you." He grabbed my hand and wanted to go outside, promising to take me to see a musical. And it's still not too late. I struggled to shake my hands. "I don't want to go. Even less do I want to go with you." His gaze turned cold. "Then who do you want to go with? Jun Wang? Anyone is fine, just not with you." He took a deep breath in anger and gritted his teeth, saying, "Do you want me to deal with you here?" At that moment, I also went all out, directly lifting my chin to make eye contact with him, playing a game of extreme tit-for-tat. "Then you stay here and sleep with me in front of your brothers? Do you dare?" I bet he wouldn't dare. With his twisted possessiveness, how could he let others see? "Do you really think I wouldn't dare?" The strength in his hand suddenly increased, and I winced in pain, my wrist hurting so much that tears almost came out. "Let go of me. You're hurting me." As soon as I said it hurt, the hostility radiating from him instantly faded, and his grip loosened right away. Mingjue quickly stepped in to mediate. "Ting Yuan, she doesn't like musicals. Just pick another one. Don't interfere." Jing Ting Yuan glared at me fiercely, insisting that I accompany him to watch. I knew he was bothered by my previous appointment with Jun Wang and wanted to cover that up in his own way. In the end, he didn't waste any more words with me and directly threw me over his shoulder, swaggering out of the private room. Mingjue was left alone, bewildered in the wind. It was probably his first time witnessing what a domineering CEO's love looked like. By the time I regained my senses, we were already in the Grand Theater. Goodness, in the entire audience, it was just the two of us. It was a true private screening. I couldn't be bothered with him and focused on watching the performance on stage, while he sat beside me, staring at me without moving. During the intermission, I wanted to go to the restroom, and just as I stood up, my wrist was grabbed again. With a fake smile, he asked in the restaurant, "You said you were going to the restroom, but what did you actually do?" "I'm really upset. I'm really anxious right now. Do you expect me to solve this here?" "I'll go with you." "All right, you're impressive." When we got to the women's restroom, he actually wanted to follow me into the stall. I couldn't take it anymore. "This is the women's bathroom. Do you want to go in too?" I could only assure him, "Don't worry, I won't run away tonight. I'm tired." Only then did he stand at the door waiting for me. I stayed in the booth for 15 minutes, and when I came out, I saw him still standing there, feeling an indescribable annoyance in my heart. Not long after the second half started, I was so tired that I leaned on his shoulder and fell asleep. In a daze, I felt him holding me the whole time, kissing my forehead, my nose, and finally my lips. When I regained consciousness, I was already in the car, and the driver had wisely raised the partition. And Jing Tingyuan was kissing me like crazy. It wasn't really a kiss. It was more like gnawing. I was almost suffocated by his kisses and desperately pushed him away. And he finally loosened his grip, just enough for me to catch my breath. Then he actually smiled, rubbed my lips with his finger, and teasingly said, "You never take a breath during kisses, silly." After saying that, he kissed me again. After that night, I was locked in the castle's bedroom by him for a full 7 days and nights. Let me tell you, when I woke up, looking at the sun felt like something from the last century. My whole body felt like it had fallen apart, and my bones ached. I stood in front of the mirror, looking at the marks on my body, gritting my teeth, and cursing. This madman, I really want to chop him up, but I can't overpower him. That afternoon, I heard the maid say that Jing Tingyuan was going to attend some birthday party for the heir of the Nan family, and I thought finally I could have a quiet evening. But at 6 o'clock, he appeared in front of me like a ghost, handed me a dress. "Come with me tonight. My friends want to meet you." I'm really laughing in anger. "I don't like you. I'm not your girlfriend. Why should I go meet your friends?" He actually said, "I don't mind that you don't like me. As long as you stay by my side, that's enough." Then, a row of maids came in with various jewelry and accessories for me to choose from. I looked at those dazzling things and had no interest at all. "I don't wear them. It's too much trouble." He, however, smiled gently. "If it breaks, just replace it. You're more valuable than these things. I can't take it anymore." So I laid it all out for him. "Jing Tingyuan, we're just not from the same world. Understand? I grew up in an orphanage. I eat street food. I squeeze into the subway. I like my little rental apartment, not your cold castle. You should find someone of your own kind, not me." I thought I was being clear enough, but guess how he replied? He said, "You don't need to feel inferior." Inferior. At that moment, 1,000 horses galloped through my mind. I was analyzing the pros and cons with him, and he actually thought I felt inferior? I really couldn't believe it. He went on to say, "It doesn't matter if you don't know anything. Just remember that you are my fiancé, Jing Tingyuan, and you can do whatever you want. Once you've enjoyed this privilege, you won't want to leave me." I pushed him away and looked him in the eye. "I don't want to be your accessory. I am Xia Li. I haven't controlled you. You can go wherever you want, as long as you come back to me on time. What do you call that if not control? A tool that is at your beck and call?" I can't even be bothered to roll my eyes. In the end, he directly picked up the dress. His attitude firm. "If you don't change yourself, I will help you change." "Fine, you're tough." I snatched the dress from him. "I will change myself." When I came out in the dark-colored dress, Jing Tingyuan's eyes widened, and he came over to kiss my forehead, mumbling, "Baby, you look so good. You really should be kept at home for my eyes only." I felt a chill down my spine. Next, the stylist started doing my makeup, and she was quite flattering, constantly praising my skin and saying I looked perfect standing next to Jing Xiao. Jing Tingyuan was visibly pleased, his face showing that he was proud of his woman. And he immediately had the butler give the stylist a big red envelope. Once everyone had left, he personally put on a set of incredibly expensive jade jewelry for me. And then we set off. As soon as we arrived at the Nan family's old residence, I was stunned. Goodness, this isn't just a home. It's like a palace. It was antique and grand to the point of being intimidating. I was so nervous that my palms were sweating. Jing Tingyuan noticed and leaned over to comfort me, saying, "Don't be afraid. Ninshi is my brother, and his parents are family friend with my parents. Just because he has a good relationship with me, what does that have to do with him?" I was on edge the whole way, afraid of saying something wrong and getting dragged out to be fed to the dogs. Once we entered the main hall, Jing Tingyuan led me to greet the head of the Nan family. The leader, looking at me, smiled and asked Jing Tingyuan, "Girlfriend?" Jing Tingyuan nodded and said yes. "Her name is Xia Li." I can only force myself to greet. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Madam Nin smiled kindly. "Very beautiful. You two look perfect together." Jing Tingyuan took the champagne, sweet-talking. "Aunt, you flatter me. You and uncle are the most perfect match." Madam Nan was amused by him, laughing heartily. "You know, if our Xia had half of your sweetness, the child could be making soy sauce by now." I tell you, the moment those words left my mouth, that kid Jing Tingyuan was practically beaming with joy. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Uncle and Aunt Nan, they got busy entertaining other guests, leaving him to show me around casually. Around? I dared not. I told him to forget it, as I was too used to wandering around someone else's home like it was my own backyard. Who would understand, right? Any random vase in this house was probably worth more than me. If I broke something, how could I compensate? With my life. Jing Tingyuan understood and directly led me to a nearby lounge area to sit down. Lo and behold, a servant came over with a tray, and he casually handed me a glass of juice and a plate of exquisite little pastries that looked almost too good to eat. He told me to have a taste, saying the dinner would take a while and that the main guest, Xia Li, would be arriving soon. I was indeed a bit hungry at that moment, so I picked up a piece to try. Oh my, it melted in my mouth, sweet, but not cloying, delicious enough to make me feel like I was soaring. Just as I was about to reach for the second piece, Jing Tingyuan suddenly wrapped his arms around my waist and kissed me. I tell you, he does this every time, as if he wants to swallow me whole, and he won't stop until I'm almost out of breath. I covered my chest and gasped for air, glaring at him. Are you crazy? Does it always have to be this long? Is it really that delicious? And guess what he said? He licked his lips and said, it's sweet, fragrant, and really delicious. What? Are you talking about me or that dessert? I'm so angry that I grabbed a tissue and wiped my mouth vigorously. Just then, a guy came over, dressed in a stylish black and gold suit. He was really handsome and poured himself a glass of champagne as he sat down. His name is Mingjue. He glanced at me and clinked glasses with Jing Tingyuan, saying, I thought you would be late, but it turns out you're the earliest among us. Jing Tingyuan took a sip of his drink, looking quite arrogant. The birthday star isn't even here. Might as well just turn this into my birthday party. Mingjue chuckled. Nanshi just got promoted to major. He's busy. It's normal for him to be late. Major? Jing Tingyuan raised an eyebrow. That was quick. Uh-huh. Today's birthday party is half for celebrating the birthday and half for congratulating him. Wow, a 25-year-old major? I silently listened from the side, and the only word in my mind was, impressive. These airs are really something else, each one more outrageous than the last. Since I couldn't join the conversation, I just lowered my head and focused on my snacks. While I was eating, I suddenly felt the atmosphere in the room change. I looked up. There he was, a man in a crisp military uniform walking toward us. His posture, his presence, just incredible, both handsome and commanding, exuding a silent yet strong sense of security. This person is Nanshi. He approached our table, first politely nodded at me, and then sat down opposite Jing Tingyuan. I couldn't help but take a good look at his military uniform. As a result, Jing Tingyuan, who was like a vinegar jar, exploded instantly. He pulled me closer to him with a strong grip, holding me tightly, and fired at Nanshi. What are you looking at? She's Xia Li, my girlfriend. Nanshi remained calm. I heard, congratulations. Jing Tingyuan raised his chin, looking quite arrogant. If you know she's mine, then don't smile at her. I was so embarrassed that I could have dug out a Disney from my toes. Bro, are you sick? Isn't this your brother? Is it really okay for you to talk like that? Nanshi actually nodded and said, sorry, I was rude. Mingjue, who was next to us, couldn't stand it anymore. He kicked Jing Tingyuan with his foot and whispered, what are you two doing? Today is Nanshi's birthday. Can you show some respect? You know who we are, right? Who's going to steal someone from you? Nanshi added, you're Jing Tingyuan. Be more confident. Jing Tingyuan sneered. Of course I'm confident. But you guys aren't bad either. I wanted to roll my eyes at that remark. To put it simply, it's just because I don't like him now. And he's being forceful. That's why he's afraid I'll run off with someone else. Just then, another person arrived. Before they even got there, their voice was already heard. Hello. I just sneezed at the door. It must be because you guys are talking bad about me. I looked up and was instantly dazzled. A man with long, glossy black hair. He was wearing an incredibly flashy red shirt, with several buttons undone, revealing glimpses of his abs. My God, what new type of handsome guy is this? And are these guys all here together? They all seem to be taller than the next, as if anyone under 9 meters doesn't deserve to hang out with them. This long-haired handsome guy is Yi Jin. As soon as he walked in, his eyes were glued to me, and he directly asked Jing Tingyuan, is this your girlfriend? As he asked, he walked over and sat down beside Nanshi, grabbing a bottle of water and gulping it down, looking extremely thirsty. Thanks, bro. Nanshi clinked his bottle with him. Yi Jin wiped his mouth and then lifted his chin at Jing Tingyuan. Speak up. When did you settle this? We agreed to work together, and you went off and got a girlfriend behind our backs. What about your face? Jing Tingyuan pulled me in closer, looking quite pleased. Why do I need a face? I want a wife. Just then, the fifth person arrived. Wow, this one is even more impressive. He came dressed in a robe. He was holding a small box and handed it to Nanshi. Happy birthday. This is a safety talisman I've personally consecrated for you. I was so stunned that my eyes went wide. What kind of extraordinary friend is Jing Tingyuan hanging out with? Seeing me staring at that Taoist priest, Jing Tingyuan immediately leaned over and said, don't look at him. He's just a con artist specialized in scamming money. The Taoist priest, named Lu Wuhua, immediately protested. Jing Tingyuan, how much have I scammed you? Last month you invested 30 billion in my project, and you haven't seen a single cent from it. Is that my fault? I sacrificed my own luck to share it with you all. Ming Ju chimed in, my 80 million is gone too. Yi Jin burst out laughing. Lu Wuhua, you're already 25 and still have accomplished nothing. Aren't you ashamed? Everyone laughed, except for me and Lu Wuhua. I genuinely didn't understand, while he was really feeling wronged. Seeing that I didn't laugh at him, Lu Wuhua seemed to have found a kindred spirit and immediately leaned over to me. You must be Xia Li? I'll tell you, he was the first one to directly call my name, and I was quite happy at that moment, so I smiled at him and said, yes. Hello, my name is Lu Wuhua. You can just call me Lu Ge. As soon as Jing Tingyuan heard the words Lu Ge, he immediately pushed Lu Wuhua away. Let her call you brother? What do you want to do? Lu Wuhua was also tough and shot back directly. I want to be your dad. Goodness, Jing Tingyuan instantly stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and was ready to fight. In the end, it was Nanshi, the birthday star, who spoke up. If you want to fight, take it outside. Only then did Jing Tingyuan reluctantly sit back down. And then he started feeding me fruit in front of everyone. The expressions on those brothers' faces were simply indescribable, as if they were forced to eat a huge bowl of dog food. In the second half of the birthday party, these guys moved to the game room to play cards. I sat alone nearby, playing on my phone, too engrossed in it, and when I reached for juice, my hand shook and spilled it all over my skirt. I told Jing Tingyuan that I was going to the restroom to clean up, and he was currently losing money, completely focused on recovering his losses, so he waved his hand and told me to go quickly and come back soon. There was a restroom in the game room, and I thought no one was inside, so I didn't lock the door and just pushed it open. As a result, I'll tell you that scene I'll never forget in my life. She happened to be inside, with his hands on his belt buckle. We locked eyes, and the air seemed to freeze. My face instantly turned bright red, and I hurriedly backed out, feeling as awkward as a wooden stake standing at the door. Then she came out. Didn't walk straight past me, but instead leaned closer behind me and said in a cold and heavy voice, since you were Ting Yuan's girlfriend, don't look at me with that seductive gaze. I was furious at that moment. What the hell? When did I seduce him? I turned around and glared at him. My eyes are naturally like this. Don't talk nonsense. He actually laughed. With looks this good, you shouldn't be looking around aimlessly. Then he added, are you a silly beauty? Am I? Is he insulting me for being stupid? Is this person also sick? None of Jing Tingyuan's friends are normal. When I came out of the old house of the Nan family, I was so tired that I fell asleep in Jing Tingyuan's arms as soon as I got into the car. I vaguely felt the car stop, and someone picked me up, then I lay down on a soft big bed. Just as I was getting ready to sleep soundly, a mountain pressed down on me. I pushed a bit and mumbled, I want to sleep. Then I heard him say in my ear, baby, sleep later. I want you now. The next morning, when I woke up and looked at myself in a mirror covered in bruises, I really felt like I could strangle Jing Tingyuan. This dog of a man. Always acting like this. It was so boring staying in the castle that I wanted to go out for a stroll. The driver didn't dare to make the decision, so I directly called Jing Tingyuan. He was in a meeting at the time, but when he heard my special ringtone, he immediately ran out to answer the call, his voice dripping with affection. Baby, do you miss me? I directly said I want to go to the scenic area. Without a second thought, he agreed and even had a bodyguard follow me. I arrived at a scenic spot, and the evening view was particularly beautiful. I was walking along the lakeside when I heard a girl nearby crying her heart out on the phone. After hanging up, she threw her phone down and was about to jump off the railing. At that moment, my mind went blank, and without thinking, I rushed over and hugged her waist. I held her tightly and said, if you die now, won't that just let the people who are spreading rumors about you succeed? It seemed like my words struck a chord with her, and she broke down in tears right there. I pulled her down from the railing, gave her some candy, and listened to her story. It turned out that it was her cousin who was spreading rumors, claiming she was selling herself, which ruined her reputation. She went to confront her cousin, but the cousin denied it, and her parents even blamed her for making a fuss, telling her to forgive the cousin. I was so furious after listening that I told her, when dealing with such bad people, you don't need to question her at all. She will never admit it. If you have evidence of her slander, just throw it out there and call the police. Let everyone see what kind of person she is, believe in the law. After advising that little sister, named by Xia Li, I suddenly thought of myself. If I also took up the weapon of the law, would Jing Tingyuan also face consequences? What I didn't know was that Jing Tingyuan had my location on his phone. After finishing his work, he saw my location showing at the police station. He asked his assistant beside him, what is she doing at the police station? The assistant didn't dare to speak. Jing Tingyuan then muttered to himself, she's kind to others, but has no kindness towards me. Just then, a new female secretary entered his office, wearing a fiery red, strapless dress, timing her entrance perfectly, swaying her hips as she came in. She sweetly confessed to Jing Tingyuan, saying she had fallen for him at first sight when she heard him speak in college, and even tried to reach out to put her hand on his shoulder. Jing Tingyuan immediately slid his chair back 3 meters, causing the girl to fall to the floor. His face was so cold it could freeze 3 layers of frost, and he asked her, "You think with that face you can seduce me?" The girl was still not discouraged, saying that she had a good figure and was skilled in that area, urging him to give it a try. I tell you, Jing Tingyuan's face turned green at that moment. He immediately picked up the phone and yelled at the Secretary General, saying the new intern crawled into his office like a maggot, and right there, he deducted 2 months of her bonus. He even cursed at the phone, saying that woman was like a piece of rotten pork belly that had been spoiled for 3 months. The worst part was that the female secretary actually dared to mention me, claiming she could call him in a more pleasant way, saying I looked like a dead fish and couldn't satisfy him. That's it, folks. She stepped on Jing Tingyuan's landmine. Jing Tingyuan's eyes changed right then. That kind of cold glare, I could feel it through the screen. He sneered. You compare yourself to my baby? You think you're worthy? He directly made a call and summoned a female bodyguard. As soon as the bodyguard walked in, Jing Tingyuan pointed at the secretary and said, "She tried to climb into bed with me. You handle it. Don't let me see her in S City again, or there will be one more corpse in the river." The female secretary was instantly terrified, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, saying she wouldn't dare again. Jing Tingyuan didn't even look at her, coldly uttering 2 words, "Too late." I tell you, when those 2 words came down, the bodyguards didn't dare to breathe a word, afraid that they would be the next one thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Back in that castle that resembled a golden cage, the butler said that after Xia Li returned, she locked herself in her room and didn't touch a bite of dinner. Upon hearing this, Jing Tingyuan furrowed his brows so tightly they could crush a fly, and immediately had the kitchen prepare food. Goodness. He personally brought a bowl of bird's nest porridge upstairs. He opened the door, and the master bedroom was pitch dark, unable to see a hand in front of his face. But his eyesight was excellent, as if he had night vision, and he quickly spotted Xia Li curled up on the sofa. He pretended to ask if she wanted the lights on, but Xia Li ignored him completely. After waiting for 2 minutes, his patience ran out. He snapped on all the lights in the bedroom, bright as day. As the lights turned on, the tear streaks on Xia Li's face were incredibly obvious. I tell you, Jing Tingyuan couldn't stand to see her cry, feeling heartbroken, and immediately knelt down on one knee, holding her hand with such tenderness. "What's wrong, baby? Who bullied you?" Xia Li looked at him with red-rimmed eyes, her voice hoarse, and said just one thing. "Can you let me go?" Jing Tingyuan directly switched to his classic domineering CEO mode. "Why do you have to leave?" "I don't like you. I can't force myself." Guess what he said? "Then what kind of person do you like?" "I'll change. I'll become the person you like. Okay?" Folks, who understands this love-struck talk? It almost burned my CPU. Xia Li was speechless, shaking her head and saying, "I don't know what kind I like, but I just don't have feelings for you." She even realistically touched Jing Tingyuan's face, smiling bitterly and saying, "Look at you. So handsome. What kind of girl can't find someone? Why do you have to trap me here when neither of us is happy?" But this guy, Jing Tingyuan, with a face thicker than a city wall, held on her hand and wouldn't let go, rubbing against her palm and saying, I'm happy as long as you're here. Baby, you said I'm good looking. Why don't you like me?" Xia Li really felt like she was playing the lute to a cow, and could only speak the truth. "Your looks are top-notch, but your personality is a downgrade. Being with you is too suffocating. You always use that controlling attitude towards me. I have to listen to you about everything." As she spoke, she couldn't help but cry again, sobbing as she pleaded, "I beg you, let me go. I can't bear to." I really roll my eyes so hard, I almost flipped them to the back of my head. Xia Li exploded too, shoving him away. "Get away." But this creep actually laughed, looking all charming, saying, "Baby, the way you're acting spoiled right now makes me love you even more." Dude, is this acting spoiled? This is my anger mask, okay. Xia Li was completely at a loss and could only keep begging him. Jing Tingyuan, on the other hand, completely ignored her, picked up a bowl of bird's nest porridge to feed her, saying that she must be faint from hunger to be talking nonsense. Xia Li tightly closed her mouth and suddenly dropped a bomb. "I just called the police." Jing Tingyuan didn't even raise an eyebrow. "And then? Let them arrest you." He nodded, not angry at all, and urged her, "Open your mouth, drink the porridge first." Xia Li had no mood to drink porridge, so they were stuck in a standoff. Jing Tingyuan patiently said, "You keep talking, I'm listening. I called the police. So what?" Xia Li fell silent again, tears starting to fall. Jing Tingyuan looked at her pitiful appearance, his mind wandering who knows where with some ridiculous thoughts. Finally, Xia Li managed to squeeze out a sentence. "There's no evidence, no way to file a case." "You want evidence?" As he spoke, Jing Tingyuan pulled her into his arms, inhaling her hair like catnip. Then he whispered in her ear, his voice both seductive and twisted. Baby, if you want to sue me, if you want to see me in prison, that's fine. But do you think they can keep me for a few days? If I can't see you, I'll go crazy. And when I go crazy, I'm afraid I won't even be able to control myself. Can you handle that? Isn't that a blatant threat? He even said something about allowing her to escape, but warned her that the consequences would be hers to bear if he caught her. Xia Li trembled with anger. Did you take what I just said as nonsense? I said I don't like you. I'm in pain. Jing Tingyuan took a deep breath, kissed her neck, and said, I know, but I can't control myself. Baby, I love you. I want to see you every day. Otherwise, I'll go insane. Do you understand? Xia Li was really about to be driven crazy by his logic. Get lost. Go as far away as you can. Jing Tingyuan smiled slightly and said, okay. Then he directly knocked Xia Li down. The next day, when she woke up, Xia Li felt like her bones were falling apart. The ceiling was still adorned with Jing Tingyuan's twisted mirror, and she couldn't even be bothered to look at it. Going downstairs for breakfast, lo and behold, not only was Jing Tingyuan there, but there was also a new face, a pale-lipped, sickly, beautiful person who looked like he was about to cough up blood. Mingju. Jing Tingyuan acted as if nothing was wrong, very attentively pulling out a chair for Xia Li to sit next to him, and explained, Mingju is temporarily staying here. Don't worry, he's on the 3rd floor, he won't come up. I thought to myself, you can rest assured? It's clearly you who is not at ease. Xia Li maintained a cold expression the entire time, burying her head in her food. Mingju across the table noticed it too. Their interaction was bizarre, not all like a couple. After finishing the meal, Mingju coughed a few times and went back to his room, even specifically explaining to Xia Li that it was a side effect of the car accident. Xia Li muttered to herself that the car accident was probably not an accident at all. Just as she was about to leave, she was grabbed by Jing Tingyuan. Baby, you were so concerned about Mingju just now. Do you like him? Xia Li immediately switched to rebellious mode. Yeah, I do like him. What is the problem? Jing Tingyuan laughed angrily, explaining that Mingju was being targeted by someone and he was protecting his brother. Then he started to manipulate her. This is our home. If you don't like him staying here, I can make him leave. Xia Li shot back. This house isn't mine. You don't need to ask for my opinion. Her words directly hit Jing Tingyuan's sore spot, but he held back, pulling Xia Li outside while saying, Baby, I have a gift for you. I thought it was some kind of jewelry again, but when he opened a door to her room, I was completely stunned. There was a model of a cruise ship as big as the room, the very one they met for the first time. Jing Tingyuan had a look on his face that begged for praise. Do you like it? I made it myself. Xia Li was amazed. How could he make something so big all by himself? He must have been really bored, but she wasn't going to let him off the hook. Why did you give me this? Because we met on the cruise ship, Jing Tingyuan replied, pulling her to see the names of the 2 people engraved on the ship's hull, looking all sentimental. I tell you, Xia Li's heart was as calm as still water, and she even felt like laughing a bit. Pressure, all pressure. She splashed a bucket of cold water on him. Even if you give me this, I still won't like you. Jing Tingyuan's face darkened instantly, his eyes sharp like knives. Do you really have to say something like this now to provoke me? The truth may not be pleasant, but I don't like to lie. Enough. Jing Tingyuan pointed at the model, trembling with anger. I made this for you. You can dislike it, but why say it out loud? You know very well I won't let you go. Why make everyone unhappy? So what do you want me to do? Act. Xia Li, what do you want me to do? Let me go. Impossible. Jing Tingyuan snorted coldly, glanced at his watch, said he had something to do, and asked her to calm down. He was afraid he would go crazy in his anger. Once he left, Xia Li stared blankly at the huge model alone, then ran to the garden to swing, feeling utterly dejected. And all of this was clearly seen by Mingju, who was by the window on the 3rd floor with a telescope. The weather changed suddenly, and it looked like it was going to rain heavily. Mingju originally thought Xia Li would go back, but after wandering around the study, he happened to overhear several maids gossiping. On one side, there were love-struck maids thinking that young Master Jing was both handsome and wealthy, and they would be overjoyed to be locked up. On the other side, there were the sober-minded ones saying that this was illegal detention. If it were an ugly person, you would have scolded him already. I tell you, Mingju was outside the door and heard everything clearly, his worldview shattered. He finally understood that Xia Li was being forced. No wonder the atmosphere was so strange. He hurried back to his room to grab a telescope. It was pouring rain outside, and Xia Li was still sitting on the swing, motionless. Mingju thought she was going to take her own life, and his heart tightened. He grabbed an umbrella and rushed down. He ran to Xia Li's side, holding the umbrella with a sympathetic expression, and advised her, even if you're unhappy, you can't mistreat your body. As a result, Xia Li looked up in confusion and said, "Huh, I didn't mean to. My legs went numb, and I can't stand up." The air instantly froze, and Mingjue's face turned bright red. Feeling so awkward, he could have used his toes to scratch out a three-room apartment. Without saying a word, he shoved the umbrella into Xia Li's hands and picked her up in a princess carry. Let me tell you, at that moment, Xia Li was wet and leaning against him. It was like a precise heart shot that left Mingjue speechless, his heart probably racing out of his throat. Back in the hall, the maids were dumbfounded, lowering their heads, pretending not to see. Mingjue set Xia Li down, asking people to bring towels and make ginger soup, busying himself with care. During the days when Jing Tingyuan was away, Xia Li was overjoyed, even though she couldn't go out. With nothing to do, she wandered around the castle and unexpectedly discovered a karaoke room, decorated just like the bar they had visited. She went in and selected several sad love songs, singing with great enthusiasm. As a result, Mingjue, like a ghost, listened in the dark corner the whole time, not daring to breathe, even holding back coughs, almost sending himself away. To him, Xia Li's singing sounded like a siren, captivating his soul. At dinner that night, the two were oddly silent. Xia Li started coughing and felt a bit feverish from the air conditioning in the afternoon and the rain from the previous days. Mingjue was so anxious it felt like the sky was falling. He immediately called the family doctor. He was busy with medicine and water, even arranging for a maid to keep watch at Xia Li's door. At that moment, Jing Tingyuan's frantic phone call came in, excitedly saying, "We've caught the mastermind. I'm coming back at dawn." Mingjue felt a mix of emotions. The budding flame of love was about to be snuffed out. Jing Tingyuan then asked, "How's Xia Li? I haven't called her in days. I miss her." Just as Mingjue was about to say Xia Li was sick, the phone was abruptly hung up on Jing Tingyuan's end. By midnight, Xia Li, having sweated out her fever, felt uncomfortable and couldn't sleep, so she got up to take a bath. Meanwhile, Mingjue, worried and unable to sleep all night, was wandering around the castle. As he wandered, it was as if he was under a spell, and he took the elevator up to Xia Li's floor. The maid on watch had a sudden stomach issue and left. Mingjue found himself standing at the main bedroom door, conflicted, unsure whether to knock. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard a loud crash from inside the room, as if something heavy had fallen. I told you, Mingjue was so nervous at that moment he felt like his heart was in his throat. The soundproofing in that castle was as good as a recording studio, and if he could hear it, it meant the fall was definitely not light. He was desperately knocking on the door, shouting, "Xia Li, are you okay?" There was no response for a long time, and, after several minutes, the door finally clicked open. Goodness, my pupils were shaking. Xia Li was wearing a bathrobe, standing on one foot, weakly leaning against the door frame, looking so pitiful. Mingjue's gaze immediately locked onto her foot, completely ignoring everything else. He was so anxious that he directly asked, "What happened to your foot? What was that noise just now?" Xia Li, feeling embarrassed, smiled and said, "I accidentally stepped on my phone and did a slide knee." Without a second thought, Mingjue stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and lifted her foot to check it. I tell you, that scene, that atmosphere, even an idle drama director would shout cut. It was perfect. But guess what? Just as the atmosphere was just right, who showed up? The main character, Jing Tingyuan. He returned from his business trip. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he stepped out with his long legs. And upon lifting his head, he saw this scene. His good brother, kneeling at the door of his woman, holding her foot. Anyone who understands would know. That scene was simply an epic battlefield. Jing Tingyuan's face turned dark in an instant, his aura dropped to freezing point, and his gaze was like a knife, coldly saying, "What you two doing?" As soon as those three words came out, the air froze. Xia Li was also confused, completely not understanding what this man was going crazy about. Mingjue shivered in fear, quickly let go, and stood up, hurriedly explaining that Xia Li had hurt her foot and he was just checking the injury. Jing Tingyuan, the king of jealousy, probably had played out 800 episodes of drama in his head. He walked over, squatted down to check Xia Li's foot, and upon seeing that her ankle was indeed swollen, his anger eased a bit. Without saying another word, he directly picked Xia Li up in a princess carry, muttering, "Well, I'm not home. You get yourself into this state. Can't even walk." His tone was both caring and domineering. Mingjue stood aside, feeling heartbroken, but he had to maintain a stern face and said he was feeling unwell and would return to his room first. Jing Tingyuan dismissed him and carried Xia Li into the master bedroom, placing her on the bed and squatting down to look at her foot. But as he looked, his expression changed. He stared at Xia Li's bathrobe. His breathing grew heavy, and suddenly, without warning, he called out her full name, Xia Li. Xia Li immediately knew she was in trouble from his tone. Sure enough, Jing Tingyuan began to interrogate her. You were wearing this, standing in front of Mingjue? Xia Li was speechless. I just finished showering. What else could I wear? Jing Tingyuan asked again. At this hour, you took a shower? Xia Li instantly understood. This guy was doubting whether she had something going on with Mingjue. She got angry and retorted directly. You suspect me of being with Mingjue? Jing Tingyuan, being straightforward, replied with one word. Yes. Just as Xia Li was about to explain, Jing Tingyuan pulled a stunt. Only this once. I mean, what does only this once even mean? It sounded like he caught her cheating in bed and was being merciful by forgiving her. Xia Li exploded, pouring out a stream of indignation, saying she had a fever and sweated a lot, which was why she took a shower and ended up slipping on her phone. She had no obligation to explain herself, but didn't T want to be wronged? So how did this man resolve the issue? He silenced her. He directly grabbed Xia Li's chin and kissed her forcefully. Anyone who understands would know, this move simply burned my CPU. Xia Li was so angry, she hit him wildly. But the man was as unyielding as iron, holding her tightly as if he wanted to meld her into his bones. On the other side, our heartfelt second male lead, Mingjue, was heartbroken. He returned to his room, looking at the moon outside, knowing it was time for him to leave. He clearly saw that Jing Tingyuan was truly jealous. If he stayed any longer, he wouldn't even be able to be friends. The next morning, just as dawn broke, he slipped away in a car. After driving quite a distance, he looked back. In the car, Jing Tingyuan sent him a message saying that the mastermind had been caught, and he was safe now. Mingjue replied with a thank you. Jing Tingyuan emphasized, we are brothers. Mingjue, knowing full well, replied, I admit I have feelings for Xia Li, but I know my limits and won't steal her away. Jing Tingyuan watched the car disappear into the distance, turned around, and returned to bed, pulling the sleeping Xia Li into his arms, kissing her forehead, and morbidly muttering to himself, I really want to lock you away so that only I can see you. Xia Li didn't wake up until almost noon the next day. Her foot still hurt, and just as she was preparing to hop on one foot to the bathroom, Jing Tingyuan came in as if he had timed it perfectly, giving her another princess carry. Xia Li was too lazy to argue with him and asked why he wasn't going to the company. He said he wanted to stay home to take care of her injury. Was he taking care of her injury or monitoring her? When they got to the bathroom, something even more ridiculous happened. The man put her down and then actually snatched her electric toothbrush away. A 195-meter-tall CEO, holding a toothbrush like a 3-year-old, said, if you kiss me, I'll give it back. Xia Li rolled her eyes so hard she was about to pass out, saying, I haven't brushed my teeth. Jing Tingyuan said he didn't mind kissing her face. The two of them tugged back and forth over a toothbrush for half a day, with Jing Tingyuan calling it romantic. In the end, Xia Li had no choice but to compromise, saying, fine, I'll kiss you after I brush my teeth. But after she brushed her teeth, this guy changed his mind again, saying it wouldn't work. She had to kiss him actively. Xia Li was completely speechless, cursing him for being unreasonable. Suddenly, Jing Tingyuan switched to a gentle mode, lifted her onto the sink, taught her to wrap her arms around his neck, and then lowered his head, using his magnetic voice to say, baby, the person who lowers their head first is always the one who loves the deepest. I'm clearly telling you, I love you. Xia Li was stunned and asked him what he loved about her. Jing Tingyuan said, at first, it was your face, then it was your personality, and finally, it's because I have no feelings for anyone else. I only want you. Xia Li didn't pursue this topic and directly asked if he had some kind of virgin complex. Seeing he couldn't get an active kiss, Jing Tingyuan sighed and said, forget it, I can wait. Then, just as he finished speaking, he kissed her again forcefully. Days passed, and Xia Li's foot was almost healed. While idly scrolling through her social media, she suddenly saw a post from Lu Quan, saying he had found a new job and was renovating his home. When Xia Li saw the renovation photos, her heart sank. She knew Lu Quan's family conditions best. The down payment for that house was their parents' lifetime savings. And now renovating it would cost so much. After all, wasn't it because Jing Tingyuan sent someone to smash his house? The more Xia Li thought about it, the angrier and guiltier she felt. She picked up her phone and called Jing Tingyuan. As soon as the call connected, she got straight to the point. Can I have 500,000 in cash? Jing Tingyuan was surprisingly straightforward, saying of course. Xia Li explained that she wanted to give this money to Lu Quan as compensation for the damage to his home caused by Jing Tingyuan. Upon hearing Lu Quan's name, Jing Tingyuan's alarm bells went off. His voice dropped 8 degrees colder. He doesn't deserve it. You want to use my money to support another man? Dream on. Xia Li patiently explained, saying Lu Quan was injured while saving her, and she had to repay this kindness. Moreover, she had already cleared things up with him. They would sever ties and never contact each other again. Wasn't that exactly what he wanted? When Jing Tingyuan heard this, he fell silent. He asked, "Are you sure you will cut off all ties with him?" Xia Li replied affirmatively. Well, Jing Tingyuan directly raised the stakes. In that case, I'll write a 2 million check and have butler Lu deliver it to him. Xia Li insisted on going herself, saying it was the last time they would meet. Jing Tingyuan reluctantly agreed. Xia Li took the 2 million check and arranged to meet Lu Quan at a spicy hot pot place they used to frequent. The boss lady was just as enthusiastic as before. When she saw the two of them, she joked, "Are you two lovebirds having a quarrel?" Xia Li quickly explained that they were just friends, but just then, Lu Quan, who had just entered, overheard her. The little bit of happiness on his face instantly faded. The two sat down, and Xia Li had little appetite. After some small talk, she thanked him for his care over the years and then pushed the 2 million yuan check towards him. She said, "This is compensation from Jing Tingyuan to your family, and also compensation for your care of me and taking the bullets for me." Lu Quan exploded on the spot, standing up with red eyes. "Compensation? We are friends. What compensation are we talking about? Do you want to use this 2 million to buy our friendship?" Xia Li steeled herself and said, "We are no longer friends from now on." She explained that Jing Tingyuan was a madman, and she didn't want to drag him down anymore. Cutting ties was better for everyone. As a result, Lu Quan confessed directly, saying, "I like you. I've liked you since the first time I saw you 3 years ago." Xia Li could only cruelly tell him, "I don't have any feelings for you." Lu Quan froze. He looked at Xia Li, knowing she was doing it for his own good, but he couldn't accept it. He took back the check, pulled out his phone in front of Xia Li, deleted all her contact information, and then said, "I won't contact you again, but I won't move. You can find me anytime you need me." Xia Li wanted to persuade him to take the money. After all, it was not a small sum. Lu Quan just smiled bitterly and said, "I know, but our friendship is worth more than 2 million. 2 million can't buy my feelings for you." After saying that, he went to settle the bill. Xia Li watched his back, feeling heartbroken. When Lu Quan came back after paying, the seat was already empty, with only the 2 million yuan check pressed under the bowl of spicy hot pot. 2 days later, the weather was quite nice. Jing Tingyuan hugged Xia Li and sat on the balcony, asking her if she wanted to go out to sea. Xia Li actually didn't want to go at all, but thinking about temporarily leaving this oppressive castle, she nodded and agreed. A few hours later, on a luxury cruise ship, besides the two of them, there were also 2 of Jing Tingyuan's friends and 10 bodyguards. Xia Li wore a light blue spaghetti strap long dress, standing by the railing on the deck, looking at the shimmering sea. The sea breeze brushed against her cheeks, feeling comfortable and pleasant. I tell you, this scene of peaceful times cannot last even a second. I was just standing there enjoying the breeze when I felt a gaze behind me, sticking to me like super glue. I didn't even have to turn around to know it was Jing Tingyuan. Goodness, that look in his eyes seemed to be more intoxicating than the sea view. Just when this two-person world was about to warm up, out came Cheng Yaojin. A handsome guy dressed like a red envelope approached with his hands in his pockets and called out to Jing Tingyuan. Jing Tingyuan just lifted his chin slightly in acknowledgement. This red-clad handsome guy was Yi Jin, a friend of his. He walked over, first politely nodded at me, and then started to stir the pot. Winking at Jing Tingyuan, "Oh, I thought you would be resting in your room." Jing Tingyuan replied, "Rest? It's too early for that." Guess what Yi Jin said? His smile was sly, like a fox, saying that with a girlfriend around, any time is too early. Oh, I could tell right away that this guy definitely understood the game. Jing Tingyuan shot him a glare. "Are you teasing me?" Yi Jin shrugged as if to say, "You figured out." Jing Tingyuan's possessiveness, let me tell you, is ingrained in his DNA. The next second, he stretched out his arm and pulled me into his embrace, marking his territory. Then he asked, "Where's Lu Wuhua?" As soon as he finished speaking, another handsome guy arrived. This guy had a wolf-tail hairstyle and strutted in like a peacock, touching the hair on the back of his head and asking, "How's my hairstyle? Cool, right?" Yi Jin immediately grabbed a handful of his hair and teasingly asked, "Did you get extensions?" Lu Wuhua exploded on the spot. "It's my own. With my hair volume, do I even need extensions? Look at your long hair. It may not be as long as mine, but it's definitely not as thick." Upon hearing the word sparse, Yi Jin was ready to go all out, saying, "Lu Wuhua, as your father, I must teach you what real hair volume is today." Seriously, who understands these two clowns? They always start bickering as soon as they meet. I realized that Yi Jin was definitely a tough character, with an unapproachable aura that couldn't be hidden. Later, I found out he was nicknamed Yi the Demon Head, a big shot who plays both sides of the law. As for Lu Wuhua, he was just a well-protected young master with basically zero combat power. Going up against Yi Jin was like lighting a lamp in the toilet, seeking death. Just when it looked like they were really about to fight, Jing Tingyuan slowly spoke up. All right, have you had enough fun? Only then did Eugene retract his hand and coldly snort at Lu Wuhua. Considering Tingyuan's face, I'll spare you this time. I was standing by the side, feeling like an outsider as I watched them play and tease each other. To be honest, I felt a bit envious. At that moment, Jing Tingyuan started to act all affectionate again, leaning down and gently asking me, "Baby, are you hungry?" I said a little. He immediately took my hand and said, "Then let's go eat." Those two lively characters were like guardians, one on each side following closely. As we walked, I have to tell you, it wasn't intentional, but I couldn't help but sneak glances at that Eugene. He was a big guy with long black hair, and the key thing was, he had a particularly pleasant scent about him. Not like perfume, but a faint, refreshing fragrance. I was really curious about how this guy maintained himself. As a result, my little actions were all noticed by him. Someone like Eugene has an alarmingly high level of vigilance. The moment I stole a glance at him, he noticed and then began to observe me discreetly. Through his observation, he sensed something was off. He realized that I was subconsciously resisting Jing Tingyuan's touch the whole time. That hand was clearly being forced by Jing Tingyuan. Well, that gave it away, didn't it? He must have been wondering, is she really his girlfriend? Why does it seem like she's been kidnapped? But he didn't say anything, just watched silently. When we arrived at the restaurant, the manager had already arranged the best private room. Jing Tingyuan, being quite the gentleman, pulled out a chair for me and let me order first. I had worked on a cruise ship before, and although I couldn't understand the foreign language on the menu, I could guess and order pretty accurately. Once the dishes were served, that Lu Wu suddenly became curious again and asked Jing Tingyuan, "By the way, you didn't properly introduce her last time. What's your sister-in-law's background?" Jing Tingyuan tossed the ball to me, holding my hand, and said, "You decide whether to say anything or not." I thought to myself, what's there to hide? I laid it all out. I'm an orphan, grew up in an orphanage, and haven't read many books. I've worked as a waiter, a cleaner, and on an assembly line. As soon as I said this, Lu Wuhua and Yi Jin were both stunned. Their expressions were like they had seen a ghost. Lu Wuhua probably thought I was some rich heiress, so shocked that he couldn't speak, and quickly apologized, saying, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked." I shook my head, then seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and said directly to the two of them, "So you see, my status is simply not worthy of being with young Master Jing. How about you persuade him to let me go?" I tell you, as soon as I said those words, the air in the entire private room became tense. Lu Wuhua's gaze was darting back and forth between me and Jing Tingyuan, and it felt like his CPU was about to overheat. At this moment, it was still that Yi Jin who reacted quickly. He instantly pieced together all the details he had observed before, looking at Jing Tingyuan with a smile that was so meaningful. "Tingyuan, well done. You really know how to play. Even forced love you figured out." It was simply spot on. And Jing Tingyuan? His skin was thicker than a city wall, showing no signs of embarrassment at all. He directly held the back of my neck and, in front of his two brothers, kissed me fiercely. My mind went blank in an instant, and I was completely stunned. When he let go of me, the looks exchanged between Yi Jin and Lu Wuhua were off. I tell you, my lips must have been swollen, and they were just staring at me intently. Yi Jin's gaze flashed with something. How should I put it? A very dangerous, possessive feeling, but he quickly looked away. Lu Wuhua was even more exaggerated, directly picking up a cup of water and drinking it down, his face turning red. But that wasn't the end of it. Next, Jing Tingyuan's actions left me speechless. The waiter brought over the soup. He scooped a spoonful, took a sip himself, and then he fed it to me directly. Lu Wuhua collapsed on the spot, covering his forehead with his eyes closed, wailing, "I'm still alive. Jing Tingyuan, can you not treat your brother like air? My heart, which has been single since birth, can't take this kind of stimulation." Yi Jin, however, remained calm, expressionless as he picked up a piece of beef, saying, "Let them show off. We just eat our food. Don't mind it." Lu Wuhua was almost crying. "I haven't even watched a single episode, and you want me to watch a live broadcast? Someone's going to die." These two clowns started discussing whether to watch or not, and the conversation became more and more ridiculous. Jing Tingyuan couldn't take it anymore, covered my ears, and glared at them, saying, "Be mindful, my girlfriend is only 18, don't talk about this in front of her." Lu Wuhua shot back at him, "Dude, you've already given a live demonstration, and you care about us discussing a few theoretical concepts?" I really couldn't take it anymore. This meal made me feel like I was sitting on pins and needles. I endured, and finally found an excuse. I leaned close to Jing Tingyuan's ear and said, "I need to go to the restroom." He didn't stop me, as there was an independent restroom in the private room, and he thought I couldn't escape. As soon as I entered the restroom, I leaned against the sink and gasped for air. I really didn't want to stay there for even a second longer. At that moment, I suddenly noticed that the window in the restroom didn't have any glass. It seemed to have been removed for repairs, leaving a big opening. Family, this is an opportunity. My heart was pounding like a drum. I looked around and saw nothing to stand on except the toilet. I couldn't think too much about it. I had to give it a try. I was wearing 10-centimeter high heels, but I managed to step on the toilet and barely reach the windowsill. First, I stuck my head out, then took off my shoes, grabbed onto a nearby pillar, just like in a spy movie, and slowly slid down. Barefoot, I ran wildly downstairs. This cruise ship was so big, with thousands of rooms. I didn't believe he could find me immediately. I knew this was only temporary, but if he wanted to catch me, it would take him some effort. As long as there was a chance, I had to escape. But once I got outside, I realized a huge problem. I didn't have a penny on me, and I hadn't brought any identification. I was dumbfounded at the moment. Wasn't this a wasted trip? Even if I could survive on a free buffet for these few days on the ship, once we docked, I would be broke and wouldn't know how to get home. Forget it. I won't think about it. If I can hide for a day, that's a day. First, I'll enjoy a few days of freedom. For those 2 days, I was living like a god. I ate free buffets every day, enjoyed free entertainment, and when I got tired, I went to the free spa to rest. I even developed a delusion that I had completely escaped from Jing Tingyuan. Of course, that was just what I thought. In reality, every move I made was under his surveillance. That afternoon, I was in the buffet restaurant, skewers in my left hand and juice in my right, watching a movie on the big screen, feeling fantastic. Suddenly, a guy wearing a blue denim jacket walked over and politely asked, "Hello, may I sit here?" I looked around and indeed saw there was no space, so I nodded. He sat down and introduced himself. "My name is Minyu. I'm a game streamer." As soon as I heard, my eyes lit up. "What game? Is it that HP one?" He said yes and asked if I could play. I said I could a little bit. In fact, I'm quite good. My only entertainment while working part-time was playing games. He got excited when he heard that and pulled out a tablet from his bag. Wanted to team up and play together. I felt a bit awkward and said, I don't have a phone. At first, he thought I was making an excuse to reject him. So I quickly explained that my phone was confiscated and I didn't bring any money. He believed me and took out another tablet from his bag and handed it to me, saying it's okay, use mine. Let me tell you, this Minyu is really a master. With 6-finger operations and the gyroscope maxed out, his gameplay is as smooth as Dove chocolate, easily getting 30 kills in every match. It's just incredible. We clicked really well while playing, and when we got tired, we started chatting. He asked me if I came alone, and after hesitating for a moment, I told the truth and said I was an orphan. After hearing that, he was very kind and kept apologizing. Then he asked, "Did you come with your boyfriend?" As soon as I heard the words boyfriend, I fell silent. Minyu noticed that something was off with my mood and quickly said, "If you're not happy, I'll take you somewhere." He was quite familiar and directly grabbed my hand. I didn't have the heart to pull away, so I let him lead me. He took me to an arcade, and when I told him I had no money, he boldly exchanged for a big bowl of game tokens and said, "No problem. It's on me. If you're not happy, just play hard and spend it all." I've never had such an experience before. We played through the entire arcade, and it felt amazing. All my worries faded away. By the end, I felt a bit embarrassed and told him I wanted to pay him back, asking for his contact information. He didn't refuse and just wrote down his phone number for me. After leaving the arcade, we went to the deck to enjoy the breeze and watch the sunset. The scene was as beautiful as a painting. Minyu was gazing at the evening glow, and before long, his gaze drifted to my face, looking a bit dazed. Just then, I heard a muffled sound behind me. When I opened my eyes, I saw Minyu being punched to the ground by a bodyguard. Immediately, I looked up and met Jing Tingyuan's murderous gaze. He was here, and that familiar, suffocating sense of oppression surrounded me instantly. I instinctively stood in front of Minyu. Seeing me protect Minyu, Jing Tingyuan's anger shot through the roof, and his voice was so cold it could freeze. "Do you dare to protect a wild man in front of me?" At that moment, I didn't know where the courage came from, but I straightened my back and looked him in the eye. "He didn't do anything wrong. You can't hurt him." He was completely enraged by me, gritting his teeth and saying, "Are you ordering me? For him? What is he even worth?" Minyu on the ground coughed a couple of times, stood up, and asked me, "Xia Li, is he your boyfriend?" I hesitated. With my hesitation, Jing Tingyuan's rationality completely collapsed. He pulled me into his arms and shouted at Minyu, "I am her boyfriend. If you know what, that's good for you. Get lost now, or I won't hesitate to throw you down to feed the sharks." Minyu was also tough. He wasn't scared at all and instead said, "She hasn't admitted it, which means she doesn't like you at all." Wow, this sentence was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Jing Tingyuan's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he directly ordered the bodyguards, "Throw him down." I went crazy, pushed Jing Tingyuan away, and shouted at him, "Are you crazy? This is the Pacific Ocean." Just as the bodyguards were about to take action, Yi Jin and Lu Wuhua arrived. Yi Jin put a hand on Jing Tingyuan's shoulder and advised him, "There are too many people here, don't make it too ugly." Jing Tingyuan didn't listen at all, directly tossed me over his shoulder and instructed the bodyguards, "Take him away." I was terrified and frantically hit him on the back, shouting, "Put me down. What do you want to do to him? Don't harm him." Jing Tingyuan let out a cold laugh and said, "You should worry about yourself first." Lu Wuhua looked at me being carried away and asked Yi Jin with a worried face, "Will Xia Li be okay?" Tingyuan looks furious. Guess what Yi Jin said? He looked at Lu Wuhua with a gaze as if he were looking at a fool and coldly replied, "They're rolling together. Why should we go over? Are we the directors?" At that moment, I felt that Yi Jin's words were simply a revelation. Lu Wuhua was also persuaded, nodding his head. But as soon as he turned his head, he fixed his gaze on the bound menu beside him. He looked him up and down, clicking his tongue. "This little beast looks quite good. No wonder Jing Tingyuan is so jealous. Goodness, that menu is quite a firecracker." And he immediately exploded, shouting at Lu Wuhua, "Your whole family is the beast." Let me tell you, Lu Wuhua is someone who usually looks like a smiling tiger, with an incredibly good temper. But that statement just set him off. The killing intent in his eyes was palpable even through the screen. If it weren't for Yi Jin reminding him to keep his composure, I reckon he would have twisted that kid's neck right then and there. In the end, Lu Wuhua followed Yi Jin, leaving behind a cool remark, "You're lucky to be alive, kid." Even his bodyguard secretly gossiped behind him, saying that none of these young masters are easy to deal with. Don't be fooled by how cheerful Lu Xiao usually is. When he gets angry, he has a tough character. On the other hand, things were far from civilized with Jing Tingyuan. He carried Xia Li into the room like a sack of potatoes and threw her onto the bed with a thud. Xia Li was furious and just about to get up when Jing Tingyuan pulled out a pair of handcuffs from the bedside table and snapped them onto her wrists, securing her to the headboard. I had a picture of an old man on the subway, looking at his phone. What is this operation? Xia Li was going crazy, telling him to get lost, to go die. Jing Tingyuan pinched her chin, his gaze like he wanted to eat her. "Baby, why can't you say something nice?" In the next second, he just blocked her mouth. That kiss, I tell you, was fierce and domineering like he wanted to swallow her soul. The scene shifted. Yi Jin and Lu Wuhua, two single dogs, were staring blankly in a bar. Lu Wuhua was still complaining, saying Jing Tingyuan was having fun with his girlfriend while they were stuck watching a boring performance. Just then, Yi Jin's assistant came over, handing him a file. Lu Wuhua leaned in to take a look, and it was all about Miss Xia Li. He was stunned, asking why they were investigating her. Yi Jin casually replied that he just wanted to check her background. Lu Wuhua didn't think much of it and took a look. I tell you, he was shocked. Who understands? Xia Li's background is too tragic. Abandoned in a garbage pile at 6 months old, kidnapped by traffickers at 3, almost lost her hand, adopted at 4, but her adoptive father ended up in prison for murder. Adopted again at 5, and that couple had their own child and started to abuse her, nearly throwing her off the rooftop. Later, the orphanage director was so scared that he never dared to let her be adopted again. Lu Wuhua saw that she had to work at such a young age. Living in a dark and damp basement, his heart broke, and he covered his chest, saying little Xia Li was too pitiful. Yi Jin also had a heavy expression. Two big men nearly had red eyes while reading the information. They were discussing whether Jing Tingyuan knew all this, and if they should find someone named Nanshi to help Xia Li find her biological parents. I tell you, these two were usually cold-blooded, but after reading Xia Li's experiences, they felt a strong urge to protect her for the first time. The next day, Xia Li woke up feeling like she had been run over by a car, got up, and cursed Jing Tingyuan as a vicious dog. She called to ask for her clothes, and Jing Tingyuan was still playing dumb. When he brought the clothes over, he casually asked his subordinate how they dealt with Minyu yesterday. The subordinate said he was seriously injured and would probably be in the hospital for months. TSK. These people are really ruthless. Jing Tingyuan knocked on the bathroom door with the clothes, and Xia Li reached out a tender arm through the crack, still dripping with water. Goodness, Jing Tingyuan immediately lost his mind, his rationality snapped, and he pushed the door open and rushed in. Xia Li was furious, telling him to get out. Jing Tingyuan directly pinned her against the wall, the shower water soaking both of them. That scene, he leaned close to Xia Li's ear and said, "I want you to always carry my scent." Then he kissed her again. By dinner time, the four of them gathered around a table. Lu Wuhua saw Xia Li looking listless and felt sorry for her, unable to help but say a couple of words to Jing Tingyuan, telling him to treat her better. Jing Tingyuan, the jealous type, immediately reacted. You sound quite close, huh? Lu Wuhua shot back. What? Are you jealous of me now? After dinner, Lu Wuhua suggested playing mahjong. Xia Li said she only knew a little. But when she heard the rules, she was dumbfounded, starting with 1,000,000. A round for 1,000,000. This isn't playing mahjong. It's gambling with lives. Jing Tingyuan directly took her hand and said gently, don't be afraid. If you lose, it's on me. If you win, it's yours. Guess what happened next? Xia Li was like a gambling god, her beginner's luck shining bright. She won 6,000,000 in the first round and 12,000,000 in the second. By the end of the night, she made a net profit of 30,000,000. Lu Wuhua jokingly suggested she treat them. Xia Li hadn't even processed those numbers yet and said the money wasn't in her hands. Jing Tingyuan domineeringly said, if you want it, it will be in your account tomorrow. Xia Li thought for a moment, but still refused. She didn't want to owe him anything. Otherwise, how could she run away in the future? She said she was just helping him out, and then made an excuse that she was tired and went out to grab something to eat. As soon as she stepped out, Jing Tingyuan asked if she was afraid she would run away. Xia Li thought, in the middle of the ocean, where could I run? So she ignored him. As she went to the self-service area to get cake, she ran into a crazy woman who insisted on snatching the same piece of cake from her. Xia Li let her have it, but the woman got even more aggressive, grabbing her and cursing her as a vixen who was seducing her boyfriend. I tell you, Xia Li was completely stunned at that moment. Isn't this just pure insanity? Then that woman's boyfriend showed up, and the two of them were singing in harmony, insisting that Xia Li was trying to seduce him. That woman's mouth was like a machine gun. The more she cursed, the worse it got. And in the end, she even insulted Xia Li's parents, saying she was born to a mother but raised without one. This hit Xia Li's sore spot directly. Her parents were her bottom line. At that moment, Xia Li's expression changed, and without saying a word, she slapped that woman hard. The woman was taken aback and wanted to fight back, but Xia Li quickly twisted her arm behind her back, causing her to scream in pain. She even called her ugly boyfriend for help, but Xia Li directly mocked her, saying, my boyfriend is 195 meters tall, handsome, and rich. Do you think I'd be interested in you, you potato? Are you out of your mind? After saying that, she grabbed that woman's hair and started swinging, slapping her face until it was swollen on both sides. Just then, Jing Tingyuan appeared like a final boss. He didn't know when he had arrived, but he immediately pulled Xia Li into his arms and gently asked if her hand hurt. I tell you, his change of expression was incredible. He was tender as water towards Xia Li, but when he turned to look at that bizarre couple, his eyes were like knives. And he asked Xia Li how she wanted to deal with them, whether to throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. The woman still didn't know when to quit, shouting about whether Xia Li knew who her parents were. But then the manager quickly came over to clarify, saying this was the president of the Jing group. The woman turned pale, yet still stubbornly cursed Xia Li as a vixen. Goodness, Jing Tingyuan's expression darkened instantly. With a gesture, the bodyguards took the couple away. The man, in order to save his own skin, immediately threw the woman under the bus. And they ended up exposing the whole situation, which was just a misunderstanding. Xia Li watched the entire thing in disbelief. In the end, Jing Tingyuan held Xia Li's hand and walked away. On the way back, Lu Wuhua was still teasing, saying, little Xia Li, you have such a wild side. That's really cool. Xia Li just lowered her head, looking troubled. I told you, when Jing Tingyuan asked her, her little face fell even more. As a result, the next second, wow, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears streamed down her face like they were free. She said it was okay to scold her, but not to bring her parents into it. She firmly believed that her parents loved her and that their abandonment must have been for a good reason. When Jing Tingyuan saw her crying, his heart ached, and he immediately hugged her, comforting her. Don't cry, baby, I'll help you find them. Lu Wuhua, watching from the side, had a very complicated expression, but he pretended nothing was wrong and suggested they look for someone named Nan Shi, saying that guy had connections and would be quick to find people. When Xia Li heard this, she immediately looked up at Jing Tingyuan and asked if he could really help her find them. Jing Tingyuan was very firm, saying, as long as they're alive, I'll find them for you. Even the usually silent, ice-cold, handsome guy Yi Jin spoke up, saying he would help too. Xia Li was stunned at that moment, looking at these three top-notch handsome guys, and weakly asked, why are you all being so nice to me? Lu Wuhua, being very articulate, shrugged and said, you're Tingyuan's girlfriend. So you're our friend, and we have to be sincere to friends. Yi Jin was even more direct, coolly saying, I'm helping Tingyuan mainly because he pays well. Ha ha. Who understands this? It was said with a straightforwardness mixed with a hint of her sigh. When they returned to their respective rooms, Jing Tingyuan immediately hugged Xia Li, turning her hand over and over, asking if it still hurt. Xia Li shook her head, and Jing Tingyuan smiled, saying, "You slapped them so loudly. Force is reciprocal. How could your hand not hurt?" Xia Li then asked him, "Aren't you mad at me for causing trouble? Aren't you jealous when people say I'm trying to seduce men?" I have to tell you, Jing Tingyuan's next response was simply textbook level. He looked at Xia Li with a spoiled expression and said, "First, that woman's mouth is too much. It's not your fault. Second, I trust my judgment and yours. If a man as excellent as me doesn't catch your eye, how could you possibly be interested in someone like that?" Xia Li's mouth twitched at that, saying, "Are you being narcissistic or just arrogant?" As a result, Jing Tingyuan seriously replied, "The only thing that bothers me is that Lu Quan. Because you came to me because of him." This matter was considered closed. The cruise ship had been sailing for several days and finally arrived at Country W. As soon as they disembarked, the scenery was absolutely stunning. Jing Tingyuan held Xia Li's hand the entire time, followed by Yi Jiayin and Lu Wuhua. Three tall, handsome men over 1.8 meters were paired with a stunning beauty. The rate of people turning their heads was simply 200%. When they arrived at the hotel they had booked, Lu Wuhua suggested taking a break first and going to see him next day. By the time they reached the elevator, Xia Li was already extremely tired, hanging on Jing Tingyuan, her eyes barely open. Without saying a word, Jing Tingyuan picked her up in a princess carry and brought her into the elevator. They had booked 3 adjacent presidential suites. Before entering, Lu Wuhua asked if they wanted to go swimming, and Jing Tingyuan said he would see when Xia Li woke up. However, by the time Jing Tingyuan had settled Xia Li and came out after taking a shower, he saw Xia Li sitting on the sofa playing on her phone. He was just wrapped in a towel, and with his 8-pack abs and V-line, it was a face full of killing. Xia Li looked up, nearly drooling. Her face flushed as she stammered, "Ahem, can you put on some clothes first?" Jing Tingyuan immediately grinned, sitting next to her and pulling her into his arms. Whispering in her ear, "Baby, where on my body haven't you seen?" Xia Li exploded, pushing him away. "It's broad daylight. Be serious." Jing Tingyuan was even more relentless, saying, "If you close the curtains, it won't be daytime anymore." Xia Li couldn't take it anymore and ran straight into the bathroom, locking the door behind her. After dinner, Jing Tingyuan took Xia Li to the hotel's rooftop pool. Yi Jiayin and Lu Wuhua were already waiting there in their swim trunks. When Lu Wuhua saw that Jing Tingyuan was still in a shirt, he started teasing, "Oh, Tingyuan, are you trying to tempt us with a wet look?" Jing Tingyuan ignored him and turned to Xia Li, gently asking if she wanted to change clothes. Xia Li said she couldn't swim and would just watch from the side. As soon as Jing Tingyuan left, Lu Wuhua immediately leaned over to Xia Li, crazily showing off his abs, asking Xia Li, "Tell the truth, whose abs look better, mine or Tingyuan's?" Xia Li was completely petrified. This was simply a question of life and death. She quickly covered her eyes and shook her head vigorously. "I didn't see anything. Don't ask me. I don't know." Lu Wuhua exchanged glances with Yi Jiayin and laughed, saying this little girl was too shy. Then the two guys started a bet, wagering an ancient coin and a painting, and immediately jumped into the water like dumplings. Xia Li sat there alone, playing on her phone, when suddenly, a person named Ming Ju sent her a message. She had forgotten when she added this person. Ming Ju asked her if she was having fun with Jing Tingyuan, and if she was feeling uncomfortable. Xia Li found it quite strange. Weren't they brothers? Why would he ask such a question? She honestly replied that Jing Tingyuan was okay, just too overbearing, possessive, jealous, and not giving her freedom, which was not a healthy relationship. While she was venting to Ming Ju, her hand slipped and she accidentally opened a live broadcast. She didn't even realize it and saw the screen flooding with people. She panicked and tried to turn it off, but accidentally flipped the camera. Goodness. Tens of thousands of people in the live stream were watching Yi Jiayin and Lu Wuhua walk out of the pool in their swim trunks. Their physiques caused the comments to explode with "hubby, handsome," and the worst was still to come. Jing Tingyuan came out in his swim trunks. Completely unaware he was live streaming, walked straight up to Xia Li, his perfect abs filling the entire screen, then pulled Xia Li into his arms, asking flirtatiously, "Baby, do you want to see me swim?" Xia Li was so scared she lost her mind and could only stiffly nod. As soon as Jing Tingyuan turned around, she quickly covered the camera and frantically searched for the off button. In just a few minutes, someone on the live stream had recognized them. The comments were flooding in with "Isn't that Lu Wuhua? And that abs guy seems to be Jing Tingyuan." Xia Li finally managed to turn off the live stream. Completely stunned, trying to comfort herself that it was only a few minutes, it should be fine. But she forgot that it was now 2025, and the speed of internet dissemination was faster than a rocket. The internet had already exploded, with Jing Tingyuan's swimwear live trending hot. The comments section was in an uproar, with a bunch of people accusing Xia Li of being a scheming woman, wanting to get famous and deliberately live streaming to create drama. On Jing Tingyuan's side, he was still competing with Yi Jiayin and Lu Wuhua, completely unaware of what had happened. It wasn't until he received a call from his assistant that he realized something big had happened. He took his phone, looked at the screen recording video, and found that the video only showed the three men, completely missing Xia Li's face, and he visibly breathed a sigh of relief. His first reaction was not anger, but to immediately give orders. Absolutely do not let Xia Li be exposed. Nip it in the bud at the slightest hint. After hanging up, he walked over to Xia Li, expressionless, and opened the video. "Baby, care to explain?" Xia Li saw the video and turned pale. Stammering that it wasn't intentional, she accidentally pressed something. However, after Jing Tingyuan heard her, he suddenly changed his tone, leaning closer and saying, "Now the whole internet has seen my physique. I'm a very conservative man, and this makes me very uncomfortable. You tell me, shouldn't you compensate me?" As soon as Xia Li heard the word compensate, she knew he was up to no good and started to play dumb. "Then I'll post a swimsuit photo too. We'll be even?" Jing Tingyuan's face instantly darkened, his gaze sharp as a knife. "You dare to post one, try it." Xia Li felt wronged, lowering her head and saying, "Then what do you want?" At that moment, Lu Wuhua happened to come ashore, saw Xia Li's pitiful expression and Jing Tingyuan's stern face. His sense of justice instantly surged, and he directly bumped into Jing Tingyuan. "Why are you bullying Xia Li?" Jing Tingyuan was speechless. "I'm not bullying her." Lu Wuhua didn't believe it. "Can't you see she's about to cry?" Jing Tingyuan laughed in anger. "You single dog think you're a wise king now? Hurry up and get lost. Don't interrupt our flirting." Lu Wuhua wanted to say something else, but Yi Jiayin also came over and directly pulled him away, saying, "Let's go. Don't be a third wheel." Once those two left, only the two of them were left on the rooftop. Jing Tingyuan hugged Xia Li, his eyes filled with fire, and asked again, "Baby, you still haven't said how you're going to compensate me." Xia Li turned her face away. "I refuse." Jing Tingyuan smiled, particularly gently saying, "Then I'll take the initiative." Saying that, he directly kissed her. I have to tell you, these two were something else. That night, even more exciting things happened. Yi Jiayin and Lu Wuhua couldn't fall asleep. Why? Because of the commotion coming from the next room, where Jing Tingyuan was. It was like the earth was shaking. Xia Li's voice, cough, it was impossible to sleep. In the end, Lu Wuhua couldn't stand it any longer and went to knock on Yi Jian's door. The two big men sat on the sofa in the middle of the night, listening to the noise from the wall next door, and the scene was incredibly awkward. Lu Wuhua tried to find a topic to talk about, mentioning the live stream from earlier that day, and asked Yi Jian if he was okay with his face being exposed. Yi Jian took a sip of his drink and said lightly, "After hiding for so many years, it's time to face it." Lu Wuhua's curiosity was instantly piqued, and he said, "We've been brothers for so many years, and I've always been very curious about your background." Yi Jian was silent for a moment, picked up the bottle and filled both their glasses, saying, "If you want to know, it's fine. It's not really a secret anymore." He took a big gulp, and his gaze instantly turned cold as he began to recount events from 20 years ago. He said that 20 years ago, he didn't even have the surname Yi. That summer, his parents took him back to the city from the farm, but they were ambushed on the way. The assailants had a clear target, the lives of the three of them. No matter how skilled their bodyguards were, they were all taken down. His father had no choice but to order the driver to drive desperately towards Jing's territory. The car's tires were shot out, and just as they were about to be caught, his father kicked him out of the car and pushed him into the bushes, shouting at him to run and not look back. But he was too young and scared, his legs went weak, and he could only watch as those people surrounded his parents' car, followed by gunfire, and his parents fell in a pool of blood right in front of him. The criminals spotted him in the bushes and decided not to leave any witnesses. Just when he thought he was done for, he ran a few steps and fell into a pit, with bullets whizzing past his head. At that critical moment, a cold voice rang out. "Who gave you the courage to shoot on Jing's territory?" Dozens of cars appeared instantly, and there were helicopters overhead. Then, a teenager got out of one of the cars, followed by a group of bodyguards. That person was Jing Tingyuan. Jing Tingyuan glanced at the scene, pointed at Yi Jian in the bushes, and told his men to bring him to the car. Thus, Yi Jian was taken away while those criminals were dealt with. In the car, Jing Tingyuan told him that the murderers of his parents had been taken care of, but he had to investigate the mastermind himself. Yi Jian, being clever, asked what the conditions were. Jing Tingyuan smiled and said that at first, he just couldn't stand people making trouble on his territory. But now he found Yi Jian somewhat useful. He then handed him a photo, which was of Yi Shang, the president of Yi Corporation. Jing Tingyuan said, "Uncle Yi is looking for a foster son. I'll recommend you to him." Whether he has satisfied or not depends on your own ability. Lu Wuhua listened in astonishment, poured himself a drink, and asked, so from then on, you became Uncle Ye's foster son? Yi Ji nodded, yeah. After that, I have to tell you, Lu Wuhua, this curious baby couldn't help himself again, leaned in sneakily, and asked in a low voice, hey, I have another question. Does Uncle Yi have some unspeakable difficulties? Otherwise, why not have his own child and instead adopt one? I understood at that moment. He was gossiping about someone's abilities. I shot him a glare and, imitating Yi Jin's cold tone, said, because he doesn't want his own son to have blood on his hands. For so many years, I've been the eldest of the Yi family, which simply means I'm a hidden knife in his hand, doing all the dirty and tiring work. Lu Wuhua finally realized, nodded, and finally shut up. The scene shifted. We had just returned from the pottery exhibition in Country W, and our private jet had just landed in City S. Before we could steady ourselves, Xia Li started acting up. She tugged at Jing Tingyuan's sleeve and whispered, I don't want to go back so soon. Jing Tingyuan's expression, let me tell you, looked like a donkey's face instantly. This girl, Xia Li, is a high-level player. As soon as she saw him about to get angry, she immediately lowered her head with a pitiful expression, explaining, I haven't been to the night market in a long time, and tonight, I suddenly really want to go. Jing Tingyuan remained stiff. The night market is crowded, and it's hard for the bodyguards to keep up. If something happens, where would he go to cry? Seeing his hesitation, Xia Li added, if you don't want me to go then, forget it. Her voice was so fragile it sounded like it would break. Goodness. These two were acting out an evening drama right at the airport exit, one with her head down and the other with a dark face, standing there like a doorman. Lu Wuhua and I walked ahead, feeling something was off. When I turned around, I saw this scene. Lu Wuhua, ever the busybody, immediately approached. What are you two doing here? Standing as punishment? Jing Tingyuan completely ignored him, his eyes glued to Xia Li, quietly asking, do you really have to go? Xia Li looked up, her eyes sparkling like stars, blinking at Jing Tingyuan, wanting to go just tonight. Lu Wuhua, completely confused, asked, where are you going? To the night market. Xia Li politely replied, I missed the snack street there. Lu Wuhua was even more bewildered. Why not let the chef at home make you something to eat? Why go all the way to a crowded place for that? Xia Li shook her head, her little temper flaring up. It's different. The atmosphere is different. It's lively. Family members who understands. She just loves that bustling, smoky feeling and has loved going there since she was little. Jing Tingyuan's icy face clearly showed he didn't want to go. Seeing this, Lu Wuhua immediately put his arm around Jing Tingyuan's shoulder, acting as a mediator. Come on, it's not a big deal. How about this? Jean and I will go with you. Anyway, we're both free tonight. For of us together, even without bodyguards, it won't be a big deal. With Lu Wuhua providing an exit, Jing Tingyuan finally relented. So, the four of us hopped in a car and rushed to the night market. It was packed with people. The car couldn't even get in. We had to get out and walk. As soon as Xia Li entered that street, she came alive, looking at all the neon lights. So happy. The only thing that bothered her was Jing Tingyuan's hand, stuck to hers like glue, impossible to shake off. I can walk by myself. With so many people, holding hands is such a hassle. No way. Jing Tingyuan's tone was unyielding. It's crowded. Holding hands is safer. Xia Li Bota. Definitely thinking, is he afraid I'll run off in the chaos? Lu Wuhua was like an old lady entering a grand garden, curious about everything, especially when he saw the prices, his eyes nearly popping out. He pointed at a stall and shouted, wow, this thing is only 8 yuan. His voice was so loud that people around looked at him like he was an idiot. Xia Li laughed and bought 2, explaining, this is called starch sausage. 8 yuan each. Lu Wuhua's worldview was shattered again. Only 8 yuan. How can it be so cheap? The uncle selling the sausages smiled while packing, sizing us up. You guys must be here to experience life, right? Xia Li felt a bit guilty and quickly said, boss, please add some chili and more sesame. Jing Tingyuan, very considerate, took out his phone to scan and pay. The uncle looked at him and immediately praised. Young man, good job, knowing to pay for your girlfriend. Jing Tingyuan was overjoyed, proudly replying, it's what I should do. Xia Li was so embarrassed, she could almost dig her toes into the ground, burying her head as she took a bite of the starch sausage. Seeing Lu Wuhua still staring at the sausage, she offered him the other one. Lu Xiao, do you want to try? Just as she stretched her hand out, it was intercepted by Jing Tingyuan midway. He wanted to eat the one he bought himself. After saying that, Jing Tingyuan took a big bite. The look on his face was something else, as if he had eaten some kind of biochemical weapon. His brows furrowed tightly, but he held it in and didn't spit it out, forcing himself to swallow, then expressionlessly shoved the rest into Lu Wuhua's hands. Lu Wuhua was dumbfounded. You ate it, and you give it to me? You're supposed to hold it. Jing Tingyuan said coldly. Lu Wuhua, who had a natural rebellious streak, decided to taste it since he wasn't allowed to. He took a bite too. The next second, his expression mirrored Jing Tingyuan's exactly. He rolled his eyes and reached out to Yi Jin beside him, sincerely saying, Brother, let us share the hardship. This part hasn't been touched, you try it. It's really quite good. Yi Jin was not one to indulge him. He took it, didn't even look, and directly tossed it in a beautiful arc into the nearby trash can. Lu Wuhua panicked. Why waste food? Then you eat it, Yi Jin said flatly, directly shutting Lu Wuhua up. Xia Li had been focused on eating and hadn't paid attention to our antics. Just as she turned to find a trash can, she happened to see Yi Jin throwing the sausage. She suddenly stopped in her tracks. What's wrong? Jing Tingyuan asked her. Nothing. Xia Li tightened her grip on the bamboo skewer, looking up at Jing Tingyuan, her gaze as cold as ice. I grew up eating these things. Since you disdain them, why follow me here? Jing Tingyuan frowned, not having time to speak. Xia Li, like a flood that had burst its dam, continued. I like every snack here. I don't think they're dirty. You and I are not from the same world at all. You can't accept my food, and I can't integrate into your upper-class society. Let us just live our own lives. Can you let me be? This is just a snack, but this is the life I've lived since I was a child. Jing Tingyuan's gaze turned cold as well. Are you going to make a fuss over a snack? Look around. No one sees a problem because this is our life. You don't belong here. That's why you can't eat it. Jing Tingyuan immediately dropped a bombshell, pulling Xia Li into his arms. His voice deep and domineering. You don't belong here either, he paused, his gaze sharp as a knife. You belong to me. So many people want to break into the East District. I'm allowing you to live a carefree life, yet you're here talking about two worlds? You are just using this as an excuse to escape from me, just as it seemed they were about to start a fight. Lu Wuhua hurriedly jumped in to mediate. Xia Li, you misunderstood. We really didn't mean to disdain it. You threw everything away. Didn't you disdain it? Really not. Lu Wuhua pointed at Yi Jin. It's just, we're not used to that taste. So you do disdain it? Not at all. Lu Wuhua, panicking, turned around and ran back to the stall, buying 3 new starch sausages in one breath. After he came back, he took one for himself and took a big bite, pretending to enjoy it. Xia Li, look, it's really delicious. We should come here often. Then he gave Yi Jin a frantic look. Yi Jin originally had a reluctant expression, but seeing Xia Li's pouting face, he ultimately gritted his teeth and expressionlessly finished the whole thing. Lu Wuhua then turned to Jing Tingyuan, raising an eyebrow. Eat. Do you still want to argue with Xia Li? Xia Li turned her face away and snorted coldly. He won't eat this kind of thing. I won't force him. Jing Tingyuan tightly held her hand and asked word by word. If I eat it, will you stop saying those things in the future? Xia Li turned to look at him. Sure, if you can finish it, I won't say we are from 2 different worlds anymore. With that, Jing Tingyuan didn't hesitate and quickly finished the starch sausage, elegantly wiping his mouth with a napkin after eating. I have never minded your background, nor have I looked down on your habits. I like you, and I'm serious. I have to say, only he can confess on the street like that. Lu Wuhua, standing nearby, wiped his mouth and commented, you really are something. Then he smiled at Xia Li and said, Xia Li, look, we really don't mind. If you want to come, we'll accompany you. If you want to eat, we'll eat with you. Just don't misunderstand us. Xia Li originally wanted to use this opportunity to make him back off, but unexpectedly, these 3 brothers, just to cheer her up, forced themselves to swallow the bioweapons. She probably felt mixed emotions inside. This matter was settled. Later, Xia Li bought fried mushrooms and grilled squid, eating all the way, while Jing Tingyuan and the others also tried everything. On the way back, Xia Li rubbed her round belly and said contentedly, I'm really happy today. I used to be reluctant to eat, but today Jing Tingyuan treated us, and I ate until I was full. Jing Tingyuan gently stroked her hair and said, so, do you want to like me because I'm rich? I'm willing to be your wallet. You can buy whatever you want in the future. Lu Wuhua suddenly chimed in. Jing Tingyuan, don't you think you sound like a simp right now? Jing Tingyuan shot him a glare, and Lu Wuhua immediately backed down. Okay, I'm the simp, I am. Yi Jin, standing nearby with his arms crossed, casually added, what do you know? This is called companionship, pure love, the god of war. Should fall at your feet, all right? Xia Li looked up at Jing Tingyuan and said to Lu Wuhua, he's not a simp. A simp listens to orders, but he never listens to me. Whatever we do, I have to listen to him. Lu Wuhua immediately offered her a bad idea. Force love, right? I understand. I'm telling you, Xia Li, why not just accept his proposal and treat him like a wallet? If you don't like him, then don't. to spend his money. Xia Li was dumbfounded. Lu Xiao, are you even his friend? Why are you setting him up? Isn't a brother meant to be set up? Lu Wuhua laughed mischievously. When they reached the parking lot, Lu Wuhua said goodbye to Xia Li. Xia Li, see you next time. I had a lot of fun playing with you. Yi Jin coolly nodded and got into the car. As soon as Xia Li got in, the first thing she did was shake her wrist. We've held hands for an entire evening. Can I let go now? Yes, Jing Tingyuan replied. Just as Xia Li let out a sigh of relief, the next moment, Jing Tingyuan suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist, pressing her firmly against the back of the seat and kissed her fiercely. The next morning, I tell you, when Xia Li woke up, she felt like her bones were about to fall apart. Angrily, she grabbed the pillow and started hitting it. Jing Tingyuan. After venting, she still had to resign herself and get out of bed. While she was washing up, Jing Tingyuan was in the study handling business. He didn't go to the office today, just waiting for Xia Li to wake up so he could take her on a hot air balloon ride. Suddenly, his assistant, Zhuo Sun, with a deadpan face, came in with a stack of photos. Jing Tingyuan put down his pen and coldly asked, "What's the matter?" Zhuo Sun placed the photos on the table and briefly reported, "I was infuriated just listening to it. A bodyguard named Xi had the audacity to take sneaky photos of Xia Li and was using them for something inappropriate. This matter was originally well hidden, but it was discovered by his girlfriend, who thought Xia Li was the mistress, causing a scene, which ultimately led to Zhuo Sun." Jing Tingyuan flipped through the photos, his face darkening to the point where ink could drip from it, with killing intent in his eyes. "Where is he?" "In the basement." "Let's go." Jing Tingyuan stood up and headed out, and we took the elevator down to the underground level. He raised his hand, and Zhuo Sun promptly handed him a cigarette to light. The way he smoked, exuding both elegance and danger, made his face look lethal in the smoke. Zhuo Sun opened a room, and inside, a bodyguard named Xi was kneeling on the ground, his hands tied behind his back. Jing Tingyuan walked over. Without saying a word, directly pressed the still-burning cigarette but onto Xi's shoulder and twisted it until it extinguished. The guy didn't make a sound. "You've been with me for quite a while." Jing Tingyuan's voice was devoid of emotion. "Considering you've been relatively serious, I want to kill you." Zhuo Sun smartly brought over a chair, and Jing Tingyuan sat down without even looking, crossing his legs like a king of hell, coldly asking, "Which hand did you use?" Xi's face instantly crumbled, fear filling his eyes. "Jing Xiao, break one hand, and this matter is settled." Xi's pupils trembled. He never expected that for such a small matter, he would lose a hand. He quickly begged for mercy. "Jing Xiao, I promise there won't be a next time. Please spare me." Jing Tingyuan ignored him and raised his hand to Zhuo Sun. Just as Xi's scream echoed through the basement, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Xia Li rushed in. She happened to see the bloody scene. Her face turned pale as she stared in disbelief. Jing Tingyuan. It turned out to be a maid, Xi's sister, who had gone to ask Xia Li to save him. Xia Li initially didn't believe it, but after witnessing this scene, she realized that Jing Tingyuan was a complete madman. "Baby, what are you doing here?" Jing Tingyuan's expression flashed a hint of panic upon seeing her, and when he noticed the maid behind her, his killing intent surged instantly. Xia Li was so frightened by his gaze that her legs went weak, and she screamed, "What do you want to do? Do you want to kill someone in front of me?" "No, baby, don't be agitated." Jing Tingyuan tried to grab her, but she suddenly stepped back. Her eyes filled with shock and fear, and finally turned to disgust. "Don't touch me. You make me feel sick." The word sick detonated like a bomb, completely stunning Jing Tingyuan. For the first time, he showed a panicked expression. "Baby, let me explain." "Explain what?" "Explain that you're not a madman." Xia Li glanced at the severed hand on the ground, her stomach churning, and she covered her mouth and ran out. Just as she left, Jing Tingyuan fixed his gaze on the maid, who immediately froze in fear. He didn't bother with more words and told Zhuo Sun, "Handle the rest." Then he hurried to chase after Xia Li. When he reached upstairs, the bodyguards said Xia Li had already driven away. She went out by herself. Jing Tingyuan yanked the bodyguard's collar. "Yes, Miss Xia went alone. She can't even drive." Jing Tingyuan was so scared that he was losing his mind and kicked the bodyguard. "Send someone to follow her. If anything happens to her, you'll all die." Dozens of Maybachs immediately rushed out. As for Xia Li, she ran out from the basement, saw the driver preparing to drive, and took the opportunity to sneak into the driver's seat, locking the door and, relying on her scant driving skills from memory, hit the gas and sped off. Fortunately, there were no cars on the road, or it would have been a disaster. After driving for a while, she got scared and slowed down, pulling over to the side of the road. Then, she directly pulled out the car key and jumped out while the car was still rolling. With that jump, she was covered in scratches, but she didn't dare stop, scrambling to hide in the roadside greenery. She thought she could hide like this, but she didn't know that Jing Tingyuan had already planted a tracker on her. Jing Tingyuan sat in the car, watching the red dot on his laptop, which was near him. He immediately called his bodyguard. Follow her secretly and protect her. Don't alert her. Xia Li hid in the greenery for over an hour, feeling thirsty and tired before daring to come out. She thought she was safe and walked forward confidently. At a fork in the road, at that moment, a car came driving by. She waved her hands desperately, as if she had seen a savior. The car stopped in front of her, and the driver rolled down the window. Breathing heavily, she said, "Driver, can you give me a ride? I'll pay." The driver replied, "Sure, you can sit in the back." Xia Li pulled at the car door for a long time, but couldn't open it. In the end, someone in the back seat pushed the door open from the inside. When she looked up, she was taken aback. "Oh no, it's him." Nanchi. At that moment, her face was flushed, her hair was messy, and her dress was dirty. She looked utterly disheveled. "How much longer are you going to stand there?" Nanchi's voice was calm. "Huh? Oh." Xia Li hurriedly got into the car, and to avoid dirtying his suit, she sat tightly against the car window. Nanchi looked her over and asked, "Did Tingyuan mistreat you?" Xia Li lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. "If you don't say anything, I won't mind sending you back right now." Under Nanchi's threat, Xia Li immediately couldn't hold back her tears, looking at him with red eyes. Her expression like that of an abandoned kitten, and with a choked voice said, "Can you temporarily take me in? Tingyuan didn't mistreat me, but he's just a madman. I never want to see him again." Nanchi was silent for a moment, and then said, "Tingyuan and I are brothers. Do you think I would betray him for you?" Xia Li's head drooped even lower, looking at her pitiful appearance. Nanchi's heart softened for once. "I can take you in for one night. I will explain things to Tingyuan, but only for one night." "Okay, one night is fine." Xia Li seemed to have grasped the lifeline. As a result, Nanchi directly took her back to his home, a penthouse apartment in the city center. Xia Li was stunned watching him change his shoes at the entrance. "Why are we at your place?" "Where else? I'm tired and don't have time to book you a hotel." "What about the driver? Do you have money?" Xia Li shook her head. "Then how will you stay in a hotel?" She was completely at a loss for words and could only ask softly, "So where will I sleep tonight?" "This apartment has only one master bedroom. You can sleep in the living room." Xia Li thought that was acceptable and then asked, "Well, do you have any women as clothes to change into?" "I'm too dirty. I never bring women home and don't have a girlfriend. So where would I get them?" Nanchi said confidently. Xia Li replied then, "Never mind, I have wounds, so it's not convenient to take a shower anyway." Nanchi didn't speak, took out a medical kit from the cabinet, and placed it in front of her. "Clean your wounds yourself. I'll call Tingyuan." "Thank you, but can you persuade him?" "I'll do my best." As Nanchi took his phone into the bedroom, Tingyuan's call came in as if it had been planned. "Is Xia Li with you?" "Yeah, she's in the living room." Nanchi replied in a low voice. "Why did she run away? Did you do something to hurt her?" "No." Tingyuan's voice sounded very tired. "She saw the way I handle things and thought I was too bloody." "Didn't I advise you to consider the consequences of your actions?" "Yeah." Tingyuan responded, then added, "Let me know when she falls asleep. I'll bring over some clothes for her." "Okay." When Nanchi hung up and came out, he saw Xia Li struggling to disinfect her elbow wound, her movements clumsy and somewhat amusing. After a while, tired and unable to continue, she simply gave up and prepared to tend her knee. Just then, Nanchi walked over to her and took the antiseptic solution from her hands. "I told you." When his finger touched Xia Li's hand, she shivered as if she had been electrocuted. She looked up dazed and asked, "What is wrong?" "I'm helping you clean your wound." Xia Li was surprised. "Huh? You're helping me? If you keep it like that, it can easily get infected." She muttered softly, unwilling to admit defeat, "As if you know so much. I've been training in the team for years, so I do have more experience in handling wounds than you," Nanchi said. After that, he asked her to raise her hand and professionally helped her clean the wound on her elbow, apply medicine, and put on a Band-Aid. All in one go. After finishing the elbow, it was time for the shoulder. The abrasion on her shoulder was quite large and still had sand on it. "Bear with it," Nanchi said. Xia Li turned her back to him, biting her lip, and gave a soft "Let me tell you, Xia Li's skin, nurtured by Jing Tingyuan, is both fair and tender, with a rosy glow." Nanchi's gaze couldn't help but fall on her fair neck and back. Goodness, I felt like he even forgot to breathe at that moment, and his Adam's apple nervously rolled for a moment. I have to tell you, at that moment, Xia Li also sensed something was off. She suddenly turned half her face towards me and asked, "Have we met before?" Goodness, my heart skipped a beat, thinking to myself, how did this classic pickup line come out of Xia Li's mouth? But guess what? She wasn't flirting at all. Xia Li explained very seriously that 3 years ago, she was working a coffee shop when a robber held a knife to her neck. At a critical moment, a handsome guy heroically saved her, effortlessly rescuing her in no time. She said that the handsome guy's appearance was just like Nan Shi, as if they were carved from the same mold. Let me tell you, that visual was simply like a scene from an idol drama coming to life. Xia Li must have been bursting with youthful excitement at that moment. But when she wanted to thank him, he was long gone. After all these years, she was almost about to forget, but as soon as Nan Shi appeared, those sealed memories started to attack her crazily. And what about Nan Shi? Just 2 words, no impression. He casually brushed it off. I thought to myself, dude, what are you pretending for? Xia Li might have believed it, thinking that as the young master of the Nan family, surrounded by beautiful women, how could he remember someone as insignificant as her? After Nan Shi treated her shoulder injury, he handed her the medicine for her knee, telling her to handle it herself. And then he went back to the master bedroom, highlighting his aloofness. Xia Li was exhausted too, after tending to her wounds. She lay back on the sofa and fell asleep in no time. And then, the climax arrived. When she was sound asleep, that guy, and then she actually came out of the bedroom again. He was holding a blanket, tiptoeing over carefully to cover her up. Oh my, I just wanted to say, dude, isn't this just the most popular theme of saying one thing, but meaning another in 2025? As soon as he finished covering her with the blanket, there was a sound of unlocking from the front door. When the door opened, good grief, Jing Tingyuan came in like a ghost, carrying several shopping bags. As soon as Nan Shi saw him, he immediately made a shushing gesture and pointed toward the study, and the two slipped in like spies meeting up. Once inside the study, Jing Tingyuan put the bags down and said that there was Xia Li's change of clothes inside. Then, he took out a bank card and handed it to Nan Shi, saying, "There are 3 million in here. Lend it to her in your name." At that time, I was like, what kind of operation is that? Letting my brother be the good guy for me? Jing Tingyuan explained that Xia Li saw him break someone else's hand, and now she's scared to death of him, like a mouse seeing a cat. So he thought about it and decided to let her go out and relax for a while, and then bring her back once this matter is over. Nan Shi couldn't take it anymore and asked him, "She doesn't like you, so why do you have to tie her to your side?" I tell you, the words that Jing Tingyuan said next gave me goosebumps all over. He said, "I've never liked anyone this much before. I don't care if she loves me or not. As long as she is by my side for a lifetime, it's all a gain for me." Who understands this among the family? This isn't just liking someone. It's practically being imprisoned in a luxury package. Such a sickly, obsessive love, it's suffocating. Nanshi was probably stunned too, and didn't try to persuade him anymore. Jing Tingyuan then took out Xia Li's ID and passport, asking Nanshi to find an opportunity to give them to her. After explaining, he walked out of the study, tiptoed to Xia Li's side, knelt on one knee, and his gaze was so gentle it could almost squeeze out water. He wanted to touch her, but didn't he dare. And in the end, he just lightly touched her chin with his fingertips. The carefulness of it made my teeth ache. Finally, he gritted his teeth, stood up, and walked away without looking back. After Jing Tingyuan left, Xia Li woke up in the middle of the night from hunger. She thought about cooking, but when she opened the fridge, good grief, it was nothing but juice and beer, not a single vegetable in sight. She wondered if Nanshi was cultivating immortality. She started rummaging through the cabinets for instant noodles, but instead of finding noodles, she discovered a document bag. Just as she was puzzled about who stuffed the document bag in the cabinet, Nanshi happened to come out of the bedroom. The acting, I tell you, if he didn't get an Oscar for this, it would be a waste of talent. Xia Li was startled, like a thief caught in the act, stammering an explanation. Nanshi remained calm and said, "Oh, it's probably something Tingyuan accidentally misplaced last time. Just some unimportant stuff. If you want to see it, go ahead and open it." As soon as he said that, Xia Li's curiosity was piqued. When she opened it, she was stunned. Inside were her ID and passport. Her mind raced, and she thought she figured it out. That old fox Jing Tingyuan was afraid she'd find the documents in the castle. So he deliberately hid them in a place Nanshi could never reach. She inwardly cursed him for being scheming. But the problem was, she was still hungry. With no other choice, she mustered the courage to knock on Nanshi's door, asking if she could borrow some money or if he could help order takeout. Wasn't this just falling right into Nanshi's trap? Nanshi had actually been listening behind the door all along, waiting for this moment. He opened the door nonchalantly, listened to Xia Li's words, turned around, and took out the bank card that Jing Tingyuan had given him, handing it over, saying the password was 3 tens. "You can use this for now." He then handed her a few bags of clothes, saying they had just been delivered. "Try them on." Xia Li took the card and the clothes, originally touched to the point of tears, but when she smelled the scent on the clothes, something was off. The faint fragrance was exactly the same as the scent of the clothes he had freshened up in the castle. Such high-end goods, how could a store outside use them? Her mind buzzed, and she suddenly understood everything. Instantly turning into Sherlock Holmes, she held up the bank card and questioned Nanshi. These clothes were sent by Jing Tingyuan. right? You deliberately placed the document bag in the cabinet, didn't you? He came by earlier, didn't he? This card is also his. Seeing he couldn't hide it anymore, Nachi could only admit, "You're very smart." Xia Li was so angry her nose felt sour, and with red eyes, she said, "I take back my thank you from earlier. You two colluded to deceive me, just a bunch of thieves." She looked so puffed up, like a pufferfish. Nanchi even found her amusing and asked, "So what do you want to do?" Xia Li clenched her ID tightly and said, "Now that I have my documents, I must escape. A day of escape is better than none." Nanchi still wanted to persuade her, saying Jing Tingyuan was excellent. Xia Li shot back, "Then you two go together, I don't mind." Nanchi replied, "I mind." Xia Li retorted, "Then that is settled. You two make a pair. Don't come and bother me." The next day, Xia Li took action. She withdrew 50,000 cash from the card, then went to the mall to buy men's sportswear and a wig. In the restroom, she transformed herself into a spirited young man, bought a train ticket to City H, and ran away. "Sister, you think you're acting in The Great Escape, but in fact, you're in The Truman Show." She had just left when Jing Tingyuan's bodyguard followed right behind, reporting live the whole way. Upon arriving in City H, Xia Li wanted to hide even better, so she found a job online in a rural orchard picking fruit, with meals and accommodation included. She thought, now even if Jing Tingyuan has eyes everywhere, he won't be able to find me. She worked hard, not complaining at all, and even astonished the orchard manager. However, on the fourth day, the manager told her that the boss's grandson was coming for an inspection. She didn't think much of it, and after finishing her work, feeling thirsty, she went to the break room to get some water. As soon as she walked in, she heard a familiar voice calling her name. She looked up stunned. He Junwang, Jing Tingyuan's rival. He was actually the boss's grandson. He Junwang was also surprised, coming up and asking, "Where is Jing Tingyuan? How did he let you do this? Has he given up on you?" Then he began to seize the opportunity. "Since you're single now, why not consider me? I'm younger than him." Xia Li quickly waved her hands to refuse, saying she wasn't interested in dating for now. He Junwang wasn't discouraged, offering to introduce her to an easy job cutting paper at his grandmother's house. Xia Li, worried about dragging him down, also turned that down. In the end, they exchanged new phone numbers. Just as they were happily chatting, on the other side, Jing Tingyuan was at a top-notch club partying with Nanchi and his three brothers. Today was the 6th day since Xia Li had run away. Jing Tingyuan sat in the middle of the sofa, expressionless, scrolling through his phone, which was filled with photos of Xia Li taken by the bodyguards. Suddenly, he paused, and on the screen was a picture of Xia Li laughing and chatting with He Junwang. I tell you, at that moment, Jing Tingyuan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and the temperature of the surrounding air dropped by 20 degrees. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out 3 words through clenched jaws. He Junwang. The other brothers saw this and gathered around to watch the fun. Lu Wuhua snatched the phone and said, "Isn't this just a chat? What's the big deal? Ye vien koldi ripiet. I remember last time this guy got beaten to near scrap because of her, right?" Lu Wuhua laughed. "Hey, this kid really has a short memory." Jing Tingyuan suddenly stood up, exuding a murderous aura that seemed ready to tear someone apart, and coldly said, "You guys have fun, I'm going to find her." He initially wanted her to calm down for a few more days, but this photo directly ignited his perverse possessiveness. Now he just wanted to grab Xia Li back and lock her up. Seeing the situation, Lu Wuhua quickly followed. "Wait, I'll go with you. I'm afraid you might accidentally kill her." And guess what? Yi Jin said, "I happen to be going on a business trip to H City. Let's go together." And she also stood up. "I also happen to have something to do in H City." Ming Ju was even more extreme. "I'm going to check out the orchard." Goodness. These brothers, the main theme is one brother is in trouble, and I'm here for the show. One by one, they found lame excuses to follow along. So, the 5 of them took a private jet straight to H City. Meanwhile, our poor Xia Li, having just finished her shower, was lying on her dorm bed when she suddenly sneezed several times in a row, her right eyelid twitching uncontrollably, muttering, "Who is cursing me? Is something going to happen?" The next day, H City was hit by a torrential downpour, and the orchard stopped work. With nothing to do, Xia Li decided to cook a vegetarian hot pot in her dorm. Just as she was enjoying her meal, He Junwang came over with a big bag of fruits. As soon as he entered, he complained that the dorm was small and hot, and looking at the pot full of vegetables, he said with a pained expression, "Let's go to my grandma's house for meat." Xia Li naturally refused. The rain outside was getting heavier, and after boasting about his good constitution, He Junwang turned and sneezed. While the two were chatting casually, what they didn't know was that a real storm was approaching down mountain. Jing Tingyuan and the others had arrived the night before, and because of the heavy rain, the concrete road up the mountain was wet and slippery, making the cars drive slowly. A whole line of Maybachs, like a giant black dragon, was coiling along the winding mountain road, slowly but with an irresistible momentum, heading towards the orchard at the top of the mountain. Jing Tingyuan was sitting in the lead car, his elbow resting on the window, his face so gloomy it could drip water. Let me tell you, it was quite a scene. 15 Maybachs lined up, blocking the rest area of that little orchard completely. 40 bodyguards in black suits jumped out of the cars. And the spectacle was so grand that anyone unaware would think they were filming The Godfather 5. The orchard's director, an old man, was dumbfounded and hurried over, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. "Hello, bosses. Are you here to experience life with us?" Jing Tingyuan, with his ice-cold expression, hands in his pockets, shot out 2 icy glances from beneath the black umbrella and lazily replied, "I'm looking for Xia Li." The director's heart sank at those words. He thought to himself, Xia Li had only just arrived a few days ago and was diligent. How could she have gotten involved with such a fierce character? He didn't dare to hand her over directly and stammered, "Trying to buy time? Boss, are you sure you had the right place? With your status? Your friends must be of noble lineage. How could they come to our little mountain to feed mosquitoes?" Jing Tingyuan didn't even bother to raise his eyelids and simply gave a signal to the assistant beside him. "Zhusun, search. Don't let a single one get away." The director turned pale and quickly called for help. "Boss, this orchard belongs to the mother of He Dong from Ruation Group. You must know young master He Junwang, right? He happens to be here. How about you talk to him?" Jing Tingyuan curled his lips into a smile that was more frightening than crying. He Junwang, seeing a glimmer of hope. The director thought they knew each other and immediately grasped at the chance like it was a lifeline. Yes. I'll call young master He right away. Don't bother." Jing Tingyuan coldly said, "I'll go find him myself." Just then, a curious Annie nearby suddenly chimed in. "I just saw young master He. He was carrying a big bag of fruits, heading towards the dorm." I tell you, when those words came out, the air seemed to freeze. Jing Tingyuan glanced over, and the principal's calves started to cramp. He could only grit his teeth and lead the way in front. The closer they got, the more they turned the corner to reach Xia Li's dorm. But what happened? Before they even arrived, the sounds of laughter and joy floated out from inside. I was following behind and could really hear it. Xia Li was laughing so happily, and there was a man's voice next to her. Jing Tingyuan's face instantly switched from a gloomy mode to a thunderstorm mode. He pushed the principal aside and stormed in. Folks, who understands? The impact of that scene was too strong. Xia Li and He Junwang were leaning their heads together, huddled around a small table eating hot pot. Jing Tingyuan's eyes turned red on the spot. Without saying a word, he kicked He Junwang, sending him and the chair crashing to the ground. The table leg tripped, and the scalding hot pot spilled all over He Junwang's calves, instantly turning a large area red, and you could see steam rising from a distance. "He Junwang!" Xia Li screamed, quickly squatting down to help him, her eyes turning red with worry. "I tell you, the top team master, He Junwang, has started performing." He was in so much pain that cold sweat was dripping from his forehead, still holding on to Xia Li's hand, forcing a smile. "I'm fine, just a small injury. Don't worry." Xia Li couldn't stand this and was extremely anxious. "You're burned like this and still joking. I'll help you to get cold water first. Then we'll go to the hospital right away." Jing Tingyuan stood there like a transparent person, watching Xia Li show concern for another man, not even bothering to give him a glance. The feeling of frustration and anger soared exponentially. His voice came out as if squeezed through his teeth. "Baby, do you want him to die here and then have me dismember him and throw him in the mountains?" Xia Li was supporting He Junwang and didn't even lift her head, as if she hadn't heard. After a while, she finally raised her head, her eyes stubborn like a little calf, staring straight at Jing Tingyuan. "Jing Tingyuan, if you're sick, go get treated. What are you going crazy for here?" He Junwang, that green tea, immediately leaned weakly against Xia Li, breathing faintly. "Xia Li, don't argue with him for my sake. It's my fault for not standing steady." Xia Li directly interrupted him and launched into a tirade at Jing Tingyuan. "You don't need to speak for him. He's just a lunatic, a devil from hell, annoying and disgusting." The word disgusting was like a remote-controlled detonator for a bomb. Jing Tingyuan laughed in anger. "You're really acting. The Oscars owe you a best actor, right?" Xia Li completely ignored him, wholeheartedly helping He Junwang to get cold water. Jing Tingyuan watched the two of them from behind, and the last thread of his rationality snapped. "Xia Li, do you think I'm dead?" He took a swift step forward, suddenly pulling Xia Li back into his embrace, pinning her firmly against the wall, and bit down on her lips. Xia Li struggled desperately, but her strength was nothing more than a tickle in front of Jing Tingyuan. He directly lifted her hands above her head, pinching her chin, his eyes blazing with anger as he questioned. You say I'm disgusting? This kind of green tea, male btch, isn't disgusting. Xia Li was panting, her eyes red, and in a moment of desperation, she shouted, Better than you. A lunatic. You're controlling me in the name of love. Fine. Don't you want to lock me up? Come on. Anyway, you want me to love you. It's impossible in this lifetime. Those words were too harsh, like daggers to the heart. Jing Tingyuan froze, the anger in his eyes slowly replaced by an indescribable sadness. His voice was hoarse. What do you want me to do for you to stay by my side? I just want you to be with me. To let me see you. Is that such an excessive request? Xia Li looked at him like that. Her heart was also in turmoil. But she still gritted her teeth and said, You treat me well, but I really don't love you. I can't force myself. It's over. This time it's completely over. The little sadness in Jing Tingyuan's eyes disappeared in an instant, and he turned his head, fixing a deathly gaze on He Junwang beside him. Do you prefer this kind of green tea male btch more? Xia Li was frightened and quickly explained. I don't like him. We're just friends. Don't target him. Jing Tingyuan sneered, and that smile made my hair stand on end. The more you plead for him, the more it shows you care about him. Any man you care about deserves to die. As he spoke, he walked towards He Junwang, his aura like a hellish demon descending. Xia Li saw that this was about to turn deadly, and without thinking, she rushed up, blocking He Junwang, her voice trembling. Don't go crazy anymore. But Jing Tingyuan could no longer hear. Xia Li steeled her heart, not knowing where her courage came from, raised her hand. Slap. A crisp sound echoed. I was completely stunned at the door. The whole dorm was so quiet that I couldn't even hear the sound of rain. She actually slapped Jing Tingyuan for that green tea. Jing Tingyuan was also in shock, frozen in place. His group of brothers, including Yi Jian, were originally watching the show at the door, but now their faces were all dark. Yi Jian was the first to walk in, his tall figure directly overshadowing Xia Li. His voice icy, You went too far. He Junwang was still fanning the flames. Xia Li, don't anger him for my sake. Jing Tingyuan's breathing grew heavier, and the next second, he pulled out a gun from his pocket, the dark muzzle aimed directly at He Junwang's forehead. Xia Li was so scared she couldn't speak properly. Why you? What do you want to do? Nancy saw that things were about to escalate into a life-and-death situation and quickly rushed over to hold Jing Tingyuan's shoulder. Don't let your emotions control you. Put away. Yi Jin was ruthless, directly saying, Tingyuan, if you want him dead, let me do it. Don't get your hands dirty. Nancy shot him a glare. Don't add fuel to the fire. Then he persuaded Jing Tingyuan. Our goal is to take Xia Li back. Now that we've found her, we can leave. He slowly took the gun from Jing Tingyuan's hand and let Sun take the stunned Xia Li away. Once she was gone, Nancy warned He Junwang. Don't provoke further, or even the gods can't save you. Guess what happened next? He Junwang, being reckless, dared to lecture Nancy. You are aiding and abetting evil. Goodness, Yi Jin exploded right there, kicking He Junwang in the stomach and with a snap broke his arm. How dare you speak to Nancy like that? In the end, it was still Nancy who pulled these madmen away. But once Jing Tingyuan left the dormitory, he didn't get into anyone's car. He just walked down the mountain alone, as if he had lost his soul. The scene was bizarre, with him walking in front, followed by 4 brothers, and behind them, 15 Maybachs lining up like snails, slowly crawling down the winding mountain road. Nancy and the others were worried sick, saying that in the past, when Jing Tingyuan got angry, he would directly go crazy and smash things. But now, keeping silent like this was even more terrifying. On the way, Jing Tingyuan's mind was filled with what his father had said to him when he was young. His father had instilled in him a set of guidelines for becoming a domineering CEO. If you like something, seize it. If you like someone, regardless of whether they like you back, you have to take them. If something goes wrong, I'll back you up. With a father like that, how could the son turn out normal? When they returned to the hotel in the city, Xia Li had already been arranged in a room. Jing Tingyuan pushed the door open, and his brothers were guarding in the adjacent suite, fearing something might happen again. As soon as Xia Li saw him, she started yelling, Can't you just leave me alone? Jing Tingyuan didn't say anything. He directly took out his phone and showed her the photos taken of her in the orchard over the past few days, all of her smiling. Then he slammed his phone against the wall and shouted back, I've endured for 6 days. I didn't dare come find you because I was afraid you would disgust me. And you can laugh and joke with him. You stalked me. You took pictures of me. You control freak. After that, the people next door, Lu Wuhua and the others, only heard a noise in the room like a demolition site, clanging continuously, and then it fell silent. Lu Wuhua was so worried. Sheng Mingjue, did you hear that? Is there a fight going on next door? Mingjue said the hotel has good soundproofing and they couldn't hear anything. Yi Jin calmly remarked, "It's probably Ting Yuan smashing his phone again." Then these two clowns, Lu Wuhua and Yi Jin, actually started arguing about who was a mama's boy and finally settled on a game for the night. Whoever loses calls the other daddy. The next morning, Jing Tingyuan's father's call came through. Guess what? His father already knew about Xia Li, even about the slap. Not only did he not scold him, but he praised him for being capable, saying that a girl who dared to slap my son must be something special, and he wanted to meet her. He also told him to settle her down quickly because he was taking him on a business trip to Country E. After hanging up, Jing Tingyuan saw that Xia Li was awake and acted as if nothing had happened, being extremely gentle. Xia Li was so angry that her face was stern, saying she wanted to go eat. Jing Tingyuan hurriedly went to book a restaurant. As long as Xia Li was by his side, it didn't matter if she gave him the cold shoulder. He would even be happy getting slapped every day. At the restaurant, Jing Tingyuan was busy pulling out chairs and cutting steak, being overly attentive. While eating, he suddenly said, "Baby, there's a piano over there. Do you want to listen?" Xia Li coldly replied, "I have no musical talent." "It's okay. If you want to listen, I'll play." "What if I don't want to?" Xia Li's single sentence left him speechless, and he could only smile bitterly. "You see, you've already decided. Why are you asking me?" Jing Tingyuan walked to the piano, sat down, and specifically told her, "Baby, I hope you will like the romance I'm giving you. Let me tell you, mutual affection is what we call romance." What he did is at most just showing off like a peacock, still one-sided. But I have to admit, the way he plays the piano is really handsome. His long fingers dancing over the keys, and the piece he played sounded really beautiful. After finishing the piece, he walked up to Xia Li, gently lifted her chin with his index finger, his gaze so affectionate it could drown someone. And with that magnetic voice, he slowly asked, "Baby, this piece is called Wedding in the Dream. Do you like it?" I told you, I was completely stunned. My brain just crashed. "Do you like it?" "What do I like about it?" I slapped his hand away and almost rolled my eyes. "Dude, do you think you're in a romantic drama? Mutual feelings are what's romantic. Your one-sided self-indulgence is at most just a peacock displaying its feathers. Okay?" And guess what he did? He sat back down, tapped the table, and like nothing happened, started planning the wedding with me. He asked which pianist I wanted to invite. I was really going to faint. "Who wants to marry you?" "Wake up, dude." His face immediately darkened, saying his patience has limits and to not say things that upset him. Goodness. I was so mad I could laugh. I'm the one who was the most upset. Okay? I told him, "You've been tormenting me all night. And now my back is almost broken, and you're telling me you're not happy? I not only have to satisfy your beastly desires, but also have to be looked at like a criminal every day. Have you ever considered my feelings?" He probably knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't argue with me, took a sip of red wine, and said he would be going to Country E for a week in a few days, and as long as I didn't leave City S, I could do whatever I wanted. Oh, is this him drawing a circle for me to be Sun Wukong? I immediately got excited and asked, "So as long as I don't leave City S, I can do whatever I want?" He asked what I wanted to do. I proudly huffed and said, "Find a man to cheat on you." I tell you, his face was so dark, it looked like the bottom of a pot, and the veins on his hands gripping the table were bulging. I was really afraid he would perform a table flip right there. After this extremely awkward meal, I thought I could finally go back to the hotel and rest, but he, on the other hand, had the driver take us to an amusement park. As soon as I got out of the car, I was stunned. Who understands, family? A huge amusement park, and there wasn't a single visitor except for the staff. I glanced at Jing Tingyuan, and without needing to think, I knew it was his money power at work again. He even smugly told me he had asked around and that girls love going to amusement parks, so he booked the whole place for the night, saying he would accompany me whatever I wanted to play. Come on, it's 2025, who still plays this? I liked it when I was a kid, but now I just want to lie down. I told him, right now, my favorite days are the ones without you around. Can you do that? His face froze, but he still held back his anger and dragged my hand towards the Ferris wheel. Fine, I couldn't resist anyway, so whatever. When we got on the Ferris wheel and reached the highest point, the night view of H City was indeed stunning. The neon lights flickered like a spilled galaxy. That dog of man, Jing Tingyuan, started acting up again, hugging me from behind and whispering in my ear, "Baby, I want to watch the scenery with you for a lifetime." I was about to retort, but seeing the beautiful view beneath me, I swallowed my words. Just when the atmosphere was getting a bit better, he turned his head and kissed me. That kiss was like a robbery, so domineering that it almost swept me away. Finally pulling away, I gasped for air, my face flushed. Just as I was about to scold him, he pinched my chin and said, "Baby, the way your face is red now is exactly the same as when you're gasping in bed." I was furious at that moment. I glared at him and warned, "Shut up, or I'll slap you." Guess what this pervert said? He actually grabbed my hand and put on his own face, saying he didn't mind if I got rough with him. I've never seen such a shameless man. The Ferris wheel was stopped at the highest point, and when I asked him when we would get down, he took out his phone to call Xua's son. It turns out he had someone controlling things down below the whole time. After leaving the amusement park, we encountered a rear-end collision on the way back to the hotel. It was just a light bump. I was fine, but he was as nervous as if the sky was falling, grabbing me and checking me up and down. Then he turned to get out of the car, and facing Xua's son, he instantly transformed from a gentle demeanor to an icy glare, coldly saying, "I do not accept monetary compensation." Xua's son understood immediately. I thought to myself, that driver behind us is in big trouble. We walked back to the hotel, and as soon as we entered the lobby, we ran into Ming Ju and Lu Wuhua. That Lu Wuhua didn't seem like the type to settle down. He mentioned that a new bar had opened nearby and asked if I wanted to go with them. My eyes lit up. Of course, we must go. It's better than going back to the room and being devoured by that hungry wolf, Jing Tingyuan, right? I immediately turned to Jing Tingyuan, giving him a pleading look. He surprisingly agreed and said he would go with me. So we set off to a bar called Blue Tide. The entrance was quite impressive. It was clearly a place I couldn't afford. Left Sun went in first like a secret agent to scout the area, ensuring it was safe before Jing Tingyuan took me inside. Lu Wuhua and Ming Ju walked ahead, and when they noticed us lingering at the entrance, Lu Wuhua turned back and urged, "What are you two still doing at the door, flirting?" Jing Tingyuan shot back, "Are you envious of me?" Lu Wuhua, being the joker he is, replied, "I'm a person of cultivation. You mortals are not worthy of my envy." Jing Tingyuan cut to the chase. "Then why are you here?" I almost laughed out loud at that. "Buddy, isn't your path of cultivation a bit too niche?" We went to the elegant seating on the second floor, with a great view of the entire hall and the stage. As soon as we sat down, a beautiful woman with big wavy hair came over with a drink in hand. Her figure and aura were stunning. She directly sat next to Jing Tingyuan, threw me a flirtatious glance, and asked, "Hey handsome, can I have your contact information?" Jing Tingyuan didn't even lift his eyelids and squeezed out a single word through clenched teeth. "Get lost." That woman was tough too, completely unfazed, and turned to flirt with Ming Ju. Ming Ju also rejected her outright. At that moment, I don't know what got into me, but I blurted out to the big wavy-haired beauty, "You want his contact information? I can give it to you." The entire place went silent. The beauty was stunned and laughed, saying, "Aren't you two a couple?" Lu Wuhua, sitting next to us, added fuel to the fire. "You know they're a couple and still trying to steal a man?" As a result, the beauty was even bolder, directly coming over to sit next to me, grabbing my hand and saying, "Miss, can you really give me your boyfriend's number?" The moment she touched me, Jing Tingyuan's alarm went off. He pulled me into his arms, locking me in tightly, his gaze sharp as a knife directed at the beauty, warning her, "Last chance. Get lost. Touch her again, and I'll make you regret it." Let me tell you, this guy goes crazy, even getting jealous over women. The beauty laughed, frightened by him, saying he was the strangest handsome guy she'd ever met, cautious of both men and women. In the end, she didn't get the contact information. But before leaving, she took out a business card and handed it to me, saying her name was Song Ru, a manager, and if we wanted to become stars, we could contact her. Family, I instantly wanted to hang out with his sister. I immediately patted the seat next to me, inviting her to sit down. Jing Tingyuan was clearly unhappy, holding on to me tightly and refusing to let go. I couldn't be bothered with him, forcefully prying his hand away and moved to sit next to Song Ru to chat with her. We hit it off right away and exchanged WeChat. She even leaned in and quietly asked me, "Your boyfriend has such a bad temper. Why are you still with him? Is it because he's good looking?" At that moment, I really didn't know how to respond. Then she curiously asked what my boyfriend's name was. I said, "Jing Tingyuan." Guess what happened? Song Ru's face turned pale all of a sudden. She grabbed my hand and confirmed how to write the name again. After I told her, she looked completely stunned and quickly took out her phone to search online. After checking, I felt like her soul was about to leave her body. She was patting her chest, looking as if she wanted to die. I asked her what was wrong, and she held my hand, her eyes filled with sympathy, saying, "Xia Li, it must be tough for you to date him, right?" At that moment, I found a kindred spirit. I nodded crazily. She said she had heard rumors about Jing Tingyuan, but he's just a devil on the run, and anyone who messes with him is in for trouble. My sister's survival instinct kicked in instantly, and she told me, "Xia Li, you must tell your boyfriend that I have no interest in him." And everything that just happened was a misunderstanding. I was completely stunned. The attitude change was so quick. She looked at me with admiration and said, "You're amazing. As soon as you spoke, they didn't dare to kick me out." Song Ru left early due to some matters, and Jing Tingyuan immediately stuck to me again. like a large dog whining in my ear, saying he felt bad when I ignored him. I couldn't be bothered with him, so I went to watch the stage performance downstairs. Wow. A group of muscular men with six-pack abs came up wearing the trendiest. I was mesmerized. But then this dog of a man, Jing Tingyuan, suddenly covered my eyes and said my eyes could only look at his abs and not anyone else's. Or I would know the consequences when we got back to the hotel. At that moment, I really wanted to punch him, as if not looking at anyone else would make him let me off the hook at night. I was so angry that I didn't want to look at him anymore and turned to sit on the sofa. While he went to the bathroom, I secretly poured myself a glass of fruit wine. Hey, I have to say it was sweet and actually quite good. I had never drunk alcohol before and thought it would all be bitter, but this stuff was like a drink, and I couldn't stop having one glass after another. By the time Jing Tingyuan came back, I was already tipsy and dizzy. His face was as dark as a stormy night, and he pulled me into his arms, shouting at me, "Who told you to drink?" Then he directly picked me up horizontally and started walking out. I was already so drunk that I was acting silly in his arms, yelling that I wanted more to drink. He also scolded Left Sun for not stopping me from drinking. The next day, when I woke up, I had a terrible hangover, and my head felt like it was going to explode. I sat up, pressing my temples, and groggily looked around, feeling like I was still in H-City. I remembered drinking at the bar last night, and then I couldn't remember anything. At that moment, Jing Tingyuan's voice came from beside me. "You're awake? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" I shook my head and didn't say anything. The next moment, a large hand touched my forehead. It was Jing Tingyuan. He acted like a worried mother, only relaxing after confirming that I didn't have a fever. I tell you, I was suffering from a terrible hangover at that time. So I slapped him away and said, "I'm drinking alcohol, not some fake medicine. Why am I having a fever?" Well, when he heard that, his face instantly darkened, and he started lecturing me, saying I shouldn't touch alcohol again in the future. I rolled my eyes in my heart and thought, who are you to control me? He probably remembered my glorious deeds after drinking too much last night, like throwing up all over him, wanting to transform into a female warrior to defeat capitalism, and then wanting to be an eagle flying around the world. Let me tell you, he actually didn't throw me out immediately and even endured his disgust to clean us both up. That kind of patience should be used to become a kindergarten teacher. After he finished his rant, he finally said something sensible, mentioning that he was going on a business trip to country E and that I should go back to City S with Mingjue and the others. I thought to myself, hurry up and leave. Once you go, I'm free. As soon as Jing Tingyuan boarded the private plane, I charged towards the hotel buffet. Lu Wuhua and the others had left for their own business, which was perfect. No one was watching me. It was simply too enjoyable. I dressed up beautifully and strolled around the restaurant. In the end, I have to tell you, I was captivated by a pot of soup. It smelled so good. Mushroom soup. I specifically asked the waiter, "Is this cooked?" The waiter patted his chest and assured me, "It's cooked. Just out of the pot." All right, with that reassurance, I felt at ease. Without further ado, I downed 2 big bowls. Who understands my family? Just as I was savoring the taste, suddenly a big, plump chef burst out of the kitchen, pointing at me and shouting, "Where's my pot of soup? Who took it out? That was reserved for a customer, and I was supposed to keep an eye on it. Who stole it?" The waiter was dumbfounded, pointing at me with a voice filled with anguish. No. Wasn't it a buffet? The chef was so angry he nearly jumped. "What buffet? You serve this at your buffet? If it's not cooked long enough, eating can be deadly. Can you take responsibility for that?" Upon hearing this, the waiter was nearly scared out of her wits, and when she looked at me, I had already started to grin foolishly. I tell you, colorful little people began to appear before my eyes, just as the waiter was flustered, trying to grab my phone to call someone. Mingjue's call came in at that moment. The waiter, as if she had found a lifeline, picked it up and shouted, "Your friend is poisoned in the 3rd floor restaurant. Hurry." Mingjue was probably stunned on the other end of the line, but he reacted quickly, contacting a doctor friend while rushing up. When he entered, he saw me giggling there, and he probably breathed a sigh of relief. He frowned and asked the waiter what was going on, and the little girl was so intimidated by his aura that she started crying while explaining. After hearing it all, Mingjue was completely at ease. It turned out I just got high from eating mushrooms. He walked over, wanted to carry me to the hospital, but I grabbed his face and grinned foolishly. "Wow, did you just run out of a game? You have such a handsome model face. Blue hair, white skin, and pointy ears. So handsome." While I was talking, I touched him, making him freeze completely. At that moment, one thought crossed my mind. Such a smooth face. A kiss must feel amazing. Mingjue's eyes instantly widened. He quickly grabbed my wandering hand and coaxed, "Be good. I'll take you to the hospital first, and we can play when we get there." After saying that, he directly picked me up in a princess carry and rushed to the hospital emergency room. As Dr. Friend saw me, He joked about when Mingjue had hidden such a cute girlfriend. Mingjue's face darkened, and he replied, "This is Ting Yuan's." His friend was shocked and said he thought Jing Tingyuan would spend his life with Code. I have to tell you, although I'm a bit confused, after hearing Mingjue talk about it, I was like a whirlwind in the hospital. One moment, I was saying I wanted to pilot a mech to save the world, and the next I was saying I want to call the Jade Emperor to complain about the suffering in the mortal world. The worst part was Mingjue. He actually took out his phone and recorded a whole 3-minute video of my grand social death scene. Unbelievable. Just when he was happily recording, Jing Tingyuan's call came in. As soon as Mingjue answered, the other side greeted him with a nauseatingly sweet baby. I tell you, Mingjue probably had goosebumps all over the place right then. He quickly introduced himself, saying, "This is Mingjue." The tone on Jing Tingyuan's side instantly turned cold, questioning how his phone ended up with him. After Mingjue explained the situation, Jing Tingyuan exploded on the phone, shouting to turn the plane around. Suddenly, a more authoritative voice came through the phone. Probably his father. "Do you think doing business is just playing house? Making a president wait for you? Jing Tingyuan, have you gone silly from being in a relationship? Haha, it's hilarious. Even a domineering CEO has a day when his dad puts him in his place." Mingjue quickly tried to smooth things over, saying he was right beside me and to let Jing Tingyuan not worry. After hanging up, a few hours later, I finally woke up. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Mingjue's enlarged handsome face. My throat hurt like crazy, so I asked him where I was. He was trying to hold back his laughter and explain the whole situation to me. When I heard it, I almost wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. He took care of me meticulously, feeding me water and asking if I wanted to eat something. Seeing that I was bored, he started chatting with me, asking how long I had known Jing Tingyuan and how the 5 of them grew up together. I was curious, so I asked how, with such different personalities, they decided whose opinion to listen to during disagreements. He said they usually listened to Nanshi because he was the most rational and considerate of the bigger picture. Then, this guy started to share some insights, saying he wanted to tell me a story about Jing Tingyuan to help me understand him better. I thought to myself, since I'm doing nothing, I might as well let him talk. He told me that 8 years ago, the 5 of them went to Country R for a trip, but their whereabouts were exposed, and they were chased by several groups of mercenaries. The bodyguards were scattered, leaving only the 5 of them to hide everywhere like a real-life version of a battle royale. Later, Nanshi came up with a plan, but it went awry, resulting in Nanshi and Yi Ji being seriously injured, while Lu Wuhua was knocked out. Only he and Jing Tingyuan were slightly injured. They escaped to the suburbs, where Jing Tingyuan had a large wound on his arm that wouldn't stop bleeding. While carrying the unconscious Lu Wuhua, he also supported the almost collapsing Nanshi. Nanshi told him not to worry about him, but Jing Tingyuan shouted back, saying, "I won't leave any brother behind. If we die together." Mingju said that they were exhausted and injured at that time, yet they still had the mood to joke while looking at the beautiful sunset, saying that if the kidnappers knew, they'd be furious. In the end, it was Jing Tingyuan's father who found them through the locator in his watch. If it had been any later, they would have truly died in a foreign land. Honestly, I was in tears when I heard this, truly moved by their deep friendship. Then he changed the subject and started to clear Jing Tingyuan's name, saying that he is such a loyal and righteous person, that he is sincere to me, that I am his first love, and he just doesn't know how to love. I rolled my eyes to the ceiling and said, "Give me a break. His so-called love is just driving away all my friends and turning me into his exclusive possession. He can have his deep brotherhood, but I can't have my close friends?" Lu Quan stood in front of me to block bullets, and he just got jealous and didn't let me associate with anyone. Is this love? This is simply an unfair relationship. It's PUA. It's a new form of electronic honey trap. I outputted all of this, which left Mingju speechless, unable to say a word for a long time. Just at that awkward moment, my stomach let out a growl. He was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and asked if I was hungry. I honestly nodded. He asked what I wanted to eat, and I immediately rattled off a list of dishes like ribs and sweet and sour fish. He was very straightforward and immediately told his bodyguard to go buy them. What happened next? He lined up all the delicious food in front of my hospital bed, the aroma wafting in the air, and then personally handed me a bowl of millet porridge. He said, "The doctor said you can only eat bland food for the next couple of days." Family, at that moment, I almost wanted to kill him. I glared at him, and he said that since he saw I couldn't eat it, having it there for me to smell would be more appetizing. I angrily cursed him for being as bad as Jing Tingyuan, and he actually laughed, saying sorry, but I looked too cute when I was angry, and he couldn't help it. What can I do? I can only swallow my frustration and drink my porridge. While I was having my porridge, Jing Tingyuan was busy over there. He was in country, having a meeting with the president alongside his dad. Guess what happened? He was staring at the female president named Xia, and the more he looked, the more he felt something was off. That profile looked just like mine. Goodness. He immediately started imagining a dramatic family reunion plot, suspecting whether I was the daughter that had been lost by her family years ago. Later, after discussing with his dad, he figured it was impossible since the ages didn't match, and I didn't look like a person from country. So he put the thought aside for the time being. Once he finished the meeting, he called me back right away, gently explaining why he didn't answer, and then started nagging me, telling me not to eat random things anymore, his tone full of concern. I felt a bit touched, so I didn't argue with him. But this guy couldn't stay serious for more than 3 seconds and started making suggestive comments over the phone, sweetly asking if I wanted to kiss him, even saying that since he was far abroad, he could only ask his 5-fingered friend for help. Next to me, Mingjue was still sitting there. My face flushed instantly, and I was so angry that I hung up the phone. Shameless. The next day, I took a flight back to S-City with Mingjue. I was determined not to stay in that cage-like castle, while Jing Tingyuan was away. I had to enjoy my freedom. Mingjue couldn't persuade me otherwise, so he had to let me book a hotel room. And then he opened a room right across from mine, claiming it was a request from Jing Tingyuan to take good care of me. That evening, as I was getting ready to visit the night market, he came out of his room and surprisingly pulled out 2 movie tickets from his pocket. They were for the premiere of my idol's new movie. I was over the moon and happily accepted the tickets. After all, he was my male god. He asked if I wanted to go together, and since the tickets were offered by him, I agreed. When we arrived at the cinema, it was packed with people. Suddenly, a few rowdy kids came running towards me, and Mingjue reacted quickly, pulling me into his arms. I tell you, at that moment, the surrounding noise seemed to disappear, and the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. I was pressed against his chest, and I could hear his heartbeat thumping. He looked down at me, his gaze particularly deep, and then he slowly lowered his head, and it seemed like he was about to kiss me. My mind went blank, my eyes widened, and I thought, what is he going to do? Just at that critical moment, a loud shout came from the side. What are you guys doing? I suddenly turned around, and to my surprise, it was Lu Wuhua. His expression was as if he had just seen a patch of grass growing on his own brother's head. Mingjue heard the sound and seemed to be jolted awake, quickly coming to his senses. He was in such a flurry, instantly letting go of Xia Li and frantically explaining to Lu Wuhua, saying, "Oh brother, don't misunderstand, she almost fell just now. I was just doing a good deed like Lei Feng, helping her out, absolutely no other intentions." I tell you, Lu Wuhua's gaze was filled with suspicion, as if the word doubt was about to jump out of his eye sockets. He scanned Mingjue up and down. The feeling was like using X-rays to inspect counterfeit products, and then he turned to Xia Li, his tone tense. "Xia Li, are you okay? He didn't do anything to you, right?" Xia Li was a bit dazed at the time, with only one thought racing in her mind. Just now. Did Mingjue want to kiss me? Why? Am I being overly sentimental? Lu Wuhua saw her in a daze and called out again, which brought Xia Li back to her senses. She quickly laughed it off. "Ah, I'm fine, you can watch a movie too? Don't mention it." Lu Wuhua said with a face full of despair. "My cousin insisted on coming. I'm just a force bag carrier." As soon as he finished speaking, a fiery woman rushed over, ready to blast Lu Wuhua. "Lu Wuhua, how come you bought popcorn like you just fell into a toilet?" But when she looked up, wow, she saw Mingjue, and her anger vanished in an instant, her face lighting up with a brilliant smile. "Mingjue, you're here to watch a movie too? Alone?" Mingjue nodded politely. "No, I came with friends. Let me tell you, this cousin is named Xia Li," and her gaze instantly locked onto Xia Li next to Mingjue. Her gossip radar is faster than a 5G signal, and her face was clearly written with the words, "There's gossip." "Hello, I'm Lu Wuhua's cousin, Xia Li." She smiled warmly, making Xia Li feel a bit shy, and she replied, "Hello, I'm Xia Li." "Oh my, what a beautiful name." Xia Li immediately took the initiative, wearing a knowing expression, and started to lecture Mingjue. "What's going on with you, Mingjue? Treat your girlfriend better. Look how you've made the girl feel wronged. She won't even call you by your nickname, just Ming Xiao." Goodness, when Lu Wuhua heard this, he was nearly scared out of his wits. He quickly pulled his clueless cousin back and whispered urgently, "Sister, stop talking nonsense. Xia Li is Ting Yuan's girlfriend. Jing Tingyuan, are you trying to get us all killed?" Jiang Li was instantly petrified, her eyes wide like copper bells, and her mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. That expression was 100 times more explosive than finding out Mingjue was in a relationship. "What did you just say?" She grabbed Xia Li's hand, her eyes filled with sympathy and heartache. "Sister, what were you thinking? Even if you choose my brainless cousin, it's better than being with that living volcano, Jing Tingyuan, who understands the family dynamics. This is simply my internet mouthpiece. It said everything I wanted to say, but didn't dare to. Lu Wuhua's face turned dark, and he quickly covered his sister's mouth. Sister, have some decency. Tingyuan is my brother. Is it polite to speak ill of him in front of his girlfriend? Jiang Lixia pouted and muttered quietly, if you don't want me to say it, I won tea. He.S. just a super macho patient anyway. Let me tell you, she has a deep-seated grudge against Jing Tingyuan. When they were kids, she wanted to play with him, but ended up getting thrown over his shoulder and dislocating her arm. So the grudge was formed. She still was giving up and approached Xia Li, earnestly advising her, Sister, listen to your sister. Break up quickly. There are thousands of men in the world, and if it doesn't work out, being single is better than being with that living volcano. Lu Wuhua couldn't take it anymore and dragged Jiang Lixia towards the ticket gate. Just as they walked a couple of steps, Jiang Lixia's phone rang. It was an urgent matter from the company, so her holiday plans were ruined. She waved at us in despair and hurried off in her high heels. Xia Li watched her retreating figure, enviously saying, Miss Jiang is so tall. Lu Wuhua chimed in, my cousin is 1.75 meters tall and with high heels. She's over 1.8 meters. But no matter how she dresses, she is still not taller than me. Great, this guy started his humble brag again. After the three of us went in, we found that the seats were not connected. That guy Lu Wuhua specifically swapped seats with the girl next to Xia Li. So the seating arrangement became Ming Ju on the left, Xia Li in the middle, and Lu Wuhua on the right. At the beginning of the movie, Xia Li was completely focused. Ming Ju, on the other hand, was just there to keep her company, remaining quiet as a chicken the entire time, not wanting to disturb her. As a result, the guy on the right, not even half an hour into the movie, fell asleep instantly, his head lolling over onto Xia Li's shoulder. Xia Li pushed him several times, but he would wake up for less than a minute before falling back asleep, snoring louder than the movie's soundtrack. Xia Li couldn't take it anymore and leaned over to whisper in his ear, Lu Xiao, you're pressing on me. Just that one sentence made the guy in front snap his head around, his eyes filled with lewd disappointment. After realizing nothing was wrong, he sullenly turned back. Seeing Xia Li's aggrieved expression, Ming Ju quietly asked, is he asleep? Xia Li was almost in tears. He's completely hanging on me. My shoulder is numb. Then swap seats with me, Ming Ju said. After switching seats, Lu Wuhua naturally leaned onto Ming Ju's shoulder. Xia Li leaned over to quietly ask Ming Ju, does he do this every time he watches a movie? Ming Ju tilted his head, his breath almost brushing against my ear, and whispered, yeah, for him, watching a movie is just a waste of time. We were talking when the guy in the front seat suddenly turned around and angrily yelled, are you done? A dead weight behind me keeps nagging. If you want excitement, go play outside and don't disturb me while I'm watching a movie. Xia Li turned pale and quietly retorted, I'm sorry if I affected you, but you shouldn't curse at people. The guy became even more aggressive. What's wrong with cursing at you? If you have the guts, let me play for a month. Xia Li was so angry her lips trembled, but she was afraid of disturbing others, so she forced herself to swallow her anger. I looked at Ming Ju. There was no expression on his face, but his eyes were cold enough to freeze icicles. After a few minutes, the guy got up to go to the restroom. Ming Ju immediately said to Xia Li, I'm going to the restroom. Wait for me. I suddenly realized my buddy is about to go to the bathroom. The kind with quotes. Ming Ju followed that guy into the restroom and locked the door behind him. The guy looked confused. What are you going to do? Ming Ju flexed his wrists, a smirk on his face, that smile more frightening than no smile at all. For what you said, you have to pay a price. Huh? Is being tall impressive? I'll make you kneel on the ground and shout grandpa. The guy made the first move. And what happened? Let me tell you. It was like a high-level boss returning to the novice village. With one move, Ming Ju had his hands twisted behind his back, his face pressed hard against the wall, making it impossible for him to scream, only able to make muffled sounds. A few minutes later, the guy burst out of the restroom like he had seen a ghost. His face looking clean, but the expression of sheer terror was evident to anyone who saw him. Ming Ju has a habit. He never hits faces but strikes hard. And under his clothes, that guy probably looked like he had been beaten black and blue. He returned to his seat, and his gaze toward Xia Li instantly switched back to a gentle mode, even reaching out to touch her hair. The next second, he suddenly pulled Xia Li into his embrace. Xia Li froze, and when she reacted and tried to push him away, she couldn't budge him at all. Ming Ju, what are you doing? Ming Ju leaned close to her ear, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. In the future, if you encounter such things, you don't have to suffer. I've already taught him a lesson for you. If there are such people again, you can tell me or Ting Yuan will protect you. Xia Li's mind buzzed. Jing Tingyuan protects her because he likes her. So what about Mingjue? Just then, Lu Wuhua woke up and stretched widely. Mingjue, like he had a radar, immediately released Xia Li. Lu Wuhua, still groggy, said, "The movie isn't over yet? This broken chair has made my back ache. Let us hurry and leave." As the three of us exited the cinema, a cold breeze swept over us. Xia Li, dressed lightly, shivered from the chill. Mingju immediately took off his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Xia Li held onto the jacket and looked up with a sweet smile. "Thank you." "Ming Xiao, I'll wash it and return it to you. We're friends. No need to be so polite," Mingju replied. Lu Wuhua, standing next to Xia Li with his arm around her shoulder, joked, "Xiao Xia Li, wearing Mingju's coat makes you look like a little doll trying on adult clothes." "So cute." Xia Li pouted a bit, not pleased with his comment. Mingju quickly defended her. "Wuhua, don't tease her." Lu Wuhua had a unique way of thinking. Seeing Mingju protect Xia Li made him blurt out, "Mingju, you don't actually like Xiao Xia Li, do you?" The air instantly froze. Xia Li was stunned, and Mingju's expression showed a hint of panic. He quickly coughed and changed the subject, asking Xia Li, "Are we heading back to the hotel, or staying out a bit longer?" When Xia Li saw that it was raining, she suggested returning to the hotel. Upon hearing the word hotel, Lu Wuhua exploded. "What hotel? It's dangerous for a girl to stay at a hotel. No way, you must go back to the castle. I'll personally escort you." Xia Li mentioned she had bodyguards, but Lu Wuhua retorted, "Bodyguards are useless. If you don't go back, I'll immediately arrange 30 bodyguards to follow you everywhere." Xia Li had no choice but to compromise. Once back at the castle, as soon as they entered the billiards room, Xia Li's phone rang. It was a video call from Jing Tingyuan. When the call connected, Jing Tingyuan's handsome face appeared, and his tone was overly sweet. "Missed you, baby. Did you miss me?" Before Xia Li could respond, Jing Tingyuan said something on the other end that made her face instantly turn red like an apple. Lu Wuhua and Mingju were equally shocked, with Lu Wuhua whispering to Mingju, "Is this really the aloof Tingyuan I know? Is he really this wild when he talks?" His comment was overheard by Jing Tingyuan. "Baby, where are you? Why is there a man's voice?" Jing Tingyuan's tone suddenly turned cold. To make matters worse, he noticed the obviously oversized men's suit jacket draped over Xia Li. In the next moment, there was a loud bang from the video as Jing Tingyuan stood up abruptly, slammed his fist on the table, and roared into the phone, "Who is that wild man?" Xia Li was stunned and teary-eyed, feeling wronged. "Jing Tingyuan, why are you yelling at me?" She angrily tossed her phone onto the table. Mingju felt heartbroken and was about to explain, but Lu Wuhua was quicker, grabbing the phone and addressing the camera. "Why are you being so fierce? Look at how scared Xiao Xia Li is." Jing Tingyuan calmed down, realizing that the background was indeed the billiards room in the castle, and he quickly apologized. "Baby, I'm sorry. I scared you. Xia Li rolled her eyes. "I'm used to it." Jing Tingyuan kept saying sorry, offering gifts and pleading for forgiveness, sounding very humble. Mingju and Lu Wuhua also helped to mediate, suggesting Mingju could come back and beat him up. Xia Li still ignored him. In the end, Jing Tingyuan seemed to have something urgent, and before hanging up said, "Take good care of her for me. I'll be back home as soon as I finish up." After the call ended, Xia Li lost her mood for billiards, returned Mingju's jacket, and went back to her room alone. Mingju worried she might overthink things, so he called her, suggesting they go to the karaoke room to relax. When Xia Li arrived, Mingju was already there and had even asked the maid to prepare shrimp porridge. He picked up the microphone, a bit shy. "I rarely sing, so don't laugh if I don't sing well." Then he sang a song called Girl. I tell you, his rich voice combined with the romantic lyrics, "For you, I'll climb mountains and cross seas. For you, I'll empty my pockets," was simply mesmerizing. This guy knew how to hit the right notes, singing a love song that went straight to the heart. After singing one song after another, Xia Li listened and gradually fell asleep on the couch. Mingju put down the microphone, gently picked her up, and carried her back to the master bedroom, covering her with a blanket before leaving. As soon as he stepped out, he ran into Lu Wuhua, who had a very serious expression, staring at him intently. "Do you like Xia Li?" "I'm not joking. I'm serious." Mingju paused for a moment and then answered decisively, "Yes." Lu Wuhua nearly jumped up. "She is Tingyuan's girlfriend. Do you want to sever ties with Tingyuan?" "Tingyuan knows I like her." Mingju casually dropped a bombshell. Lu Wuhua was completely dumbfounded. "He knows." "Yeah. I promised him I wouldn't compete with him or affect our brotherhood." "Then you." "There is nothing wrong with liking someone." Mingju looked at him with unwavering determination. "I will be mindful of boundaries." A few days later, Jing Tingyuan returned. "Wow, this guy must have been starving for a long time." As soon as he saw Xia Li, he rushed over as if he hadn't eaten in ages, pinning her against the wall and kissing her passionately. Xia Li tried to push him away, but was overwhelmed by the kisses. He cupped her face and grinned. "Baby, you become cuter after a few days." Xia Li shot him a glare. "Let me go. Say you missed me, and I'll let you go." Xia Li stubbornly turned her head away. Jing Tingyuan wasn't angry. He pinched her chin and smirked. "Not willing to say it? Then I'll just take you right here, and you'll be begging for mercy later." "Jing Tingyuan, do you have no shame? I want you." Just as he was about to take the next step, Ming Zhu and Lu Wuhua cleared their throats behind him. Reluctantly, Jing Tingyuan stopped, took Xia Li's hand, and kissed the back of her hand, claiming his territory. Ming Zhu mentioned they had originally planned to go camping in the afternoon and asked if he wanted to join. Jing Tingyuan was dead tired but agreed for Xia Li's sake. However, before they set off, he dragged Xia Li into the master bedroom, closed the door, and carried her into the bathroom. 5 Rolls-Royces drove to the camping site, and Zhusun got out first to open the door. Xia Li had been worn out by Jing Tingyuan and slept the whole way in the car. Jing Tingyuan looked down at her sleeping soundly in his arms, gently pinched her cheek, and softly called, "Baby, we've arrived, wake up." I tell you, when I opened my eyes, I was a bit dazed. My mind felt like it had crashed. Where am I? All right, I came out camping. I looked up, and there they were, right in front of me. Jing Tingyuan's bright blue eyes. My memories connected like a dial-up internet, crackling to life. He helped me get out of the car, and Lu Wuhua was waiting not far away. Seeing me half asleep, he immediately got excited. "Xia Li, you're still asleep while we're out to have fun? Do you believe I'll wake you up with a water gun?" I gave him an eye roll, lifted my chin, and said, "If you dare to mess with me, I'll splash you with a basin of water. Let us see who completes their KPIs better." Mingju next to us couldn't watch any longer, shaking his head and saying, "Well, how old are you? Why are you arguing with an 18-year-old? Isn't that childish?" In response, Lu Wuhua shrugged his shoulders and confidently said, "What can I do? After hanging out with childish people for too long, I've become less intelligent myself." Hey, my temper flared up just as I was about to roll up my sleeves to argue with him. Jing Tingyuan pulled me over, speaking in a tone so indulgent that it made my skin crawl. "Baby, isn't childish. This is called being cute. Let me tell you, the way he acts like he is in love is simply unbearable. I mean, when rich people go camping, can it even be called camping? Bodyguards set up the tents, maids set the tables, and I just sit there like a useless snack, eating." When Jing Tingyuan saw me eyeing the grapes, he shot me a look, and the maid next to us quickly put on gloves and started peeling them for me, then plated them with a small fork and brought them over. Family, who understands this overwhelming wealth? It makes me feel like I can't take care of myself at all. I stuffed a piece of sushi into my mouth, and suddenly Lu Wuhua across from me said, "Xia Li, you have a leak in your mouth." I hadn't reacted yet when I noticed him staring intently at my mouth. Oh dear, I had some mayonnaise on the corner of my lips. Just as I was about to grab a tissue, Jing Tingyuan was faster than me. He pinched my chin and leaned in, gently wiping my mouth with a tissue. After he finished, he playfully poked my puffed-up cheeks and said, "Baby, no one is competing with you. Eat slowly." I stuffed my mouth with something and glared at him murkily. "Stop poking me, or I'll throw up all over you." As a result, these people looked at my silly expression and laughed like flowers, unable to contain their smiles. As soon as it got dark, the surroundings became lively, with tents everywhere and people gathered around playing guitar and singing. I just glanced a little longer, and that jealous guy, Jing Tingyuan, immediately flipped out. He placed his hand on the back of my neck, squeezing it while threatening, "Baby, if you keep looking at other men in front of me, I can't guarantee what I'll do later." I was speechless. Come on, we're dozens of meters apart, and with my nearsightedness, I can't even see if they're male or female clearly. Is this even fair? Then Ming Zhu spoke up. "I happen to bring my guitar too. How about I play a song for you?" Lu Wuhua immediately cheered. Sure, just what we need to relieve the boredom." Ming Zhu shot him a glance and jokingly said, "You want to hear it? Pay up." "Seriously? Xia Li can listen for free, and I have to pay? One song costs 3 million. Lu Wuhua exploded at that moment. "Are you robbing us?" 3 million. Ming Zhu remained calm and raised his finger. 6 million. Ming Zhu, 10 million. I watched as Lu Wuhua took a deep breath, slammed his fist on the table, and then squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. "Deal." I was shocked at the time and turned to him, asking, "Wait, Lu Xiao, you didn't agree to 3 million. So why did you agree to 10 million? Jing Tingyuan pulled me closer and whispered in my ear, "Because he's stupid." Well, this was overheard by Lu Wuhua, who immediately laughed and said, "Tingyuan, don't ask me to read feng shui for you in the future. Let me tell you, it's incredible." 1 second, Jing Tingyuan was still being arrogant. and the next second, he immediately raised his wine glass, saying, "If you're not foolish, then I am." I was wrong. After saying that, he gulped down the red wine in one go. The speed of this change is astonishing, like electronic ibuprofen, specifically for treating all kinds of disobedience. I was so stunned that I couldn't speak, and I asked Mingjue what was going on. Only then did Mingjue tell me that Lu Wuhua is not only a top architect, but also a highly renowned feng shui master in the country. Lu Wuhua looked quite pleased, raising an eyebrow at me and saying, "Xia Li, come to me for house design in the future, and I'll give you a discount." I said I had no money. He lifted his chin and pointed at Jing Tingyuan. "Isn't there an ATM right there?" That shameless Jing Tingyuan immediately leaned over and almost whispered in my ear, "Baby, I'm willing to be your exclusive ATM." As he said this, he leaned in to kiss me, and I was so embarrassed that I could practically dig a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes, right in front of 2 living people. Lu Wuhu quickly tried to smooth things over. "Ahem, Mingjue, your concert with 100 million. Oh no, I mean 10 million. Let's get started." Let me tell you, Mingjue was sitting there with a guitar, and as soon as the orange light hit, the atmosphere was instantly elevated. When he opened his mouth, his rich voice melted my heart. I cupped my face with my hands, completely mesmerized. But when I turned my head, oh boy, Jing Tingyuan and Lu Wuhua were staring at me intently, completely ignoring Mingjue. It made me feel a chill down my back. After the song ended, I nodded like crazy. It was so good. He could go straight to a concert. Jing Tingyuan was not happy again and leaned over to say, "Baby, I'm also very impressive. Why don't you praise me?" I looked him up and down and asked, "What's so great about you?" He smirked, a wicked smile on his face, and grabbed my hand, trying to pull me into his embrace. Just then his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his friend, Yi Jin. As soon as he answered the call, I watched in shock as Jing Tingyuan's face turned pale in an instant, his expression suddenly sharp as a knife. On the other end of the line, they said that Yi Jin was in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment, and before losing consciousness, he had a message for Jing Tingyuan. The password he wanted was in the second cabinet at home. Jing Tingyuan gritted his teeth and asked, "Who did this? Send me the address." He hung up the phone, and his entire demeanor changed. Mingju and Lu Wuhua's expressions also darkened as soon as they heard something had happened to Yi Jin. I needed to go to the hospital immediately. Jing Tingyuan looked at me, his face troubled, unsure whether to take me back or to bring me along. I quickly said, "You guys go ahead and busy yourselves. Don't worry about me. There are bodyguards here." But in the end, he still decided to take me along. When we arrived at the hospital, Yi Jin was still in the operating room. As soon as Jing Tingyuan saw his assistant, he rushed over and slammed him against the wall, looking as if he was about to kill him. It was Mingju who pulled him away. After the assistant nervously finished explaining the situation, Jing Tingyuan asked coldly, "Did you catch the person who shot?" "No. They ran away too quickly." Mingju looked back at me with some concern and said, "Tingyuan, how about we send Xia Li back first? It's not safe here." As a result, Jing Tingyuan thought for a moment and said, "Let her stay here. We need someone trustworthy to guard Jean. Under the current circumstances, I only trust her." I was stunned at that moment. The 3 big men were just looking at me, saying that I was the only one they could trust. My nose tingled. Wow, this is just like the legendary stabbing for friend, right? "All right, I'll help with this." I patted my chest and assured them, "Don't worry, I'll guard closely and definitely won't let any suspicious person get close." After they left, I stood alone at the door of the operating room. Let me tell you, that chair was harder than my life. I was so sleepy that my head was nodding, and even a cup of coffee didn't help. The bodyguard advised me to rest in the family room, but I stubbornly refused. Are you kidding? It was the first time my friends needed me so much, I couldn't let them down. So I toughened it out until 5:30 a.m. when Yi Jin was finally pushed out. I followed him into the ward, and after the nurse explained the precautions, I moved a chair to sit by the bed and keep watch. I leaned over the bed and dozed off when suddenly I heard someone talking in their sleep. I looked up, and it was Yi Jin. I was curious, so I leaned in to try to hear what he was saying, but he suddenly opened his eyes. We stared at each other wide-eyed. Wow. He saw me with my ear almost touching his mouth and quickly closed his eyes again, pretending to sleep. I leaned back, yawned, and didn't think much of it, continuing to lie down and sleep. When I finally fell asleep, this guy quietly opened his eyes and stared at me in a daze. After a while, probably feeling thirsty, he wanted to get a cup of water for himself, but then there was a loud crash as the cup fell to the ground. Now, there's no way to pretend it didn't happen, right? I was startled awake, and we locked eyes, which was incredibly awkward. "Do you want some water?" I asked. He weakly replied with a hom. I said, "The doctor said you can't drink water right now." "Thirsty." Looking at his weak and pale appearance, my heart softened. I took a cotton swab, dipped it in a little water, and gently applied it to his lips. Let me tell you, as soon as I got close, his ears turned red. When I messaged Jing Tingyuan and the others to tell them Eugene had woken up, he struggled to ask me how I ended up here. I explained everything to him, and he even thanked me. The next morning, the sun was quite bright, and I opened the curtains. Eugene woke up, said he had no strength in his hands, and asked me to feed him water. All right, the patient is the priority, so I fed him. After drinking water, he said he was hungry and asked me to feed him porridge. I told you, he started to act. I scooped a spoonful of porridge and handed it over, and he actually said, "How can I eat it if you don't blow it cool?" I touched the bottom of the bowl. It was almost cold, not hot at all. The temperature of my hand is different from that of my mouth. Fine, you're right. I had no choice but to blow on each spoonful to cool it down before feeding him. After finishing a bowl of porridge, I handed him a tissue, but he wouldn't take it. One hand was giving him in 4, and the other had no strength. "Can you help me wipe?" "No, come on, man. You got shot, but you're not paralyzed. What are you playing at?" I was really puzzled, but seeing him pretending to be in pain from the wound, I had no choice but to accept my fate and used a wet wipe to help him clean his mouth. I was wiping when the ward door was suddenly pushed open, and a tall and handsome man walked in. It was Nanshi. As soon as he entered, he asked, "Why is Xia Li here? Where's the nurse?" I quickly explained that the caregiver had gone to eat. He walked to the bedside, pulled back Eugene's blanket to look at the wound, and said harshly, "If it gets any worse, you'll never be a man for the rest of your life." Eugene's face turned pale with anger. Nanshi then turned to me and asked if I'd stayed up all night. I looked up at him, nearly straining my neck, wondering how someone could be so tall. Eugene couldn't take it anymore and said, "I'm fine now. You should take Xia Li home first." Following Nanshi out of the ward, I could hear the little nurses chattering about him along the way. When we got downstairs, I saw his car and instantly understood. The license plate number was clearly not that of an ordinary person. I hesitated to get in the car. However, Nanshi still sat down next to me in the back seat, and the atmosphere in the cramped space was painfully awkward. I could only pretend to admire the scenery. He suddenly spoke up. "Is it very unfamiliar to be with me?" I quickly shook my head. No. "Then why haven't you been speaking?" I could only say softly, "I am not very familiar with you." He laughed, and then we became familiar. Then he dropped a bombshell. Previously, Tingyuan asked me to help find her biological parents, and now I have some clues. My mind exploded in an instant. Biological parents. Their SA clue. I was so excited that I grabbed his arm and asked with sparkling eyes, "Really? Can we really find them?" He said it's just a clue for now, and we still need to do a paternity test. I said it's fine, as long as there is a glimmer of hope. I'll 1T give up. I've waited for 18 years. I can wait another month. When the car arrived at the castle gate, I sincerely thanked him. Watching his car drive away, I was extremely excited inside. I would soon be able to meet my biological parents. After returning from the hospital, I took a shower and fell asleep, sleeping until it was dark outside. Let me tell you, I was in a deep sleep, and when I woke up, I was still a bit dazed. I reached out and felt a large hand on my waist. I was so scared that I almost screamed the roof off, and I quickly turned on the light. When the light came on, I saw that it was Jing Tingyuan lying next to me. When did this guy come back? He and T even opened his eyes, hugging my waist and rubbing against me, his voice hoarse. "Baby, what is wrong? You smell so good." I took a deep breath, really wanting to kick him down. "Let go of me." "Not letting go. I'm hungry and want to get up." "Baby, actually I'm hungry too." He opened his blue eyes and stared at me intensely, sending out crazy vibes. Unfortunately, I'm really hungry right now, and I'm not falling for his tricks. I haven't eaten anything all day. Only then did he soften up, holding me and saying, "Baby, you've worked hard. I won't make you do such tough things next time." "All right, I'll go eat with you." As a result, before my feet even touched the ground, he picked me up horizontally, and I instinctively wrapped my arms around his neck in fright. "What are you doing?" "Trying to scare me to death." "I'm carrying you to wash up. I can walk on my own, but I want to carry you." I rolled my eyes up at the sky and thought, "Are you really hugging me? You just lifted me like a sack of potatoes and carried me into the bathroom, then plopped me down by the sink." I was completely dazed. I was wondering what you were planning to do. And guess what he said? He said, "I want to try the dessert before the meal first." I almost cursed. I have to tell you, that meal made me feel murderous. The steak in front of me looked just like Jing Tingyuan himself. Holding the knife and fork felt like wielding a weapon. I cut into it piece by piece, gritting my teeth, stabbing it fiercely with the fork, and finally stuffing it into my mouth to chew vigorously. That damn man, wasting air while alive, wasting land when dead. And there he was, sitting across from me, holding a glass of red wine, smiling brightly. He even said, "Baby, the way you puff out your cheeks is so cute." Cute enough to make me want to ravage you. Who understands family? After torturing me for over an hour, how could he have the nerve to say such things? I took a deep breath in anger and glared at him, cursing. Jing Ting Yuan, you're just a shameless dead man. He leisurely replied, am I dead? Don't you know? Then he picked up a bowl of hot soup, blew on the spoon, and said, just like this soup, so hot and so full. Goodness. My face instantly turned red to the roots of my neck. The speed of this car left me thrown out, my mind went blank, and I couldn't even think of a curse to throw back. After the meal, I didn't want to see him for a second, grabbed my phone, and snuggled into the sofa, ready to watch a funny variety show to cool off. But then, just as I was about to laugh, a strange text popped up. I opened it to find it was He Junwang. He said his dad had canceled his phone number, and he couldn't log into WeChat, which was why he hadn't replied to my messages. I finally understood, and I felt so guilty. I quickly replied to him, saying that I was the one who should apologize, that I was the one who caused him trouble. I even asked how his injury was. At that time, he got his calf burned and his arm broken by Yi Jian and his gang because of me. After a long wait, he replied that his injury had healed a lot, but the doctor said there might be scars. Huh? Scars? My compassionate heart surged, and I kept apologizing, saying it was all my fault. He actually comforted me instead, saying it wasn't my fault, it was Jing Ting Yuan's fault. I thought this wouldn't do. If we kept in touch, his life would be in danger. So I told him that we shouldn't contact each other anymore, that I didn't want to see him get hurt because of me, and I would pay for his medical expenses. In the end, he refused the money and confessed to me, saying he liked me, wanted to see me, and wanted to stay in touch. I got anxious and said, don't say that. You've been hurt several times because of me. You should stay far away from me. But he was quite stubborn, saying it was Jing Ting Yuan who harmed him. And he wasn't afraid. If he had the ability, he could just kill him. I really can't believe it. This guy is truly fearless. I can only earnestly advise him, saying, can you think about your parents? Every time you get hurt, they're the ones who worry the most. After sending this message, there was no response for a long time. I thought he had come to his senses. But then my phone lit up with 6 words. I'll find a way to take you away. I hadn't reacted yet when a ghostly shadow suddenly appeared behind me, ominously asking, baby, who do you want to go with? As soon as I looked up, Jing Ting Yuan was standing behind me like a giant. His gaze so cold that I felt the living room's air conditioning needed to be turned up a few degrees. How could his eyesight be so good? I quickly played dumb. What are you saying? I don't understand. Before I finished speaking, my phone was snatched away by him in a flash. I panicked at that moment and stammered, why you? Let me explain. I was afraid he might go crazy and actually find trouble with He Junwang. So I quickly grabbed his wrist, my voice softening. I didn't mean to leave with you. Don't misunderstand. I just wanted to chat. Really, just like a moment ago. He remained silent, coldly staring at me, making me feel uneasy inside. I got anxious and quickly promised, I won't talk to him again, I promise. He suddenly let out a cold laugh. Why do you need to promise me? After saying that, he raised his hand and smashed my phone onto the ground. With a loud bang, the phone shattered into pieces. I was so scared that I took a step back, looking at him like he was an uncontrollable beast. You said I'm not leaving, so what are you doing? I was so angry that my eyes turned red. What do I have to do to warm your heart? He stepped closer, his tone full of ice shards. Are you worried he will hurt you again? That's why you said you won't leave? Why can't you just willingly stay? How can I make him willing? I didn't dare to say this, fearing it would drive him crazier. As a result, he let out a cold snort and turned to walk towards the door. Seeing the situation, I panicked. Wasn't he going to kill He Junwang? I quickly rushed over and grabbed his wrist from behind. Where are you going? Didn't you say you'd take me to the lake tonight? I promise you now. Let us go right away. He shook off my hand, each word cold as if pulled from an ice cellar. Tonight is his death date. As I saw him about to step out the door, my mind went blank and I shouted at his back. Dare you take one step out the door and try it? He turned around, disbelief written all over his face. In the next second, I steeled my heart and pulled down the strap of my dress, although there was no one in the living room. His protective instincts seemed to be ingrained in his DNA. The moment my dress started to slide down, he dashed in front of me, picked me up horizontally, and firmly pressed down on my sliding dress. As soon as I saw that this tactic worked, I immediately wrapped my arms around his neck and began to threaten him. If you dare to leave this place, even a step tonight, I will go find another man. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth, threw me harshly onto the sofa, and pressed down on me like a dark cloud, pinching my chin and saying with a forced smile, Baby, do you think anyone here would dare to touch you? They are too scared to move. But if I take the initiative, who would refuse? Xia Li. He shouted my full name, and I knew he was at his boiling point. I simply decided to let it go, slowly wrapping my hands around his neck and pulling him down, Our faces close together as I tilted my head to look at him. Jing Tingyuan. He took a sharp breath, and I could feel his heart racing like a drum. His voice was hoarse. You chose to seduce me this way, just to prevent He Junwang from dying? Then you can choose not to fall for it. He fell silent, and the expression on his face was one of willing surrender. One hand gripping my waist, and the other holding the back of my neck, he whispered, all right, I won't trouble him anymore, but I have a condition. What condition? From now on, no matter when, you must call me husband. Is that it? I was taken aback for a moment, gritted my teeth, and agreed. Okay, I promise you. Then I want to hear you say it now. Damn. These two words felt like they were burning my tongue, and I stammered for a long time, old. I just couldn't bring myself to say it. He wasn't in a hurry, just watching my face turn redder and redder. After watching me struggle for a long time, he started to threaten me again. If you don't shout, then I can only let him die. No way. I glared at him. Do you want me to live in guilt for the rest of my life? So are you going to shout or not? I resigned myself to it, rolled my eyes, and quickly shouted, husband. My voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. He didn't hear me. Husband. A little louder, but still unclear. Husband. Still a bit quiet. I've been a bit deaf lately. Husband. I was so angry that I leaned into his ear and shouted with all my might. Let us see if he can still be deaf. Only then did he smile in satisfaction and say, yes, I'm very satisfied. The next day, he packed me onto a private plane, heading straight to a 5A scenic area in H City. I wore a sun protection outfit and a sun hat, holding his hand while feeding swans by the lake. To be honest, seeing those white swans really lifted my spirits. Their feathers shone brightly in the sunlight, and they were particularly docile. When I patted their heads, they didn't peck at me. Jing Tingyuan stayed by my side the entire time, smiling when I was happy and responding when I spoke. That whole morning, it really felt like time was peacefully flowing by. At noon, we had lunch at a restaurant in the scenic area, which was decorated like something out of the Wizard of Oz. He didn't even look at the menu and directly told the waiter, whatever she orders, I'll have the same. I was too hot to have an appetite, so I casually ordered some noodles. Honestly, I was dead tired. He had kept me up until midnight last night, and this morning I was worried he might change his mind, so I dragged him out to have fun. I was calculating in my mind, thinking that if I could cling to him for a few days, once he cooled down, this matter would be over. When the noodles arrived, I was bored and started scrolling through short videos. To my surprise, I came across an interview featuring Jing Tingyuan. In the video, he looked incredibly unapproachable, and I felt a chill even through the screen. He noticed I was watching it and specifically reminded me, you must pay close attention to the content that follows. I had a puzzled look on my face, but I still dragged the progress bar to the end. The reporter asked him if the engagement news was true, and he said yes, he already had a girlfriend. The reporter then asked, when did you first meet her? What made you fall for her? Guess what he said? He said, we met on a cruise, and I fell in love with her at first sight. Then he started praising me, saying I was particularly outstanding, particularly smart, able to recognize all the green vegetables in the fridge. He said that in his whole life, he had never recognized them all, thinking they all looked the same. I saw this and couldn't help but laugh. Jing Tingyuan, aren't you a top student? You can't even tell vegetables apart? He surprisingly wasn't angry at all and laughed while saying, does being a top student mean I have to recognize all vegetables? Who made that rule? Then you can't even tell garlic sprouts from chives? So you also have moments of being this clueless. I was so amused. I thought you were capable of anything. I'm a human, not a computer. I curled my lip. Sometimes you don't seem very human. What do I seem like? Like a support defense. He was taken aback. Huh? What does support defense mean? I quickly covered my mouth and leaned on the table to hold back my laughter, my shoulders shaking. Seeing me like this, he helplessly said, if you want to laugh, just laugh. Don't hold it in and hurt yourself. I managed to hold back my laughter, clear my throat, and asked him if he never goes online, not even knowing the trending memes. He looked at me as if it were obvious and said, do you think I'm that free? Yes, I'm the one who is free. Free enough to only scroll through short videos, I replied with annoyance. He started his usual routine again, saying that he would accompany me to any country I wanted to travel to, just as long as I didn't have to go to work. He said that my current life is what others dream of, not having to deal with a boss, not having to work overtime, and waking up naturally every day. I directly retorted, are you sure I am free? He didn't accept it and suggested I ask netizens online. I was so triggered at that moment that I immediately created a post for a poll. Option A, having endless money, being catered to every day, but having no friends, constantly being monitored and only revolving around my husband. Option B, having a job, friends, a warm home, and being with the person I love. I thought to myself, is there even a choice? It has to be B. But shortly after I posted the poll, The voting results left me speechless. Most people actually chose A. What's going on? What is wrong with this generation of netizens? I was so angry that I just slammed my phone down on the table. Jing Tingyuan saw me pouting and deliberately teased me. Is the internet speed this slow? Just then, the waiter brought the noodles over. So I quickly changed the subject. I'm starving. Let us eat noodles first. I was really hungry, slurping on my noodles, completely unaware that Jing Tingyuan across from me hadn't taken a single bite. He just propped his chin up and watched me eat, even secretly taking several photos with his phone. Later, I found out that he sent the photos to their brother's group chat, and his friend Lu Wuhua jokingly asked, "Why didn't you call me? Didn't you see that opening ceremony?" The trio showed up, to which Jing Tingyuan replied, "I'm a conservative man." After finishing my noodles and wiping my mouth, I realized his noodles were almost congealed. I asked him why he wasn't eating, and he said he wasn't hungry. I quietly complained about him wasting food, then stood up and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." On my way to the bathroom, I bumped into a heavyweight clown. A waitress called out to me, and when I looked, that face seemed familiar. After thinking for a long time, I remembered it was Dodo, the bean sprout king who used to bully me every day at the orphanage when I was a kid. As soon as she opened her mouth, the smell hit my nose. With her hands in her pockets, she looked me up and down and said, "Oh, you actually look quite decent now. Which club are you hanging out in?" As soon as I saw her, I didn't want to bother with her and turned to leave. But she grabbed my wrist and said in a sarcastic tone, "Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" "I want to eat you." I shook off her hand and said coldly, "Wang Daodu, what do you want?" "Just catching up with an old friend." She pointed at my clothes with a look of disdain. "Where did you get this knockoff? Introduce me to it. Did you hook up with a rich guy at one night drunken dream? How much is it for one night? Don't talk nonsense." I trembled with anger. She saw that I was upset and became even more excited, blocking my way directly. Xia Li, your face is the only thing worth anything. I could bully you before, and I can still do it now. What are you pretending for? How much does it cost to buy you for one night?" I clenched my fists in anger, and she continued to speak insensitively. "Do you remember that fat pig from the orphanage? He really likes you now and doesn't mind that you've sold yourself before. I'll tell him one day, so he can come check out your business too." Just as I was about to reach my breaking point, a cold voice came from behind me. "Who dares to buy my people?" I turned around and saw Jing Tingyuan standing behind me, hands in his pockets, with a gaze full of hostility. When Wang Dodo saw him, her arrogant demeanor instantly vanished, and her legs started to tremble, but she still tried to act tough. Who are you?" Jing Tingyuan placed a hand on my shoulder, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he looked at Wang Dodo and said slowly, "Baby, why is this copper sulfate crystal so abstract?" Wang Dodo probably didn't understand, but she grasped the next line. Jing Tingyuan continued, "Where did you meet such a drop fish? Aren't you afraid it will ruin your appetite?" This time, Wang Dodo exploded, cursing loudly. "Don't think you're amazing just because you have some money. Being with a dirty woman like Xia Li, you'll be sick sooner or later. I wish you both the worst." Jing Tingyuan's face darkened completely. Just as he was about to pull something out, I spoke up. I looked at him and said coldly, "I want to handle this myself." To my surprise, he smiled, nodded, and took a step back. "All right, since baby wants to take care of it personally, I'll just be a bystander." I took a step forward, and Wang Dodo still wanted to act calm, but I raised my hand and slapped her. The sound crisp and loud. She covered her face, her eyes wide. I warned you not to talk nonsense." After saying that, I slapped her again with my other hand. "You dare to hit me?" She raised her hand to retaliate, but then caught sight of Jing Tingyuan, who had somehow pointed a gun at her head. Her hand froze in midair. "I'm no longer the fool who let you bully me without retaliating." I delivered a third slap, saying I won't hold back. If you continue to spread rumors, I will definitely tear your mouth apart. Jing Tingyuan put away his gun, walked over to rub my hand, and then gently asked me, "Baby, are you just going to let her go?" I looked at Wang Daodu, who was trembling in fear, and coldly said, "Give me a pair of scissors." Wang Daodu's face turned pale, and she stammered, "W, what are you going to do?" A bodyguard quickly handed over a pair of scissors. When Wang Daodu saw them, her soul seemed to fly away, and she turned to run. "My bullets don't have eyes. Dare to run and see what happens." Jing Tingyuan's voice wasn't loud, but Wang Daodu was directly pinned in place. As I approached her step by step with the scissors in hand, she plopped down on the ground. "They don't come any closer." She waved her hands, terrified to the point of almost crying. "I told you, this woman is still there lecturing me on the law, shouting that killing is illegal. Having money doesn't mean you can do whatever you want." I laughed at that moment and directly confronted her. "Wang, do you still remember when you threatened me with scissors and said you would cut all my hair off?" She cried so hard, shaking her head with snot and tears, saying she didn't remember. Who remembers things from childhood, anyway? Hey, family, who understands? The classic amnesia quotes from bullies are here. I stepped forward, grabbed her hair, and told her, "You may not remember, but I remember it all too clearly. You and a few others cornered me and demanded I hand over the pocket money given by the principal, threatening to turn me into a bald person and throw me on the grass if I didn't tea. She was still being tough, saying, that was when we were kids. We didn't know better. Why do you still remember? I was so angry that I almost laughed. Yes, you bullies always think it's immaturity, but the ones being bullied have to remember it for a lifetime. I told her that if she hadn't said so much nonsense today, I would have just let bygones be bygones. But she just wouldn't change and even dared to humiliate me. If I didn't teach her a lesson today, I wouldn't be able to face the me who cried in the corner back then. After saying that, I picked up the scissors and snipped away. I tell you, it was quick and decisive. I gave her a live buzz cut and shaved her bald. Then I threw the scissors on the ground and looked at her gasping and crying, coldly telling her, you deserve all of this. After I was done, I turned around and walked away, and Jing Tingyuan followed me silently like a guardian angel. We walked all the way to the lake, and I couldn't hold it anymore. I squatted down and started crying loudly. All the grievances I had bottled up for so many years exploded at once. Jing Tingyuan immediately wrapped me in his arms, gently patting my back and saying, baby, don't cry. No one will dare to bully you again. I leaned in his embrace, crying uncontrollably, pouring out everything in my heart. I told him that when I was little, I always thought it was because I wasn't good enough that no one liked me. And that's why I was bullied by them. When I saw Wang Dodo again today, I realized that I hadn't forgotten those things at all, and that hatred still lingered. I looked up at him and for the first time sincerely said, thank you. If it hadn't been for you behind me just now, I might really not have had the courage to fight back. And guess what he asked me? He asked, so, did it feel good when you slapped her just now? I nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, it feels great. Years of pent-up anger have finally been released. After crying, I felt a bit embarrassed and wiped my tears, asking him, am I being childish? Still cutting people's hair like a kid. He cupped my face, smiling so gently, saying, you're just a little kid. Baby, you can be willful with me forever. Wow, that sentence completely broke my defenses. The tears I had just stopped flowed out again, and I threw myself into his arms, sobbing. By the end, my eyes were swollen, and I finally let go of him, noticing a large wet spot on his chest from my tears. I felt really embarrassed and apologized. I'm sorry for getting your clothes dirty. He didn't mind at all, saying, it's okay. Are you feeling better? Much better. Then, since you made my clothes dirty, how about you kiss me first? I blushed as soon as I swiped my face, turning my head away, not wanting to kiss. Why? You're too tall. I can't reach even on my tiptoes. Then that's easy to solve. I told you the next second. He directly lifted me up and placed me on the railing by the lake. I was so scared that I instantly tightened my grip around his neck. My legs went weak. What are you doing? I'm going to fall. No, I will hold you tight. His blue eyes looked at me with such affection. Now you can kiss me. I looked at him, my heart pounding like a drum. Just as I mustered the courage to lean in for a kiss, let me tell you, there's always a third wheel at the critical moment. That's when Sun came over with a phone in hand. Jing Tingyuan's face instantly darkened, and he squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. You better have something important. Zhui Sun, also a brave soul, faced his boss's deadly glare without changing his expression and said, it's the chairman's call. Father? Jing Tingyuan had no choice but to lift me off the railing and walk aside to answer the phone. I heard him say a few words like father. Okay, understood. And then he tossed the phone back to Zhui Sun and came over to me, saying, baby, in a couple of days it's my mother's birthday, and she wants to meet you. Will you come with me? Meet the parents. I was completely stunned at that moment. Is this progress on a rocket? I stammered. Well, can we not go? My mother is very gentle. She won't do anything to you. Dude, this isn't about whether she's gentle or not. We haven't even started officially, and now we're jumping straight to meeting the parents? He saw my hesitation and added a hint of threat in his tone. Baby, I hope you'll come with me. Great, the little fondness I just felt vanished in an instant. I rolled my eyes in my mind. Humph. Overbearing. Autocratic. You say you're asking for my opinion, but it's really just a notification. Then why even ask me? Ugh. But then he suddenly smiled as if he could read my mind. Baby, I know you're cursing me in your heart. I shivered in fear and quickly coughed twice to cover my embarrassment. Later, he took me to see a performance at the scenic area, and coincidentally, it was a matchmaking show. The place was packed with people, and just as I was about to leave, he asked if you dare to go on a blind date. I'll break that man's legs. A guy nearby overheard and rolled his eyes, saying, "What a joke," looking like a doorpost and being so annoying. Just then, a girl next to us suddenly stood up to defend him, saying, "What does it matter to you if that little couple is in love? Are you jealous because they look good?" When Jing Tingyuan heard the words, "little couple in love," his mood instantly brightened. As he pulled me away, he had Zwisun give that girl a tip of 50,000 yuan. In the end, Zwisun didn't have enough cash in his wallet, so he directly took out 5,000 and handed it to her. At that moment, I thought to myself, dude, you really have some burning cash. 2 days later, we took a private plane back to S-City and went straight to the Jing family's old residence. Damn, the moment the car drove in, I thought I had entered the Forbidden City. With blue bricks and black tiles, carved beams, and painted rafters, it was simply stunning. When I got out of the car, Jing Tingyuan smiled and said to me, "Don't be afraid, my parents don't eat people." As I entered the living room, I saw a handsome uncle wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a beautiful blonde with blue eyes sitting on the sofa. They looked so much like Jing Tingyuan's older siblings that I would have believed it. But then Jing Tingyuan spoke, "Father, mother." I was completely stunned. His parents were just too young. I quickly greeted them. "Hello, uncle, hello." His mother, Aunt Farron, waved at me, inviting me to come sit with her. Only then did I notice that she was in a wheelchair. She was truly beautiful like a doll, but I always felt there was an indescribable sadness about her. Aunt Farron dismissed Jing Tingyuan and his dad, saying she wanted to show me the garden and asked me to help push her wheelchair. When we reached the lotus pavilion in the garden, she suddenly asked me, "Do you see how brightly these lotuses bloom? Don't you think they will always be trapped in this small pond?" Her words made my heart skip a beat. She noticed my confusion, sighed, and then she lifted the blanket that was covering her legs. I gasped in shock. She had 2 metal anklets on her ankles. She told me that her legs weren't disabled. It was those anklets that would deliver an electric shock whenever she walked. I was at a loss for words. It was Tinyuan's father who did this to me because he was afraid I would run away. Who understands my family? At that moment, the hair on my arms stood up. This is not a wealthy family. It's a gilded cage. Aunt Farron held my hand, her eyes filled with concern. "Do you willingly want to stay by Tinyuan's side?" I shook my head. She said that Tinyuan was raised by his father since he was young, and many of his ideas and behaviors were exactly the same as his father's. She noticed as soon as I walked in that I was being forced. She also said that she had escaped before, but it was useless. Later, when she had Tinyuan, she endured for the sake of her son. I asked her why she didn't tell Jing Tinyuan the truth, and she said she didn't want her son to be caught in the middle of his parents. During dinner, Jing Tingyuan's brothers, including Lu Wuhua, also came. They were sweet-talking like they had honey on their lips, making Aunt Farlin very happy. But when Jing Tingyuan's dad, Xia Li, showed up, I tell you, the air turned icy, and Aunt Farlin's smile instantly vanished. The meal was so suffocating that no one dared to speak. As soon as Xia Li put down his chopsticks, everyone followed suit. After dinner, Xia Li pushed Aunt Farlin away and Lu Wuhua aside. Uncle and aunt are really in love. Jing Tingyuan also held my hand and said, "Baby, I hope it could be like that too." At that moment, I saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone, and I couldn't help but ask him, "Do you really think your parents love each other?" He answered without hesitation, "Of course. I've never seen anyone who loves my mother more than my father." I was just about to ask him if he knew about his mother's leg, when Nanshi suddenly came over and called Jing Tingyuan away, giving me a warning look before leaving. I instantly understood that Nanshi also knew the truth. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Xia Li closed the door, picked Fa Lin up from the wheelchair and placed her on the bed, then knelt down to massage her feet and unfastened the foot ring. Fa Lin looked at him coldly and said, "You've been pretending to be deeply in love for decades. Aren't you tired of it?" Xia Li replied, "I still love you." Fa Lin said directly, "If it weren't for Tingyuan, I would have died long ago." After saying that, she went into the bathroom, and just before closing the door, Xia Li asked the question he had never dared to ask. "If it weren't for him, would you love me?" Fa Lin turned her back to him and said word by word, "Even without him, I wouldn't love you." Bang! The door closed. Let me tell you, the story starts 25 years ago. At that time, Farron and her boyfriend were traveling in S-City and had a meal at a restaurant. The owner of that restaurant was Jingfei when he was young. Jingfei fell in love with Farron at first sight, or rather, it was a long-planned scheme. He organized a drink-free promotion and got her boyfriend so drunk he passed out. Then he pretended to offer to take them back to their hotel. As soon as the car started moving, Farron realized something was off. She tried to open the car door, but it was locked. She panicked and shouted, "This is kidnapping. It's illegal." Guess what Jingfei said? He slowly uttered a phrase that still sends chills down my spine. He said, "In S-City, I, Jingfei, am a law." As soon as this old man finished his threatening words, everything at home changed completely. I tell you, the atmosphere in the living room was already strange at that time. That guy Jing Tingyuan, right in front of everyone, leaned close to my ear and started talking nonsense, saying things like how no game is as fun as I am, and that tonight he would let me play with him all I wanted. It was so awkward that I could have dug a Disney castle with my toes. I couldn't take it anymore, so I quickly made an excuse to go to the bathroom, making my escape. But just as I left, Nancy followed right behind and blocked me in the hallway, making it feel like a scene from a drama. He didn't waste any time and got straight to the point, asking me, "Let's talk about Ting Yuan's parents." I thought to myself, you finally made it here. Turns out you already knew. So I laid it all out and said, "Do you know why you didn't tell Jing Tingyuan? His mom is almost driven to death. He has the right to know." My emotions flared up at that moment. I said, and he's been pulling me to talk about Jing Tingyuan's childhood all day long. That state of hers, isn't it just a typical way of preparing for the end? My intuition told me that something was definitely going to happen to her tonight. Nancy still wanted to argue with me, saying that his mom wouldn't let him speak, afraid it would put him in a difficult position. I was really infuriated and laughed in anger, saying, "Difficult position? Is it more difficult to watch his own mother imprisoned in a cage, struggling to survive? Or to let her gain freedom? Is there even a choice to make?" As soon as I finished speaking, guess what happened? Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream from the servant came from outside. "Madam, Madam has committed suicide. Call a doctor quickly." I was looking at Nanshi at that moment, and that guy's face turned pale. His eyes looked at me as if I were a fortune teller, and he stammered, "How did you guess?" What could I say? I could only laugh at myself and replied, "Maybe because I saw my future self in Annie." We rushed outside, and the scene is something I will never forget in my life. Jing Tingyuan's father, that old pervert named Xia Li, was carrying the aunt who was soaking wet and had blood dripping from her wrist. The aunt's golden hair was drenched, and she looked like a soulless doll. The impact of that image was overwhelming. Jing Tingyuan was completely stunned, rushing forward to ask what was going on, but was directly blocked by the bodyguard like a wall. He could only watch helplessly as his father carried his mother onto a helicopter, which then roared and flew away. Who understands family? In that moment, Jing Tingyuan looked like a big dog abandoned by the whole world, dazed and helpless. At that time, Nanshi finally told him the whole truth. He said that his mother was not physically disabled, but had been imprisoned by his father with an electronic ankle bracelet for over 20 years. The so-called wheelchair was just a cover. After hearing this, Jing Tingyuan's eyes turned red instantly. His whole body was trembling, and then without saying a word, he threw a solid punch right into Nachi's face. Nachi didn't T-dodge, accepting the punch and sincerely apologizing. "I'm sorry for hiding this from you for so many years." Jing Tingyuan didn't hit him again. He turned around and pulled me into the car, heading straight for the hospital. He didn't say a word the whole way, just stared intensely out the window, and the atmosphere in the car was terrifyingly low. When we arrived at the hospital, wow, Nanshi, Mingjue, and Lu Wuhua had all rushed over. Jing Tingyuan stood at the door of the ward like a guardian deity, wanting to go in but not daring to. Nanshi sighed and said that he probably didn't know how to face his parents. After a long time, Jing Tingyuan finally pushed the door open and went in. We didn't dare follow and just waited silently outside. Inside the ward, his father Xia Li was sitting by the bed, looking rather haggard. As soon as Jing Tingyuan entered, his first sentence was the question, "Why do you have to torture my mother like this?" Guess how his father responded? He said, "I'm just making her wear an ankle bracelet. How can that be considered torture?" I swear, hearing that makes me want to rush in and punch him. This father really twists right and wrong. He went on confidently, "Your mother has never loved me. If I hadn't forcefully kept her, you wouldn't even know who your mother is." To put it so poetically while forcibly taking someone, it seems he has mastered PUA. Jing Tingyuan's mindset completely collapsed, begging his father to let go. Then the most shocking part happened. His father pulled out a gun from somewhere and cocked it against his own temple. "Son, if you dare to take her away, I'd rather die than be separated from her." After saying that, he immediately loaded the gun. Let me tell you, this old dang is simply a madman's literature brought into reality. He is using his own life to force his son to take a stand. What else can Jing Tingyuan do? He is completely silent now. When he came out of the hospital room, he looked as if he had lost his soul. Dragging me out, I pressed him on what he planned to do, and after a long silence, he uttered 4 words, "Do nothing." I was furious at that moment. I shook off his hand and shouted at him, "What do you mean doing nothing? That's your mom. She's been tortured for so many years. And just because your dad pointed a gun at himself, you coward?" He retorted, "So what do you think I should do?" I said, at the very least, you can't let her be locked up anymore. Let her live like a normal person. But he replied, that's between them. I won't interfere. I was trembling with anger when Nanchi suddenly appeared and grabbed me, saying that I was an orphan and couldn't understand Jing Tingyuan's feelings. He said Jing Tingyuan was raised by his father since childhood, and in his heart his father was like a mountain of kindness. After hearing this, I sneered and shook off his hand, looking at Jing Tingyuan's back, and said, indeed, like father, like son. After I finished speaking, I walked away, and Nanchi drove me back to the castle. As for Jing Tingyuan, he was probably too confused and went to Mingjue's bar to drink with Nanchi and the others, not saying a word all night, just drowning his sorrows. Originally, Mingjue had booked him a hotel room, but guess what happened? A female server wanted to sneak in and climb into bed early, but was directly dragged out and thrown away by Jing Tingyuan's bodyguard like a little chick. It was hilarious. They didn't even consider whose party it was. In the end, they had no choice but to go to Lu Wuhua's newly bought apartment to crash for the night. The apartment only had 3 rooms, and Mingjue stubbornly refused to share a room with Lu Wuhua, saying he was afraid of rumors about them. He went straight into a room and locked the door. Lu Wuhua was outside banging on the door like a scorned woman. And it was only when Jing Tingyuan came out with a dark face and threatened to throw him off the 32nd floor that he finally quieted down. On the other hand, the hospital was a dramatic scene. The aunt woke up in the middle of the night and saw Jing lay sitting by her bedside. Her first question was, why did you save me? That crazy Jing lay directly hugged the aunt, who had just gotten out of bed, and whispered in her ear, Lin, if you want to die, I'll accompany you. But think it through. If Tingyuan loses both parents in one day, will he collapse mentally? I told you, this isn't love at all. It's purely using the son as a weapon for mental control. The aunt scolded him for being crazy at that time, but it didn't help at all. The next day, Jing Tingyuan went to the hospital early in the morning to see his mom. The aunt is really kind. Even after everything, she comforted him and said she didn't blame him and earnestly advised him, Tingyuan, if you truly like Xia Li, don't follow your dad's way, or your ending will turn out like mine and your father's. It seemed that her words really woke him up. After he came out of the ward, he happened to run into Lu Wuhua. Lu Wuhua said that his cousin Xia Li, who runs a Trini brand store, wanted to invite me to the opening ceremony. Normally, Jing Tingyuan could have shot Lu Wuhua a glare that could kill, but this time, he hesitated for a moment and surprisingly agreed. Lu Wuhua was shocked on the spot, circling around him twice, asking if he had been possessed. Jing Tingyuan still acted tough, saying, Jiang Li Xia is your cousin. She's a woman. It's nothing. But he still warned Lu Wuhua not to take me around recklessly. As for me, I was worried about the aunt and couldn't sleep well all night. So I went downstairs to prepare for lunch with 2 big dark circles under my eyes. As soon as I entered the dining room, to my surprise, Jing Tingyuan was also there. I walked over and sat down, looking at him, and still asked with concern, is Aunt Farron in a better mood today? He nodded and said, much better. That's good. Then, there was nothing more to say. We just sat there, neither looking at each other, silently picking at the rice in our bowls. After not even 2 bites, Jing Tingyuan suddenly put down his chopsticks. He wiped his mouth with a napkin, his handsome face as cold as ice, and said to me that Lu Wuhua's cousin had an opening ceremony and wanted to invite me to go have some fun. I was stunned at that moment, holding the chopsticks and not moving for a long time. Who understands, right? This guy usually has such a possessive nature. He would want to tie me to his belt, and today, he actually? Is the sun rising from the west? I had 1,000 question marks in my mind, but seeing his expression that said, don't ask, I don't want to talk, I didn't dare to say a word. He just left me with a sentence. I'm going to the study to work, and walked away, leaving me alone staring at a table full of dishes in a daze. This was too unusual, so unusual that I couldn't even eat. After thinking for a long time without figuring it out, I simply went back to bed to watch anime. Just when I was at the climax, a strange phone call came in, saved as Lu Wuhua. Wow, when did he say my number in his phone? As soon as I answered the phone, Lu Wuhua's gentle voice came through. The background noise was loud. It sounded like he was in a mall. He opened with, Xia Li, what kind of gift do you want? I was thinking, wasn't I the one attending your cousin's opening ceremony? How did it turn into you giving me a gift? Lu Wuhua was laughing on the other end of the phone, saying that when we meet, I should bring something. He had already prepared the gift for me. I just needed to show up. I'm a bit shy, so I felt embarrassed to go empty-handed. And I tried to argue with him, but he didn't give me a chance at all and directly said, Xia Li, do you like panda plush toys? I'll get you a super big one. I thought to myself, a figurine is just a figurine. It can't be made of gold, right? So I casually said it would be fine. As a result, I was still too young. On the other end of the phone, a sweet voice from a salesgirl immediately came through. Mr. Lu, this diamond panda is actually a pair. Are you planning to buy a pair, or just a single one? I was dumbfounded at that moment. What the heck? Diamond Panda? I thought it was a plush toy, but you served me a hard dish. I quickly shouted, Lu Xiao. No, you really don't need to spend so much. But Lu Wuhua didn't listen at all. He directly told the sales assistant, I want a pair. Wrap it up. Then he said to me, this is a welcome gift for you. We exchanged a few polite words, and then he hung up. I held my phone, feeling like I was dreaming. In the afternoon, I got so engrossed in watching anime that I dozed off, and when I woke up again, it was already dark outside. Let me tell you, I felt like I had a little furnace beside me, making me sweat all over. I closed my eyes and pushed my hand, but it felt soft and I couldn't push it away. When I opened my eyes, with a faint light, I saw Jing Tingyuan's handsome face flushed red, like a cooked shrimp, lying next to me. I was startled and quickly shouted for the smart AI to turn on the light. As the light came on, I reached out to touch his forehead. Oh my gosh, it was so hot it could fry an egg. Then I touched his face and neck. And not a single spot was cool. This guy has a high fever. I hurriedly pushed him. Jing Tingyuan, wake up. Do you know you have a high fever? Get up and take your medicine. But he just kept his eyes tightly shut, clinging to me like an octopus. His voice, which was already deep, became even more hoarse with the fever, and he was mumbling, don't go. Honestly, that almost took my soul away. But I still had my wits about me. No matter how handsome he was, he couldn't be burned into a fool. I tried to persuade him for a long time, but he wouldn't budge. In the end, I had no choice but to muster all my strength, and, when he wasn't paying attention, suddenly pushed him away. Luckily, he was weak from the illness. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to budge him. With that push, he almost rolled off the bed, which scared me into quickly pulling him back. I hurriedly ran out to find Butler Lu, and the family doctor quickly arrived. After taking his temperature, prescribing medicine, and administering it the doctor reminded me to give him plenty of water at night, so he could recover quickly. After seeing off the doctor, I sat by the bed watching over him. Looking at him lying there quietly with the I felt a mix of emotions. At that moment, I was also blinded by my feelings. Seeing him so sick like Lin Daiyu, I sat by the bed and started to talk to him. You know, you're really handsome, but your temper is terrible. You go crazy at the slightest thing. If your emotions could be as stable as they are now, I wouldn't dislike you so much. I want to like you, but I really can't. I'm here holding a black mud rose conference, thinking he is dead asleep and can't hear anything. What happened? Family. My buddy was online the whole time listening. He woke up a long time ago. I watched over him for almost an hour, my stomach growling with hunger. Seeing him sleeping so soundly, I thought I would go downstairs to grab a bite to eat and bring him a bowl of congee. Just as I stepped out, he opened his eyes, a mysterious smile lingering on his face. Let me tell you, I later found out that he did all this on purpose. He took an ice water bath in the study to test whether I would care about him, just because he listened to what Farron said. He decided to change his approach. Instead of being forceful, he switched to using psychological tactics. As soon as I came back with the porridge, he immediately closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. As soon as I set the bowl down, he started acting, first coughing a couple of times, then using that hoarse voice as if he were dying to call out, water. I quickly helped him get up, patting his back and pouring him water. As a result, he acted even more exaggeratedly. When he took the cup, his hand shook and the entire cup of water spilled all over the blanket. Then he innocently apologized to me. Sorry, I wasn't holding it steady. I was stunned at that moment. Jing Tingyuan would apologize? For such a trivial matter? I poured him water again, and this time I simply fed him myself. After he finished the water, he looked at me with those watery eyes and said he had no strength in his hands, asking me to feed him porridge. Fine, the patient is the priority. I'll feed him. I blew on the spoonfuls of food to cool them down for him, and he was as obedient as could be, opening his mouth as soon as I asked. Let me tell you, from that moment on, Jing Tingyuan's personality completely awakened his green tea side. He must have been thinking, oh wow, so this little girl is into this, huh? You should have said so earlier. After he finished the drip, he started acting up again, saying he felt sticky and wanted to take a shower. Of course, I wouldn't let him. He just had a fever. Why would he take a shower? But then he said, but I'm worried that my sweat smell might bother you. I said it was fine and that I would go sleep in the guest room. Guess what? He actually agreed. He said that way I wouldn't be disturbed while resting. My worldview was shattered at that moment. Is this really the same Jing Tingyuan who has such a strong possessiveness? Did the fever clear his mind? Just as I was about to leave, he came back. I feel a bit unwell, and if I still have a high fever tonight, I will call the butler. So you don't have to worry. Then he added, it's okay. At worst, I'll just hold on until tomorrow morning when you find me. One night of fever won't kill me. Goodness, with such casual words, how can I leave? If I leave, am I still a person? I said I would have the maid take care of him, and he replied, I don't like any other women getting close to me except you. Well, great, General. What else can I say? I can only sigh helplessly. Even sick like this, you can still say sweet nothings. Only you can do that. In the end, I stayed. He even said thank you to me. I really, seriously suspect he has been possessed. After taking a shower and coming out, he patted the spot next to him and said gently, "Lie down here. I can't bear for you to keep watch all night, nor can I bear for you to sleep on the sofa. Don't worry, I won't touch you." At that moment, I foolishly thought, you're sick like this. How could you have the strength to move me? Man. After I lay down and couldn't sleep, I turned my back to him and read a novel. It turned out that he wasn't asleep at all. He quietly reached out to play with my hair from behind me. Once I fell asleep, he immediately turned over, leaned in to kiss my face, and then happily held me in his arms. The next morning, he looked refreshed and gently asked if I felt unwell. After we got ready and went downstairs, Lu Wuhua was already there. Jing Tingyuan even encouraged me. Take your time to play with them. Didn't you say you lack friends? Xia Li is a nice person. I was so shocked that I directly reached out to touch his forehead to see if he had a fever again. He actually cooperated by lowering his head for me to check. Even when we went downstairs together, he raised his hand as if to hug me, but then put it down halfway and said, "If you don't like me hugging you in front of others, I'll try to restrain myself." My goodness, this emotional stability is almost frightening. When I got to the living room, Lu Wuhua handed me the dazzling diamond panda. Jing Tingyuan was also chiming in from the side, saying that this small amount of money was as easy for him as drinking water. I accepted the gift, and Lu Wuhua urged me to leave, saying his cousin Xia Li was waiting in the car. Before I left, I was a bit uneasy and kept looking back at Jing Tingyuan every 3 steps, afraid that he would suddenly change his mind and go crazy. In the end, he maintained a gentle smile the whole time and waved for me to hurry up. I'm telling you, the most explosive part is coming. As soon as I walked out the door with Lu Wuhua, the smile on Jing Tingyuan's face instantly vanished, replaced by a cold, predatory sneer. He turned to his bodyguard, Zhui Sun, and casually uttered a few words. "Find someone to watch her closely." Then came the chilling words that made my hair stand on end. He said, "Since she wants freedom, I'll give her freedom." Family, this is not giving freedom at all. This is clearly the beginning. The hunting moment. At that time, I was still a bit clueless. As soon as I got into the car, I was hugged by Lu Wuhua's cousin, Xia Li. This sister is just a pure social butterfly, so enthusiastic that I was almost overwhelmed. She immediately said she wanted to be my sister and quietly asked me how I ended up with Jing Tingyuan, this eccentric guy. Lu Wuhua, who was sitting next to us, turned pale upon hearing this and started coughing wildly, trying to interrupt her. However, Xia Li wasn't having any of it. She directly grabbed his ear and said he was just trying to prevent her from hearing the gossip. The two almost started fighting in the car. In the end, Xia Li guessed pretty close, saying it must be that Jing Tingyuan had forced his way in. When Lu Wuhua heard someone insulting his brother, he got anxious and said if she insulted him again, they would cut ties. The atmosphere in the car was incredibly awkward. Finally, when we arrived at her newly opened coffee shop, I thought it would finally calm down. But Xia Li grabbed me and, without caring about any opening ceremony, directly slipped out through a security exit. I asked her in confusion where we were going. She winked at me and smiled mysteriously, saying, "I'm taking you to a good place. We'll go secretly. Don't let anyone find out. Especially don't let Jing Tingyuan find out." Well, that made me even more curious. We got into a very low-key car and drove straight to a beauty salon. Xia Li said that before going to that place, we had to change our outfits. I looked down at myself and thought, what's wrong? Then she said, there are many rules in that place. You must wear a uniform color outfit. When I came out of the changing room and looked at myself in the mirror, I was completely stunned. I was wearing a dark, Gothic-style Lolita lawn dress. Deep red paired with pure black, luxurious yet decadent. Xia Li wore a short version, showcasing her long legs, which were stunning. She came over, pinched my face, and said, "Xia Li, you look like a vampire princess in that outfit. I thought to myself that you are the vampire queen." Then I was pressed to wear a wig, and Xia Li picked out a long, waist-length, deep red curly wig for me. She said that place had rules. Hair must be red, clothes must be black or red Lolita, and a mask must be worn to conceal one's true identity. I'm getting more and more curious about what kind of place this is with so many rules. Xia Li just won't say, but keeps assuring me that it's really fun and won't let me down at all. The stylist gave us both a makeover. Xia Li wore a black diamond crown, exuding a full queen vibe. I, on the other hand, had my hair in a little braid with a small black hat as an accessory, going for a pure and innocent look. In the end, Xia even personally picked a red rose lace choker for me to wear. Looking at myself in the mirror, her eyes sparkled as she said, "Xia Li, you really are beautiful." At that time, I didn't understand these things at all. So I casually pointed out a piece with a ruby, saying, "Sister Jiang, I think this one is pretty cool." Without saying a word, she put it on and said she trusted my judgment. Once everything was ready, Xia took my hand and we went out. To my surprise, she switched to another Bentley. I thought to myself, is this girl running a car rental company? Changing cars every time we go out, really emphasizing the experience of life. Huh. After driving for more than half an hour, the car stopped. Xia handed me a lace eye mask and told me to put it on so that we wouldn't be recognized. I sensed that this was not a simple matter. Wearing the eye mask, I felt like a little blind person being led into a club called God. The security guard at the entrance checked the invitation letter meticulously, like checking IDs, before letting us in. Let me tell you, the lighting inside was so dim that even without the eye mask, it was all about equality among people. No one could see anyone clearly. I quietly asked Sister Jiang, "Sister, what are we doing here? It feels a bit strange." She gave me a mysterious smile and said, "Don't worry, the good show is about to start." As soon as she finished speaking, a staff member came over and handed each of us a number tag. Xia glanced at hers, which was ordinary number 3, and clicked her tongue, complaining about her bad luck. Before I could look at mine, I curiously asked her, "What is the point of this tag? Is there a gold medal and silver medal?" Xia leaned over to explain, saying this is called a mass ball, and there is only one gold medal number 1 in the entire venue. The person who gets it can have dinner with the mysterious owner of this club. I looked around and noticed it was all women, not a single man in sight. "Sister Jiang, isn't this place a bit strange? Why are there only women?" She laughed directly, covering her mouth, and said, "This club only serves female customers. As for the men, they're all prey." I was completely stunned at that moment. Prey? What does that mean? The next second, the lift in the middle of the dance floor slowly rose. Wow, a whole bunch of guys came up, each with 8-pack abs, their V-lines clearer than my life plan. I instantly understood. This was what she meant by prey. There were 29 male models on stage, each with a number. Xia explained, "I'm number 3, so I team up with number 3. Only the gold medal number 1 can team up with the boss." "What do we team up for?" "To eat, dance, and go on dates." What I was most concerned about at the time was the money issue. Do I have to spend money? Of course. The minimum ticket price is 3 million. Huh. I thought I misheard. 3 million. Just to have dinner and dance with a stranger man? What else could that money be used for? I felt my frugal side suddenly surface, and it hurt so much. Xia saw my naive expression and quietly said to me, "Xia Li, you don't understand. These male models are not ordinary people. They're all second-generation rich, second-generation officials, second-generation black from all over the world. I'm even more confused. They have such impressive identities. Why are they here to be prey? Who knows? Anyway, only the boss knows their true identities. Then how important must this boss be? I don't know. Only the person who gets the gold medal number 1 can meet him." Speaking of this, she suddenly remembered to look at my badge. "Right, Xia Li? What number are you?" I flipped over the sign in my hand, and the golden number 1 almost blinded me. Xia almost screamed on the spot, then lowered her voice and said, "Xia Li, what kind of extraordinary fortune do you have? You drew an SSR on your first try." But I couldn't feel happy at all. Being with such a mysterious and dangerous big shot, I was afraid I wouldn't survive the night. Xia saw my tense expression and patted me, saying, "How about it? I didn't trick you, right? Look at the splendor of this world more, and you'll realize that Jing Tingyuan is really nothing special." I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. But I still think it's not worth it. Sister Jiang, spending so much money without dating or getting married, what good does it do no matter how great they are? TSK. Xia started sharing her rich woman's Bible with me. In dating, you should be devoted, but coming here, it's all about the experience card. Today this one, tomorrow that one. And there's no responsibility, purely providing emotional value. How enjoyable is this life? Otherwise, why would I work so hard to earn money? I can't understand, but I express my respect. Soon, the host announced the team formation by number, saying that the private rooms were all ready. Before I could react, Xia winked at me. "I'm going to my number 3. You have fun with the boss. Don't worry, the rules here are strict. They won't dare to do anything to you." After saying that, she smiled and left with a handsome guy. I reached out to grab her, but only caught a handful of air. A waiter immediately came over. "Hello, please follow me." "Can I not go?" "Sorry, you cannot leave until the end of the ball. But please rest assured, it is very safe here." I was led to the door of a luxurious private room by him. He opened the door, and inside the lighting was dim, but enough to see everything clearly. The waiter helped me pull out a chair and said, Please sit. The boss will be here shortly. I sat down, so nervous that I didn't know where to put my hands. The waiter handed me the menu, and to my surprise, there were no prices on it. Out of curiosity, I asked, and he said the ticket covers everything. Just order whatever you want and don't waste it. I wasn't in the mood to eat, so I just randomly ordered steak. I waited for what felt like an eternity, and when the waiter finally brought in the steak, I quickly asked him, "How long do I have to wait?" "The boss will be here soon. The process is to spend 3 hours alone with your partner, starting the timer from the moment they walk in." It's quite considerate, isn't it? They must be afraid the guests will feel cheated. As soon as the waiter left, the door to the private room opened. Let me tell you, when the boss appeared, I thought I was on the set of some vampire movie. He was dressed in a well-tailored black tailcoat. His striking long red hair was hard to miss, and he wore a cloak embroidered with golden patterns, along with a golden mask that revealed only his deep green eyes, as deep as a pond. When he spoke, his voice was like a bass speaker. "Hello, I'm the owner here, codename King." I was so nervous that I just replied with a hello. He sat down right across from me, then very naturally took my steak and helped me cut it into small pieces. I could have done it myself. He chuckled softly. "You came here to spend money? Didn't you just enjoy the service?" I'm a bit embarrassed. Actually, this is my first time here, and I don't really understand the rules, and I'm a little scared. It's normal. He pushed the cut steak in front of me and said, "If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me directly now." He told me that Xia Li was able to bring me in because she spent over 60 million here. Wow. I felt like my CPU was about to burn out. 60 million? How many times would that take? King saw my confusion and explained with a smile, "We also offer other services here, such as selling information. You can check anything?" "Yes." I don't know what happened, but I asked impulsively, "So, can you trace my background? Like, find my biological parents?" He was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "Yes, it can be traced, starting at 6 million, and it could go up to tens of millions later." Goodness, my savings aren't even enough for the initial amount. I immediately shook my head. "Never mind, I don't have the money." He didn't get angry. Instead, he asked what I wanted to talk about, saying they provide emotional services here, and I could share my feelings with him. Isn't this just perfect for me? I've been holding in for so long. I poured out everything about that crazy guy, Jing Tingyuan. I told him how he treated me like a canary, not letting me work or make friends, that suffocating feeling. Who understands that in my family? I said I wanted the kind of lively atmosphere where we could stroll through night markets and grab discounts. But what he gave me was a cold castle. We are from completely different worlds. By the end, I couldn't hold back anymore and cried uncontrollably, even taking off my mask, wiping my tears while saying, "He simply cannot understand my anxiety. He can give me everything when he loves me, but he can also take it all back when he doesn't love me anymore. What should I do if I've invested my true feelings and then he doesn't want me?" King listened quietly, then walked over to me, gently stroked my hair, even kneeling down on one knee to help wipe my tears with a handkerchief. "It's okay, if you don't want to love, then don't. No one can force you." After drying my tears, he said gently, "Actually, you do have feelings for him. You just dislike the way he forces you. If he changed his approach, you would actually like him, right?" "He can't change," I said excitedly. "He doesn't listen to me at all." King stood up, walked over to the gramophone, turned on the music, then looked back at me and said something mysterious. "Have you ever heard of dog training? Some dogs have a strong temperament, but once you tame them, they will be very loyal to you and obey your commands." I was left with a big question mark at that moment. What do you mean, man? 3 hours passed quickly, and King arranged for someone to take me out. As soon as I left, that guy took off his mask. If I had looked back, I would have been scared half to death. He was the same man who almost shot me on the cruise ship. This whole thing was a trap set by him and Xia Li. The scene shifted, and Xia Li met up with King. It turned out they were partners. Xia Li specifically warned him that he could use me, but he must not take my life. So why does Xia Li hate Jing Tingyuan so much? Let me tell you, this story goes back 10 years. Simply put, it was a case of a young girl falling in love. She saw Jing Tingyuan at a banquet for the first time and was amazed. She wanted to say hello, but when she tapped him on the back, that unromantic guy threw her over his shoulder, dislocating her arm. She initially wanted revenge, but the more she got to know him, the more obsessed she became, turning it into a secret crush. She always thought Jing Tingyuan was an unattainable flower. But what happened? That flower was picked by me, a mere mortal, and her mindset completely exploded. It was a classic case of love turning to hate. If she couldn't have him, she would destroy him herself. Meanwhile, we were on the phone exchanging codes, discussing how to sneak back into the store without being discovered, while Lu Wuwa was already at the office door, banging on it angrily, shouting for Xia Li to come out. He had been pestered by dozens of women all afternoon and was about to lose his mind. I took a deep breath and forced myself to open the door. The moment the door swung open, Lu Wuhua's angry face instantly turned to shock. He stared at my Lolita outfit, his eyes wide. The next second, I swear, it was as if he was under a spell. He stepped forward and pinned me against the cabinet at the door with a wall slam. He lowered his head, his voice a bit hoarse. Xia Li, are you trying to seduce me? I blinked and was speechless at that moment. What are you playing at, dude? Lu Xiao, don't make jokes like that. He stared into my eyes and suddenly became anxious. Did you cry? Who bullied you? I quickly shook my head, but he didn't believe me. He reached out to touch the redness at the corner of my eye and said with concern, if someone is bullying you, you must tell me. I pouted and jokingly said, what if Jing Tingyuan bullies me? Will you help me beat him up? Wow. As soon as Jing Tingyuan was mentioned, he instantly recoiled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, stepping back half a pace, his face turning red. He stammered, if Tingyuan bullies you, I'll help you beat him up, but I can't win against him. After saying that, he looked like he had seen a ghost and found an excuse to flee in a hurry. I looked at his back, full of question marks. What's going on with this person? Lu Wuhua rushed into the bathroom, splashed cold water on his face in front of the mirror, and muttered to himself, Lu Wuhua, get a grip, that's Ting Yuan's girlfriend. But his mind was probably like a debate meeting, with one side saying that a brother's wife must not be wronged, while the other side pointed out that Xia Li doesn't like him at all. He was simply the most conflicted second male lead of 2025. I tell you, his inner drama hasn't finished yet, and he just exploded. With a punch, he smashed the bathroom mirror, shattering it into a million pieces. His hand was cut, but he seemed not to feel a thing and turned to leave. But he didn't know that someone was hiding in the stall. It was that guy Lu Quan, the one who played games with Xia Li before. Ever since their last encounter at the spicy hot pot restaurant, Lu Quan had been completely blacklisted and deleted by Xia Li. He thought that this relationship had come to an end, but today he heard a shocking revelation here. He was no longer that small-time game booster worrying about $100. With Xia Li's 2 million and his own smarts, he was now a small boss. Hearing Lu Wuhua's heartfelt confession, he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear, his mind racing. Oh? Jing Tingyuan's friend also likes Xia Li? This is getting more and more interesting. Meanwhile, Xia Li changed her clothes and went downstairs. Lu Wuhua, acting like nothing happened, gentlemanly opened the car door for her. Just then, her cousin Jiang Lixia chased after them, stuffing a big bag of snacks into Xia Li's hands, smiling brightly at her. But when she turned to look at Lu Wuhua, her face turned sour, and she threatened, Lu Wuhua, if you dare bully Xia Li, I'll take you down. Lu Wuhua was stunned and quickly sped off with Xia Li. In the car, Lu Wuhua's gossip radar went off, insisting on knowing what secret meeting Xia Li and his cousin had in the office. Could Xia Li tell him? Of course not. She quickly pretended to be sleepy and said she was going to take a nap, effectively killing the conversation. Meanwhile, in the domineering CEO's office, Jing Tingyuan pretended to look at reports, but his ears were perked up. Zhua Sun reported seriously, Miss Xia is on her way back with young Master Lu. Jing Tingyuan responded with a grunt, not even lifting his eyelids. Zhua Sun continued, they spent the whole afternoon in the CAF. Jing Tingyuan grunted again. Just a couple of minutes later, he slammed the documents shut, unable to sit still. Prepare the car, we're going home. Goodness. Just as Xia Li and Lu Wuhua arrived home, barely settling in, Jing Tingyuan followed right behind. Upon entering the living room, he saw the two sharing snacks, and instantly, his jealousy flared. He strode over and hugged Xia Li's shoulders from behind, his voice dripping with sweetness. Baby, did you have fun today? Xia Li, still a bit dazed, nodded and said the snacks from Jiang Jia were delicious, asking if he wanted to try some. Jing Tingyuan wasn't interested in snacks. He wanted her. He opened his mouth. Then feed me. Xia Li brought the snack to his mouth, but this guy was quite mischievous, gently biting down and even taking her finger in with it. Xia Li's face turned bright red. This was practically public execution in front of Lu Wuhua. Jing Tingyuan, still unsatisfied, swallowed and smiled. The snack is sweet. But you're sweeter, baby. I was cringing all over. Lu Wuhua, standing by, was nearly sickened and exclaimed, Can you two consider the feelings of this single dog? Jing Tingyuan raised an eyebrow. If you had any sense, you would have left by now. After saying that, he took Xia Li and entered the elevator. You think that was the end? Once the elevator doors closed, the real show began. Jing Tingyuan instantly transformed into Lin Daiyu, clutching his head and starting to act. Oh no, my head hurts. Maybe it's because of the fever and I've been overworked today. Xia Li, the naive sweetheart, immediately fell for it, asking with concern if he needed a doctor. Jing Tingyuan waved his hand. No need, I've taken medicine. Just help me massage my temples for a few minutes. Once in the master bedroom, he lay on Xia Li's leg, closing his eyes to enjoy her massage service. But that wasn't all. He suddenly opened his eyes and asked with deep affection, "Baby, do you like fireflies?" Xia Li was instantly taken back to her childhood, saying she had seen them before, like little stars. Jing Tingyuan seized the opportunity. "I'll take you to see them, right now." Saying it, he immediately called for a helicopter. The helicopter flew directly to a scenic area called Baiwa Island, and from above, the ground was lit up with 3 giant characters. "I love you." After landing, they walked in, and the surroundings grew darker. Jing Tingyuan held her hand, saying, "How can you see fireflies with the lights on?" As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of fireflies flew out from the flower bushes, creating a fairy tale scene. A tiny firefly even landed on Xia Li's fingertip, and she was as happy as a child. Watching her radiant smile, Jing Tingyuan stood beside her, his gaze deep. "Let me tell you, this was not some spontaneous romance. It was all scripted. This guy had long instructed Sun to investigate Xia Li's preferences, from what she liked to eat to her favorite snacks, every detail. He was just acting, playing the perfect boyfriend she adored, stable in emotions, accompanying her in a simple life. This wasn't dating, it was high-end custom PUA. After watching the fireflies, he took her to swing, gently pushing her from behind. Xia Li was having a great time when she suddenly remembered. "Oh no, weren't you having a headache? Will the wind here make it worse?" Jing Tingyuan, all affectionate, replied, "As long as you're happy, it doesn't matter what happens to me." Hearing this, Xia Li felt a pang of sympathy and quickly suggested, "Let's stop playing and go home." By the time they returned to the castle, it was already midnight. He carried the sleeping Xia Li back to her room. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the two engaged in some morning exercise. Afterward, Jing Tingyuan went to take a shower, and the butler came to report that his good friend, Nanshi, was waiting for him in the study. Jing Tingyuan entered the study wearing a bathrobe, and when Nanshi saw his appearance, he couldn't help but tease. In broad daylight, "Aren't you afraid of dying from embarrassment?" Jing Tingyuan shot back, "I want to be embarrassed, no matter what." After bantering a bit, Nanshi pulled out a folder, his expression serious. "I found clues about Xia Li's parents." Jing Tingyuan took it, opened it, and his face instantly darkened. Nanshi was puzzled. "What happened? What's wrong?" Jing Tingyuan shook his head, his eyes filled with struggle. Nanshi guessed. "You don't want her to meet her biological parents?" Jing Tingyuan tightened his grip on the document, walking to the window, his voice heavy. "I can't let her meet them. She doesn't love me now. She only relies on me. If she has a family, she will abandon me without hesitation. I must be her only support. Goodness, that possessiveness is suffocating." Nanshi wanted to persuade him, but Jing Tingyuan suddenly turned around, right in front of him, and shoved the crucial document into the shredder. With a shred, the truth became a pile of scrap paper. He coldly asked, "Who else knows about this besides you and me?" Nanshi replied, "No one." Jing Tingyuan finally relaxed. "That's good. I will handle this personally." What was he going to do? He was going to find Xia Li a pair of fake parents. That night at dinner, while cutting steak for Xia Li, Jing Tingyuan casually dropped a bomb. "I have results regarding your biological parents." Xia Li jumped up excitedly, stammering, "Really? Really found them?" Looking into her bright, hopeful eyes, Jing Tingyuan felt an indescribable emotion and forced a smile. "Yes, we found them. But the place is a bit remote. We'll set off tomorrow." Xia Li was so excited that tears were welling up in her eyes. She raised her glass to toast him. "Jing Tingyuan, thank you. Although you can be quite difficult at times, for this matter, I really want to thank you." She downed the red wine in one go. Jing Tingyuan watched her, a flicker of guilt in his eyes, and silently drank his wine in one gulp. That night, he didn't sleep with Xia Li, but stayed alone in the study smoking, calling Sun with a voice as cold as ice. "How's the arrangement? If she discovers even a hint of it, you all will pay the price." The next day, before dawn, Xia Li shook Jing Tingyuan awake, too excited to eat breakfast. As they got into the car, her palms were sweaty with nervousness, both hopeful and fearful, repeatedly asking, "Do you think they will want me? What if hope falls through again?" Jing Tingyuan held her in his arms, gently comforting her while his heart bled. His mind was filled with the truth he had shattered with his own hands. Xia Li's biological mother was very likely the powerful Alicia from Country E. They looked remarkably alike. But if that were true, Xia Li was an illegitimate child, likely abandoned on her mother's orders. Meeting her now could not only risk her mother silencing her again to protect her reputation, but also put her at odds with her half-siblings. Jing Tingyuan was torn between fearing Xia Li would leave him if she found family, and feeling that he was protecting her by keeping her away from danger. Regardless, he had resolved to uphold this monumental lie. The car bumped along all day until it finally arrived at a dark, remote mountain village at night. The sounds of barking dogs and chirping insects were unsettling. They approached a dilapidated farmhouse, and Jing Tingyuan stopped Xia Li, starting his performance. Baby, now that we're here, I think we should wait for the results before meeting. What if it's not true? I'm afraid you'll be heartbroken. Xia Li thought it made sense and agreed. So his son went inside to negotiate with the actors. Xia Li lingered at the door, wanted to look but too afraid to do so, ultimately deciding to wait for the result. Back in the car, Xia Li quickly fell asleep in his arms from exhaustion. Jing Tingyuan leaned down to kiss her hair, repeatedly saying in his heart, I'm sorry, baby, I really can't lose you. I'm sorry. The next day, in the hotel, so his son walked in with a forged paternity test report. Xia Li snatched it from him, and when she saw the 99 at the bottom, she burst into tears, overwhelmed with joy. She grabbed Jing Tingyuan's arm, laughing and crying. They really are my parents. Jing Tingyuan forced a smile, saying he would arrange for a formal restaurant for them to meet properly. At the private room's door, Xia Li was so nervous that her hands trembled. After several deep breaths, she finally mustered the courage to push the door open. The so-called biological parents were sitting inside, and upon seeing her enter, they all turned their heads in unison. Xia Li looked at them, both excited and timid, carefully calling out, Uncle, Auntie, hello. The woman looked her up and down, rolled her eyes, and coldly asked, What do you want from us? Xia Li was stunned and, holding back her grievances, asked, Don't you feel any guilt for abandoning me? Guess how the woman responded? With her arms crossed and an air of entitlement. She said, If I hadn't abandoned you, would you be so lucky to be with wealthy people now? I tell you, the moment she said those words, my mind went blank and my values shattered right there. She even continued to speak with confidence. Besides, I abandoned you because you were a girl. What is the point of raising a worthless girl? By the way, I heard from that boss's assistant that the man you're with is really wealthy. Considering I'm your biological mother, why don't you ask your brother for a few million for your wedding? Is that too much to ask? Goodness. I was so furious that I had to take a deep breath, almost passing out from anger. I thought today would be a touching reunion, at least with tears and hugs, right? But what happened? Right off the bat, she wanted me to be an ATM for that cheap brother I've never even met. I couldn't hold back and shot back. Do you even have any shame? You abandoned me for 20 years, and now you're asking for millions? Guess what? That woman rolled her eyes, and her disdain was just unbelievable. What shame? You didn't grow up with me. I have no feelings for you. So where does shame come from? At that moment, I felt a tightness in my chest, as if I had swallowed a big stone. I still held onto the last shred of hope. So I asked her, So, you don't acknowledge any mistakes for abandoning me back then? No compensation at all. I was thinking very naively, who understands family? I thought that as long as they said a few soft words and apologized, this matter would be over. After all, blood is thicker than water. But what happened? She completely caught me off guard. Compensation? Where would I get the money to compensate you? Doesn't your brother's wedding, buying a house, and a car cost money? I was originally afraid you came back asking for money, but now it's perfect. You have money. 3 million is nothing for your boyfriend, right? Consider it a repayment for the grace of giving birth to you. I pressed my hand against my chest, feeling like my heart was about to be pierced by her words, so painful that I couldn't catch my breath. My so-called father had been silent all this time, and now he pretended to pull his wife's sleeve, then turned to me. At that moment, I thought he was going to say something comforting, but when he spoke, it was even heavier than what his wife had said. He said, Xia Li, don't blame her. It was I who made her abandon you back then. Our family was poor, and there was no other way. Now that you've become successful, we're still a family, right? This 3 million can be considered a family reunion fee. What do you think? Your boyfriend treats you so well. This amount of money should be no problem. I looked at the two people in front of me, and tears instantly streamed down my face. This is not a family reunion. This is simply a scene of a new type of telecom scam. They were still fantasizing about the future. Let's have your brother come over, and you can have your boyfriend transfer the money to his account. With this money, your brother's good days will come. I really couldn't stay there for even a second longer. I was afraid I would go crazy if I kept listening. I shouted, You guys are really insane. And then I pulled open the door and rushed out. That guy, Jing Tingyuan, was waiting right outside the door. When he saw me running out in tears, he immediately followed without saying a word. I don't even know how long I ran. I stopped only when I was out of breath, completely deflated like a punctured ball, and collapsed on the ground, crying and sobbing. He knelt down gently, wrapped me in his arms, and his voice was so tender that it could almost bring tears. Baby, all my grievances exploded at that moment, and I cried in his arms, gasping for breath. Why? They threw me away without a hint of guilt and still asked me for money. How could they treat me like this? He just held me, gently patting my back, repeating over and over, "It's okay, baby, you still have me. I love you more than anyone else." I was really broken down at that moment, crying and saying, "I'm such a fool." The fact that they could throw me away back then shows that they didn't care about me at all. I was still hoping they would feel guilty. I was truly foolish. I lifted my head, with tears all over my face, and asked him, "Am I really not worth loving?" He cupped my face in his hands, his gaze so deep and affectionate. And he said, "How could that be? You deserve to be loved, which is why I love you without hesitation. Don't waste your emotions on those who aren't worth it. Don't cry for them. You still have me, and I will give you all my love." I told you, maybe I was too fragile at that time, and his few words directly broke my defenses, making me cry even harder. Then he suddenly said, "Baby, don't cry. Your makeup will run." Haha. I couldn't help but laugh, call him a big fool, and then I jumped into his arms, crying and laughing at the same time. He held me and asked if I was hungry. I was still stubbornly refusing to admit it, but my stomach growled louder than anyone else's, which was so embarrassing. He gently pinched my face and, without saying a word, picked me up in a princess carry and stuffed me into the car. He took me out to eat, ordered a table full of my favorite dishes, but I had no appetite at all and just picked at my food. Seeing me looking so listless, he asked what my plans were next. I got angry again and said coldly, "They want $3 million. No way." I warned him, "You can't give it to them." "Why should we? They just directly ask for money without even pretending, dreaming." He gently comforted me. "Don't be angry for them. It's not worth it." To cheer me up, he went all out and took me to go rafting after dinner. Honestly, I'm not a good swimmer and was quite scared at first. But when I saw that the stream was not wider than the boat and there were stone railings on both sides, it felt really safe. Suddenly, there was a big downhill stretch that looked like a cliff, and I screamed and hugged him tightly, but it turned out to be just a small slope. He laughed at me for being so timid, which made me glare at him several times. We ended up soaking wet from playing and changed clothes in the car. I have to tell you, during the moment we were changing in the car, the atmosphere felt a bit off. He was looking at me from behind, his gaze getting hotter, and then he pressed me against the car window and whispered in my ear, "Of course, we'll do something fun." Later, I found out that while our feelings were heating up, his brothers were having a little meeting by the pool, complaining about him. They thought he was acting suspiciously, and Yi Ji-in said he was not in a good state recently, being all mysterious. Nan, she finally sighed and said he didn't know whether to stop him, afraid that if I found out the truth about what he was hiding, I would hate him. Anyway, the main idea was that they all thought Jing Tingyuan was hiding something big from me, fearing that it would backfire and make me angry. Meanwhile, I was still foolishly being charmed by him. To help me completely forget those troubles, he directly took me abroad, flying to a beautiful little town in country Y. The houses, they were colorful, looking like they were built with blocks, super cute. At night, we had dinner at a cliffside guest house, and the lady boss chatted with him in the local dialect, laughing nonstop. Then Jing Tingyuan proudly translated for me. The lady boss said, "You're beautiful and that we look great together." I didn't believe him, but he sincerely said, "When have I ever lied to you?" He ordered me a cocktail, but it tasted like a soft drink with no alcohol at all. I teased him, saying if I were a child, "Why would you do those things to me? Double standard." He coughed awkwardly for my retort, trying to hide his embarrassment by drinking. I haven't been sleeping well these days because of the family recognition issue. After meals, I'm so sleepy that I just collapse in a bed. When I take a nap, he's in the study next door handling work. Let me tell you, the content of those phone calls is unbelievable. They talked about a painting that cost $3 billion to be delivered to a castle, a theme park called Chang'e Paradise that is about to open, and a game called Cold Light Shadow that made $50 billion in profit in just 1 year. $50 billion, can you believe it? It feels like I'm living in a real-life version of Monopoly. After finishing his work, he called Zhusun to discuss my background. Wow, this story just keeps getting bigger. They found someone named Xia, possibly the president of country E, and she has a twin brother named Igor who has been missing for many years. Now Jing Tingyuan is suspecting which of the two of them is my parent. The relationships are so complicated, it feels like a TV drama. But he decided to continue investigating, saying that even if he doesn't want us to recognize each other, he still needs to help me find my biological parents. In the evening, I woke up and changed into a bohemian-style long dress. He took my hand and led me to stroll around the town. Passing by a souvenir shop, I thought to myself, he has done so much for me, I should buy him a gift. Just as I was about to pay, he beat me to it and swiped his card. I said, "This gift is for you, why are you paying?" He smiled and said, "A gift for me can't just be a random souvenir. It needs to be thoughtfully prepared." I thought about it and agreed. We walked to the beach, feeling the sea breeze and sipping juice. He insisted on drinking from my cup, and after finishing it, he said with great satisfaction, "I like drinking yours." I always felt like there was a hidden meaning in his words. Later, we went to buy ice cream, and there was only one scoop left. He insisted on tasting mine and ate it in a way that, well, it had that kind of vibe that makes you wonder if it's appropriate to share. The sunset was particularly beautiful, and we leaned back in our beach chairs to watch it. Suddenly, I got inspired and wanted to take a photo of him to turn into a gift later. But my phone was dead, so I took his phone instead. Just as I was about to take a solo shot of him, he hugged me and insisted on taking a selfie together, saying that group photos made him happier than solo ones. Fine, a group photo it is. Holding his phone, we took several shots together. Afterward, I looked down to browse the album to see how the photos turned out, and to my surprise, I found many solo pictures of myself in his photo album. All of them were candid shots he had taken without me knowing. Let me tell you, there's a photo of me with my cheeks stuffed full of noodles, puffed up like a puffer fish, and he still thinks it's cute. He says I look like a little goldfish. I pointed to my phone and snapped back. You little stalker, you took such an ugly photo of me. And guess what he said? He said, not ugly at all. Your mouth looks very kissable. Family, I really can't thank him enough. How does his brain work? I quickly flipped through, afraid there might be even more outrageous black history. He was calm, saying that this phone only had these. Listen to the wording, this phone, implying that he has other phones storing my unflattering photos, right? Goodness, he wouldn't change his phone every month just to categorize my pictures, would he? It's terrifying when you think about it. We walked back to the guest house, pulling and tugging at each other. As soon as we entered, his phone rang. I glanced at his expression, which instantly changed from the warmth of spring to the chill of a Siberian cold wave. It seemed to be his assistant on the other end of the line, and I heard Jing Tingyuan say, what did you say? Stolen? The bodyguards are dead? My ears perked up immediately. Goodness, is this a police and gangster movie? After hanging up the phone, I learned that the painting worth $1.3 billion that he had taken earlier was robbed during transportation. The bodyguards were all seriously injured, clearly indicating that someone had ambushed them in advance, calculating the route precisely. Jing Tingyuan's brows were furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly, and he blurted out 3 words, Shunny Cheng. I didn't even need to ask. It was definitely his arch-nemesis. He immediately arranged for people to investigate. I looked at his sulky face and thought, this trip is ruined. So I tactfully said, why don't we go back home first? Work is important. As a result, he pulled me into his arms and said in a very gentle voice, I promise to take you out to relax. If you don't want to go back, we won't go back. Let me tell you, I had one thought at that time. The world of the rich is beyond my understanding. 1.3 billion. How many zeros is that? Just like that, it's gone. And he still has the mood to talk about love? I quickly said, no. Making money is more important. Plain can wait. After hearing that, he was particularly moved, saying I was understanding, and he loved me even more. I'm not understanding at all. I'm just a mundane person who thinks 1.3 billion is much more important than dating. Just as I was saying this, his phone rang again. This time it was a video call from Lu Wuhua. Jing Tingyuan answered it with an impatient look, and Lu Wuhua, seeing that I wasn't visible, immediately asked, where's Xia Li? You two went abroad to play without bringing me? I quickly leaned in to greet him, and, as a result, Lu Wuhua's icy face instantly melted, smiling radiantly. Jing Tingyuan immediately got displeased, wrapped his arm around my waist, and confronted the camera. Are you here to be a third wheel? The two of them started bickering, talking about cultivation and not cultivating, and I was left completely confused. Later, Lu Wuhua explained that he just knows a bit about feng shui, and he isn't really cultivating immortality. While chatting, Jing Tingyuan brought up the incident of the stolen painting. As a result, Lu Wuhua said something that I will remember for a lifetime. He said, it's just a painting. If it's stolen, it's stolen. What does 1.3 billion mean to you? 1.3 billion. I was eating pizza at the time, and I choked on it. Coughing loudly, Jing Tingyuan immediately threw his phone away, patting my back and handing me water. On the other end of the line, Lu Wuhua was also anxious, repeatedly saying that Jing Tingyuan didn't take good care of me. In the end, Jing Tingyuan got annoyed and hung up the video call, blocking Lu Wuhua in the process. This move was all about out of sight, out of mind. Once I recovered, I dared to ask him, was it really that painting worth $1.3 billion? He nodded. I was completely stunned. If it were my money, the sky would have fallen. But he casually said, it's fine, we'll get it back sooner or later. I originally planned to give it to you as a gift for your 18th birthday, but now I can only get a different one. I directly experienced a pupil earthquake. You're giving me a painting worth $1.3 billion as a birthday gift? I stammered. You don't have to give me something so expensive. He immediately hugged me tightly and began to express his feelings. To me, it's not expensive. Just material possessions. You are the most important. I can earn back 3 billion, but if I lose you, I don't know what the rest of my life would mean. Who understands this among family? His sweet words made my heart race. I said jokingly, "You're so cheesy." But he got even more fired up, holding my face and seriously asking, "Baby, can I kiss you?" I was stunned at that moment. Is this still the domineering Jing Tingyuan? He actually asked for my opinion. He saw me in a daze, asked again, and even said he would respect me in the future and wouldn't force me. The atmosphere, the lighting, I looked at his handsome face, and one thought crossed my mind, kiss him. Then I really wrapped my arms around his neck and kissed him. He seemed stunned too, his eyes wide open. And when I was about to pull away, he finally reacted, grabbing the back of my head and deepening the kiss. When we separated, he looked at me with sparkling eyes and said, "Baby, thank you. I thought I would never wait for this." I blushed under his gaze and stubbornly said, "Why do you have to like me? You know I don't like you." As a result, he started his PUA. Oh no, I mean the heartfelt confession segment. He said things like, "You can spend my money freely. I promise to be loyal to you. If you want to get married, I'll be the groom. If you don't want to get married, I'll be your boyfriend. If you don't want kids, we can just enjoy our life together." Every word he said hit right in my heart, especially the part where he said he felt sorry for me. I couldn't help but cry on the spot. I admit I softened, and I directly threw myself into his arms, crying and calling him silly. He held me gently and said, "As long as you don't have someone you like, I will keep trying." He even asked me if, as long as he kept being this way, I would eventually like him. I said out loud that I didn't like him, but deep down I knew my defenses had mostly crumbled. I even set 3 rules for him: no hitting and no losing his temper. He agreed so readily, claiming that as long as I was by his side, he could keep his emotions in check. But later I found out that when he held me, he was actually thinking, "I won't hit. I'll just let Sun do it instead." This man has more schemes than a beehive. After returning to the country, I stayed in the castle and made that flowing marquetry ornament for him, using our photos together. Then Lu Wuhua came again, not looking for Jing Tingyuan, but coming straight upstairs to find me. When he saw me making the gift, he immediately got jealous and insisted that if he helped me find my parents, he should also get a gift. I couldn't refuse him, so I had to agree. Then, like performing a magic trick, he had people bring in over a dozen Lolita dresses, saying they were for me. Such extravagant wealth, I really couldn't handle it. At noon, during lunch, it was a battlefield with me, Jing Tingyuan, and Lu Wuhua. The two of them were discussing a project while I quietly ate my meal. Then I heard Jing Tingyuan mention wanting to do a background check on Yao Qianshu. When I heard that name, Yao Qianshu, the money tree, who names a good kid that? Lu Wuhua saw my puzzled expression and laughed, explaining that it was Assistant Yao's real name, Yao Qianshu, which sounds like money tree. His parents were farmers and hoped he could bring wealth to the family. Wow, that name is really hardcore. Later, I chatted with Lu Wuhua about games, and he said he would take me to a shooting range to play. Jing Tingyuan, listening nearby, grew increasingly sullen and finally couldn't hold back, deliberately coughing a couple of times. When we ignored him, he directly pulled me over and kissed me in front of Lu Wuhua. Lu Wuhua instantly turned emo, looking as if he had eaten a fly, and after a couple of bites of food, he said he had to leave for company matters. As soon as he left, Jing Tingyuan started acting, lowering his eyes and looking aggrieved. "Baby, why are you helping outsiders?" "I'm jealous." I gave him a white look. "Do you even know how you became my boyfriend?" He immediately switched to puppy mode, grabbing my hand and rubbing his face against it. "Baby, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be jealous. Can you forgive me?" "What can I do?" I just forgave him when my heart softened. As for Lu Wuhua, he left the castle, sat in the car, and saw a mother holding a little boy's hand crossing the street, which reminded him of his own childhood. His mother was particularly gentle, taking his hand to the amusement park, telling him that if he ever met someone he liked but the other person didn't like him back, he should never force it because, compared to lovers, friends are easier to keep for a lifetime. Those words were like a spell playing on repeat in his mind. Let me tell you, Lu Wuhua was probably so heated up that he stepped on the gas and went straight to Ming Ju's place, one night drunken dream. As soon as he walked in, the manager was extremely attentive, bowing and asking, "Young Master Lu, what would you like to drink today?" Lu Wuhua, with his hands in his pockets, looked like an iceberg and said, "Where's Ming Ju?" The manager replied that the boss was still at the company. Lu Wuhua responded with an Then suddenly, as if recalling something, he dropped a line that almost made the manager twist his back. "I heard you've got quite a few new girls here. Have them change into Lolita outfits and come see me in the private room." The manager was stunned, thinking, isn't young Master Lu usually the one who dislikes this the most? Has he changed his mind today? And he specifically asked for Lolita? He tentatively asked, "Young Master Lu, are you sure you mean Lolita?" Lu Wuhua shot him a glare. Do you not understand what I'm saying? The manager was scared and quickly bowed. Understood, understood. I'll arrange it right away. Before long, the girls were brought in. Let me tell you, the scene was a row of girls in flashy Lolita dresses, like a human doll exhibition. Lu Wuhua sat on the sofa, legs crossed, shaking his wine glass, and pretentiously said, "Turn the lights up. It's too dark to see anything." The manager hurriedly turned on all the lights. Goodness, the lighting was like a demon-revealing mirror, just moments ago, under the dim light. They all seemed beautiful, but now, they turned into beauty assassins. Their makeup was falling apart, those apple cheeks, that pointy chin. It was obvious they all came off the same production line. Lu Wuhua exploded on the spot. This is what you call beautiful. You call this beautiful? All plastic faces. Are you kidding me? The manager was sweating profusely, thinking this was already the ceiling of beauty in S-City S Club. Has this guy seen a fairy descend from the heavens? Seeing Lu Wuhua about to blow up, the manager quickly said, "Young Master Lu, how about I change to another batch?" Lu Wuhua impatiently waved his hand. "Forget it, just leave one to pour wine." He scanned the room and pointed at a girl in a black Lolita dress, saying, "Just her." Once everyone left, the private room was left with just the two of them. The girl, named Xiao Mei, nervously poured him wine. Lu Wuhua stared at her intently, making Xiao Mei's scalp tingle, thinking she had done something wrong. Then Lu Wuhua opened his mouth. "Your makeup is too heavy, ugly." Xiao Mei was so scared that she quickly said she would go remove her makeup. Lu Wuhua added, "No need, no matter how you do it. You can't compare to a single hair of hers." Who understands? When those words came out, Xiao Mei instantly realized he was here to drown his sorrows after a failed romance. She immediately switched to flattery mode. "Young Master Lu, the person in your heart must be a celestial beauty. How could I, an ugly duckling, compare?" This hit the nail on the head for Lu Wuhua, and he actually smiled, then started to question her. "Do you think I'm handsome? How do I compare to my boss?" Xiao Mei was quick-witted and replied, "You both have different charms. I can't compare." That was a pass. But then Lu Wuhua said, "Then sing for me." Once she started singing, it was like a human jukebox, singing for a whole hour, her voice nearly smoking. Just then, a savior arrived. Ming Ju heard Lu Wuhua was acting out of character here, skipped work, and rushed over to see what was going on. His assistant opened the door and was stunned. The private room was brightly lit. Lu Wuhua was playing on his phone, and Xiao Mei was singing beside him. There was no romantic atmosphere at all. Ming Ju quickly told Xiao Mei to leave, then sat down beside Lu Wuhua. "So, what's with the craziness today?" Lu Wuhua sighed, but stubbornly refused to speak. To change the subject, he casually mentioned, "Are you going to the anniversary celebration of the game Cold Light Shadow at the end of the month?" "Sally might go." I tell you, Ming Ju's expression changed faster than flipping a book. One second he said he was busy, the next second he said, "Sure. I have nothing to do at the end of the month." His assistant's eyes nearly popped out, internally screaming, "Boss, are you giving up your career for love?" Then Lu Wuhua started mumbling about Xia Li's family recognition issue, saying how there has been no follow-up, and her parents haven't been brought over. Feeling it was all very strange. They guessed whether those parents didn't want Xia Li anymore. And Lu Wuhua angrily declared that he had to meet that couple one day and show them some colors. Meanwhile, our Xia Li was busy preparing a surprise for Jing Tingyuan. She stayed up until midnight, finally finished a super beautiful flowing hemp ornament, and pulled Jing Tingyuan to her room. She told him to close his eyes, and when she opened the door, it was pitch black inside. When Jing Tingyuan opened his eyes, Xia Li told him to wait. As she fumbled in the dark looking for the switch, she bumped into a chair, bruising her knee. Jing Tingyuan was heartbroken, but she didn't care. Just then, she pressed the switch, and the flowing hemp ornament lit up instantly. Wow! The background was a photo of the two of them, glowing and colorful. It looked stunning in the dark. Jing Tingyuan said, "My baby is so talented," while tenderly applying medicine to her knee. Xia Li felt a bit shy from his praise and asked if he liked the gift. Jing Tingyuan was so happy, saying it was a good omen, meaning she would fall in love with him sooner or later. Xia Li pretended to retort, saying he would fall for him, but deep down she felt sweet. Then Jing Tingyuan, that old fox, hugged her from behind and started to act mischievously. "Baby, people who don't love me can still love my skills." Xia Li's face turned red, quickly changing the subject. "By the way, can I go to the game anniversary celebration that Lu Wuhua mentioned?" Jing Tingyuan originally didn't want her to go, fearing she would be discovered by that Alicia person. But Xia Li started to act cute, shaking her arms and blinking her eyes, saying she really wanted to see. Jing Tingyuan couldn't resist and immediately set conditions. "Okay, if you feed me well tonight, I'll take you." Xia Li rolled her eyes in anger. This is extortion, Jing Tingyuan said shamelessly. Then you want to go, but you'll still eat well tonight. Xia Li thought about it. Either way, she would lose, so it was better to agree. She cursed. Jing Tingyuan, you're such a scheming guy. Jing Tingyuan replied cheekily, but my abs aren't scheming. After saying that, he kissed her. In a flash. It was time for the anniversary celebration, and the place was packed. Many wealthy families came to join in the fun, hoping to connect with Jing Tingyuan. Lu Wuhua and Ming Ju sat in the front row, and Jing Tingyuan and Xia Li hadn't arrived yet. Lu Wuhua leaned over to Ming Ju's ear and dropped a bombshell. Buddy, I found out a shocking secret. Ming Ju didn't even lift his eyelids. Spill. Lu Wuhua lowered his voice. I saw Xia Li's biological parents. No, they're not her real parents at all. Ming Ju suddenly couldn't remain calm. Turned his head sharply. What do you mean? Lu Wuhua replied. It means that couple is fake. They're not her biological parents at all. Ming Ju's expression turned serious. Are you sure? A paternity test was done. It can't be fake. Lu Wuhua sighed. But this is what I found out. Just as he was about to explain, he saw Jing Tingyuan and Xia Li coming over, quickly telling Ming Ju, let us talk later. You mustn't say anything in front of Xia Li. Xia Li linked arms with Jing Tingyuan, happily greeting them. Lu Wuhua joked that they shouldn't be so formal with him and could just call him bro. Jing Tingyuan immediately became unhappy. She's my girlfriend. Calling you guys bro is taking advantage of me, right? Later, when they talked about age, Lu Wuhua directly revealed that among their group, Jing Tingyuan was the youngest. Xia Li laughed at him for this, and Jing Tingyuan was not angry. Instead, he was particularly happy because Xia Li was now actively identifying herself as his girlfriend. At the event, Xia Li curiously asked Jing Tingyuan what benefits there were for tonight. Jing Tingyuan handed her his phone to show her, which displayed various rare items and cash vouchers. He then started giving her a business lesson, revealing how capitalists exploit others. He explained that they actually prepared 50 million benefits, but publicly announced only 5 million, so that every winning player would feel like the chosen one, making them more invested in the game and more willing to spend money. Xia Li was stunned by this and finally managed to say, as expected, a scheming capitalist. When Jing Tingyuan went on stage to give a speech, the live broadcast occasionally panned to the audience. None of them knew that this live stream was being watched by a big shot far away in country. A handsome guy with white hair, holding a cigar, was shocked as he saw Xia Li flash across the screen because she looked exactly like his mother, Alicia, when she was young. His mind instantly played out a dramatic scene, suspecting whether she was his mother's illegitimate daughter lost in the world. And he immediately called his assistant. Find out about this woman. After the anniversary celebration ended, Jing Tingyuan had to go discuss a collaboration. So he asked Xia Li to wait for him in a lounge. Xia Li played games for a while, felt hungry, and wanted to go downstairs to buy something to eat. Just as she turned the corner, she heard Lu Wuhua and Ming Ju talking. Their voices were not loud, but the content was shocking. Ming Ju asked in disbelief, what did you say? Xia Li's biological parents are impersonated by Tingyuan? Lu Wuhua's voice came through. That couple admitted it themselves. Tingyuan paid them to act, and even the paternity test was forged. I tell you, Xia Li was completely frozen at that moment, as if she had been struck by lightning. She dashed out from the corner, her eyes red and glaring at Lu Wuhua. Her voice trembling. Say what you just said again. What paternity test? Lu Wuhua and Ming Ju were stunned, not expecting her to be here. Seeing Lu Wuhua silent, Xia Li turned to Ming Ju, shouting angrily. You tell me. What impersonation? What is going on? She was shaking with anger. And when Ming Ju tried to support her, she pushed him away. Don't touch me. Lu Wuhua panicked and quickly said, Xia Li, don't be angry. It's possible that Tingyuan has his reasons. Xia Li gritted her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes, looking at them and saying, you are all the same. You're all lying to me. You bunch of liars. Just then, a cold voice came. What are you all blocking the way for? Jing Tingyuan came down after finishing work, and when he saw Xia Li's red eyes, his expression immediately darkened, his gaze like a knife directed at Lu Wuhua. Did you bully her? Lu Wuhua felt like a heavy blow had landed, unable to defend himself, and could only turn his head in frustration. Jing Tingyuan then looked at Ming Ju, who also averted his gaze awkwardly. I tell you, these two guys are guilty for a reason, because in the next second, the situation changes dramatically. That guy Jing Tingyuan leaned over with a gentle face, trying to hold Xia Li's hand, calling her baby repeatedly. And guess what happened? Slap. A crisp sound. Who understands, family? Xia Li directly slapped him across the face. The whole scene suddenly froze, and the air became quiet. Jing Tingyuan was stunned on the spot, covering his face. his eyes filled with shock, as if asking who he was and where he was. Xia Li's eyes were red, tears streaming down her face. But her aura was simply towering. She pointed at Jing Tingyuan's nose and started firing a barrage. Jing Tingyuan, how long are you going to keep lying to me? That couple is not my parents at all. The paternity test is fake too. Right. Goodness. Jing Tingyuan's gaze immediately shot over to Lu Wuhua beside him, as if to say, you little brat, did you spill the beans? Lu Wuhua was so scared that he quickly moved aside, wishing he could disappear on the spot. Jing Tingyuan still wanted to explain, opening his mouth to say, baby, let me explain, but Xia Li shot back. Explain? What is there to explain? Do you know how disgusting you are right now? Let me tell you, the word disgusting was like a knife stabbing at the heart. Xia Li completely exploded, crying and shouting. I thought you had changed, but you are still the same old ghost. Do you think I'm a little bird in a cage, afraid of being lonely? So you spend money to hire 2 actors to pretend to keep me company. Do you just want to see me perform a tragic reunion drama? It's a pity you don't become an actor. The Oscars owe you a little golden man. She cried and scolded, panting for breath. What right do you have to treat me this way? Just because you have money? Or because you're a lunatic? Do you know how much I want to meet my biological parents? Even if they don't want me, just seeing them once would let me give up. But you shattered my hopes into pieces. Jing Tingyuan was scolded like a wooden post, unable to say a word. After struggling for a long time, he finally squeezed out a sentence. I just don't want to lose you. Upon hearing this, Xia Li was so angry she laughed. Does that even matter? Jing Tingyuan replied, I'm afraid your biological parents will take you away. I have to tell you, this reason is simply absurd. Xia Li immediately sentenced him to death. Jing Tingyuan, I admit that I did have a bit of crush on you before, but now it's gone, completely gone. She looked at Jing Tingyuan and said word by word, I like the stable, honest you. Now that the truth is out, I can't possibly like a liar anymore. Jing Tingyuan became anxious and quickly revealed his trump card, saying he found out her mother might be President Alicia of country, and he made up this lie to protect her because he was afraid that others would harm her. Just listen to that reason. It's simply the most confusing behavior of 2025. Xia Li wasn't buying it at all. For my own good? Can you deceive me for my own good? Deceit is deceit. If I lied to you, what would you do? You would go crazy. You would destroy everyone who deceived you. Now you deceive me. And you want me to forgive you? Why should I? Don't touch me. Xia Li looked at his outstretched hand, stepping back in disgust. You make me feel utterly sick. Jing Tingyuan, let us end it here. Just those 4 words felt like pressing some crazy button. Jing Tingyuan's face changed instantly. One moment, he was humbly begging for forgiveness, and the next his gaze turned icy, sneering. And here, you want to leave me? Do you think I will let you leave? As soon as he finished speaking, his whole aura changed. The crazy energy came back. Xia Li was scared and took a step back. He took a step forward without giving her a chance to react, directly throwing her over his shoulder. Ming Zhu and Lu Wuhua saw this and realized it was bad. They rushed over to stop him. Tingyuan, calm down. Don't be foolish. Jing Tingyuan ignored them, carrying Xia Li straight to the elevator. Warning, you 2 better not stop me, or don't blame me for being rough. Those 2 brothers were no match for him. Ming Zhu braced himself to block the elevator door, but was pushed aside effortlessly by Jing Tingyuan. As the elevator door closed, Lu Wuhua and Ming Zhu turned pale and hurriedly called Nan Shi for help. The brothers were panicking and even called Yi Jin. They rushed to Jing Tingyuan's castle, only for the security to say he hadn't returned at all. Now, they were even more anxious in Jing Tingyuan's current state. He must have taken her somewhere to lock her up. The group could only split up to search. On the other side, when Xia Li woke up, she found herself lying in a luxurious hotel suite in a foreign country. Goodness, that madman Jing Tingyuan had taken her abroad. Even more bizarrely, she had a smart ankle bracelet locked on her foot. As soon as she got out of bed, it would start buzzing with electricity. Last night, she cried, yelled, and begged for mercy, but Jing Tingyuan was like a madman, completely ignoring her, tormenting her all night until she fainted. At this moment, Jing Tingyuan was taking a shower in the bathroom. Xia Li immediately opened her eyes. She had been pretending to be asleep. She seized the opportunity, gritting her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain from the device on her ankle, and limped towards the exit. The bodyguards outside were far away, and she quietly slipped out. Not daring to take the elevator, she endured the pain and went down the stairs. After finally reaching the hotel lobby, she was completely dumbfounded. All around her were foreign languages she couldn't understand, and she couldn't communicate with the front desk staff at all. It then dawned on her that Jing Tingyuan was truly sinister. He had brought her abroad, where she couldn't speak the language, had no money, And even if she managed to escape the hotel, she wouldn't know where to go. Desperate, she sat in the stairwell, looking at the ankle bracelet, thinking she would eventually be caught and taken back. No, she had to come up with a plan. She decided to go outside first, find a bench to sit on, and say she was just getting some fresh air, at least that way she could avoid some torment. However, just as she reached the door, her foot cramped, and she fell to the ground. At that moment, a gentle voice came. "Are you okay?" Xia Li looked up and saw a refined man wearing a jade Buddha pendant. He reached out to her, but when he spoke, it was in a language she still couldn't understand. Xia Li could only say, "I don't understand." To her surprise, the man paused for a moment and then switched to fluent Chinese to ask again. Xia Li's guard was immediately up, and she didn't dare to reach out. The man noticed her wariness, glanced at the ankle bracelet on her ankle, and frowned. He handed her a business card. "I am the owner of this hotel, Ethan. Do you need help?" Xia Li took the card, but it was all in a foreign language, and she couldn't understand a word. She hesitated for a moment and then asked him, "Can I borrow your phone to make a call?" Of course. She took the phone, her mind racing. The only number she could remember was Lu Quan's. She called, but it rang twice before being hung up. She tried again, but it got hung up again. They probably thought she was a telemarketer. In despair, Xia Li returned the phone to Ethan, and just then, a flash of inspiration hit her, and she remembered Lu Wuhua's number. She borrowed the phone again, entered a string of numbers, and to her surprise, the call went through, and Lu Wuhua picked up immediately. Little Xia Li, upon hearing his voice, Xia Li nearly cried, her voice trembling as she asked, "How did you know it was me?" Lu Wuhua on the other end said, "I guessed." Actually, this number was specifically registered for Xia Li, simple and easy to remember. No one else knew it. He immediately realized Xia Li was in Country X and said, "Don't be afraid. I'll fly over to find you right away." "Is Ting Yuan with you?" "No. I sneaked out. I'm at the Sensha Hotel." Sen Fa. Lu Wuhua paused, then said, "Hand the phone to the owner, Ethan. I need to talk to him." Xia Li passed the phone to Ethan, who chatted with Lu Wuhua for a bit. After hanging up, Ethan's gaze towards Xia Li changed. He said, "Mister, Lu asked me to arrange a room for you to stay in until he arrives." Xia Li was shocked. "You know Lu Wuhua?" Ethan smiled. This hotel was designed by Mr. Lu. "So, you also know Jing Tingyuan?" Ethan looked at her, smiling warmly. "I've had a few encounters with Mr. Jing. I just didn't expect you to be Mr. Jing's girlfriend, and I didn't expect Mr. Jing." He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. He called his secretary, Vera, and instructed her to take care of Xia Li for the next couple of days, saying it would be more convenient since they were both women. Xia Li felt warmed by this kindness. Once in a new room, she couldn't help but gossip with Vera. "Your boss is really nice." Vera looked at her with admiration. "Yes, our boss not only respects people, but is also patient. But his romantic life has been quite rocky." "How so?" Xia Li asked, regretting it immediately, feeling it was a bit intrusive. Vera, however, was open about it. "It's nothing. Our boss's fiancé, he passed away in a car accident many years ago, and she was pregnant at the time. Since then, he hasn't dated anyone and has remained single until now." "How old is he now?" Xia Li asked and immediately regretted it, thinking it was a bit presumptuous. Vera, however, said generously, "It's fine. He has 38 this year. Still acting like a child, always going crazy. I tell you right now, Jing Tingyuan is on the phone with Nan Shi, and that conversation is making my head hurt." Jing Tingyuan on the other end was still stubborn. "She doesn't like me. If I don't keep a close eye, she'll just run away. What can I do? I'm really at a loss." On the other end of the phone, Nanshi couldn't listen anymore, sighed, and said, "Dude, are you here acting out a domineering CEO romance? Can you do something more normal? Keeping someone locked up will only escalate the problem from a bit troublesome to an outright explosion." Jing Tingyuan fell silent, probably knowing he was in the wrong. Then Nanshi laid his cards on the table, saying, "All right, I admit, I have a bit of crush on Xia Li." "Goodness," Jing Tingyuan immediately sneered. His expression practically screamed, "I knew you with your thick brows and big eyes. Would betray." But then Nanshi changed his tone. "However, you know I'm focused on my career. Women will only affect my speed in drawing my sword. My goal is the stars and the sea, to become a general, not to get involved in some office romance. I'm just letting you know, don't let this affect our brotherhood. I absolutely want to compete with you. Let me tell you, Nanshi really knows how to manage upwards." In just a few words, he calmed down the furious lion that is Jing Tingyuan. Jing Tingyuan's tone immediately softened, and he asked, half convinced, "Really?" Nanshi laughed. "How many days do I spend at home all year? My apartment is so dusty it could grow mushrooms. Am I going to bring her back just to keep her in a lonely widowhood?" Just as this matter seemed to be settled, on the other side. The battlefield opened up. Lu Wuhua, I tell you, this guy is serious. He was the first to speed to the Sansha Hotel, holding a room card. His hands didn't even shake as he rushed to Xia Li's room. But guess what? He stood at the door for quite a while, like a student about to enter an exam hall, taking several deep breaths before swiping the card to enter. Xia Li was sitting in front of her computer, slurping instant noodles when she heard the door sound, almost dropping her bowl in shock, thinking it was that crazy Jing Tingyuan again. But when she looked up and saw it was Lu Wuhua, she immediately relaxed. Why are you so fast? Lu Wuhua held out a bouquet of flowers, his eyes filled with deep affection. Because I was worried about you. Xia Li took the flowers and said thank you. When Lu Wuhua glanced at the instant noodles on the table, his brows immediately furrowed. You're just eating this? Then he looked at Xia Li's neck, and good grief. Those hickeys looked like a spotted dog, clearly the work of Jing Tingyuan. He was heartbroken and immediately asked, Ethan said he cuffed you with foot restraints. Does your foot still hurt? Xia Li shook her head, saying it didn't hurt anymore, just that it hurt a bit while walking when she was wearing them. The next second, Lu Wuhua squatted down right in front of Xia Li and grabbed her ankle to lift it up and take a look. Xia Li was stunned. What are you doing? I want to see if there are any other injuries. Xia Li's face turned red, and she hurriedly tried to pull her foot back, but Lu Wuhua held on tightly, refusing to let go. He placed her foot on his knee, raised his head, and looked directly at Xia Li with an intense gaze, saying, What if I said I like you too? Would you choose me? Family members, who understands? The impact of this scene was too strong. Xia Li was stunned, her pupils shaking, and after a long time, she managed to squeeze out a sentence. That joke isn't funny. Lu Wuhua was serious. I'm not joking. From the moment I heard he cuffed you with foot restraints, I decided I couldn't pretend anymore. His gaze was sincere enough to draw tears, saying, He treats you like a criminal, and I can't stand it. Xia Li, I like you. Can you be with me? Xia Li took a deep breath and still rejected him. Lu Wuhua, thank you, but I don't like you. Lu Wuhua smiled bitterly, but he was straightforward. That's okay. I just wanted you to know that someone genuinely wants to protect you. After saying that, he put Xia Li's foot down, stood up, and the gentleness on his face instantly vanished, replaced by anger. I'm going to talk to Jing Tingyuan. Wait for me. Xia Li wanted to persuade him not to go, knowing he was definitely angry right now. Lu Wuhua simply said it was more appropriate now and turned to leave. That back figure, I tell you, the gentle little puppy instantly transformed into a raging Tibetan mastiff. He stormed angrily in front of Jing Tingyuan, who hadn't even reacted yet. Without a word, Lu Wuhua punched him right in the face. Jing Tingyuan wasn't one to be trifled with either. He tilted his head, sneered, and kicked Lu Wuhua in the stomach. Can't pretend anymore, huh? Yes, I like her. I didn't compete with you because I considered you a brother, but look at you, treating her like a criminal. Lu Wuhua knew he couldn't win, but still charged forward, a true warrior charging for love. Jing Tingyuan immediately lost it, shouting, Do you want to be a savior? Don't forget, you will always be my defeated foe. The two of them immediately got into a fight. Oh no, it was Jing Tingyuan dominating. Zhuo Sun stood by like an NPC, frozen in place, quietly pulling out his phone to call Nanchi for backup. Just when Lu Wuhua was about to be beaten to a pulp, Xia Li burst in. As soon as she entered, she saw Jing Tingyuan with one hand gripping Lu Wuhua's neck, pinning him against the wall, and Lu Wuhua's face was turning purple. Let him go. Xia Li screamed and rushed over to grab Jing Tingyuan's arm. But Jing Tingyuan was blinded by rage and wouldn't let go. Xia Li was desperate. I tell you, she really could do it. She opened her mouth and bit down on the thickest part of Jing Tingyuan's arm. Jing Tingyuan winced in pain, and his grip loosened, causing Lu Wuhua to fall to the ground with a thud, clutching his neck and coughing violently. Xia Li quickly let go, helped Lu Wuhua up, and while patting his back, apologized. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Lu Wuhua still held her hand to comfort her. It's not your fault. It's his fault. Xia Li looked up, her eyes sharp as knives, directly stabbing at Jing Tingyuan. Yes, your brother. Are you crazy? You almost choked him to death. People like you don't deserve friends. After scolding Jing Tingyuan, she turned to Zhuo Sun. What about you? Are you just gonna watch him kill someone? What kind of master has such a dog? Jing Tingyuan looked at the bloody bite mark on his arm, then glanced at the two comforting each other, probably feeling mixed emotions inside. Guilt, but unable to lower himself to apologize, so he just stood there. Xia Li helped Lu Wuhua to the sofa, pouring water and comforting him. Jing Tingyuan watched this scene, jealousy boiling over, but knowing he was in the wrong. He could only turn away, lighting a cigarette, pretending to be deep. Before long, Ming Ju and Yi Jin arrived. Mingju was shocked to see Lu Wuhua's condition. Xia Li recounted what had just happened, embellishing it to the point where she scolded Jing Tingyuan and Zhui Sun without mercy. Mingju and Yi Jin were both stunned after hearing it, unable to believe Jing Tingyuan could do such a thing. Mingju walked over to Jing Tingyuan, whispering, "Really?" Jing Tingyuan, straightforward as ever, admitted, "Yes, if she had come a moment later, he would have died." Mingju was so angry he took a deep breath. "That's Wuhua. We've been brothers for years. Did you really have to go that far?" Jing Tingyuan sneered, suddenly going into a roll call mode, like a resentful boss at a meeting, pointing at everyone present. "You like Xia Li, Lu Wuhua, like Xia Li?" Nanchi also likes Xia Li. Finally, his cold, piercing gaze locked onto Yi Jin. "Yi Jin, what about you? Do you like her too?" Good grief. He swept them all in one go, suspecting the whole world was his rival in love. Xia Li was furious, cursing him for going mad and not to smear others. But Jing Tingyuan stared at Xia Li, saying, "No wonder she's the one I like. Her charm is just that great." Then he scanned his brothers. "You guys are also my good brothers. Your tastes are all the same." Xia Li really didn't want to waste any more words with him, turning to help Lu Wuhua up. "I'll help you back to your room to rest." "You dare to walk with him?" Jing Tingyuan coldly threatened from behind. Xia Li whipped around, directly confronting him. "What if I insist on leaving? What do you plan to do? Choke them all to death? Or take me down with them? I'm telling you." The atmosphere was so tense that sparks could fly in the air. Jing Tingyuan moved his hand, and it looked like he was about to draw his gun. Just then, the life-saving ringtone went off. Zhui Sun came over with the phone. "It's a call from young Master Nan." "Don't answer it." Zhui Sun directly put on speakerphone, and Nanshi's calm voice, as steady as an AI, came through. "Xia Li isn't comfortable in Country X. Let her come back. My mother's birthday is coming up, and I'm formally inviting Xia Li to the Nan family as a guest on her behalf. Both of you should cool down for a few days." At a critical moment, it's still Nanshi who made the call, effortlessly breaking the deadlock with just a few words. As soon as Xia Li heard this, she thought, "Isn't this just a timely pillow for a sleepyhead?" She immediately shouted into the phone, "Then I'll trouble young Master Nan." Nanshi replied from the other end that it wasn't a trouble, then asked Jing Tingyuan, "What is your opinion?" What opinion could Jing Tingyuan have? With Nanshi laying the path right at his feet, he naturally put his gun away and coldly said, "Once the time is up, I'll take her back." After the call ended, Xia Li supported Lu Wuhua and left without looking back. Mingju followed after her. The room was left with just Jing Tingyuan and Yi Jin. Yi Jin looked at Jing Tingyuan, remained silent for a long time, and finally spoke. "Regarding your earlier question, I'll answer you now. I do like Xia Li, but you saved my life, so I don't have the right to compete with you. I promise, I will never become your enemy." The next day upon returning to the country, let me tell you, it was a grand scene, with drums beating and firecrackers going off. More than 30 black luxury cars directly surrounded the airport. Those who didn't know would think a top celebrity had collapsed and was caught in the act. Jing Tingyuan was in one car, Xia Li was in the one behind him, and the 5 of them each had a car, with the rest being bodyguards. Once the convoy started, it was quite a spectacle. Passers-by were all filming videos, and it exploded online titled, "Whose Little Darling is Escaping?" Captured back by the domineering CEO in a 360-degree blockade, it made me laugh until I couldn't find my head. The convoy drove straight into the Nan family mansion. Xia Li was arranged to rest, while Jing Tingyuan and the others were called to the viewing pavilion, where Nanshi was waiting for them. Nanshi looked like a mafia godfather, standing by the pond feeding the koi, radiating an aura of 2 meters and 8. When they got closer, he leisurely wiped his hands, sat down at the stone table, and poured tea for everyone. "Sit down." The atmosphere was as heavy as if they were about to hold a formal trial. Nanshi spoke first, looking at Jing Tingyuan. His tone flat, but every word piercing. "You shouldn't have laid hands on Wuhua, especially not with lethal intent." Jing Tingyuan hung his head and said nothing. Nanshi continued, "We are brothers who have risked our lives for each other. You know how many times he has shielded you from disaster. Don't ruin years of friendship over this minor issue." The meaning of this was very clear. It was asking Jing Tingyuan to apologize. Lu Wuhua, however, was quite tough, coldly stating, "I don't need him to apologize. The one who should apologize is Xia Li." Nanshi immediately interrupted him. "This is a matter for the 5 of us. Don't bring in outsiders." Then he turned back to Jing Tingyuan and reiterated how Lu Wuhua had risked his life to protect him, adding at the end, "Differences can be discussed. Violence is not allowed." Jing Tingyuan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. His right index finger tapped on the table for a long time before he squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth. "Sorry, my bad." Lu Wuhua was taken aback, probably not expecting this iron rooster to actually speak. He lifted his teacup and took a sip to calm his nerves. I accept. Good. The internal conflict among the brothers is resolved. Now we move on to the core issue. Nancy said, regarding Xia Li, since it was Ting Yuan who knew her first, regardless of what you think in your hearts, keep it to yourselves. Lu Wuhua was the first to disagree. Why shouldn't he keep it to himself? Because I just said, I don't allow anything to disrupt the balance between us. Do you want to break it? Nancy's eyes turned cold. But I like her. Does she like you? Lu Wuhua pouted. Not really. Since she doesn't like you, why are you meddling? Lu Wuhua got anxious. She doesn't like Ting Yuan either. Why aren't you managing him? Ting Yuan slammed his fist on the stone table, looking like he was about to explode again. Nancy shot him a glance. Control yourself. Then, Nancy took a deep breath, suddenly drew his gun, aimed at a tree not far away, and fired. The entire pavilion fell silent in an instant. Nancy put away his gun, his voice cold enough to freeze. Who you like is your own business. But you cannot disrupt the balance. I like her, but if she becomes the fuse for our brothers to turn against each other, I won't hesitate to destroy her myself. Do you understand? Oh my, the sense of pressure is just overwhelming. Mingjue first expressed his stance. I have been moved. But know what's more important, brotherhood. Yi Jian also said, Xia Li will only be my friend. Lu Wuhua glanced at Nanshi and finally said reluctantly, I agree, but you can't interfere with how I treat her. Nanshi, suit yourself. In the end, Mingjue asked the ultimate question, what if Xia Li likes someone among us other than Ting Yuan? Who will you help? Nanshi answered without hesitation, you are all my top choices. But there should be a sequence of events. If you meet her first, I will also stop Ting Yuan. However, she is not an object. And if she ultimately chooses someone other than Ting Yuan, I won't let him imprison Xia Li. Now everyone understood. Nanshi meant, for now, don't act. Let Ting Yuan pursue her himself. But Ting Yuan also can't go crazy and engage in imprisonment play. If Xia Li really likes someone else, then it should be fair competition. And no one should resort to force. On the other side, Xia Li was also a bit confused. She wanted to find some water to drink in the guest room, but discovered there was none. She went out to look for a servant. But in the maze-like mansion of the Nan family, it turned into a real-life escape room, leaving her dizzy. Just when she was scratching her head, she bumped into Madame Nan. Xia Li was so embarrassed that she could almost dig a hole with her toes, but Madame Nan was so friendly, smiling and saying she had also gotten lost back in the day, taking her hand and saying, Great, you can accompany me to the storage room to get something. When they arrived at the storage room, Xia Li was stunned, with photos all over the walls and trophies filling the cabinets. Madame Nan picked up a photo and smiled, saying, This is a picture of Nanshi when he was a month old. Isn't he cute? The little Nanshi in the photo had a radiant smile. Xia Li was amazed. I thought young Master Nan wouldn't smile. As he grew up, his face became more serious, and I worry he might scare the girls away. While Madame Nan was talking, she dug out a CD from a pile of things, found it. This is a video of Nanshi when he was a child. I want to play at my birthday party. Let's see if it still works. Madame Nan asked Xia Li if she wanted to watch it together, and Xia Li naturally said yes. Once the CD was played, the projection on the wall started. From baby Nanshi at 1 month old to his growth into adulthood. Madame Nan watched and fell asleep on the sofa, while Xia Li was thoroughly engrossed, until she saw the video of Nanshi's 18th birthday. Oh my! Nanshi's character took a complete 180-degree turn. In the video, he was wearing a ski suit and jumped out of a helicopter from 4,000 meters up, doing skydiving. He even performed various difficult moves in the air, looking utterly stylish. I told you, usually he looks like an old bureaucrat, but behind the scenes, he plays so wildly. This guy is all about being as still as a maiden and as crazy as a rabbit. And it's not just him. Ting Yuan and the other four are also there, bumping fists and shouting crazy. The scene shifts to dusk, with Nanshi dressed in combat gear, surrounded by his comrades. In the video, someone asks him what kind of music he likes, and to play a song to boost everyone's morale. Guess what Nanshi said? He said, I generally like to listen to rock music. I'm telling you, his teammate was shocked at the time and said, Huh, dude? I thought you were so steady like an old dog that you were listening to Beethoven every day. And guess what? Nanshi calmly replied, rock music is free and powerful. That teammate immediately proposed, saying that when we both survive and go back, we must have a live rock concert, and Nanshi generously said he would treat. Just as the atmosphere was just right, suddenly, Mrs. Nan woke up. She rubbed her eyes, saw me still there, and politely said, Oh, thank you for accompanying me for so long. I quickly praised Nan Xiao, saying he was really interesting when he was a kid. However, the old lady suddenly changed the topic. And when she stood up, she seemed to have a bit of low blood sugar and wobbled a bit, so I quickly supported her. She held my hand, smiled at me, and then dropped a bombshell, saying if things don't go well with Ting Yuan, why not consider our Nansher family members who understands? I was instantly petrified. What kind of operation is this? Right in front of his legitimate girlfriend, though it was forced, she directly started digging the wall. Seeing my expression of who am I and where am I, Mrs. Nin immediately acted like nothing happened and said, "Oh, we've watched the video for too long. Let us change activities," and then had the servant take me back to my room. I returned to my room, pushed the door open, and my heart almost stopped. Nanshi, he was actually sitting on the sofa waiting for me. I was dumbfounded. When did he come in? He asked me to sit down, and I didn't dare to say a word, just watching what he was going to do. As it turned out, he started by acting as a mediator for that crazy Jing Ting Yuan. He said, Ting Yuan had someone impersonate your parents. This is indeed his fault. Well, obviously, who need you to say that? I remained silent and continued to listen to his nonsense. He said Jing Ting Yuan was too concerned about me and feared that I would run away if I found my biological parents, which led him to take such extreme measures. I couldn't hold back at that point and shot back. Even without parents, I still want to run. Who would like someone who forces themselves every day and keeps them locked up like a canary? Then, Nanshi dropped an even more explosive piece of news. He said, your biological mother might be the president of country Alicia. I tell you, although I have heard this before, every time I hear it, it feels like being struck by lightning. My mom? Is she the president? Isn't this script a bit too ahead of its time? Seeing my shocked expression, Nanshi continued to explain, saying that Jing Ting Yuan was afraid I would recognize my mother, the president, and be taken abroad. If that happened, where would he find someone? That's why he staged this farce of fake parents. I let out a cold laugh. So you came here today to act as his crisis manager? To make me forgive him? Nanshi shook his head and said whether or not to forgive is my business, and he doesn't force it. Then, he took a folder from the side and handed it to me, saying, inside is your true identity. I took that document, my hands trembling a bit. When I opened it, it clearly stated my birthplace, called Hashan Sanatorium, and even my birthday. Let me tell you, when I saw that date, I couldn't hold back my tears. After all these years, I finally have a birthday that belongs to me. From now on, I can openly eat cake and make wishes on my birthday. I sniffed and continued reading. After finishing, I realized that it only mentioned possibilities. Everything was still uncertain. Nanshi said that unless I did a paternity test with Xia, there was no way to reach a conclusion. Moreover, the situation was complicated. What if she abandoned me back then, and now that she knows I'm still alive, who can say whether her intentions are good or bad? What if my existence affects her presidential reputation? How would she treat me? She has 3 children, proper heirs. Can they accept a half-sister? As I listened, I felt exhausted. I told Nanshi that Jing Tenjuan could share all these worries with me, but he chose not to. Instead, he pushed me away in the most foolish way. Honestly, after spending time together, I felt like he wasn't so annoying anymore, and I even felt a little spark of affection. In the end, he extinguished that tiny flame himself. I told Nanshi, forget it, don't investigate anymore. For so many years, I just wanted to know if I was abandoned, and now it seems that being a love child is quite awkward. Their family is perfect, and what would I be doing barging in? Wouldn't that just add to their troubles? Anyway, I've lived without parents for 18 years, so let it be. Sometimes an open ending is nice too. At least it leaves a hope in my heart. After hearing this, Nanshi actually laughed and said I was only 18, talking like an old man. Before leaving, he turned back and handed me a new phone, saying the butler prepared it for me. I rolled my eyes and joked, you should also advise your good brother to stop throwing his phone around. With that temper, he's bound to have a heart attack someday. Staying at the Nan family these past few days has been the highlight of my life. No one is watching or controlling me, and I feel as free as a little bird. But I didn't dare to go out, fearing that Jing Tenjuan would catch me the moment I stepped outside. So I just fed the fish and enjoyed the flowers in the courtyard. One day, a servant told me that Nanshi was back and practicing shooting in the basement. Shooting? I immediately became interested and asked the servant to take me there. Wow, the basement looked like something out of a movie. He was wearing goggles and earmuffs, holding a gun. Who understands this? Family? That silhouette, that figure. He was like a walking hormone dispenser, perfectly aimed at my heart. I was staring blankly when he suddenly appeared in front of me and asked what I was daydreaming about. I awkwardly dug my toes into the ground and casually made up an excuse, saying I was curious to take a look. To my surprise, he asked me, do you want to try the recoil of a gun? Huh? Me? Such a real gun? I was completely stunned, and by the time I reacted, he had already put all the gear on me. My palms were sweating from nervousness, and Nanshi stood right behind me, his hand directly over mine, whispering in a low voice, don't be afraid, I believe you can do it. Oh my, the warmth from his palm made my heart race louder than the gunshot. Bang! I fired a shot. Although I didn't hit the bullseye, I did hit the target. I was so excited that my entire arm was shaking. Nachi's chest was pressed against my back, helping me adjust my stance. I felt like my face was about to catch fire, and I didn't dare to move. Practicing several shots like that. After the shooting practice, my hands were sore, and it was just in time for dinner. Nachi took me to the dining hall, and I found out that his family actually eats separately. He said his parents enjoy their time alone, so he didn't want to be a third wheel. I thought to myself, how sweet. Just as I was about to gossip a bit, the butler came over and said, "Miss Xia, we have a rule in our house, no talking while eating." Well, I had no choice but to keep quiet and eat in silence. After dinner, we took a walk in the courtyard. Nachi suddenly asked me what my plans were for the future. He said he had already negotiated with Jing Tingyuan and that I would no longer be kept in the dark. But the premise was that we still had to be in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Wow. Isn't this the classic situation where you give me freedom, but I have to be your accessory? What could I say? I could only agree to compromise. Then Nachi asked me what kind of job I wanted to do, mentioning that having a low education level makes it hard to find a job. Finally, he suggested that since I was good at gaming, I could become a game streamer. I was taken aback. That idea sounded nothing like something he would come up with. Upon asking, it turned out that the idea came from that guy, Lu Wu. I thought about it all night and told Nachi my decision the next day. I don't want to be a game streamer. I want to be a food and travel blogger, to taste the delicacies across the country and explore the beautiful landscapes. That's my dream. When I told Nachi about it, he was in his study, painting a particularly beautiful sky blue bird. He said it was called a mountain bluebird, and the male is that beautiful to attract females. Then he finished the last stroke of the painting, turned to me, and said, "This painting is for you." I was stunned at that moment. Huh? For me? Why? He replied, "It's your 18th birthday gift." Oh my, I was so moved. This was something he had spent a month painting. I immediately patted my chest and said, "If you give me a painting, then I'll give you one too. Even though I can't even draw a simple sketch well, I will start learning from now on. The future is full of possibilities." While I was enjoying my peaceful days, things were tough for Jing Tingyuan. I heard that since I was gone, he couldn't sleep every day and could only numb himself with overtime work. Nachi told him about my decision, and although he was extremely reluctant, he was eventually persuaded by Nachi's theory that holding water tightly would only let it flow away, but holding it gently would allow you to possess it. He agreed to let me go work. Just when he was feeling troubled, Zhuo Sun came in with a major piece of news. The stolen painting worth 1.3 billion had been traced back to the mastermind, a mysterious person called King. Jing Tingyuan had his assistant send over the photo of the painting, and the assistant said the artist was a painter from country named Igor. Upon hearing this name, Jing Tingyuan's pupils trembled, because Igor was the mysterious person he had previously asked Zhuo Sun to investigate, but the lead had been deliberately cut off. Now, this mysterious painter was connected to the mysterious thief king. This game was getting more and more complicated. Before I knew it, it was Mrs. Nan's birthday banquet. The event was filled with prominent figures, and I, a small fry, only dared to shrink in the corner sipping juice, afraid of saying something wrong and offending some big shot. But trouble found me anyway. A girl in a blue evening gown, looking like a little elf, walked over and sat down next to me, acting quite familiar. She introduced herself as Yi Shaoqin and then pointed to a handsome guy not far away, saying, "Do you see him? That's my brother, Yi Qixing. He took a liking to you at first sight, but he's shy and didn't dare to come over. So he sent me to scout the situation." I was completely taken aback. Is this really happening? This girl exaggeratedly said that I'm so beautiful I could almost turn her straight. I had never seen anything like this before, so I could only awkwardly smile. She got straight to the point and asked for my brother's contact information, but of course I couldn't give it to her, so I politely declined. However, she was persistent and said, "How about we add each other on WeChat?" I thought about it and decided that was acceptable. After adding her on WeChat, let me tell you, this girl went into full-on sales mode. She immediately opened her moments and, like a real estate agent, frantically promoted her brother to me. Look, this is my brother at home. He loves cleanliness. His private life is as proper as a Puritan, and the best part is he's been single his whole life. Pure as a blank sheet of paper. Swipe, next picture. And look at this one. We're camping. Doesn't my brother look particularly gentle and refined when he smiles? I could only nod the whole time, so awkward that my toes were almost digging out a 3-bedroom apartment, unable to respond with a single word. She naturally asked me how old I was, and I said 18. She slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Oh, we're the same age. My brother is 28, just 10 years older." Seeing my expression was a bit subtle, she immediately started to patch things up. "Don't worry. Even though he's 28, his mindset is very young. and there's definitely no generation gap between us. Absolutely none. I could only respond with a dry aha. As a result, she seemed energized and continued to say, "He can also cook. His home-cooked dishes are exceptional. I'm really out of options, so I can only engage in some mutual flattery. Your brother is so outstanding. Anyone who is with him will definitely be very happy." Her eyes lit up instantly, as if she had grabbed onto a lifeline. "So, would you consider my brother?" Just as I was about to politely decline, a voice suddenly popped up from behind. "Sorry, Xia Li is already taken. It seems your brother doesn't stand a chance." I turned around and saw Lu Wuhua. When did he arrive? That girl recognized him and exclaimed, "Lu Xiao?" She glanced at Lu Wuhua and then at me, her curiosity burning with gossip. "Is he your boyfriend?" I quickly shook my head. No. She instantly breathed a sigh of relief. I tell you, her expression was something else. Almost as if she was thinking that as long as it wasn't someone like Lu Xiao, my brother still had a chance. She really thought that way. Mumbling, "As long as it's not Lu Xiao, my brother is still very competitive." Then Lu Wuhua, that guy, truly didn't he mind causing trouble. He smirked and leisurely dropped a bombshell. "Although it's not me, her boyfriend is Jing Tingyuan." Huh? The girl's expression froze instantly. Her eyes widened as she looked at me as if I were some prehistoric creature. "No way. You're Jing Xiao's girlfriend?" Lu Wuhua was still fanning the flames beside us. "Miss Yi, is that really surprising?" "Of course. Jing Tingyuan is." She had the words on the tip of her tongue, but abruptly stopped, yet I could guess the unspoken word with my toes. An emotionally unstable lunatic. She probably feared being heard by Jing Tingyuan himself and getting beaten to death. Then she leaned in close to my ear, whispering in a frantic tone, "Sister, although Jing Xiao has a lot of money, he has a terrible reputation. You really need to think twice about being with him. Will my family members know?" My script, as the vicious female supporting character, hasn't even warmed up yet. How does the whole world know that Jing Tingyuan is a lunatic? Lu Wuhua saw us whispering and was displeased, pouting and looking at me with a face full of grievance. "Xia Li, we haven't seen each other for so long. And you're not even talking to me?" I could only perfunctorily greet him with a hello, "Brother Hua." Only then was he satisfied and began to ask how I had been. "Have you been staying well at the Nan family during this time?" Goodness, with that one sentence. He stunned the girl next to us. She looked at me in disbelief and asked, "You've been staying at the Nan family these past few days?" I nodded. She was even more shocked. "You have such a good relationship with young Master Nan? The Nan residence, doesn't he even allow relatives to stay?" Lu Wuhua, with his ostentatious demeanor, directly switched to a mode of showing off and answered for me. "Xiao Li not only has a good relationship with Nan Shi, but also with Ming Ju and the others, including me. We are all the best of friends." I watched as Yi Xiaoqin's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. She must have been thinking, who is this woman? How did she manage to get into their all-male group that never associates with women? And she's the only girl. Just then, her brother, the male lead, Yi Qixing, who had been wildly promoted, finally made his entrance. Yi Xiaoqin instantly became obedient, running over to link her arm with her brother's and proudly introducing me. "Xia Li, this is my brother, Yi Qixing." I politely greeted him, and the way Yi Qixing looked at me was, how should I put it, as if the words love at first sight were written all over his face. He exchanged a few pleasantries with Lu Wuhua as well. Just as his words fell, the entire room suddenly fell silent. I followed everyone's gaze and saw Jing Tingyuan had arrived. He was like a sun with a spotlight. As soon as he appeared, everyone's eyes were glued to him. My gaze also met his, and, through the crowd, we looked at each other from afar. My heart sank, thinking that it was over. After so many days without seeing him, he must have lost weight. Was he going to go crazy and trouble me again? But what happened? He looked at me deeply for several seconds, then turned around and walked away. He left. I was stunned at that moment, instinctively mumbling. Why did he just leave? Seeing this, Yi Xiaoqin immediately thought her brother had a chance again and leaned over to say, "Xia Li, did you have a fight with Jing Xiao? Why don't you consider my brother again? He's super nice." Her brother turned red at the side, softly scolding her not to talk nonsense, and the siblings tugged at each other as they walked away. As soon as they left, Lu Wuhua came over, grinning and saying he brought me a lot of gifts, also mentioning he hadn't seen me for several days and missed me a lot. I blushed and told him not to say such things, but he directly laid his cards on the table. "You already know I like you, so I'm too lazy to hide it." Fine. I couldn't argue with him, so I fell silent. After the party ended, I returned to my room exhausted. As soon as I opened the door, my heart almost jumped out. Jing Tingyuan was sitting on the sofa. He looked incredibly haggard, his voice hoarse, staring at me with a sense of brokenness in his eyes. wanting to stand up but not daring to, as if afraid I would run away. I walked to the bar and poured myself a glass of water, my hands trembling. With a cold expression, I asked him, "What are you doing here?" In that hoarse voice, he said 3 words, "I miss you." Just those 3 words, and I tell you, my eyes instantly turned red. But I still held my ground, saying, "I don't miss you." After saying that, I quickly took a sip of water to cover up my unease. As a result, he stood up, startling me. "What are you going to do?" Seeing the vigilance in my eyes, he looked even more broken, heartbrokenly asking, "Baby, do you think I would hurt you?" I thought to myself, "You won't hurt me, but you will lock me up." He didn't care about me and continued walking ahead, repeating, "I miss you." Then, he suddenly hugged me tightly. The familiar scent hit me, and I felt like I was about to suffocate, so I quickly punched him a couple of times. "Let go of me first. Do you want to suffocate me?" He loosened his grip a bit but still wouldn't let go. "What do you want?" I asked. "I want to see you." "Can you use different words?" "In these past few days without seeing you, my mind is filled with thoughts of you. Wanted to see you, wanted to kiss you, wanted to hug you. No matter what I do, it's all about you. Who understands this among our family?" He suddenly got serious, and I found it a bit hard to handle. "No, he's a big liar." I pushed him away forcefully and shouted, "Don't think I can forgive you just because you say a few nice words. You lied to me." I thought he would go crazy, but he just softly said, "I was wrong. I just froze. This script is not right." He saw me dazed, stepped forward to hug me, and whispered in my ear, "I miss you so much. I think about you every day. Baby, from now on, whatever you want to do, I will support you. Whatever you don't want to do, I won't force you. But I beg you, please don't leave me, okay?" As I listened to his almost pleading voice, my heart softened. I asked him, "Can you really keep your word?" He replied, "Yes, I'll keep my word." That night, he really just came to take a look at me and then left. I lay in bed tossing and turning, my mind filled with questions. Has this guy changed his ways, or is he just acting? The next day, Nanshi told me that Jing Tingyuan had arranged a new place for me, a large apartment in the city center. I followed Nanshi to the apartment, and the moment I opened the door, I was shocked. The living room was decorated with banners, balloons were floating around, and the floor was covered with rose petals. Suddenly, with a bang, Lu Wuhua rushed out of the bathroom, setting off a firecracker, which startled me. Right after that bang, Mingju also burst out. I looked at that tiny bathroom and thought, could there be more people hiding in there? I joked, "Yishao isn't also in there, right?" To my surprise, they really made me guess and said that Jing Tingyuan and Yi Jin were in the bedroom. I walked to the door of the room on the left, pushing the door while saying, "I think they're both in this room." As soon as the door opened, sure enough, Jing Tingyuan and Yi Jin were sitting on the sofa. Lu Wuhua and the others were all surprised, asking how I guessed it. I could only say it was a guess. Then came the gift-giving segment, where Yi Jin presented me with a huge bouquet of roses made of diamonds, dazzling my eyes. Jing Tingyuan gave me a beautiful gift box, and when I opened it, it was a rose gold watch, both expensive and beautiful. Lu Wuhua suggested we celebrate properly and asked me what I wanted to eat. Without thinking, I replied, "I want hot pot. Since it's a new home, it should have some warmth." I opened a refrigerator and saw it was empty. I suggested we go to the supermarket to buy some groceries and cook for ourselves. As soon as I said that, it was like I had flipped some strange switch. These 5 young masters who had never been to a supermarket were all wide-eyed and insisted on coming with me. I had a bad feeling and told them, "You guys stay away from me. I don't want to be the center of attention." Lu Wuhua naively said, "Xia Li, you've always been the focus." When we arrived at the supermarket, I realized how accurate my premonition was. We were not shopping for groceries. We were on a tour. The 5 of them, averaging 95 meters tall, stood there like 5 walls. One had blue eyes, one had long hair, one dressed like a Taoist priest. Another looked like he was ready for a fashion show, and the last one stood straight like he was in a military parade. I was just an ordinary girl walking among them, and the rate of people turning to look at us was literally 1,000%. The surrounding people were pretending to pick things while actually taking photos. The absurdity continued. They began a conspicuous style of shopping. Lu Wuhua saw durians and asked if I wanted to eat one. I said to buy one, but he insisted we needed 2 in pairs. Then he loaded an entire cart of snacks for me. Jing Tingyuan was even more exaggerated. He bought a bunch of fruit, and when I looked at the price tag, 3 bunches of grapes were 998. I asked him if they were made of gold. He calmly replied, "This little money is nothing to worry about." Ming Ju bought me a cart full of cakes and pizzas, saying he was afraid I wouldn't have food to eat in the morning. Nanshi bought me over a dozen cans of milk powder, saying the shelf life was 2 years, enough for me to drink for a year. The craziest was Yi Jin. He pushed a cart full of medical equipment over. A thermometer, a blood pressure monitor, a blood glucose meter, a stethoscope, a home ECG machine, an oxygen concentrator. At that moment, I wanted to ask him, "Dude, are you planning to open a community hospital in my house?" I timidly suggested, "Why not put the unnecessary items back?" The five of them shook their heads in unison to refuse. In the end, when we went to pay, the receipt was as long as an imperial edict, and the cashier looked at us with a mix of shock and sympathy. Back at the apartment, looking at the things we brought back from the supermarket, they nearly filled the entire living room. I told you, I was dumbfounded at that moment. How long would it take to clean this up? As a result, Ming Jue and the others were quite righteous and said I should go get hot pot, and they would take care of these things. I shot a doubtful glance at them, staring at these young masters who didn't even touch the spring water with their 10 fingers. "Are you sure you're not here to cause me trouble?" Lu Wuhuo was still unconvinced, puffing out his chest and saying, "Xia Li, don't underestimate us. We're not incapable of taking care of ourselves." All right. You guys are great. Come on then. I turned and went into the kitchen, but then Jing Tingyuan, the clingy one, followed me in the next second. I shot him a glare. "Dude, this kitchen is so small. Did you come in here to make me perform a magic trick?" Goodness. He immediately put on a show of a wronged little puppy with that look in his eyes and tone. He was just a step away from shedding a few golden tears right there. "Do you really not want to see me?" Family, who understands? This guy has completely maxed out his green tea skills, hasn't he? I was really annoyed. "You can't even cook, just standing here as a door god?" He retorted confidently. "I can wash vegetables. Tea hot pot, just about washing the vegetables and dipping them." All right, that doesn't seem unreasonable. I let him wash the vegetables while I started making the hot pot base. Let me tell you, as soon as that aroma came out, my soul was almost drawn away. When I finished simmering the spicy hot pot base and was about to pour it into the yin-yang pot, Jing Tingyuan stepped up quickly. "Let me do it. Be careful not to burn yourself." The way he acted and his tone were just like a devoted husband from a classic tale. While I was washing the pot, I asked him how the vegetables were. When I turned around, goodness, there was just a lonely little cabbage and a few leaves of lettuce lying in the sink. I exploded at this speed. We want to even get to eat this hot pot next year. He even had the audacity to look wronged. "Baby, I just wanted to spend more time with you." I was stalling on purpose. I was so angry I laughed, pointing at his nose. "Don't play innocent with me. Put away your sympathy-seeking tricks." He hugged me from behind, his voice softening. "Baby, I really know I was wrong. Can you please not talk to me in that sarcastic tone anymore?" I raised an eyebrow. "What tone?" He started playing a word game with me. Sarcastic and bitter. I'm really impressed. He pointed to the freshly made 3-flavor hot pot base and poured it over for me. He obediently complied and then began his performance again. "Baby, even if you don't like me, please don't hate me. Let me continue being your wallet, okay?" I really wanted to ask, who would be eager to be an ATM? He held on to me and wouldn't let go, like a koala. "Baby, am I still your boyfriend?" I rolled my eyes. "Does it matter? You've always seen yourself that way anyway." He sighed deeply with a heavy heart. "I'm sorry, I won't force you anymore, but please don't break up with me." I was really a loss and could only say, "You'd better keep acting like this or one day if you go crazy again, it would just make me hate you more." He immediately assured me, "Okay, I'll make sure to stay emotionally stable as long as you're still mine." Finally, I managed to calm this big Buddha down. When it was time to eat, it was lively. I raised my glass and sincerely toasted to everyone. Lu Wuhua, while cooking beef tripe, said, "Why does today's hot pot taste especially good?" Ming Ju, next to him, cut through the nonsense. "You're only saying that because you're eating with Xia Li, right?" I dipped a slice of tripe into the hot pot and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, saying that I had never eaten hot pot with so many friends before. As a result, I accidentally mentioned Lu Quan. I tell you, as soon as I finished speaking, I felt the temperature around me drop by several degrees. Jing Tingyuan, the king of jealousy, instantly turned dark, and his gaze could kill. Lu Wuhua, the silly sweet, even asked who Lu Quan was. Later, probably recalling Jing Tingyuan's little secrets, she quickly changed the subject and asked me if there were any tips for cooking tripe. This group of young masters, needing others to serve them even while eating hot pot, truly are the evil capitalists. Jing Tingyuan, on the other hand, kept serving me food and seriously discussed future career plans with me. He said there are too many food blogger influencers now and suggested I take a high-end route, visiting those mysterious shops that ordinary people can't access so I can stand out. Yi Jin and the others echoed in agreement, saying this advice was reliable, and they rushed to offer to be my cyber caregivers, taking turns to help me film videos. I tell you, this is not just advice. It's practically a project pitch from CEO Group. In the end, it was Nancy who made the final decision, saying if I wanted to pursue a career, I shouldn't go solo. This meal was incredibly enjoyable. By 11 o'clock, they were ready to leave. At the elevator, Jing Tingyuan held my hand tightly and shamelessly pointed to his cheek, wanting a goodbye kiss. The guys in the elevator were all pretending not to see anything, their expressions saying we saw nothing. My face turned beet red, and I pushed him, saying, "Get in quickly, don't delay others." He then started to act pitiful, and that little look melted my heart. So I'm just weak against softness, so I let him lean in, and like a dragonfly touching the water, I pecked his cheek. Only then was he satisfied and entered the elevator. After sending him off, I lay alone in bed, scrolling through my phone, and I stumbled upon a news article about President Alicia of the country. I stared at the face in the video, and it looked just like me, so much so that no one would believe we weren't mother and daughter. My thoughts started to stir again, but I quickly extinguished them. She asked the president, how could she possibly recognize me? Then, for some reason, I searched for her information and found out she has a son named Stock, a real estate mogul. Just then, an unfamiliar call came in. I tell you, this call was relentless. I hung up 4 or 5 times, but it kept calling. I had no choice but to answer. On the other end was the voice of an assistant, and after confirming my identity, a deep, magnetic male voice came through. "Hello, I'm Stock. Alicia is my mother." At that moment, my mind was buzzing, and I thought I had misheard, so I pinched my thigh hard. He spoke so directly, cutting to the chase. "I've investigated you and want to meet to confirm if you are my mother's illegitimate daughter. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. This matter concerns my mother's reputation." Goodness, it was all business. He also said that if the DNA test results were positive, he would give me a sum of money to ensure I had no further ties with their family. I could only smile bitterly and say I truly hoped I had no connection with her. We arranged to meet the next morning at 9. After hanging up the phone, I was still in a daze. The next day, I arrived on time at the top-floor revolving restaurant he had booked. As soon as I walked in, I saw Stock himself, along with his assistant and a doctor. When he saw me, his astonishment was apparent in his eyes, saying I looked just like his mother, except for our eye color. We hardly ate anything before he had the doctor come over to draw blood. I made it clear that I just wanted to know the answer, not for money or to acknowledge any family ties. After all, I had gotten used to being an orphan. Only then did Stock reveal a bit, saying he had heard rumors about his mother's infidelity since he was young, and after seeing me, he suspected they were true, but he hoped they weren't. I understand. No one wants their happy family to be destroyed by an illegitimate daughter. Just as he left, Jing Tingyuan rushed in like a tornado, and only relaxed when he saw that I was okay. It turned out he had just run into Stark downstairs. Without saying a word, he tightly hugged me, inhaling my scent until his anger subsided. This guy, right from the start, started lecturing me, saying I shouldn't meet strangers alone in the future. As he spoke, he cupped my face and kissed me. At first, it was gentle, but then it turned into something fierce, like a wolf that hadn't eaten in 800 years. "Family, this isn't a restaurant." I quickly pushed him away, my face as red as blood. Once in the car, he asked what we talked about, and I said I had blood drawn for a test. He asked if I hoped to be the daughter of Alicia, and I shook my head. Who wants to be a low-profile, illegitimate daughter? He pulled me into his arms and said very seriously, "No matter whose daughter you are, you will always be my recognized wife." I playfully slapped him. "Who wants to marry you?" We agreed to just be boyfriend and girlfriend, no taking advantage. The scene shifted a country. A man named King was staring at a painting. Let me tell you, this situation just got complicated. This guy named King received a monumental task from his dying father, to find the daughter of a painter named Igor, because this daughter holds the key to a tremendous fortune. King had only 2 photos in his hand, one of the painter Igor and one of me. Wow, they looked like they were carved from the same mold. Then, he uncovered a shocking scoop. This painter Igor was actually a fraternal twin brother of my scandalous mother Alicia. While he was deep in thought, his assistant called to say that Stark had already met with me. King immediately laughed, saying the show was about to begin. Meanwhile, Jing Tingyuan was also busy. He took advantage of me being asleep to run to the bathroom and answer a call from his subordinate Zwisun. The information Zwisun uncovered directly tied the entire storyline together. It turned out that the painter Igor's wife had given birth to a daughter at the Crane Mountain Sanatorium in City S, and the timing matched with mine. The key point was that Alicia herself was also at that sanatorium during that time. Zwisun boldly speculated that I was not the president's illegitimate daughter at all, but rather the daughter of her biological brother Igor. It was highly likely that this malicious sister, in order to monopolize her brother's enormous inheritance, murdered him and threw away his biological niece, me. After hearing this, Jing Tingyuan was completely thrown off. He realized a fatal problem. Even if the blood sample taken by Stark proved that we weren't mother and daughter, it would definitely show that we are blood relatives. This would be tantamount to directly telling the female president, your supposed dead biological niece is very much alive. The situation suddenly became dangerous. But now, it was too late to stop it. Star's plane had already taken off. Jing Tingyuan could only immediately order more personnel to ensure my protection was foolproof. But I, on the other hand, was completely unaware of the brewing storm behind the scenes. Just as he hung up the phone, he rushed back to bed to hold me, whispering that he would protect me with his life. At that moment, I was half asleep and thought he was just talking in his sleep. I tell you, just when Jing Tingyuan was feeling tense, over in country E, the real eye of the storm, that female president, Xia, had already started to confront her son, Stock. Goodness, this old lady came in swinging. She directly asked Stock, I heard you in a Longwa? As soon as Stock nodded, she walked around the desk, like in a movie, and patted her son's shoulder, saying seriously, I know what you're curious about, and I'll tell you, I didn't cheat, and I never had an illegitimate daughter. Stock must have been dumbfounded at that moment, but the next thing this old lady said shattered everything. She said, Xia Li is Igor's daughter. Who understands what that means? Igor is her own brother. So, I'm not her illegitimate daughter. I'm her biological niece. I was completely stunned, and it didn't end there. This old lady is unbelievable. She said that ever since I was born, she abandoned me and kept sending people to monitor and suppress me, never giving me any chance to turn my life around. And then, the most explosive part came. She casually added another blow. I killed Igor myself. I felt a chill run down my spine upon hearing this. What kind of hellish palace intrigue script is this? She killed her own brother and seized the inheritance just to get her son into power. Now she is the president of country E, so she fears nothing and directly confronts her son, telling him to choose his side. She even told Stock that as long as she doesn't fight for the family fortune, he won't move against her for the time being and can handle it himself. And what happened next? Right after this female demon finished her confrontation, Stock's call came through to me. At that moment, I was happily enjoying the seafood noodles that Jing Tingyuan made for me. I must tell you, he cleaned the shrimp so thoroughly, and I was praising him for his talent as a chef, while he smugly said he only wanted to be my personal chef. As soon as I answered the call, Stock, being the actor he is, told me that the test results were out. We are not mother and daughter. I have to tell you, my heart skipped a beat at that moment, but to be honest, I felt more relieved. As long as I'm not an illegitimate daughter, that's just great news for me. I even comforted him, saying it's okay. The search for family is a long journey. But after hanging up the phone, once the adrenaline passed, I didn't know what happened. And the tears started flowing uncontrollably. All the previous grievances and confusion rushed back. I just held on to Jing Tingyuan and cried my heart out, telling him that there were two little people in my head fighting. One saying my parents abandoned me, don't look for them. The other saying they might have their reasons. Jing Tingyuan just held me tight, saying he understood and that I wasn't being dramatic at all. To help me feel better, Jing Tingyuan said he would take me to work on something to do a live stream. The location was set at the most upscale restaurant in S City, Waddingfu. Let me tell you, just getting a membership there costs $2 million, and the lowest dish is $30,000. I was so nervous that my palms were sweating, and I could barely keep the stand steady. Jing Tingyuan was right next to me cheering me on, saying that even if no one was watching, he was my most loyal audience. All right, since I'm here, let us start the live stream. At first, there were only a few viewers in the room, and this guy Jing Tingyuan directly used his money to break the ice by sending a huge red envelope, saying that if you followed, you'd get 10 yuan. Then he sent another one, saying if you watched for 5 minutes, you'd get another 10 yuan. Suddenly, over 10,000 people squeezed into the live stream. The comments section exploded, with everyone asking where this was, if it was Waddingfu, saying my background was fake. I immediately picked up my phone and filmed a circle of the night view of S City to prove my innocence. Just then, my resentful brother, Lu Wuhua, sneaked in. He specially created a small account called Not Confused at This Age, afraid others wouldn't know it was him. But when he wanted to send gifts, he found out there was no money in the account, and it became very awkward. He immediately called his assistant. Charge 5 million into this new account. Once the money arrived, he sent 100 gifts worth 5,000 each without blinking. The entire screen was filled with special effects. The popularity of the live stream exploded. I quickly thanked this brother, Not Confused at This Age. But then he saw he was only level 65 and got dissatisfied, calling his assistant again. Charge another 40 million. I want to reach max level. Then, family, the iconic moment came. 6,000 gifts worth 5,000 each started pouring in like rain, sending them 1,000 at a time. The entire screen was filled with gift effects, and the comment section crashed, with many people getting kicked out. This overwhelming wealth directly got me trending at #1. Lu Wuhua instantly transformed from a level 1 small account to a level 100 big shot. Just as he was feeling pleased, Ming Ju's call came through, and he immediately scolded him. Are you crazy? On the first day of live streaming, you spent tens of millions. Your name even has the word whore in it. Are you afraid Xia Li won't figure out it's you? You're putting her on the grill. Sure enough, when I opened the trending topics, the comment section was full of people criticizing, saying things like wealthy second-generation kids are competing with the poor for jobs. Really shameless. My resentful brother got so angry when he saw it that he immediately performed a curveball rescue. He changed his ID to newbie anchor Xia Li, spreading wealth and good fortune, and then ran all over the place, going into other live streams and gifting everywhere, quickly reaching the top of the rankings in every room. He forcefully made himself a trending topic. The whole internet was discussing who this mysterious high-level big shot promoting Xia Li was. Now, could Jing Tingyuan bear it? He saw that Lu Wuhua was at the top of the rankings, and his competitive spirit was ignited. He immediately had his assistant top up his alternate account, and before long, he also reached a high-level account, pushing Lu Wuhua down to second place. Ming Ju and Yi Ji were watching on their phones, thinking, well, everyone has gone crazy, right? Let's all go crazy together. So, during my 2-hour live stream, I watched 4 high-level big shots battling it out in my live room, competing for the top spot and racking up nearly 200 million in gifts. Xia Li, overnight became the hottest new anchor on the internet. As soon as the live stream ended, I opened the back end to check my earnings, and wow, a string of zeros almost blinded me. I exploded, pointing at Jing Tingyuan's nose and shouting, are you crazy? When you calculate it, I get 90 million, and you guys have to gift 1.8 billion. The platform takes half. Can't you just give it to me directly? Jing Tingyuan remained calm, saying he wasn't the only one. Ming Ju and the others also participated. I was almost fainting from anger at this group of spendthrifts, saying I wanted to rely on my own efforts. As a result, this guy started giving me a lecture, saying it was a traffic cost, and it was a combination of brand and effect, claiming that I gained 8 million followers in 2 hours and that the money was well spent. He spoke so convincingly that he almost PUA'd me. I could only make them promise it wouldn't happen again. Then this guy started getting inappropriate, leaning close to my ear and saying he wanted to drink milk. I thought, how old are you to still want milk? He said he wanted to drink mine. I quickly covered his mouth with my hand. How did this person become so greasy? After dropping me off at the apartment building, he insisted on following me upstairs, blocking the door and looking at me with a pitiful face, saying, baby, don't you want it? I said I didn't want it and told him to find someone else. Good heavens, this sentence lit the powder keg. His face instantly darkened, and he pushed the door open, barging in and slamming it shut behind him. I was so scared that I quickly stepped back, saying he promised not to force me. He advanced step by step, saying, I won't force you, but I can't solve this alone. I need to see you. Huh? What does that mean? The next second, this rogue barged into my house, sat on the sofa, and then right in front of me. Self-pleasured? Who can understand this? Family. My eyes widened in shock, and I screamed as I dashed into the bathroom. The next day, my live stream became a legend across the internet. In the company break room, a few girls were drinking coffee and gossiping. Did you see yesterday's trending topic? Let me tell you. I came across a new eating broadcast by someone named Xia Li. In her live stream, several big shots went from level 1 to max level, gifting thousands of big gifts. Wow, is it that exaggerated? Exaggerated? Let me tell you, this is just a small scene. The more explosive thing is that someone dug out the total amount of tips Xia Li received during that live stream. Can you guess how much? 100 million. My goodness, 100 million. In just 2 hours. I was listening to my colleagues gossip in the break room, and their mouths were all open wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. They were analyzing, saying Xia Li must not be an ordinary person. She was definitely a top-tier, rich, second-generation, out-experiencing life. Why? Because the place she live-streamed from yesterday was Huadeng Mansion. Family, who understands? That's the Huadeng Mansion, where a membership card costs 2 million. Who can afford to go there? And guess what? There was indeed a follow-up to this story. Our company's general manager, Lu Quan, was lurking at the break room door like a ghost, looking pale as a sheet. When a colleague ran into him, they thought he was working overtime and had low blood sugar, so they were concerned about him. He awkwardly laughed and said it was nothing. After they left, he slipped in looking lost, probably reminiscing about his past with Xia Li. Let me tell you, Lu Quan is also a sentimental guy. The startup capital for his current company is the 2 million check that Xia Li gave him back then. He originally wanted to work hard, achieve success, and then confess to Xia Li. But what happened? Fate played a trick on him. Now he is starting a business with money from his ex, while the ex has become a billion-dollar female streamer who is out of reach for him. At that time, in the tea room, he took out his phone to search for Xia Li, and seeing the radiant Xia Li in the live broadcast recording, he couldn't help but touch the scar on his body that he got from protecting her. What a sight! He was acting like the deeply emotional second male lead. Feeling self-pity. After watching the video, he still wasn't disheartened and dialed Xia Li's old number, but of course, it was a disconnected line. On the other side, our female lead Xia Li was live streaming again today. Jing Tingyuan was on a business trip, so today's caretaker was replaced by Lu Wuhua. This guy is pretty interesting, spending the entire time serving tea and water, focusing on companionship. The viewers in the live stream were curious, asking why the caretaker's voice changed. Xia Li smiled and explained that it was a different person, and some even teased Lu Wuhua to show his face. Lu Wuhua, however, simply said he just wanted to be a low-key caretaker. The two were at a high-end private dining restaurant, and when the dishes arrived, Lu Wuhua wanted to help Xia Li crack the crab, but found himself unable to do it and had to call the waiter over. The scene was quite something. A wealthy young master unable to handle a crab. Once the waiter cracked it open, he quickly presented it to Xia Li, while he was beside her wildly giving likes and sending gifts, acting as the atmosphere manager. As for Lu Quan, he rushed into Xia Li's live stream as soon as he got off work. He was also quite determined, looking at the live broadcast. He used his phone's image recognition feature to search for the restaurant where Xia Li was eating and pinpointed its location. Without a second thought, he drove there. He parked across the restaurant, rolled down the window, and watched the live stream while eagerly waiting for Xia Li to come out just to catch a glimpse of her. After 2 hours, Xia Li finally finished the stream. She and Lu Wuhua came out of the restaurant, discussing how they were too full and wanted to take a walk in a nearby park. When Xia Li looked up, she realized that the place was not far from Mingjue's bar, so she suggested going there to have some fun. Lu Quan was watching intently from the car, and seeing his goddess about to walk to a bar with another man made his reason snap. He stepped on the gas and slowly followed them. But he forgot that Xia Li was with Lu Wuhua, who immediately sensed something was off. He quietly told Xia Li, "Don't look back, someone is following us." Xia Li was puzzled, wondering who it was. Lu Wuhua pulled her towards the car. Just as they were about to escape, Lu Quan panicked, parked the car, and rushed out, calling out heartbreakingly, "Xia Li." With that shout, both Xia Li and Lu Wuhua turned around. "Well, isn't that her ex?" Xia Li looked at him in his suit and felt quite happy for him, smiling as she said, "Long time no see. How have you been?" Lu Quan, with red-rimmed eyes, condensed all his words into one. "I'm fine, and you? Has Jing Tingyuan bullied you?" Xia Li shook her head and even introduced Lu Wuhua. As it turned out, Lu Wuhua was quite charming. He assessed Lu Quan and immediately said, "Oh, I've heard of you. Tingyuan mentioned you." This instantly extinguished Lu Quan's little thoughts about whether Xia Li still had feelings for him. Even more shocking was that he directly pulled out a checkbook, quickly wrote an amount, and handed it over with a forced smile, saying, "This is a thank you fee for taking care of our little Xia Li in the past." If I were Lu Quan at that moment, I would be so angry I could spit blood. Isn't this just throwing money in someone's face? Xia Li was also anxious and hurriedly pushed Lu Wuhua's hand back, scolding him for humiliating others. Lu Quan's face was a sight to behold, alternating between green and white. But he also cared about his pride, took a deep breath, pulled out a bank card from his wallet, and handed it to Xia Li, saying, "There are 2 million here, the money from back then. I'm returning it to you. Since we're going to cut ties, let us do it cleanly." He even emphasized that he had started a company and was doing well, so he wasn't too short of this money. In order to take care of his pride, Xia Li eventually accepted it. The two formally said goodbye, and Xia Li got into the car with Lu Wuhua. Lu Quan stood alone in place, and that back view was desolate. In the car, Lu Wuhua began to gossip, asking Xia Li if she had liked Lu Quan in the past. Xia Li directly denied it, saying he was just a good friend she had known for many years. If it weren't for Jing Tingyuan being jealous and forcing her to cut ties, they could still be eating hot pot together now. I tell you, Lu Wuhua's mind was racing with calculations, and upon hearing this, he probably thought, "Great, one less strong rival." Soon, they arrived at Ming Ju's one night of drunken dreams. The scene at the entrance was like a car show, with luxury cars piled up and handsome men and beautiful women everywhere. As soon as Lu Wuhua's car arrived, someone beside them immediately recognized him and started whispering, the living heir of a family. Some even recognized Xia Li, saying she was the recently popular female streamer. Ming Ju had been waiting in the private room and greeted Xia Li with great enthusiasm. As soon as Lu Wuhua and Ming Ju met, they started bickering, with one calling the other a steel bar and the other calling him a thin dog. Lu Wuhua even got worked up and insisted on lifting his shirt to prove he had an 8-pack, almost embarrassing Xia Li to death. Just as they were making a scene, Lu Wuhua's phone rang. It was his cousin Xia Li. When he answered, it turned out to be a man on the other end, saying Xia Li was drunk at their place and couldn't find anyone with the surname Jing in her contacts. So he called Lu Wuhua since they talked frequently. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuhua thought, well, time to be a hero and save the day. He quickly told Mingju to take care of Xia Li and rushed off. In the private room, only Xia Li and Mingju were left. Mingju was very considerate, offering fruits and peeling grapes, afraid of neglecting her. Xia Li said she wanted to see a performance. So Mingju took her to the hall. Before they went, he insisted she wear sunglasses, and Xia Li was puzzled, wondering why to wear sunglasses at night. But once they arrived in the hall, she understood. The light show was blinding, and the music was so loud it felt like her heart was about to jump out. They first watched a traditional sword dance, followed by a group of sexy beauties dancing. The most explosive third act came, and, for those who know, a group of handsome men with 8-pack abs wore only a short skirt and twisted their hips. Xia Li was dumbfounded, nervously swallowing and pretending to cough to cover her embarrassment. After the abdominal muscle guys finished dancing, the host came on stage and announced they would start the appetizer. The lights dimmed, and a spotlight shone down as a masked handsome guy walked onto the stage. The host shouted into the microphone, starting at 100,000 for a piece of clothing. Whoever can buy all of Wei Wei's clothes can share the stage with him. Xia Li was shocked and asked Mingju what this meant. Mingju calmly explained that it was a chance to buy a spot on stage. Xia Li exclaimed that this was just pure foolishness. Just as she finished speaking, people in the audience had already started raising their paddles. While Xia Li was watching the handsome guy's auction, Lu Wuhua had already arrived at another bar. His cousin Zhang Li was completely unconscious from drinking. Lu Wuhua settled the bill and carried her to a nearby hotel. Just as he tossed her onto the bed and was about to leave, Zhang Li grabbed his hand tightly, mumbling in a daze, Jing Ting Yuan. Don't go, stay with me, okay? Lu Wuhua froze, looking at this woman who was holding on to him but calling another man's name, feeling like 1,000 alpacas were running through his mind. He darkened his face and yelled, Zhang Li, are you drunk? Let go. And guess what? Not only did she not let go, but she also clung to him like a human pendant, wrapping herself tightly around Lu Wuhua's arm. I tell you, Lu Wuhua's face was as dark as a pot bottom. He struggled several times but couldn't free his hand. He was so angry that he shouted again, Zhang Li. Then Zhang Li, with her eyes dreamy, looked at him and said something that struck hard. Jing Ting Yuan. Why can't you like me? Goodness, Lu Wuhua was completely stunned, bending down to get closer, thinking he must have misheard, and asked again, what did you say? Like who? Jing Ting Yuan. I like you, Jing Ting Yuan. I have to tell you, at that moment, I felt like Lu Wuhua's worldview was completely shattered, performing a pupil earthquake on the spot. He held his forehead, wearing an expression that said who understands the family, muttering, she's drunk, she must be talking nonsense. As a result, Zhang Lixia's subsequent actions were even more explosive. While crying, she berated, why on earth do I like a stinky man like you? Bad temper, poisonous tongue, apart from being a bit handsome, taller, richer than me, and smarter. What else is there about you that I should like? Lu Wuhua was almost unable to hold back, helplessly retorting, sister, are you scolding him or praising him? The next second, Zhang Lixia burst into tears, grabbing Lu Wuhua's high-end custom sleeve to wipe her nose. Lu Wuhua was completely stunned. Please don't cry, and can you not use my sleeve as a tissue? Zhang Lixia cried and laughed, displaying a split personality. I'm just a fool. I'll never like you again. There are so many handsome guys in the world. I don't believe I can't find someone better than you. Then she shifted gears, starting to sob, but it seems like you really are the best. Seeing her incoherent state, Lu Wuhua felt like he was going to burst, and taking advantage of her loosening grip, he slipped away like a greased pig. After escaping from the hotel, the first thing he did was call Yi Jian in a panic. Hey, where are you? On the other end, Yi Jian's voice was as cold as ice. Handling personal matters. What is up? I discovered a huge secret. Speak. Just as Lu Wuhua was about to open his mouth, the gossip spirit burning within him, he suddenly thought that this was Zhang Lixia's long-hidden secret, and it didn't seem right to spill it. So he quickly changed his words. Zhang Lixia is drunk. I just want to pick her up, and wow, her drunken antics are terrifying. Yi Jian sneered. Is that it? You called me in the middle of the night for this trivial matter? What were you busy with at night? Something. I'm hanging up. Lu Wuhua looked at the phone that was hung up, completely baffled. What time is it? Even the king of hustle isn't this intense, right? Meanwhile, at a place called Crazy Entertainment City, let me tell you, it looked like a palace built out of gold, dazzling enough to blind people. Yi Jin, with long black hair, wearing a flashy red V-neck shirt, was kicking a man to the ground. The man was kneeling, banging his head on the floor. Yi Xiao, please give me a few more days. I will definitely pay back the money. Yi Jin's eyes were as cold as ice. Pay back? You borrowed 300 million from here and lost it all. What are you going to use to pay it back? He leisurely issued the final ultimatum. I'll give you 3 days. If you dare to run, what you leave behind won't just be money, but your life. Once his subordinates dragged the man out, he was left alone in the office. He sighed heavily, lit a cigarette, and his aura changed entirely. He asked his assistant, "Do you know why this place never turns off the lights for 24 hours? The assistant explained thoroughly, saying it was to blur the concept of time with light, making people feel dazed and unable to distinguish between day and night, ultimately leading them to lose everything. Yi Jin coldly replied, I advise you not to get involved. I don't want the people around me to touch those 3 things. At this moment, the assistant said his father just called, asking him to go to W City for the opening ceremony of a new entertainment city. On the other side, Xia Li was yawning from tiredness, and Ming Ju was preparing to take her home when his phone rang. It was Yi Jin calling. After dropping Xia Li off, Ming Ju planned to go to their usual place for a night of drinking. Xia Li immediately asked if Yi Gu was having troubles again. In the car taking her home, Ming Ju finally revealed, Do you know Jin is actually not the biological son of Chairman Yi? Xia Li was shocked. He has adopted? Ming Ju nodded, his expression heavy as he said, Yi Jin's biological parents were killed, and he has been searching for the murderer all these years. But this has become his inner demon, which is why he often drinks to drown his sorrows. After hearing this, Xia Li felt quite uncomfortable, thinking Yi Jin was too pitiful. Just as Ming Ju dropped Xia Li off at her door and said goodnight, the doorbell rang as soon as she closed the door. She thought Ming Ju had forgotten something and opened the door without thinking. To her surprise, standing outside was He Junwang, who had disappeared for a long time. Xia Li was shocked. He Junwang, what are you doing here? He Junwang rushed forward without saying a word, hugging Xia Li tightly, excitedly saying, I missed you so much. I've been abroad, tried to find a way to take you away from Jing Tingyuan. Xia Li was almost out of breath, desperately pushing him away. Let go of me first. I don't understand what you're saying. I want to let go. This time, I will never let Jing Tingyuan lock you up again. Just then, a cold voice came from the side, the familiar pressure making Xia Li's hair stand on end. What are you doing? It was Jing Tingyuan. Xia Li was so scared that she almost lost her mind, shouting at He Junwang. He Junwang, can you not court death? But He Junwang was stubborn, gritting his teeth. I want to let go, even if he beats me to death. As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Tingyuan delivered a fierce kick right to He Junwang's waist. His eyes were icy, as if he wanted to kill. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Saying this, he kicked He Junwang in the stomach again. He Junwang groaned in pain, but held his stomach and sneered at Jing Tingyuan, then looked at Xia Li, directly dropping a bombshell. Xia Li, do you want to know the whereabouts of your biological father? I know where he is. Upon hearing this, Xia Li froze. What did you say? My biological father? She instinctively wanted to step forward, but as soon as she took a step, she was yanked back by Jing Tingyuan with terrifying force. You dare get close to him? He Junwang looked at them with an expression that seemed to enjoy the show, continue to stoke the fire. Jing Tingyuan clearly knew all along. But he just wanted to tell you. A person like him has ill intentions. You shouldn't be by his side. Goodness, let me tell you. Jing Tingyuan's expression at that moment was probably filled with just one thought. Kill him. He originally came to find Xia Li with joy after finishing work. But when he stumbled upon this scene, his rationality was instantly burned away by rage. Xia Li was being pulled by Jing Tingyuan, but her mind was filled with He Junwang's words. She urgently asked, Do you know who my biological father is? He Junwang straightened up, speaking word by word. Your biological father is called Igor, the twin brother of Xia. If you don't believe me, ask Jing Tingyuan. He is known for a long time, but doesn't he know why he is hiding it from you? The murderous intent in Jing Tingyuan's eyes was almost palpable. If you dare to provoke again, I'll make the entire He family disappear in S City. But He Junwang was not afraid, instead saying to Xia Li, Look, he is furious, which means what I said is true. At this moment, Xia Li could no longer hold back. She broke free and stood in front of He Junwang, staring at Jing Tingyuan. Is what he said true? Did you already know who my father is? Jing Tingyuan looked at Xia Li. The anger in his eyes was instantly replaced by panic. And he hurriedly explained, I just wasn't too sure. Before I had concrete evidence, I was afraid you would be disappointed like last time. Baby, I don't want to let you down again. He pointed at He Junwang, blaming this scoundrel for suddenly appearing and disrupting all the plans. He grabbed Xia Li's shoulders, softening his tone. Baby, I really didn't lie to you this time. Moreover, Igor died over a decade ago, and proving your father-daughter relationship is even harder, which is why let's with Sun continue the investigation. Xia Li looked into his sincere eyes, her heart in turmoil. He Junwang was still fanning the flames beside them. Xia Li, don't believe him. Yes, just a liar. Jing Tingyuan became anxious. Baby, please believe me. Xia Li bit her lip, hesitated for a long time, and finally looked up at Jing Tingyuan, saying, You'd better not lie to me again. Seeing Xia Li being so easily coaxed, He Junwang was almost exasperated. Xia Li, what is wrong with you? Have you forgotten how he treated you before? Jing Tingyuan tightly held Xia Li's hand, his eyes burning with fury, wishing he could tear He Junwang apart on the spot. Just at that critical moment, Xia Li turned to grasp Jing Tingyuan's arm and shook her head. I won't go with him, nor will I believe what he says, so don't act rashly. Family. Who understands? Xia Li's words were like a sedative for the furious lion that was Jing Tingyuan. He instantly calmed down, smiled at Xia Li, and gently stroked her hair, saying, As long as baby believes me, I won't act rashly. Xia Li sighed in relief, then turned to He Junwang, resolutely saying, He Junwang, you can leave now, and don't show up in front of me again. I'm very grateful to you, but we are not on the same path. This time, I willingly choose to stay by his side. In that moment, Jing Tingyuan felt as if a burst of fireworks exploded behind him, his heart racing, and his eyes reddened as he tightly embraced Xia Li. He Junwang watched this scene, his heart shattered, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. He silently turned to leave, the words of someone named King echoing in his mind. To win Xia Li, he must completely reshuffle the three major families in City S. After He Junwang left, Xia Li pushed Jing Tingyuan away, pulled him into the apartment, sat on the sofa, and began her interrogation. Confess for leniency, resist for strictness. Hurry up and clarify. Jing Tingyuan recounted the investigation results in detail. His speculation was that Xia Li's so-called aunt, Alicia, likely killed her twin brother Igor, who was also Xia Li's biological father, for the inheritance, and then threw the newly born Xia Li into the trash can, wanting her to fend for herself. Xia Li listened in shock and asked, How can we do a paternity test if the person has been dead for over 10 years? Jing Tingyuan replied, As long as we find Igor's body or any news about her biological mother, there is still hope. After discussing these heavy topics, Xia Li went to take a shower and came out to find that Jing Tingyuan was still there. She instinctively tightened the belt of her bathrobe. Seeing her action, Jing Tingyuan chuckled in a low voice. Baby, do you really think this belt can stop me? Xia Li retorted, I just want to tie it tight. It's none of your business. She sat down at the vanity to start her skincare routine, but Jing Tingyuan slipped in the bathroom, leaving behind the comment, I'm going to take a shower. I'm staying here tonight. Xia Li angrily yelled at the bathroom door. You're going back on your word. The person inside pretended not to hear and started humming a song. When Jing Tingyuan finished showering and came out, Xia Li stood with her hands on her hips, blocking his way. Hurry up and leave after you're done. Jing Tingyuan. The old peacock began to flaunt again. He untied the bathrobe belt, revealing his well-defined 8-pack abs, and took Xia Li's hand to place it on his chest. His voice suggestively low. Baby, don't you miss this feeling at all? Xia Li said she didn't like it, but her eyes couldn't help but linger on his V-line. In the next moment, Jing Tingyuan pulled her into his arms, whispering in her ear, Baby, I miss you so much. I tell you, at that moment, Xia Li's mind was almost in a jumble, and in the end, she could only complain, Jing Tingyuan, you must have been a peacock in your past life, always showing off your feathers. Jing Tingyuan leaned close to her and chuckled softly. I only show my feathers for you. After saying that, he held the back of her head and kissed her. The next day, Jiang Lixiao woke up in the hotel with a splitting headache, completely unable to remember what happened the night before. She hurriedly called Lu Wuhua to discuss the script. As a result, Lu Wuhua, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened and was very angry. He picked up the phone and asked, Sister, you weren't drunk last night, were you? Jiang Lixiao asked nervously, What did I say? Lu Wuhua paused for a moment and then threw a straightforward question at her. Sister, when did you start liking Tingyuan? There was dead silence on the other end of the line. Once Jiang Lixiao realized it, she was stunned and stubbornly replied, You heard wrong. Do you believe in drunken ramblings? Lu Wuhua sighed, Sister, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. But you shouldn't like him anymore. There are plenty of men in this world. Why bother? Jiang Lixiao's voice carried a hint of bitterness. I wish I could, but after liking him for so many years, it has long become an obsession. How could I just let go? Meanwhile, Xia Li was scrolling through short videos and saw the delicious food and beautiful scenery of W City. On a whim, she directly bought a plane ticket. When Jing Tingyuan found out, he insisted on accompanying her, but Xia Li was determined to go alone this time. She wanted to breathe freely without Jing Tingyuan around. Jing Tingyuan couldn't persuade her, so he had to agree but secretly sent a bodyguard to protect her in the background. Once Xia Li arrived in W City and got off the plane, she took a deep breath, feeling that the air was much fresher. She first found a restaurant to feast on, then excitedly took a taxi to the scenic area. But guess what? Things didn't go as planned. There was a long security cordon set up at the entrance of the scenic area, and the staff were blocking everyone from entering. People nearby were discussing. I heard they found a male corpse inside. It was a gruesome death. Xia Li got goosebumps from hearing this and instantly lost her desire to play, deciding to head back. She stood by the roadside calling for a ride on her phone when a simple-looking, seemingly kind-hearted driver uncle approached her, smiling and asking, "Need a ride?" "My fare is cheaper than a ride-hailing service." "I told you." At that time I saw this uncle standing at the door under the scorching sun, trying to get customers, looking honest and simple. My heart softened immediately, thinking it's not easy for anyone to make a living. I asked him how much it would cost to go to the city center. Well, his price was indeed much cheaper than what I was quoted when I arrived. I thought, this is great, saving money while doing a good deed, so I got in the car right away. That's when the trouble started. Guess what? As soon as the uncle got in the car, he started talking nonstop like he had a motor installed. He went on and on, from local specialties of W City to which corner had the most authentic snacks, so enthusiastic that I almost thought he was my long-lost uncle. While chatting, he suddenly gave me a key recommendation. "Little girl, let me tell you, there's a place you have to go, a newly opened amusement park. Today is its first day of operation. My friend just sent me a video, and they're giving out gifts on site, for free." When I heard that, I was taken aback, thinking, what is vigilance? It had long been swept away by his enthusiasm. I smiled and asked him if it was far. If it was too far, I wouldn't bother. He slapped his thigh and said, "Not far at all. It's right in the city center. The venue is huge. And I heard they've added a lot of exciting attractions that you girls will definitely love. Plus, it's opening day today. So not only are they giving away gifts, but they also cover your food and drinks." I was completely taken aback. I thought, is there really such a good deal? Is this boss running an amusement park or a charity? Isn't he afraid of losing everything? The uncle seemed to see through my thoughts and immediately said, "Oh, you won't lose. This place was already super popular before the renovation, and now it's even more so. You'll see for yourself. I promise I'm not lying." Well, since he said that, what could I say? The car turned, and it wasn't long before we arrived. I peered out the car window and saw a crowd at the entrance, with men and women taking photos and checking in. It looked really lively. The uncle enthusiastically parked the car and said, "Here we are. Let me take you to buy tickets. I have a connection with the ticket seller, so I can get you a 50 discount. I was so moved at the time that I kept thanking him. He waved his hand and smiled in such a simple way, saying, "Hey, you give me business, I help you save money. This is called mutual benefit. Come find me again next time." Honestly, his enthusiasm made me feel a bit unreal, but looking at his face, he had that typical honest look. I thought I shouldn't judge him too harshly, so I just foolishly followed him. As I looked up, a huge, flashing neon sign almost blinded my cyber eyes with big, flamboyant characters saying Crazy Entertainment City. This name, why does it sound so familiar? It felt like I had heard it somewhere in some gossip news, but I couldn't recall it at the moment. I casually said, "Uncle, this amusement park name is pretty trendy." He wiped his sweat, and at the time, I didn't notice the smile, but now I think it was full of guilt. He asked me to wait a moment, saying he needed to greet a friend, and asked how many tickets I wanted. I transferred the fare and the ticket money, which was a few dozen yuan, to him. After a while, he came back with a card and handed it to me, saying, "Take this to get in. Most of the attractions inside are free to enjoy, but for some that require a fee, just ask beforehand." I thanked Cardo and said goodbye before walking in by myself. Let me tell you, the security here is exaggerated to what extent? There are at least a dozen security guards standing at the entrance, strolling back and forth like it's a military parade. I naively thought to myself, hey, the security at this amusement park is quite on point. But as soon as I swiped my card and entered, I felt something was off. The lights inside were blindingly bright, making my eyes hurt, and can you believe it? This so-called amusement park had not a single child in sight. It was all adults, some of whom had expressions on their faces as if they had just won 5 million, glowing with excitement, while others looked like they had just gone bankrupt, completely devoid of any joy. My heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition emerged. I took the escalator to the second floor, and right in front of me was a self-service restaurant. Just as I was feeling hungry, I approached a waiter and asked if I could just go in and eat. The waiter looked me up and down and politely asked if I had a door card. I handed over the card, and he scanned it on the machine, then smiled at me and said, "Hello, ma'am, I need you to do an identity registration." Huh? I was stunned. You need to register your identity to eat? It's like this, ma'am. All our customers must register with their real names. Only after registration can you enjoy exclusive privileges. You have purchased a privileged day tour, which includes free food, entertainment, and accommodation. Wow, doesn't that sound particularly enticing? At that moment, I impulsively entered my personal information. After I finished, the waiter led me inside to eat. The service was meticulous to the point where I felt like I was a VIP. After the meal, he took me around and asked if I wanted to go to the third floor. What is fun on the third floor? I asked. The second floor is more relaxed, while the projects on the third floor are a bit more thrilling. Most guests head straight to the third floor after eating. All right, since I'm here, I might as well take a look. As soon as I followed him to the third floor, he handed me a tray covered with a red cloth and cheerfully said, "Ms. Xia, just go through this door. This is your game token." I hadn't reacted yet when he pushed me into the door. By the time I steadied myself and saw the scene inside, I was completely dumbfounded. This is not an amusement park at all. This is just a large casino. I lifted the red cloth off the tray, and underneath were all chips, each printed with 100. At that moment, I felt a chill run down my spine. I took a deep breath and turned to leave. However, two bodyguards as strong as bears blocked my way at the door. "What are you doing? Are you resorting to coercion?" My voice trembled at that moment. "This is the entrance. The exit is elsewhere," one of them said expressionlessly. I could only force myself to ask calmly, "Where's the exit?" "Go straight for 100 meters and turn right." "All right, I can hold it together." I carried that hot plate of sweet potatoes towards the exit. And guess what happened? When I got to the exit, I was stopped again. Didn't they say this was the exit? I was about to explode with anger. "Please show your access card." I handed over the card, thinking I could just swipe it and leave, but the bodyguard coldly said, "You have borrowed 3,000 yuan from our store. Please return the principal and pay the interest before you can leave." I was furious at that moment. When did I borrow money? This thing was forced on me by you. I didn't sign anything, so why is it considered a loan? That bodyguard was like a robot. Swiped my door card and printed out a bill. I took a look and saw that dining and entertainment were indeed zero, but in the last column game currency, it clearly stated negative 3,000. "You are extorting me. I'm going to report this to the police." "Sorry, ma'am. Please settle the payment." I'm so angry that my chest hurts. That driver uncle, he turned out to be a scammer. I can't believe I was so stupid to fall for such an old trick. I had a sudden idea and said to them, "Okay, I'll call my family to come and pay back the money." I just took out my phone to call Jing Ting Yuan when a bodyguard snatched my phone away like lightning. "Why are you taking my phone? You can pay directly with your card." As he spoke, another bodyguard grabbed my bag and rummaged through it to find my bank card. "I don't have that much money in my account." I panicked. "Once you swipe the card, you can leave right away." They were just repeating like a tape recorder. Just when I was about to lose hope, a man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses approached, smiling and asking, "Excuse me, miss, do you need any help?" As soon as I saw manager written on his name tag, I felt like I had found savior. I quickly explained the situation, saying that I had been tricked and begged him to let me go, assuring him that I would pay for my meal. The manager adjusted his glasses and smiled like a cunning person. "Since it's a misunderstanding, please proceed to the fourth floor to settle your bill." "Why go to the fourth floor? I had my meal on the second floor." At that moment, I no longer dared to trust anyone. "The cash register is set up on the fourth floor. If you don't pay, it will be difficult for us to handle." With no other choice, I followed him to the fourth floor. To quickly get out of this situation, I handed my bank card to the cashier and anxiously asked the manager, "How much is it in total?" "The buffet is 300 per person, and we'll count it as 500 for you, totaling 800. "All right, 800 as you say." Just as I handed over the card, before the cashier could take it, I suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of my neck. Someone from behind covered my mouth and nose with a cloth. I struggled for a moment, but within 3 seconds, everything went dark and I lost consciousness. Before I passed out, I heard the manager mockingly tell his subordinate, "Take her to the 6th floor. Today is Yi Xiao's first day, and we can't let him think we're incompetent." Later, I learned that this was a trap. That driver uncle had pocketed 100,000 and specifically targeted gullible single girls like me at the tourist site. They tricked me in, first using free food and drinks to lower my guard, then pushing me towards the casino, trying to get me addicted to gambling and turn me into a long-term customer. Even if I didn't take the bait, they were prepared to be forceful. When I regained consciousness, I found myself thrown onto a large bed, my hands tied to the headboard. A woman entered without saying a word and injected something into my arm. I was terrified beyond belief. Just as I was in despair, I heard the sound of a room card being swiped, and someone entered. The room was dark, but I heard a man's voice on the phone, sounding very displeased. "What is going on with the woman in my room?" I couldn't hear the reply, but he coldly said, "I don't like women, don't do this again. Get her thrown out immediately, or you can forget being a general manager." Don't like women? Although my mind was hazy, my survival instinct kicked in, and I desperately thought that voice. Why does it sound so familiar? Just as he was about to leave, I mustered all my strength to shout, "Eugene, is that you?" The entire room fell silent. The next second, the bedroom lights were turned on. The blinding light made me squint. Once I adjusted, I saw Eugene standing at the door. The moment he saw me tied to the bed, his handsome face darkened to the point where it could drip water, and the killing intent in his eyes was palpable. "Why is it you? How dare they?" He strode over, and when he saw the red marks on my wrist from the ropes, his expression turned even more fierce. He quickly helped me untie the ropes while gritting his teeth, saying, "Don't worry, I will definitely not let them go. Eugene, it's really you." Seeing him made my tears almost fall. I felt hot and uncomfortable, gasping for breath. "They injected me. I think I have a fever. You need to take me to the hospital quickly." "Injected?" His expression darkened further. He untied the ropes, grabbed a blanket, and wrapped me up from head to toe like a dumpling, then directly picked me up. "I'll get you out of here right now." He rushed out of the room and bumped into his assistant. With a cold face, he ordered, "Arrange a car to the hospital immediately. Also, make sure that person named Jean waits for me." Once in the car, I was so hot wrapped in the blanket that I felt like I was about to spontaneously combust, desperately trying to wriggle out for air. "I'm so hot. Do you want to suffocate me?" He firmly pressed down on the blanket, his voice hoarse. "I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Even if I'm foolish, I know what kind of medicine that is." I bit my lip, feeling unbearable discomfort, yet stubbornly said, "It's fine, I can control it." As a result, he swallowed hard, his voice deep and heavy. "I was talking about myself. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself, and will take you." I froze for a moment and secretly glanced at him. Didn't you just say you like men?" "You're lying." He looked at me, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "What I like is you. I just didn't want you to be in danger, afraid that you would become Yi Shang's target." My head buzzed, and my face instantly turned red. I quickly changed the subject. "Are we almost at the hospital? I'm feeling worse and worse." When we arrived at the hospital, I felt like I was losing my sanity. Eugene picked me up in a princess carry and took me into the emergency room. The doctor had been waiting and conducted a series of tests, finally saying that the medication was too potent and N4 could only alleviate the symptoms. If it wasn't released, there could be after effects. Eugene's face turned pale upon hearing this, but he still agreed to start the 4 and see how it went. The nurse inserted the needle, and he stayed by my bedside the whole time. The combination of the medication and exhaustion soon made me unable to hold on, and I fell asleep. While I was asleep, he stepped outside the ward to take a phone call. I later found out that the call was from his so-called father. Yi Shang, that old fox, hearing that he was making a fuss over a woman, had ulterior motives and wanted him to hurry up and get married and have children so he could control his adopted son. Eugene wasn't fooled at all. He directly retorted to the old man and even threatened him with Jing Tingyuan, saying I was Jing Tingyuan's fiancé, and messing with me was equivalent to opposing the Jing family. The father and son had a falling out over the phone and almost got into a fight. He hung up and returned to sit by my bedside, watching over me until dawn. When I woke up, it was just getting light outside, and I found him sleeping by the edge of the bed. I gently coughed, and he immediately woke up, his eyes filled with concern. "Are you feeling unwell?" I shook my head, my throat dry and smoking, feeling a bit thirsty. He immediately poured me a cup of warm water and thoughtfully inserted a straw, helping me drink. He looked at me and suddenly said, "You took care of me like this back then too." I was taken aback for a moment before I responded, smiling. "Well, you were hurt so badly at that time, it looked terrifying. Are you afraid of me?" He suddenly asked. "Afraid of you? Why would I be afraid of you?" I looked puzzled. He fell silent. After a while, my curiosity got the better of me. So I asked him, "Do you know what I was thinking when we first met?" "What?" "I was wondering if a man with such long hair has some special meaning." He looked at me and actually smiled. "Do you want to know the answer?" I nodded vigorously. "Is that okay?" "In fact, it doesn't have any special meaning," he said. "Just simply thinks long hair looks pretty cool." "Huh, just that?" At that moment, all the melodramatic plots in my mind collapsed instantly. I felt a bit guilty and looked up at the ceiling. I thought, you had a white moonlight in your heart, and then that white moonlight unfortunately passed away, and you grew your hair long to commemorate her. Eugene's mouth muscles clearly twitched for a moment, looking at me with the gaze of someone looking at an alien. What does reminiscing about a white moonlight have to do with growing long hair? I learned all this from those gangster boss novels. The male lead keeps a long hair in memory of his deceased first love, which is so touching. As a result, Eugene looked speechless and told me to watch less of those unnutritious things, then asked if I was hungry and if I wanted breakfast. My stomach had been growling, and when I heard about food, my eyes lit up, and I said I wanted to eat the most authentic beef brisket noodles in W City. He was quite straightforward and arranged it with a simple word, just as I want to take out my phone to check the address. I realized that my pocket was cleaner than my face after searching for a long time. Then I remembered that I seemed to have lost my phone in that cursed place, which had so many unedited video materials stored in it. Guess what? Eugene casually said, "I've already sent someone to find it. It will be delivered shortly." Wow, what efficiency. Then he handed me his phone to use for the search. When I got it, hey, it was a foldable screen. I couldn't help but play with it, opening and closing it repeatedly, and I couldn't resist teasing him. Do you feel like an ancient emperor reviewing memorials every day at work? Must be so enjoyable. He laughed and told me to stop joking and hurry up with the search. While Eugene and I were leisurely looking for Noodle Shop, let me tell you, things were really intense on Jing Tingyuan's side. He actually went straight to the capital of Country B. That place, just by the name, isn't friendly at all. It's like a real-life cyberpunk scenario, chaotic and full of gray market dealings, where people can be sold like livestock. What did he go there for? Just because Nancy found out that my long-lost biological mother might be in Country B. For this, Jing Tingyuan completely pushed aside all his work and went there with Zwisun and dozens of bodyguards. He arranged to meet with a local gangster in Country B named Nai Shang, asking him for help in finding someone. Let me tell you, Nai Shang was clearly not a good person. He had slick back hair, tattooed arms, and a raspy voice. Upon meeting, he laughed at Jing Tingyuan, saying he brought so many people out of fear for his life. Then, the most explosive part came. This guy directly asked for 700 million. Does anyone understand? 700 million. Did he think Jing Tingyuan was running a bank? He even justified it, saying the woman I was looking for had a complicated identity and had been secretly detained in a compound for over a decade. And her mental state was a bit unstable, so rescuing her would be a big project, and he wouldn't do a losing business. Jing Tingyuan, however, was also tough. Without batting an eye, he said, "First, let me see the person. If it's the right person, the money is not a problem." After waiting a full 3 hours, Naishang finally leisurely brought the person over. It was a woman with a black cloth bag over her head and her hands tied. When the hood was removed, I later heard from Eugene that although the woman looked extremely haggard, she indeed bore some resemblance to me. The moment she saw the unfamiliar environment, she screamed in fright like a startled deer. Without saying a word, Jing Tingyuan immediately transferred over 300 million to secure her, then quickly took blood samples and sent someone to fly back home overnight for a paternity test. Due to procedural issues, he had to stay in that cursed place for a few more days to ensure my mother's safety. Back to my side, in the beef brisket noodle shop, I was engrossed in slurping noodles. They were so delicious, I felt like I might swallow my tongue. Eugene was sitting across from me, eating gracefully, and seeing me devour my food like a starving ghost. He even laughed and told me to slow down. We chatted casually, and I asked him if it was true he was adopted by the Yi family. He didn't hide it, saying that when he was a child, his parents took him on vacation and encountered an attack on the way. His parents died trying to save him. I was shocked and said, "That must have been so hard for you all these years." Witnessing it all, he just said lightly, "I'm fine." But I could see the hatred in his eyes that he couldn't hide. He said that if it weren't for Jing Tingyuan back then, he would have been gone long ago. It was Jing Tingyuan who had Zwisun save him and introduced him to his adoptive father, leading to who he is today. So for him, Jing Tingyuan was not just a brother, but also a lifesaver. He said the five of them shared a bond that could be life and death. And Jing Tingyuan was the most loyal. Whenever someone was in trouble, he was the first to rush forward. I couldn't help but feel a bit emotional and jokingly said, "So it turns out you all like me. What kind of femme fatale am I?" To my surprise, he looked at me seriously and said, "Because you're beautiful and interesting, it's comfortable being with you." Then he made the classic statement, "I'll support you." I almost spit out my noodles at that moment and said, "Dude, it's 2025. Can we come up with something new?" He insisted he was serious, saying he had more money than he could spend in several lifetimes. So what's wrong with spending some on me? Just then, while he went to pay the bill, a guy suddenly tapped me on the shoulder. I looked up, and oh, isn't this the handsome guy Menu who got dragged into trouble by me on the cruise last time? He was quite magnanimous, saying it was better to have been beaten up early and told me not to take it to heart. He lived in W City, and we chatted for a bit. I even complained to him about the unscrupulous taxi drivers here. As a result, when Yi Jiayin came back after paying, he saw me sitting so close to Menu. and his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Minyu, being perceptive, quickly found an excuse to slip away. Once we got in the car, the atmosphere was so low that I didn't even dare to breathe. I poked him and said, "Yiga, just say what you want to say. You look a bit scary when you're sulking." That was when he couldn't hold back anymore and sourly asked me who that guy was. Since I seemed to be having such a good time chatting with him, I couldn't help but laugh and said, "Yiga, are you jealous?" He fell silent, which was a tacit admission. I pouted and quietly complained, "You and Jing Tingyuan really are brothers. You must have been a pair of jealous jars in your past life, right?" He sighed and said he had no right to be jealous, but as Jing Tingyuan's brother, it was necessary to remind me not to flirt with other guys behind my boyfriend's back. I was being cheeky at the time and deliberately teased him. "What if I flirt with you? Do you think Jing Tingyuan would kill you first or kill me first?" He surprisingly thought about it seriously for a moment and said, "He wouldn't hurt you. At most, he would beat me into a lifelong disability and take care of me." I was completely speechless. What kind of mindset is this? Eugene still had unfinished business in W City, so I temporarily stayed behind. The next day, he went to that crazy entertainment place to handle the follow-up, and I was alone in the hotel when something happened. It's embarrassing to say, but I felt like the effects of that medication hadn't worn off yet. I was feeling hot and uncomfortable all over. In a moment of impulse, I went to the bathroom and took a cold shower to calm myself down. The result was that I ended up with a high fever. Eugene called me, but I didn't answer, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. He rushed back in a hurry, kicked the door open, and found me burning up like a furnace, completely dazed. Without saying a word, he picked me up and took me to the hospital. When I woke up again, I was already in a hospital room, getting 4 fluids, and Eugene was sitting by my bedside. He told me that Jing Tingyuan had already called, and because he couldn't reach me, he was furious and scolded him for being useless. Then, Eugene told me everything about Jing Tingyuan going to country B to find my mom. He also said that Jing Tingyuan was in danger over there and told me not to worry, that he would take good care of me. I felt a mix of emotions in my heart. After I got a bit better, Eugene saw me hesitating with my phone and advised me to call Jing Tingyuan back. I pouted and said he was quite generous for a rival, actually helping his opponent. He smiled, put down his dinner, and said, "Xia Li, I'm not generous, just selective about whom I support. Because he is Jing Tingyuan." He said he would always stand by Jing Tingyuan's side, and anyone who opposes Jing Tingyuan is opposing him. At that moment, I couldn't help but tease him, looking at him sideways. "With this earth-shattering brotherly bond between you two, you wouldn't really be in love with Jing Tingyuan, would you?" Goodness, his face darkened immediately, and he reached out to pinch my face, leaning in close and lowering his voice to threaten me. "Are you trying to test my abilities? I guarantee you'll be unable to get out of bed for 10 days or half a month." My face turned red with just a brush, and I quickly pushed him away, "You rogue." Only then did he step back and said unkindly, "I'm telling you clearly, I like women, and I like you. This foolish woman with no emotional intelligence or IQ." After a brief argument, I eventually returned the call to Jing Tingyuan. As soon as he picked up, his voice was filled with longing and concern, and he immediately said, "Baby, I miss you so much." I glanced at Eugene beside me, feeling embarrassed enough to dig my toes into the ground. Jing Tingyuan didn't wait for me to speak and hurriedly told me some big news. The results of the paternity test were out, and Lin Xiaoqiong is indeed your biological mother. Lin Xiaoqiong. So her name is Lin Xiaoqiong. I was so excited that my heart felt like it was about to leap out of my chest. Jing Tingyuan continued, saying that he would soon handle the paperwork to bring her back to the country. But I should be mentally prepared because she had been locked away for more than a decade and her mental state was not good. She might not even recognize me. I didn't care about that at all. Just finding her was already the best news ever. I asked again, "Do you know who locked her up?" There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Then Jing Tingyuan uttered a name I didn't expect. "I have no evidence, but I suspect it's Alicia." At that moment, my mind was buzzing and I was completely stunned. Alicia? What kind of international joke is this? Isn't that her own brother and sister-in-law? What does she want? Can she really be so ruthless, to the point of harming her own family for money and power? I tell you, my worldview was almost shattered. Jing Tingyuan was on the other end of the line lecturing me, saying that human nature is inherently evil, and some people are just wolves in sheep's clothing. Fine. You're right, boss. Considering how hard he was working to help me with the case, I just told him to let bygones be bygones regarding our previous disagreements. As a result, this guy took the opportunity to get closer and started saying he missed me. Just as I hung up, Eugene suddenly appeared like a ghost behind me, coldly asking who I was on the phone with. Before I could retort, a light bulb went off in my head. Wait a minute, he showed up at that crazy entertainment venue the day I was kidnapped. Something's off. I bombarded him with questions. What is your relationship with that entertainment venue? Why were you there that day? Did they send me there to please you? Guess what? He innocently told me that he is the big boss of that entertainment venue. Huh. Family, who understands? I was completely petrified. After I came to my senses, my anger surged up, and I pointed at his nose, scolding him. So you've always known what your subordinates were doing, right? He looked aggrieved, saying that the Yi family business is too vast for him to manage, and that the emperor is far from the mountains. Great. Here comes that familiar excuse. The capitalist's mouth is a deceptive ghost. A day later, I returned to my apartment in S City to wait for Jing Tingyuan. After waiting for almost an hour, when I heard the door lock click, I was so excited that I jumped up from the sofa. When the door opened, Jing Tingyuan's icy expression instantly melted as he strode over and pulled me in his arms, like he was hugging a small figurine, mumbling, "Baby, why are you so thin again? You shouldn't be leaving my side." I asked him to let go first, but he clung to me like a koala, insisting on holding me a little longer. I hurriedly asked where my mom was, and only then did he loosen his grip and have his subordinate bring her in. I tell you, the moment I saw my mom, my heart shattered. She was actually handcuffed. Left Sun explained that they were afraid she would harm herself. My mom was curled up, her eyes filled with fear like a scared little rabbit, mumbling, don't hit me." I reached out to touch her hair, and she flinched back in terror. In that instant, tears streamed down my face, and I had choked out an apology, thinking she and Dad didn't want me anymore. But it turned out she had suffered so much for so many years. Jing Tingyuan comforted me by holding my shoulders, saying that medical technology is very advanced now and they would definitely be able to help her. I only had one thought in my mind. That woman, Xia, was truly evil to the core. Jing Tingyuan specially reminded me that stock was Xia's biological son, and he was definitely not a good person, advising me to stay away from him. I thought about it and agreed. That guy was definitely a hypocrite. Looking at my mom like that, I also agreed with Jing Tingyuan's suggestion to send her to a nursing home for treatment. As soon as Left Sun took my mom away, the apartment was left with just the two of us. Goodness, Jing Tingyuan was like a beast unleashed, pinning me against the wall, one hand holding both of my hands, the other gripping my chin, his gaze practically devouring me. He leaned close to my ear and said, "Baby, you're a bit fiery. Can you help me cool down?" I tell you, my legs went weak at that moment. Maybe it was the after effects of the medication I had received earlier, but the woody fragrance on him acted like a catalyst, and I inadvertently leaned in closer. His eyes lit up, and he cautiously asked, "Baby, can I kiss you?" Looking into his sapphire-like eyes, my heart raced, and I surprisingly nodded. That kiss was completely different from before. There was no force, only exploration and response. I could feel his joy from finally getting what he wanted. Then he asked if we could continue, and in a moment of impulse, I agreed again. The next second, he completely lost control. Afterward, we cuddled in bed, and I couldn't help but confess that I felt a bit off lately, constantly craving those things. He simply responded with 2 words, "Hungry?" I was so angry that I grabbed the blanket to cover my head, feeling mortified. He pulled me out of the blanket, laughing and saying it was perfectly normal, even adding that he wished I would pounce on him every day. Those lewd words made me want to hide. The next day, we went to the nursing home to visit my mom. She was still the same, not recognizing anyone, which made me feel so heavy-hearted. After leaving the nursing home, Jing Tingyuan said that his mom, Aunt Farron, hadn't seen me in a long time and wanted to invite me over for dinner. I thought about it and realized it had indeed been a while since I last saw Aunt Farron. When we arrived at the Jing family old house, I was shocked, my eyes nearly popping out. Aunt Farron, the woman I remembered always sitting in a wheelchair, was actually standing there trimming branches. When she saw me, she smiled so happily. Jing Tingyuan discreetly went to talk to his dad, leaving us 2 alone. Aunt Farron handed me a pair of scissors and then started gossiping. It turned out her relationship with Uncle Jing had improved. She said Uncle Jing was the type of person who lacked love and had a controlling nature. The more you resisted, the more he would push back, so you had to go with the flow. Goodness, after listening for a while, I summarized it as a survival guide for top-tier PUA patients along with practical lessons on how to tame Jing family men. She also said that Jing Tingyuan was just like his dad, and I needed to teach him how to love me properly in the future, not to confront him head-on. Finally, she backed me up, saying that if Jing Tingyuan bullied me, she would help me deal with him. This future mother-in-law? Perfect. After dinner, Jing Tingyuan insisted on taking me for a walk in the yard. I sat on the swing, asking him to push me. He got into it, asking what identity I would use to command him. Great. Here we go again. It seemed like he couldn't feel right unless I confirmed our relationship every day. Reluctantly, I called out, "My dear boyfriend, could you please give me a push?" He immediately laughed. Back in the bedroom, I asked him to close his eyes, saying I had a gift for him. I took out a small vase of flowers I had learned to arrange from Aunt Farron in the afternoon. He took it, looked at me seriously, and asked, "Why are you giving me flowers?" I replied, "Isn't it a reason if I don't dislike you?" He smiled and said he liked it very much. Then the next second, he placed the vase down and pulled me back into his arms, saying that receiving a gift required a return gift. I pushed against his chest and said, "Can I take a night off?" He had a look of grievance, saying, "Baby, I'm only 25, full of vitality." I rolled my eyes. "You still know you're 25, huh? Old man." He smirked and said, "Isn't it good to be older? Older people know how to cherish others." With those words, my face instantly turned red. In the end, I still couldn't escape. In the early morning, while I was sleeping soundly, Jing Tingyuan, instead of sleeping, was taking pictures of me with his phone. Then, he posted on his social media a grid of 9 images. There were pictures of the flowers I gave him, photos of us kissing, and various close-ups of me sleeping in his arms. The caption was as cheesy as it could get. "Flowers arranged by my girlfriend, a gift I really like, hoping our love lasts forever." Let me tell you, this guy basically set up a cyber wedding scene on social media, aiming for a precise strike. Sure enough, the comments section exploded. Ming Jue was the first to arrive. "Aren't you afraid of dying from lack of sleep at night?" Jing Tingyuan replied, full of energy. Nanchi was quite the gentleman. "The flowers are beautiful, and the person is as lovely as the flowers." The most outrageous was Lu Wuhua, who directly criticized, "The flowers are beautiful. Xia Li is also pretty, but this untimely spring bamboo shoot, Jing Tingyuan, is quite a buzzkill." Although Yi Jin didn't say anything, I could imagine his icy expression upon seeing the photos. Just as these people were getting jealous from afar, a real big event happened. Nanchi, who had been busy for 2 days and nights, was sitting in the car, resting his eyes while waiting for the red light. Suddenly, several motorcycles came crashing towards him like crazy. This was no accident. It was murder. His bodyguard reacted quickly, instantly protecting him. Most of the attackers surrendered when they realized they couldn't win, but one madman actually threw a bomb at Nanchi. With a loud bang, the bodyguard shielded most of the blast with his body, sustaining some superficial injuries, while the bomber lost his left hand in the explosion. When Jing Tingyuan heard the news, he didn't even sleep, driving straight to the police station. Nanchi was so exhausted that his eyelids were nearly drooping. However, before the interrogation even started, a police officer rushed in, panicking, saying that all the suspects had collapsed from poisoning. They were sent to the hospital, and not one was saved. They all died. What the heck? What kind of era is this, still playing the Death Warriors game? The clues were cut off just like that. And the person behind this was too ruthless. Jing Tingyuan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, I tell you. The atmosphere dropped by several degrees in the police station, and he clenched his teeth, saying that once he caught that person, he would dismantle them bone by bone. The little police officer next to him was so scared his legs went weak, thinking to himself, "Who is this? Daring to stir up trouble in such a powerful person's territory, truly asking for trouble." At this crucial moment, Nanchi's phone rang. Goodness, it was his mom calling. Jing Tingyuan, being perceptive, immediately walked over to the window to smoke, leaving him some private space. Nanchi quickly sent the little police officer away. When the call connected, his mom's voice was urgent, like a machine gun. "Sheer, what happened? I heard you were attacked by a bomb. Are you okay? Where are you?" Wow, the news spread too fast. It had clearly been locked down. His mom was probably really scared. She fainted upon hearing the news. Nanchi hurried to reassure her mom. "I'm fine, don't worry." But his mom became even more agitated. "How can I not worry? You are my flesh and blood, born after 10 months of pregnancy. When you fell as a child, my heart ached. Now it's a bomb. A bomb. How can I not be worried?" Nanchi could only keep apologizing. He started complaining about his dad, saying, "I've told your dad a long time ago to send more people to protect you, but he just wouldn't listen. If anything happens to you this time, I'm divorcing him immediately." Oh, this has escalated to a family crisis. Nanchi quickly tried to persuade her mom, "Don't say that. Dad will be heartbroken." "I don't care if he is heartbroken. My son almost died. Threatening to divorce him is already mild." After grumbling for a long time, she reluctantly hung up the phone. Jing Tingyuan walked over after putting out his cigarette and asked, "Aunt?" Nanchi nodded. Yes, she knows and is quite worried. Jing Tingyuan didn't say much. "I'll head back to the company now. Contact me if anything comes up." And he just left like that. On the other side, Xia Li was watching a variety show at home, but accidentally sat on the remote and changed the channel. Suddenly, the news about Nanchi being attacked flashed on the screen. Although it was censored, she recognized the figure and the bodyguard at a glance. Bomb? Attack? She was stunned at that moment, holding her phone, hesitating whether to call and ask. And guess what? Just as she was hesitating, Nanxi's call came through. Let me tell you how coincidental this is. Man, she had just finished showering with those 8-pack abs and that V-line, water droplets dripping down from his hair. He picked up his phone, intending to scroll through his contacts, but a drop of water landed right on Xia Li's name, and the call went through just like that. Seriously, what is this? A scene from a 2025 idol drama where water droplets become wingmen. The call connected, and both were silent. Awkward enough to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with their toes. Finally, Xia Li asked softly, I saw something on the news. That person looks a lot like you. Are you okay? Nan, she must have been overjoyed inside, still pretending. How do you think it's me? Your build. And your bodyguard. I recognize him. Nan, she replied he was fine, and Xia Li asked if he often encountered such dangers. He casually said, occasionally. Occasionally? Does that mean it's not the first time? Xia Li gasped, her voice trembling. Then you. Be careful in the future. Just as she was about to hang up, Nan, she suddenly spoke. Last time you said you want to learn to paint. How's that going? Still very bad. If you don't mind, I'll teach you when I have time. Xia Li was shocked. You? Aren't you a busy person? Even the busiest person has holidays. Aren't you afraid of teaching your apprentice and starving your master? Nanxi's reply was quite nonchalant. The Nan family is large and prosperous. I won't starve. Xia Li clicked her tongue and said, Young Master Nan is wealthy and willful, enough to squander for 10 lifetimes. Then Nan, she dropped a bombshell. I don't mind sharing half with you. Xia Li's heart probably raced to 200 instantly. Wait, is he flirting with her? This calm and composed persona has collapsed, right? She quickly said, Young Master Nan, that's not a funny joke. Nan, she was serious. I'm not joking. If you become my wife, my assets will naturally be divided in half. Xia Li bluntly pointed out, I'm currently Jing Tingyuan's girlfriend. Are you trying to steal him? Nanxi's response was remarkable. Tingyuan won't let go, and I won't forcefully take love. Xia Li was completely confused. Then what do you mean? Flirting with me, but not stealing? Playing the saint? Nanxi explained that he didn't want to break friendship with his brother. He genuinely liked her, but wouldn't overstep. For now, they were just friends. If you need help, just say a word, and I'll step in, just like I do for Tingyuan and the others. Who understands this? This guy is too rational. He has not just a backup plan. He wants to directly upgrade to the most important support in life. Just after Nanxi hung up on Xia Li, Ming Ju's call came in, also asking about his situation. This immediately pulled Ming Ju's memory back to 17 years ago. Let me tell you, that incident 17 years ago was truly explosive. Back then, the 5 of them were still little kids, playing at the amusement park. Mingju took a break in the middle, and suddenly a boy older than them came running over, crazy and reckless, knocking him down and stuffing a lit firecracker into his down jacket before running away. Damn, that was basically attempted murder. Mingju was quick to react, immediately taking off the down jacket and throwing it away. Just as he threw it, bang, the jacket exploded into a cloud of fluff. Nanxi and the others heard the commotion and rushed over, their faces pale. Jing Tingyuan was furious. An incredible aura bursting from his small body as he yelled at the bodyguards. Seal off all the exits. No one gets to leave until we catch this person. While they were waiting for the manager to check the surveillance footage, a fat woman, as big as a barrel, came over yelling. Who are you? Why can't we leave? Do you believe I'll call the police to arrest you little brats? Although Jing Tingyuan was small at that time, he was already quite tall, with his hands in his pockets and a gaze as cold as ice. I allow you to call the police. The woman was immediately intimidated by his aura. When the surveillance footage was reviewed, it turned out that this woman was in cahoots with the kid who threw the firecracker. She was his mother. After they caught the boy, the woman went crazy, throwing a fit, while her son, even more arrogant, raised his chin and said smugly, Yeah, I did it. So what? I don't like him. Is that a problem? He was just unlucky. Oh my, what kind of antisocial personality is this? Nanxi took a deep breath in anger and told Jing Tingyuan, stop wasting time with him. Then the key moment came. Nanxi took out his phone and made a call. In less than a minute, all the information about this family's ancestors, starting from the grandfather's generation, along with all their dark secrets and scandals, was sent to his phone. He forwarded the information to Jing Tingyuan and said, Let's go, leave the rest to the lawyer. The aunt was still chasing after them, cursing and saying they were cowards. Lu Wuhua turned around and spat, Is your mouth stuffed with shit, you old witch? The aunt, furious, tried to grab him but was kicked to the ground, still shouting about murder. At that moment, her husband, who was a police officer, arrived with some people. The aunt immediately played the victim. However, Nanxi didn't give him a chance to perform. He stepped forward and calmly said, I am Nanxi, from a Nan family in S City. My grandfather is Nanjindong. Before you make a move, Consider whether your family can withstand my grandfather's wrath. The man initially didn't believe it and scoffed, thinking he was bragging. Nan, she didn't bother to argue. He directly called his grandfather. As soon as he hung up, the man's phone rang. It was a call from his superior telling him to go home and take a leave, awaiting further instructions. The man was stunned, his face turning pale. His wife was still there shouting, "Honey, arrest them." He slapped her away, "You idiot." Before leaving, Jing Tingyuan said to Ming Ju, "Let's go. The lawyer will make them pay until they go bankrupt." Later, that family not only paid a huge amount, but also moved out of S City overnight, not daring to make sound. So, Nan Shi, who usually seems gentle when he decides to investigate someone, can dig up everything about them. Returning to the present. Xia Li hadn't streamed for 2 days, and her fans were going crazy. On the 3rd day, she thought about visiting the night market and live streaming. She put on exquisite makeup, sat in a luxury car, and the comments exploded, saying they finally saw the life of the wealthy. Not long after the stream started, Jing Tingyuan called. She thought about rejecting the call during the live stream, but he called again. Xia Li had no choice but to answer, and as her hand slipped, she accidentally put it on speaker. Over 50,000 people in the live stream clearly heard Jing Tingyuan's affectionate and clingy voice. "Baby, why didn't you answer my call?" Damn, the comment section exploded. Baby? Partner? Caregiver? Xia Li's face turned red, and she quickly turned off the speakerphone, flustered as she hung up the call. Meanwhile, in the office, Jing Tingyuan was watching the live stream, his smile nearly reaching his ears. He asked his assistant beside him, "Did you record it? Process my voice. Buy a trending topic and let everyone know she has taken." This possessiveness was unbelievable. On Xia Li's side, to divert the topic, she quickly started eating. Stinky tofu, grilled squid, lamb tripe soup. She was enjoying it all. Whatever the fans asked her to eat, she ate, and the atmosphere in the live stream was fantastic. After eating enough, she went to buy a cup of milk tea. She ordered an avocado milk tea, but when she took a sip, she exclaimed, "What is this? No milk flavor at all, just tastes like plastic water." She went to confront the staff. "I ordered avocado milk tea. Did you forget to add the milk?" The staff, acting all high and mighty, had a terrible attitude. "I added it, but you can't taste any milk." The staff rolled their eyes. "You want to taste something extraordinary for 20 bucks a cup? Drink it or not. Don't interfere with business." Xia Li got furious. "You're deceiving consumers. Either redo it or refund me." The staff became even more arrogant. "You've already drunk it. Now you want a refund? What a pipe dream. I think you just want to scam money." Xia Li, enraged, took out her phone to call the police. But the staff suddenly rushed out and snatched her phone. This completely infuriated Xia Li. She grabbed her phone back and pointed the camera at the staff's face, saying, "Everyone, look, this is the store, this is the person," cutting corners and cursing at customers. The staff saw she was recording and went completely mad, charging at her again and forcefully smashing her phone to the ground. Then, this man started shouting in front of all the onlookers, pointing at Xia Li. "This woman is a mistress. She is a kept woman. When she is in a bad mood, she comes to the store to scam money. Don't be fooled by her. Women like her have distorted values. She just wants to take advantage." As soon as the crowd heard mistress and kept woman, their gazes towards Xia Li changed instantly, and they began to point and whisper about her. I tell you, these bystanders have ears as sharp as radar. As soon as they hear keywords like mistress or lover, they instantly get excited. Look at Xia Li's expression. It's as if she's looking at something filthy. With such good looks, how could her heart be so black? It's such a waste of her face. Suddenly, a woman in a red dress squeezed out of the crowd, more agitated than anyone else, and without saying a word, swung her thermos and smashed it on Xia Li's head. I was completely stunned. What is going on? Overflowing with a sense of justice wasn't supposed to be like this, right? Xia Li's bodyguard happened to be on the phone with Jing Tingyuan reporting the situation. And by the time he reacted, it was already too late. With a loud bang, that thermos was really solid. It immediately opened a gash on Xia Li's forehead. Blood started gushing out, flowing down her eyebrow, and even seeping in her eyes, which looked painful. Xia Li was stunned too, holding her head, frowning, and quickly called for a bodyguard. When the bodyguard rushed over and saw this, his heart sank. It's over, it's over. She's done for. I'm probably not going to survive tonight. He quickly said, "Miss Xia, I'll take you to the hospital." One bodyguard rushed Xia Li to the hospital, while another controlled the rude employee and the crazy woman at the scene. At the hospital's emergency room, the doctor examined and treated her, fearing concussion, and arranged for a head CT scan, advising her on several precautions, like being alert for nausea and vomiting. Meanwhile, when Jing Tingyuan heard the news, he was frantic and rushed to the hospital. As soon as he entered, he saw a large bandage on Xia Li's forehead, and his eyes turned red instantly. Without saying a word, he turned and kicked the negligent bodyguard in the stomach. Useless. You two can't even protect one person. What do I pay you for? After scolding, he wanted to kick again, but was stopped by Xia Li. It wasn't their fault. Xia Li grabbed his arm. It was truly an accident. Who could have expected a madman to suddenly rush out and hit me? Jing Tingyuan was heartbroken. Holding Xia Li's face, his voice softened. Baby, you must take me wherever you go next time. Do you hear me? Luckily, it didn't hurt your eyes. What would we do if it had? Is there anywhere else that's uncomfortable? Xia Li shook her head. No, just a bit of headache. I'll take you home, and I'll handle the rest. Jing Tingyuan personally escorted Xia Li back to her apartment and settled her in. As soon as he stepped out, his face instantly changed from warm spring to a Siberian cold front. He didn't even enter the house, just stood at the apartment door, instructing the bodyguard to pull up the surveillance footage from the milk tea shop. After watching the footage, I tell you, his anger was rising rapidly. Feeling like he was about to explode, he pointed at the bodyguard who had been kicked, delivering another kick. You're a complete waste. Did I pay you to just stand there and watch the show? The bodyguard felt wronged, but didn't dare to retort, only muttering, Young Master Jing, I thought it was just a refund issue. Who knew that employee would be so arrogant during a live broadcast? And that crazy woman was completely unexpected. Do you think what's between your two ears is a brain? Jing Tingyuan sneered coldly. Go, bring that employee and that crazy woman to me. After giving the orders, he turned around, took out his keys, opened the door to the apartment across from Xia Li's, and walked straight in. Who would have thought? He had already bought the apartment across the hall just to take care of Xia Li. This operation was incredible. Next, the good show began. A dozen bodyguards in black clothes, driving several luxury cars that looked intimidating, split into two groups. One group stormed into the milk tea shop, where the employee was still tidying up, and the bodyguards, regardless of whether there were customers in the shop, publicly dragged her away like a chick. The other group was even more ruthless, breaking down the door and charging into the crazy woman's house, dragging her away in front of her husband and children while she was wearing a face mask. The two of them were brought to Jing Tingyuan's apartment, their mouths taped shut, muffled sounds coming out. As soon as they entered, they saw Jing Tingyuan sitting alone on the living room sofa, leisurely drinking strong liquor, his aura resembling that of the king of hell in a meeting. One of his subordinates, named Xia Li, directly set up a camera in front of the employee and handed her a piece of paper. Recite everything on this paper word for word. When you memorize it and can say it fluently in front of the camera, you can leave. The employee was still stubborn. Who are you? Why are you kidnapping me? I'm calling the police. Xia Li was too lazy to waste time with her, kicking her in the stomach and coldly saying, Last warning, you don't want to recite it. Huh, I know a bit about medicine and can tell you where to stab without hitting vital points. Even if I give you dozens of cuts, it would only be classified as minor injuries in court. Don't believe me? You could try. The employee trembled in fear, glancing at the man on the sofa. Jing Tingyuan didn't look at her at all, expressionless as he drank, but the invisible pressure was suffocating her. She realized she had kicked an iron plate. Trembling as she picked up the paper and saw the numbers, her face turned pale. All this time, she thought Xia Li was just an ordinary girl. Little did she know there was such a big Buddha behind her. If I clarify, will you let me go? Yes. The employee spent more than half an hour memorizing the script perfectly, then tearfully began to perform in front of the camera, portraying herself as a slanderous, despicable person. After recording, she thought she would be able to go home, but Xia Li waved his hand to the bodyguards. Take her away. Goodness, this wasn't being sent home. They directly took her to a nearby hotel and threw her to a few wealthy women as a toy. I can only say, buddy, you understand retribution. This is what happens for spreading false rumors about girls. Xia Li sent the recorded video out, and Jing Tingyuan immediately bought trending searches, and within an hour, the apology video soared to the top of the trending list, going viral across the internet. After dealing with this, it was time for the crazy woman. Xia Li slammed a document in front of her, showing a compensation amount of 8 million. Pay the money or go to jail, your choice. When the woman saw the number, her eyes nearly bulged out. Are you extorting me? It was just a head injury. Medical expenses are at most a few thousand. You dare ask for 8 million. So, you choose jail then. Don't scare me. How many days can I be jailed for a hit? You can't even sentence me to life. Xia Li said slowly, my boss is Jing Tingyuan. Never heard of him. Fine. Then you can call your husband right now and ask him if he's willing to pay 8 million to save you after you've offended Jing Tingyuan. This woman didn't believe it and immediately called her husband for help. Guess what happened? On the other end, her husband, upon hearing the name Jing Tingyuan, fell silent for 2 seconds, and then simply said, "Let's divorce. I don't have 8 million. What? What will happen to our child if I go to jail? You made your own choices. It has nothing to do with me." After saying that, he hung up, and when she called back, it was turned off. The woman was immediately dumbfounded, collapsing to the ground. Only then did Jing Tingyuan finally lift his eyelids, his gaze sharp as a knife. "If I want you to stay for a few years, you will stay for a few years." He stood up, looking down at her, speaking word by word. "Attempted murder? Tell me, how many years do you think you should serve?" I didn't mean to kill her." Keep that excuse for the judge. After Jing Tingyuan finished speaking, he left, leaving the woman completely broken. A female bodyguard came over to support her. Shaking her head, "You say, are you stupid? Even if you hate the mistress, you should go after your husband's lover. Why bully a bystander? Moreover, isn't your husband the real culprit? Why don't you hit him?" After Jing Tingyuan dealt with everything, he quietly returned to Xia Li's room. Xia Li was already asleep, with only a small night light on in the room. He knelt by the bed, looking at the bandage on her forehead, his eyes nearly overflowing with anger and heartache. He held her hand, his voice as soft as a sigh. "Baby, you always don't listen. Do you know that when you're hurt, I feel very sad?" After saying that, he smiled bitterly, placed her hand back under the blanket, and tucked in the corners. But he didn't get into bed. Instead, he turned around and went back to his own apartment across the hall, carefully took a shower, changed into a clean bathrobe, and then returned to lift the blanket and gently lie down beside Xia Li. Let me tell you, this guy has a serious cleanliness obsession. He won't get into bed unless he's completely clean, especially not in Xia Li's bed. He lay on his side, pulled Xia Li into his arms, kissed her ear, and said goodnight. The next morning, Xia Li woke up groggily and opened her eyes to see Jing Tingyuan's handsome face. He leaned over and kissed her. "Baby, good morning." "What time is it?" Xia Li's voice was still a bit hoarse. "It's 9 in the morning. If you're still sleepy, go back to sleep. I'll make you breakfast." You're making it yourself?" "I can still make porridge." Xia Li lay in bed for a while to gather her thoughts, got up to wash up, and looked at the bandage on her forehead in the mirror, feeling mixed emotions. She walked to the kitchen doorway, leaned against the frame, and watched Jing Tingyuan busy in the kitchen, suddenly thinking that if he had treated her with this kind of gentleness from the beginning, maybe the outcome would have been very different. Jing Tingyuan came out with a bowl of freshly made mustard greens and lean meat porridge, and had also prepared bird's nest specially sent by the chef for her. As Xia Li drank the bird's nest, she couldn't help but tease. "You seem like a house husband now. Don't you like it? If you had done this earlier, I might not have hated you so much back then." Jing Tingyuan took the opportunity to sit beside her, pulled her into his arms, and whispered in her ear, "Then I'll be like this in the future. Will you like me forever?" Men are liars, but when it comes to liking you, I never lie to you. He held her face, his gaze serious to the point of being frightening. "In my life, I will only like one person, and that is you." After saying this, his kiss fell upon her. Just then, the doorbell rang. Jing Tingyuan went to open the door, looking displeased. A man stood at the door, carrying a bunch of gifts, saying that Mr. Stark heard that Miss Xia Li was injured and specially sent supplements. Jing Tingyuan didn't even look at him and directly shot back. "No need, I don't want your trash. Take it away." Then he slammed the door shut, also scolding the bodyguards at the door for letting anyone in. He returned to Xia Li's side and began to admonish her. "You're not allowed to open the door for strangers in the future. Got it? It was because I wasn't by your side this time that you got hurt." While he was saying this, his phone rang again. It was that conspicuous call from Lu Wuhua. As soon as Jing Tingyuan answered the phone, he gritted his teeth. "Do you know you're asking for a beating right now? I heard Xia Li got hurt. I'm coming over right now. Where is she? I can take care of her alone. You should go back where you came from." "Why should I? Just because I'm her boyfriend. I'm still her good friend. I don't care if you don't open the door for me. I'll call Nan Shi and the others to come and break down the door." Jing Tingyuan was so angry that he hung up the phone, turned back, and pinched the back of Xia Li's neck. "Baby, your ability to attract bees and butterflies is going to drive me crazy." Xia Li laughed at him and could only smooth things over. All right, I'm your girlfriend now. No one can take my position as the main wife, so don't worry." This finally appeased the domineering CEO. He suppressed his laughter and went to open the door, but as soon as he opened it, Lu Wuhua charged him like a cannonball. "Xia Li, what happened to your forehead? Does it hurt?" Lu Wuhua rushed to Xia Li, asking about her well-being, then turned to Jing Tingyuan and fired. "How are you taking care of her? Letting her get hurt? If you can't do it, step aside. Are you looking for a fight?" "Xia Li, he is threatening me. Quick, protect me." Lu Wuhua directly jumped to Xia Li's side, clinging to her arm and pretending to be pitiful. Jing Tingyuan, unable to endure anymore, went up and pulled him away. "Get out." Do you believe I'll throw you off the balcony? Seeing that Jing Tingyuan was really about to make a move, Xia Li quickly advised, Lu Ge, just say a few less words, you can't beat him anyway. Only then did Lu Wuhua quiet down a bit, but not long after sitting down. He asked Jing Tingyuan seriously, by the way, when I came up just now, I saw a man. Who was it? Someone from Stark delivering things. But I sent him away. Lu Wuhua frowned. What was he doing delivering gifts to Xia Li? Is he feeling guilty? Saying this, he began to stir up trouble again. Xia Li, I came to see you without even having breakfast. Can I have lunch here? Jing Tingyuan's face darkened, and he directly grabbed Lu Wuhua by the collar and dragged him towards the door. Lu Wuhua shouted while struggling, Xia Li, save me. Xia Li was truly getting a headache. Lu Ge, you know his temper is bad. Why do you always provoke him? Look, Xia Li even said you have a bad temper. Lu Wuhua was still jumping around madly. Xia Li held her forehead, feeling like she was going to collapse. I'm going back to my room to rest. You two can mess around, call me when it's time to eat. As soon as Xia Li left, Jing Tingyuan immediately threw Lu Wuhua out. However, Lu Wuhua clung tightly to the door frame with his hands. Wait. Don't close the door. I have something serious to talk to you about. Seeing his serious expression, Jing Tingyuan finally loosened his grip, but still blocked the doorway. Spit it out quickly. The tourist attraction project I mentioned before, someone saw Naishang there. Jing Tingyuan's expression changed. Lu Wuhua took the opportunity to slip in, poured himself a glass of wine. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Nanshi was just attacked by a bomb, and Naishang appeared in S-City right after. I suspect these two incidents are related. Moreover, the people who attacked Nanshi committed suicide by poisoning, just like death warriors. I can't think of another place that can train such people other than Country B. Jing Tingyuan took the wine glass, deep in thought. Why would Naishang go after Nanshi? I don't know, but at least we have a direction for the investigation now. You should call Nanshi and let him know. All right, just stay put and don't mess around. Jing Tingyuan took his phone and went into the study. As soon as Lu Wuhua saw him leave, his eyes rolled, and he sneakily slipped into Xia Li's bedroom. He tiptoed to the bedside, sat down, looked at Xia Li sleeping, held her hand, and even kissed the back of her hand. Xia Li, look, you got hurt without my care, right? Xia Li, who was already sleeping lightly, was stirred awake by him and opened her eyes to see Lu Wuhua by the bedside. Looking dazed. What are you doing here? Where's Jing Tingyuan? I'm just worried you might have an accident, so I'm keeping watch over you. What kind of accident could happen in my own home? It's you who should be careful. If Jing Tingyuan comes out and sees you, be careful he beats you to death. Xia Li recalled the last time when he choked her and still felt scared. Lu Ge, seriously, you can't beat him. Why do you keep provoking him? Are you asking for a beating? Lu Wuhua was directly unhappy, shouting. Xia Li, what are you talking about? I'm just doing this to protect you. Although I can't beat Jing Tingyuan, I'm not a pushover either. I rolled my eyes and quickly pushed him, saying, all right, enough of the nonsense. Hurry up and sneak out while he hasn't come out yet. I don't want you to get beat up because of me again. Guess what? This guy suddenly turned into a drama queen, clutching his chest and saying, Xia Li, are you concerned about me? I'm so touched. I'm so happy. Unbelievable. I shook off his hand and said irritably, I can see it now. You and Jing Tingyuan could be brothers because you both share the same bad taste and love to act crazy. As I spoke, I glanced towards the door, fearing that the towering Buddha, Jing Tingyuan, would suddenly appear. You should leave quickly. If he sees us, a man and a woman alone in a room. Won't that vinegar jar explode? Lu Wuhua was getting into it, puffing out his chest and saying, what are you afraid of? We haven't done anything wrong. Dude, he will overthink it. I'm really speechless. You've known him for so many years and you don't know him? Oh, I get it. You're doing this on purpose, trying to provoke him and see him go crazy, right? Your scheming is deeper than the queens and palace dramas. No way. I'm not that green tea. If you're not, then hurry up and get lost. I want to sleep. I'm tired. All right. I'm leaving. You rest. I'll call you when the food is ready. I tell you, Murphy's Law is really something. Lu Wuhua just got up and the bedroom door creaked open. Goodness. Jing Tingyuan's handsome face was as dark as a frying pan, and he walked straight in. His gaze was icy, and he directly approached Lu Wuhua, reaching out to grab his collar. However, Lu Wuhua was quite agile, dodging to the side, and then, not knowing any better, raised an eyebrow at Jing Tingyuan and ran off like the wind. Now it was just me and Jing Tingyuan left in the room. The atmosphere was so awkward I could use my toes to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. I sat on the bed, sneaking glances at him, and his expression was like the calm before a storm. I could only clear my throat a couple of times, trying to salvage the situation, saying, don't be angry. I really didn't do anything with Lu Ge. And guess what Jing Tingyuan said? He sneered, in just a few minutes if you really did something, It would only mean Lu Wuhua is useless, and I should be happy. Who understands, right? My mouth twitched at that moment. This guy's words are so sharp. ISNT that just directly expelling Lu Wuhua from the male ranks, saying he is a loser? Is it necessary to insult someone so harshly? After lunch, Jing Tingyuan said he was going to a TV station for an interview in the afternoon. Before leaving, he ordered me, like issuing a decree, to stay at home and not leave the apartment without him. Hearing this, Lu Wuhua, who hadn't left the dining table yet, protested, throwing down a paper towel. What about me? I can keep Xia Li company. You can go wherever you want. Jing Tingyuan completely ignored him, walked straight up to me, and gently kissed my forehead. His voice sweet enough to make water drip. Baby, wait for me to come back, don't run around. Then, the scene changed abruptly. He turned around and, like picking up a chick, dragged Lu Wuhua by the back of his collar toward the door. Lu Wuhua was still flailing around, shouting, "What are you doing? Let go. Don't think just because I can't beat you, I'll let you control me. She needs to rest, and you'll only disturb her here." Jing Tingyuan's voice was as cold as ice. Also, if you're so free, hurry up and help Minshi check on that mastermind. Mentioning business, Lu Wuhua immediately wilted. Pouting, fine, I'll go help, so you all stop saying I'm idle. Jing Tingyuan shot him a look. You're not idle? Lu Wuhua fell silent. After all, among their group of friends, he was the only one who hadn't taken over the family business yet. Once downstairs, Jing Tingyuan wasted no time shoving Lu Wuhua into the car, warning him, don't bother her again this afternoon. TCH, why is it only you who gets to bother her? I'm her boyfriend, what are you? I'm her good friend. Jing Tingyuan didn't bother arguing with him, and simply told the driver to go. After watching the car drive away, he leisurely got into his own car. Meanwhile, in S-City, at a luxurious hotel, a guy named Stack, the pretentious rich kid from before, was listening to his bodyguard's report. Let me tell you, this guy really does nothing. The bodyguard was carrying a bunch of return gifts, saying that Jing Tingyuan's side refused to accept them. Stack's face immediately darkened, sneering. It seems they've already suspected my mother. He gestured, and the bodyguard threw all those expensive items into the trash can like tossing garbage. Anyway, I never intended to genuinely invest in Xia Li, and Stack's words were cold and disgusting. Since they have their suspicions, then I'll have to think of a way to deal with it. Damn, then something even more explosive happened. The bodyguard said, Boss, we found out that Jing Xiao has already located Xia Li's biological mother and placed her in a nursing home. But she's a bit insane and probably won't recognize Xia Li. I could feel the fierce intensity in Stack's eyes even through the screen. He directly ordered, find an opportunity to take care of her. My mother probably wouldn't want her to live either. My God, this is about killing to silence. Just because he's afraid that the poor woman might wake up one day and accuse his mom of the past, affecting his so-called presidential selection. That's really dark. Then, as if that wasn't disgusting enough, this guy actually pretended to care and called me to check in. I didn't want to answer at first, but out of curiosity about what trick he was trying to play, I picked up. He started off by saying, I heard you were injured, just wanted to check in. I sent someone to deliver some supplements to you. Why did you send them back? I was so angry that I laughed and directly laid my cards on the table. Mr. Stark, you know the truth, but are still hiding it from me. What kind of play do you want to perform now? He was taken aback by my confrontation, then laughed. That laughter was particularly scornful. Children are indeed children, too inexperienced, always speaking without thinking. I was so angry that I almost crushed my phone, and he still want me to be nice to him? Dream on. I directly threatened him. I will definitely find out my background and seek justice for my parents. On his side, it felt like he was just listening to a joke, saying he would wait and see. After hanging up, I was so furious I felt like my lungs were going to explode. Without thinking, I called Jing Tingyuan directly, but I forgot that he was doing an interview at the TV station at that moment. Family, a memorable scene is coming. At that time, Jing Tingyuan was sitting on stage, facing the camera and the host. His assistant, Zui Sun, saw my call and quickly signaled him. Jing Tingyuan had just finished answering a question, turned to the host, and in an undeniable tone said, I need to take a call. The way he said it was not a discussion at all. It was a notification. The host's face went pale, thinking this was a live broadcast. Jing Tingyuan took the phone, saw my name on the screen, and let me tell you, his icy face instantly melted, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was so sweet, it was overwhelming. He opened his mouth and said, Baby, what's wrong? That voice. So gentle, it left everyone in the room frozen. The host was stunned, probably thinking, is this really the decisive Jing Tingyuan from the rumors? I feel like a little brat who's complaining, fuming. Just now Stock called me, and it made me so mad. He said I'm a child. He said I have little experience. He said I don't think before I speak. Jing Tingyuan on the other end is comforting me. Don't pay attention to him. Baby is so cute. How could he say that about you? Don't worry. I will definitely help you find out the truth. I vented my frustrations and then felt a bit guilty. Am I being childish for reporting this to you? No, darling, you're still young. And it's okay to be a little childish sometimes. But then his words struck a chord with me. You know I'm young? You're so much older than me, and yet you force me to be with you. You're just an old bull eating tender grass. A light laugh came from the other end of the phone. Baby, if my age counts as an old bull, then there are no young and strong men left in this world. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to sleep. Okay, you rest well. When I finish my work and come back, I'll take you out for some good food. He hung up the phone, and the host was fidgeting in his seat, having held it in for a long time, cautiously asking, "Is she your girlfriend?" After asking this, Jing Tingyuan's face immediately turned cold again. The whole room held its breath. The director probably felt a chill, thinking this big shot was about to explode. Just when everyone thought it was over, Jing Tingyuan calmly spoke, dropping a bombshell. She's not my girlfriend. She's my fiancé. I tell you, when those 3 words came out, everyone in the audience, including the tens of millions of viewers in the live stream, looked as if they had been struck by lightning, their jaws dropping to the floor. As soon as the show ended, this matter immediately exploded to the top of the trending searches. Jing Tingyuan received a call from the company's PR department in the car, asking whether to remove the trending topic. He clicked on the link, glanced at it, raised an eyebrow in satisfaction, and said 4 words, "Spend money, let's stay." The PR staff was dumbfounded. Does young Master Jing mean? Let everyone know. Well, I directly thought, even his usually taciturn bodyguard, Xia Sun, couldn't help but turn around and ask, Miss Xia Li's identity still can't be exposed. What's the point of announcing it to the public like this? Jing Tingyuan leaned back in his seat, looking completely unconcerned. Just because it can't be now doesn't mean it can't be later. The internet is like a black box, perfectly recording the sweet moments between me and her. After hearing this, Xia Sun suddenly threw out a sentence. So the netizens are just a part of the play between you two? Jing Tingyuan was taken aback and laughed. Aren't you usually not into online trending memes? What's going on today? In love? Xia Sun fell silent, and after a while, he said, Young Master Jing is joking. Someone like me doesn't deserve to talk about love. He said his life belongs to the Jing family, and he has to guard Jing Tingyuan 24 hours a day. Being in love would only let someone down. Then Jing Tingyuan asked about his background. Only then did I learn that Xia Sun was an orphan rescued from a mudslide by Jing Tingyuan's father and had been trained as a top-notch bodyguard since childhood. When he came of age, Jing's father gave him 2 choices: either take a large sum of money and leave the Jing family, then be dealt with, or take another sum of money and become Jing Tingyuan's personal bodyguard for life, even serving as a scapegoat if necessary. I felt a chill in my heart. This is not raising a benefactor. This is simply raising a death warrior. After hearing this, Jing Tingyuan also fell silent, probably recalling his controlling father. He was raised from a young age by his dad in a typical over-the-top male protagonist mode. Gifting airplanes, castles, and entire buildings were all basic operations. The most absurd part was when he asked his dad what a poor person was when he was a child, and his dad seriously replied, anyone who earns less than 200,000 a day. I'm directly breaking down everyone. If you don't make at least 200,000 a day, you're considered poor. Doesn't that mean I'll be a beggar elder for the rest of my life? When Jing Tingyuan finished his day and came home, he specially brought me a black swan cake. He had the cake behind his back and leaned close to my ear, asking mysteriously, Baby, guess what I bought for you? I was practicing drawing at that time when he startled me. He placed the cake on the table and leaned over to watch me draw, insisting that I should finish it and give it to him. I would love whatever the baby draws. He held my hand and gave it a kiss, then started saying those overly sweet words, saying I should let the baby stay in my honey pot every day, so that no matter what sweet words others say, you would only stay by my side and no one could take you away. I couldn't take it anymore, so I hurried to eat cake. As a result, I needed to wash my hands, and he followed me, insisting on helping me wash. Let me tell you, that's not washing hands at all. He squeezed out that petal-shaped foam, then held my hand, rubbing each finger one by one, and finally intertwined our fingers, gently rubbing the back of my hand with his fingertips. I felt electrified all over, tingling. I quickly said, Ahem, I'll do it myself. He actually laughed ambiguously and said, Baby, is your mind not pure? I was clearly just helping you wash your hands. Are you sure you're washing your hands? Who washes their hands like you do? After he finished washing his hands, he blew the foam from his hands onto my face, then leaned in with a mischievous smile and rubbed his cheek against mine to wipe off the foam. He was so close that his breath tickled my ear. and my face turned bright red. After rinsing his hands, he deliberately flicked water droplets onto my neck, and I shivered from the cold, yelling angrily, "Jing Tingyuan, can't you go a day without seeking trouble?" He pulled me into his arms and said with a smile, "I can't bear to die. If I did, it would just benefit other men." After saying that, he leaned down and kissed me when I wasn't paying attention. Back in the living room eating cake, he leaned over again and said, "Baby, I want to have a bite too. The spoon is right there. Get it yourself. I want you to feed me, baby." I turned my back to him while holding the cake, and he still spoke in that well-meaning tone. "Eating alone will make you gain weight. It's not good for your health." As he spoke, his hand wrapped around my waist, gently stroking my belly. Then he directly took my hand holding the spoon, scooped a bite of cake, and brought it to his mouth, deliberately biting the spoon while looking at me with dreamy eyes. After releasing the spoon, he licked the cream off his lips right in front of me and said in a low voice, "It's very sweet." Of course, the cake is sweet, but I think you're sweeter. No sooner had I spoken than he held the back of my head and gave me an incredibly domineering kiss. After the kiss, he remarked, "Baby, you are really sweeter than the cake. I'm really fed up. Have you fallen into a honeypot today? It's so sweet from start to finish that it's sickening. I'm not telling you. How would you know I love you?" He hugged me from behind, resting his chin on my shoulder. "It's too clingy. I'm not eating anymore. I'm full from being annoyed by you. I'm going to take a shower." I just stood up when he suddenly grabbed me. "Baby, I want to wash up too." "I didn't stop you. Go ahead. I want to go with you." He stood up, ruffled my hair, and made a terrible excuse. "You have an injury on your forehead. I'm afraid you'll get it wet. It's safer if I go with you. I'm not a 3-year-old. Don't make excuses to take advantage of me." He pushed me against the wall, leaning down to look at me, his tone carrying a hint of danger. "Are you being naughty again? Do I have to use force for you to behave?" I have long been immune to him, and I retorted with a stiff neck. "Are you trying to force me into submission again? Do you believe I won't ignore you from now on?" Jing Tingyuan sighed helplessly, pinching my chin with a, "Baby, you always have me under your thumb. What am I supposed to do with you? Then why not find someone else, someone who will listen to you? I don't want anyone else. I only want you. Since you're not being obedient, I'll make sure you are until you behave." I'm telling you, the noise coming from the bathroom was something else. Anyway, by the time we came out, it was already high noon, and the golden sunlight was so bright that it was blinding. We were sitting at the dining table having a meal, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious, but then Jing Tingyuan's phone rang. I glanced up at him and saw him answering the call. His brows furrowed the whole time, and his gaze kept darting towards me. My heart skipped a beat, and I thought, what trouble is this again? Then he hung up the phone and said to me, "Your mom is awake and wants to see you." Who among my family understands this? At that moment, my mind went blank, and I just froze, looking at him with a dazed expression. The knife and fork in my hand clattered into the plate, and I felt like I even forgot how to breathe. In that instant, all those childhood memories flashed through my mind like a movie. My eyes suddenly turned red, and my voice trembled. "You mean she woke up? She wants to see me?" Jing Tingyuan walked over and hugged me tightly. I leaned against his chest, tears streaming down my face uncontrollably. Clutching his clothes and asking him with a choked voice, "Am I finally going to have a mom? Really, you have no idea how miserable my childhood was. In the orphanage, I was the unwanted wild child, the one everyone pointed and scolded, wearing tattered dresses that no one wanted. I would cling to the iron gate every day, hoping that one day someone would come to take me away. But what did I get? All I received were stones thrown at me by the kids outside and their mocking laughter. They called me a fool, an abandoned baby without a mother, saying I was thrown away because I was sick. At that time, I covered my forehead, which had been hit, and shouted at them, "I have a mom. She will definitely come to get me." But all I got in return was their even more exaggerated laughter. That kind of despair, that feeling of being the only person in the world, I really can never forget it in my life. So when Jing Tingyuan told me that this time it was real, that my mom had really woken up, I felt like I was floating. The whole way, my palms were sweaty from nerves, and when we arrived at the entrance of the nursing home, my legs went weak, almost making me kneel down in front of him. Jing Tingyuan supported me, his gaze so gentle it could draw water, and he said, "With me here, don't be afraid." I looked at the door of the ward, feeling more nervous than when I entered the exam room for the college entrance examination. I told Jing Tingyuan that I wanted to go in by myself. He nodded and said he would wait for me at the door. I took a deep breath and pushed open the door. In the hospital room, a particularly thin figure sat by the bed, quietly looking out the window. I didn't dare to move forward, afraid that this was a dream that would shatter with a single touch. It seemed she heard the sound and slowly turned around. We locked eyes, and it felt as if time had stopped. After a long, long while, her eyes turned red, and she reached out her hand to me, her voice soft and gentle. "Baby, Come here, mommy. In that moment, the grievances I had bottled up for over 20 years suddenly burst forth. I could no longer hold back and threw myself into her arms. My mom's embrace is really warm, and she has a particularly pleasant scent. She holds me and gently pats my back, constantly saying she's sorry that she has made me suffer all these years. I cry so hard that I can't speak, only shaking my head desperately. I tell her that I don't blame her, that I am doing well. But I know she understands. How could an orphan be truly happy? She pulls me down to sit and carefully examines my face, saying I look just like my dad. When she mentions my dad, the happiness and longing in her eyes are impossible to hide. I looked at her and finally couldn't help but cautiously ask that name. Mom, did Dad really get killed by Alicia? As soon as I mentioned the name Alicia, my mom's entire aura changed instantly. She had just been as gentle as water. But in an instant, she turned as cold as ice laced with poison, her eyes filled with overwhelming hatred. She unconsciously tightened her grip on my wrist, her nails nearly digging into my flesh. She said she couldn't remember clearly what happened back then, but I could tell that memory was hell for her. She closed her eyes and took a long while to begin speaking. She said that when she was pregnant with me, she and my dad were imprisoned by that crazy woman Alicia in a sanatorium. Not long after I was born, one day, I suddenly disappeared. She went to Alicia to demand me back, but that woman refused to admit anything. My dad, in order to force her to return me, signed some contract. And that venomous woman actually told them that she had already thrown me into the trash, can fend for myself. My mom went crazy at that time, wanted to rush out to find me, but she ended up getting knocked out. When she woke up again, my dad was no longer by her side. After a long time, someone told her that my dad had died. They even sent her a photo. At this point, my mom suddenly covered her head and started screaming. Then she began to hit her own head like crazy. I was so scared that I lost my mind and quickly went to stop her. Outside, Jing Tingyuan heard the commotion and rushed in. My mom gripped my arm tightly, her eyes bloodshot, looking as if she wanted to swallow me whole. Revenge. You must take revenge for your father, she screamed. Her anger not yet satiated even after killing him. She actually had someone. Cut him into over 1,000 pieces. Over 1,000 pieces. Family. At that moment, I had the same expression as an old person on the subway looking at their phone, completely dumbfounded. That was my dad, not some jigsaw puzzle. My mom is still shouting over there. She put the slices in a container. Find that container. That's her evidence of guilt. Let her die. She deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces. I felt completely weak. If it weren't for Jing Tingyuan supporting me, I probably would have collapsed right there. Finally, the doctor came and gave my mom a sedative, and she slowly calmed down. Under the influence of the sedative, my mom fell asleep, but it seemed like she had entered a dream. In the dream, it was the first meeting between her and my dad. It was in a lush green rice field, and the sunlight was just right. My mom was a photographer, with long hair and a ponytail, full of energy. Then she saw that man, my dad, Igor. His brown hair shimmered in the sunlight, and his light blue eyes, let me tell you, were even better than the characters in Blue Archive. He looked like he had walked out of a painting. My mom is quite bold. She went straight up to ask for the other person's contact information. The two of them got familiar with each other after a few exchanges. Later, when they met again, my dad directly confessed to her while holding a large bouquet of bellflower, saying that the flower's language represents sincere and unchanging love. He also mentioned that he was taken with my mom the first time they met and had intentionally walked past her. You are my muse. Let me be your only believer. My goodness, such a divine love. Who wouldn't be confused after hearing about it? But looking at the present, former lovers have become mere memories. This contrast can truly tear one's heart apart. The next day, when I went to see her, she was not in a good state. Her awareness was unclear, and she seemed dazed. In the garden, she suddenly got up from her wheelchair, walked to the flower bed, and began picking up the fallen flowers one by one. I asked her what she was doing, but she ignored me and just kept counting. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. I crouched down to hear clearly what she was mumbling. She said, when I collect 1,000 pieces, I can put you back together, and you'll come back to my side. At that moment, I felt my heart being tightly squeezed, and tears streamed down my face. She was picking up flower petals, but in her heart, she was piecing together my dad, who had been cut into over 1,000 pieces. Later, a child accidentally bumped into her, and all the petals she had painstakingly collected scattered everywhere. She broke down on the spot, kneeling on the ground, crying and picking them up, her cries heart-wrenching, and eventually, she fainted from crying. Jing Tingyuan rushed to the hospital and held me in his arms. I told him I felt so bad, and I asked if it was because I didn't go find them that all this happened. He told me that what happened had already occurred, and now that my mom had me with her, it was the best outcome. I asked him how to take revenge. Alicia is now the president of country E and has immunity, so we can't touch her at all. Jing Tingyuan just patted my head and told me not to worry about anything, to take good care of my mom, and to leave the rest to him. To help me relax, Jing Tingyuan suggested taking me to Country X for a few days. He said there would be activities there and we could film videos for my mom to see, which might cheer her up. I agreed. As a result, when our private plane arrived and the car drove to the hotel entrance, I looked up at the hotel sign, Sensa Hotel. At that moment, my anger flared up. Goodness, isn't this the same place where Jing Tingyuan locked me up and chained my feet? All those bad memories rushed back in an instant. I suddenly shook off his hand. He was a bit confused and asked me what was wrong. I pointed at the name of the hotel and sneered. Do you remember this place, Jing Tingyuan? You did this on purpose, didn't you? Bringing me here for a nostalgic trip, right? You understand trauma memories. He looked at me, and instead of feeling guilty, he laughed. His eyes clearly showing that he remembered, and remembered very vividly. Goodness, not only did he remember, but he also cleared his throat and said, Baby, I'm sorry. It won't happen again. At that moment, I thought, is this apology sincere? I hadn't even vented my anger yet, and he had already cut me off, saying he promised not to act foolishly again, with an attitude that was faster than anyone else's. He grabbed my hand and started explaining that he knew the owner of this hotel, and the security was top-notch. He didn't trust other places with me. As soon as I heard hotel owner, that man with the Buddha pendant popped into my mind. Ethan, right? He seemed cultured, 38 years old. As I got lost in thought, Jing Tingyuan's jealousy flared up immediately. He frowned and said, Baby, thinking of another man in front of me? I rolled my eyes and said, so what? I couldn't be bothered with him and went into the hotel first. Later that night at dinner, funny enough, I ran into Ethan again in the restaurant. This guy was very polite and even took the initiative to greet us. Jing Tingyuan asked if I wanted to sit together, and since I didn't mind, I sat down. Ethan was quite enthusiastic, saying there were events in the city these days and he would be our tour guide. Jing Tingyuan's face immediately darkened, and he flatly refused, saying it was no trouble and he wanted to spend time alone with me. Ethan was also good at chatting. He mentioned he had just seen Jing Tingyuan's dad, Xia Li, that morning. Then he started congratulating Jing Tingyuan on taking over the entire Jing family business. Jing Tingyuan pretended to be modest, saying he was still young and couldn't bear such a heavy responsibility, urging his father to work for a few more years. Suddenly, Ethan shifted the conversation and began speaking sentimentally, saying if his child had survived back then, there would be someone to take over now. Upon hearing this, I remember the gossip I had heard before. His girlfriend had died in a car accident, taking 2 lives. The look in Ethan's eyes, I tell you, was full of stories. He said that once someone lives in your heart, you can no longer accommodate anyone else, and mentioned that she died in the year he loved her the most. Oh my, that was a knife stabbing right into my heart. I didn't want to ask too much, but those 2 guys started playing charades in front of me. Ethan looked at Jing Tingyuan and asked if it was time to throw out old items and replace them with some couple's gifts. I didn't understand at the time and thought he was urging marriage, so I directly shot back at Jing Tingyuan, saying, Who wants to marry him? Jing Tingyuan wasn't angry at all. He even ruffled my hair and said that whoever I wanted to marry, he would give them a big gift. I thought to myself, that big gift is probably a coffin, right? I lowered my head to eat, and Ethan started his rabbit theory again. He said that when he used to raise rabbits, the cages were too tight, and as soon as the rabbits saw the outside world, they would rush out and get hit by cars. Then he turned to Jing Tingyuan and said, Don't you think the current state is better, Xiao Jing? Rabbits should be let out to play from time to time. When they have fun, they forget about being stuck in a cage. Goodness, is he trying to train me in cyber behaviorism? I was completely confused, and the way those 2 exchanged glances was like encrypted communication. I thought, Ethan looks decent, but why are his topics so twisted? Is he and Jing Tingyuan really on the same wavelength? After dinner, Ethan returned to his penthouse office. That place looked like a military base. His lounge required iris recognition to enter. Even his secretary said no one was allowed to get close. 100 mystery movies flashed through my mind. What on earth is this guy hiding in there? As it turned out, he just went in to light some incense, bow to Buddha, and then start copying scriptures. Wow, that contrast was more eccentric than Jing Tingyuan. The next day, Jing Tingyuan took me to see some large event, directly booking a VIP viewing platform. Let me tell you, that place charges by the second. Poverty limited my imagination. I didn't even dare to breathe, fearing that one more breath would bankrupt me. Just while I was getting into it, that dog of a man started misbehaving again, hugging me from behind and getting handsy, whispering in my ear about wanting to. After the baby was born, I was shocked. What kind of beastly words were those? The crazier part was yet to come. He actually asked if I wanted to try it there. Then his subordinates operated something, and whoosh, four walls rose up, enclosing us in a private room. I was dumbfounded. I said, "Are you crazy? This is a public place. What if a drone captures this and it goes live worldwide?" He calmly replied, "Do you think this place charges by the second for no reason?" I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had no choice but to hurriedly kiss him and beg him to let me go. And he actually lowered the walls. He said he didn't want to disturb my view of the performance. I was stunned. I tell you, if this had been before, he would already pin me there. Has he really learned to respect me? Although I said I was, he moved deep down, well, it still gave me a jolt. Ugh. Feeling sorry for a man is the beginning of self-torture. I can't be foolish. That night, the main event arrived. Thousands of drones formed a picture of us kissing in the sky. In color, in motion. Hundreds of thousands of people below were going wow. I just had one thought. How much would this cost? Jing Tingyuan was so proud, saying money could buy my happiness. Goodness. This damn Versailles literature made me want to punch him. When he saw I didn't react, he started pretending to be pitiful, saying he thought I liked the green tea type like he Jun Wong, and he thought I would like this too. I was really fed up and quickly told him to shut up and not mention that person. Then he completely ignored me and kissed me directly. I was tossed around by him all night, and the next day, I slept until the afternoon. When I went to the restaurant, I ran into Ethan again. He looked particularly down today, saying it was the anniversary of his ex-girlfriend's death, and he wanted to go see her. Watching his back, I asked Jing Tingyuan, "Do you think someone can really love only one person for a lifetime?" That narcissist immediately said, "Of course, like me." I couldn't be bothered to respond. So I jokingly said, "Then I think being alone is pretty good. Why don't you let me live alone?" Then, I tell you, as soon as I said that, Jing Tingyuan's face darkened instantly. His expression was like he wanted to eat someone, coldly warning me not to joke like that again. Then he said he was going to the restroom, probably to cool off. Just as I was about to complain about his domineering nature, a little puppy-like guy appeared, looking quite handsome, and came up to ask me my name and if I had a boyfriend. I said I did, and guess what? He started crying, right there. Tears rolling down like a broken string of pearls, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. I was completely petrified. "Who are you? Do we know each other? Is this how you try to scam someone?" He cried out, "I'm too good-looking. I fell in love with you at first sight. I need to take responsibility." I was really speechless. It's 2025, and there's still this kind of forced love? Just because I'm good-looking doesn't mean you have a claim to me. Just as my worldview was shattering, Jing Tingyuan came back. That little puppy didn't know what was good for him and called Jing Tingyuan old dried meat right in front of him, while calling me little pear. It was over. I was done for. Jing Tingyuan's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, without saying a word. He punched and kicked that little crybaby down. The kid played out a real-life version of a fragile college student, hitting his head on the table corner, bleeding a little, and then crying while holding his head, saying, "Little pear, I have a bleeding disorder. Can you help me call an ambulance?" At that moment, I was really in shock. In the end, we really took him to the hospital. Jing Tingyuan's black-suited bodyguards almost surrounded the hospital, and he stood by the bedside like the king of hell, his gaze so fierce it could kill. I tried to coax him not to be impulsive. We could just pay for it. But he smirked coldly and said, "If he dies, he deserves it." Then he leaned close to my ear, his voice icy. "Baby, if you don't leave here with me right now, I can't guarantee he'll live to see tomorrow's sun." The moment he said that, my legs went weak. The guy on the hospital bed had red eyes, still calling me little pear, asking if we could meet again. I didn't dare to turn back. I was afraid that if I did, this madman Jing Tingyuan would really make him graduate on the spot. I tell you, he half dragged, half pushed me into the car, and as soon as the door closed, it was like entering another world. He pressed down on me completely, and that kiss was like a storm, no reasoning at all. The temperature inside the car shot up, and I felt like I was about to suffocate. I struggled desperately, saying no, not in the car. Who understands? This was not up for discussion. The more I resisted, the more his craziness intensified. The driver was also a sensible guy, without saying a word. He quickly raised the partition between the front and back seats. Goodness, for the next few hours, the entire back seat felt like a sealed arena, and I could barely manage to plead for mercy. The driver was probably confused too, since the boss hadn't said anything. He didn't dare to stop and just aimlessly drove around. How long did it last? 4 hours. A full 4 hours. I felt like I was falling apart when his phone finally rang. Just 2 words, "Go back to the hotel." By the time we reached the hotel underground parking, I had completely passed out. He wrapped me in a blanket like a trophy and carried me all the way to the presidential suite. He slammed the door shut with his foot And then, he carried me to the bathroom to clean me up. I was in such a deep sleep, but I vaguely felt someone helping me bathe, and the movements were quite gentle. When I regained consciousness, I was already on the bed, covered with a soft silk quilt. He had gone to take a shower, probably to cool himself down. Guess what happened? When he finished showering and came out, drying his hair while looking at me, just as he was about to complain about my impatience, his phone rang. I tell you, his expression instantly switched from that of a frustrated madman to an impatient CEO. The call was from Nancy. What's up? His tone was so harsh it could knock someone over. Nancy probably got used to it and asked, I heard you went to the hospital. Is everyone okay? Just listen to how Jing Tingyuan replied. What just happened here? And you already know about it? Do I have your spies around me? Which bodyguard? I'll fire him right away. Nancy was helpless and said he was just checking on his brother. Jing Tingyuan then sneered. If you want to care about my baby, just say it directly. But she's mine, and your concern is useless. She's fine, just lying in bed sleeping now. I just wore her out for 4 hours. She's exhausted. Damn, he really has no shame. He has to brag about this kind of thing. Nancy fell silent for a moment, probably stunned by the amount of information, and said, be moderate, she can't handle it. Jing Tingyuan became even more excited. You're so concerned? Unfortunately, you probably won't get to enjoy it in this lifetime. Their conversation was like Mars colliding with Earth. Nancy could tell he was particularly angry today and asked him what was wrong. Jing Tingyuan started a vent. I ran into a male jerk at the restaurant, even more fragile than Lu Wuhua. I beat him up, and Xia Li insisted on sending him to the hospital. It was just a scratch. He deserved it. Then he began to complain again. One He Junwang left, and another crying green tea comes. She really likes this type, huh? Nancy probably couldn't take it anymore, sighed, and directly changed the subject, saying they were close to finding the mastermind behind everything and told him to be careful. Jing Tingyuan finally said something sensible. Yeah, you be careful too, don't die. After hanging up, he casually tossed his phone aside, crawled into bed, hugged me from behind, and grumbled in my ear, what do you want me to do with you? Bad baby, attracting bees and butterflies. Then he fell asleep holding me. On the other end, Nancy had his own story. After hanging up, he stood on the street in a sharp military uniform. Looking so handsome, he could debut as a star. A little girl mustered up her courage to approach him, asking for a photo and contact information, but he coldly shot her down with a sorry, I'm on duty. So aloof. But who would have thought that such an iron-faced and impartial officer couldn't sleep at night because of Jing Tingyuan's sarcastic remarks? He felt restless and went to a private swimming pool, wanting to cool off in the cold water. I'm telling you, he thinks too much. He believes he is the pillar of the entire family, even of Jing, Tingyuan, and the others. If he falls, everyone is done for. The pressure is immense. Just as he got out of the pool, he received a call from Ming Ju, inviting him for a drink. They arranged to meet at Ming Ju's own venue for a night of drunken dreams. But as soon as Nancy sat down, his first sentence was, I'm off alcohol. Ming Ju was surprised. Why? Don't want to drink. All right, you're impressive. The two big men sat on the terrace, and Ming Ju suddenly asked, do you want cake? I made it. Nancy's eyes widened. When did you fall in love with baking? Xia Li likes it. Great, another one. Nancy took a bite and said Ming Ju's skills were decent. Ming Ju, as if he had received a royal decree, said, then she shouldn't mind. Nancy cut straight to the point. Ming Ju, this isn't like you, learning to bake for a woman. Because I really like her. It's a twisted fate for us brothers to like the same person. Nancy was helpless. Ming Ju was curious and asked why he liked Xia Li. Nancy's answer was brilliant, just 2 words, good looking. Ming Ju was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter, saying, you're definitely crazy. If we weren't, how could all 5 of us like her? After laughing, they started discussing the future. Ming Ju asked Nancy if Xia Li ended up with Jing Tingyuan. Would he look for someone else to have an heir? Guess what Nancy said? He said, isn't Xia Li able to give birth? If she marries Tingyuan, she can give one of her kids to me. And wouldn't that give me an heir? Wow. His CPU is really different from ours, focusing on emotional stability. And his thinking is on another level. He believes inheritance doesn't have to be blood. As long as someone can carry on the Nan family, that's enough. Ming Ju was completely impressed and said he was still just an ordinary person, wanting his own child. In the end, Nancy told Ming Ju he would be leaving on a mission for a month and asked him to keep an eye on Jing Tingyuan, making sure he doesn't cause trouble, especially to watch out for Xia Li's safety, worrying that someone named Alexia might harm her. Ming Ju patted his chest and promised, you're our strongest support. Everyone says if Nancy falls, Ming Ju will die. Time flew by, and we returned to S-City. At the airport, surprisingly, Ethan was on the same flight. He said he was coming to S-City for business and would talk shop with Jing Tingyuan. On the plane, As soon as Jing Tingyuan finished discussing work, he leaned over to me and asked if I was hungry and if I wanted to go home with him. I thought Ethan was still there, so I told him to hurry and get back to work and not worry about me. But this guy immediately became unhappy, grabbing my hand and saying, "Baby, work is not more important than you." I quickly pulled my hand back. "Ethan is here. Be serious." Jing Tingyuan turned to look at Ethan, laughing, and said, "Ethan was young once too. He might be crazier than me." I immediately rebutted, "Mr. Ethan definitely isn't like you. No one in this world can be crazier than you." Jing Tingyuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze landing on a Buddhist amulet hanging from Ethan's neck, and curiously asked, "You still believe in Buddhism?" Ethan touched the amulet, and his expression suddenly turned very sad. "I don't believe in Buddhism. I just hope for reincarnation." Knowing full well that life is only one, he still yearns for a next life. Hearing this made my heart ache, and I could only comfort him, saying the person he loves must also hope he can live happily every day. He nodded, but no one knew that the amulet contained the ashes of his deceased girlfriend. Let me tell you, Ethan is quite a character. When he was young, he fell in love with a girl named Adela, but she loved someone else. He imprisoned her for 4 whole years. Later, he even invented that smart ankle bracelet just to control her. Then Adela got pregnant, and he thought they finally had a future together. But during a routine checkup, Adela ran into the street when he wasn't paying attention and was hit by a car, resulting in a double tragedy. The most dramatic part? Ethan later found out that he was actually the one who rescued Adela when she was kidnapped, but she had always thought it was another man, which is why she loved the wrong person. She had always loved Ethan. What a twisted plot. As soon as the plane landed in S City, Ethan said goodbye to us and even asked me to have dinner with him and Jing Tingyuan when we had time. I politely agreed. But then Jing Tingyuan got jealous again. "Why did you agree to him? He has a guest. It's just being a good host. I don't like you being overly concerned about other men." I was speechless. He has 38. "So? I'm already bothered by you being 25. Do you think I would like a man 20 years older than me?" He seemed pleased with the first part, but the second part completely blew him up. "Old? Me?" He pulled me close and whispered in my ear, "Baby, this is called maturity. Otherwise, would you be satisfied?" I rolled my eyes. "Let me go. You're just an old jerk, and you're not happy about it. Don't you know how many years younger I am than you? Nanchi is the same age as you, and he is much more mature." That was it. I had stirred up a hornet's nest. "Baby, do you want me to play with you until you drop?" His eyes instantly turned fierce and lustful. I shuddered in fear. "Why you? Don't scare me." Try it." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw me over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and tossed me into the back seat of the car. Then he told the driver, "Don't stop without my command." While tugging at his tie, he looked at me with a cold smile. "Now you're scared? It's too late. I'm going to show you how strong your man really is." 2 days later, the Jiang family held a banquet, and both Jing Tingyuan and I attended. I wore a red mermaid dress and linked my arm with his as we entered, instantly becoming the center of attention. Xia Li, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, came over with a smile. She enthusiastically took my hand and handed me a glass of champagne, saying, "Xia Li, you're getting more beautiful." I politely responded, "You too, Sister Jiang." But strangely, she didn't even glance at Jing Tingyuan the entire time, completely ignoring him. She leaned in and whispered to me. We haven't had a chance to chat alone for a long time. Shall we catch up in the lounge? I instinctively looked up at Jing Tingyuan to seek his opinion. He nodded. "Go ahead, but don't take too long." So Jiang Lixia took me away. Halfway through, I noticed she secretly glanced back at Jing Tingyuan. Her expression was quite complex, a bit lonely, but she quickly hid it, returning to her indifferent demeanor. She sat me down and cheerfully asked what I did in Country X. I shared some interesting stories from my trip, and she laughed throughout, occasionally chiming in, but I felt her gaze drifting, as if she was plotting something. Meanwhile, while I was awkwardly chatting with her, something big was happening on Jing Tingyuan's side. He was discussing serious matters with Lu Wuhua and was so thirsty that he ordered 2 bottles of water. After taking a sip, his brows twisted in confusion. He said the water tasted off. He knew the flavor of the water his family always kept. Lu Wuhua smelled it, took a sip, and didn't he taste anything strange. Even commented that the glass bottle was sealed tightly at the factory, so who could tamper with it? But Jing Tingyuan had an uncanny intuition. He sensed something was wrong. He immediately ordered Zwisun to take that half bottle of water for testing. What happened next? In less than half an hour, the sinister heat surged from his feet to the top of his head. It felt like he was being roasted alive. Just then, Zwisun called, and the first thing he said was, "I already know." Zwisun remained calm, saying the doctor tested it, and while the drug had no side effects, its potency was outrageous and could torture a person to death. I tell you, I could imagine the look in Jing Tingyuan's eyes over the phone. He was definitely ready to kill. After hanging up, one thought crossed his mind. Find me. Go home. He was like a wild beast who had lost his sanity. Searching everywhere for me, his caretaker. He called me while walking, but guess what? My phone had been swiped by Xia Li. How could I answer? He called several times, but all went unanswered. This lit his possessiveness on fire, and he gritted his teeth, making threats, daring not to answer the phone. You want to be stepping out this month. Family, who understands? This drug really gets to your head. It not only arouses but also lowers intelligence. His rationality was almost burned away, and everyone looked like me to him. But he only had one thought. It must not get dirty. If it gets dirty, Sally won't want him anymore. He had to return me clean and perfect. Then, out of nowhere, a group of women appeared, and good heavens. They came at him like an octopus. The overwhelming smell of cheap perfume nearly knocked him out. A woman in a green dress led the charge, hugging his waist and starting her high-pitched attack. Young Master Jing, are you feeling uncomfortable? Our 6 sisters are here to help you. Let me tell you, Jing Tingyuan is educated not to hit women, and he has been holding back. He only says 2 words, get lost. But those women are really out of control, their hands even reaching for his belt. This completely infuriated him. He kicked one after another, like bowling balls, sending them all crashing against the wall. As he flexed his wrists, his gaze was like a demon crawling out of hell, declaring, if I find out who drugged me, I will crush you to pieces. At this moment, in the monitoring room, Xia Li was watching the screen, her face filled with smug satisfaction. Just when things were going haywire, who showed up? Me. I came. I lost my phone and was about to head to the bathroom to try my luck, and as I turned a corner, I saw this ridiculous scene. Jing Tingyuan, like a god of war, was stepping over a pile of women lying on the ground. One of them was so green, she looked like seaweed, particularly eye-catching. When he saw me, his eyes instantly turned red, and the last thread of his rationality snapped. Without saying a word, he directly slung me over his shoulder like a sack and stuffed me into the car. I was completely stunned and shouted, "What are you doing?" But the next second, my mouth was covered. That kiss was scorching, and I finally realized something was off with him. The temperature in the car was unbearable, and whatever happened next was just a series of pleas for mercy. The next day, I woke up feeling like I'd been run over by a dump truck. My bones felt shattered. Jing Tingyuan came over like a guilty golden retriever, apologizing and saying he had been drugged last night. I jokingly said, "You're a man. Didn't you enjoy it?" He immediately exploded, his expression frighteningly serious, saying, "I am a man, but I am not a casual person. Apart from you, I won't touch any other woman." He even picked up a tie from the ground, took off the tie clip, and told me that if I hadn't shown up in time last night, he would have used it to stab himself in the palm to stay awake. I was dumbfounded at that moment. Can you believe it? This guy is so ruthless to himself. One moment, he was professing his feelings, saying that loyalty is my promise to you, and the next moment, he was saying that if I dared to mess around, he would take care of the other party and lock me up for life. Wow, this emotional roller coaster was like a wild ride. Just as he was saying this, his father, Xia Li, called. Let me tell you, this is the real big shot. As soon as he heard his son was being bullied, I could feel his anger through the phone line, as if he wanted to flip the earth over. He insisted on sending Jing Tingyuan a gift to comfort his wounded little heart. Jing Tingyuan casually mentioned wanting a star. What did his dad do? Not only did he buy him the naming rights to a star, but he also casually threw in 300 billion to send his photo to the moon. Family, 300 billion, just to cheer up his son. This is not just wealth. This is wealth poured into the universe. On the other side, the Jiang family was in an uproar. After all, the incident happened at their banquet, and Jiang Lisha's father, Jiang Pan, quickly called Jing Tingyuan to apologize and even offered to profit from a major project. Jiang Lisha was dissatisfied, saying, "Why should we? We didn't do anything." As a result, her father called her over for a lesson, telling her how Jing Li went crazy to rescue Jing Tingyuan when he was kidnapped. He said, if you provoke Jing Tingyuan, his father could boil your family's anthill flat with hot water. He even dropped a bombshell, saying that Zwisun was not just a bodyguard, but also Jing Tingyuan's perfect backup. What does that mean? It means a walking reserve blood bank, organ bank. My goodness, this father's love is too heavy. Jiang Lisha was so scared she went weak at the knees and hid in the bathroom to call someone named King, her voice trembling, asking if he would expose her. That King was calm, saying all evidence pointed to him, and he was abroad, so even the Jing family couldn't reach him. Turning around, Jiang Lisha then casually invited me to dinner. At the dinner table, She was all passive-aggressive, trying to put a bug in my ear about Jing Tingyuan, saying how 6 beauties were surrounding him, and he must be feeling great. But I'm not the same person I used to be. I directly defended Jing Tingyuan, saying he was still a victim. Then she started her antics, asking me if I would hate her if she used any means to achieve her goals. I was still foolishly saying that as long as she didn't harm me, I wouldn't. Family, looking back now, wasn't this just a preemptive warning? After dinner, she was all energized, insisting on taking me to G-Port to shop. I hesitated, saying I had dinner plans with Jing Tingyuan. She, however, immediately gave me a lecture, saying, "You're an adult. You can't always live under his watch." It was all very persuasive, like a pyramid scheme, and she managed to get me in the car. Once the car was driving away, I felt increasingly uneasy and said, "Let me call Jing Tingyuan to let him know." But just as I took out my phone, Xia Li snatched it away. I let out a sound of surprise, and she, on the other hand, turned back and lifted her chin at me, saying, "I said, miss, those 6 live surveillance cameras behind you have already reported what color underwear you're wearing today. If we were to whisper, Jing Tingyuan over there would probably be listening in on a live feed. Why are you still making phone calls?" I was just about to say, but he made me, when she interrupted me directly, saying, "Oh, come on, no more buts. Let me tell you, when we hang out in the future, can you please block out the name Jing Tingyuan? Just mentioning him gets me fired up. It's supposed to be a nice afternoon tea with my sister. Why bring up that stinky man?" Fine, since she said that, what else could I say? I could only nod. Then we arrived at G-Port. Wow, the sea breeze felt quite nice. Xia Li was like she had been injected with adrenaline, dragging me around at a fast pace. First, we went to the beach to enjoy the scenery, then took a small boat to feel the wind, and finally climbed up some observation deck, claiming we could see the whole G-Port. It was basically a tour guide's routine, emphasizing that she was taking me out to have fun. In the end, we were at a big square feeding pigeons. She said she would go buy me ice cream and asked what flavor I wanted. I said just vanilla would be fine. She told me to wait there while she bounced off to get it. Family, who understands? I was just feeding the pigeons, and in less than 5 minutes, those 6 bodyguards were separated by a suddenly appearing parade. Once those people left, I had vanished. I evaporated right there. The 6 bodyguards were dumbfounded, quickly splitting up the search, but they didn't find even a hair of mine. They ran to ask Xia Li, who was still holding 2 ice creams, looking innocent and asking, wasn't she just feeding the pigeons? Where's she? Then she started acting, pointing her finger at the bodyguards and scolding them about what they were doing, telling them to hurry and find me. One of the bodyguards immediately called Jing Tingyuan. Let me tell you, when Jing Tingyuan heard I was missing, he exploded, saying that idiot Xia Li actually dared to lose someone on my watch. But you think that's it? There was even more chaos to come. Xia Li, while acting, had snuck off to the restroom to call a man named King. It turned out that she had brought me out today as part of a plan with King, where his people were supposed to take me away halfway through. She had specifically instructed that I must not be harmed. So at first, she wasn't too worried, thinking I was with King. But guess what? When she called, King directly told her, "Xia Li is not with me. My people are about to move, but someone intercepted them. Now I'm looking for her too." "What?" Xia Li was instantly stunned, her voice trembling, asking, "Not you? Then who is it?" It was a disaster now. If I was with King, she would have some assurance, but now that I was in the hands of unknown people, what if something happened to me? Jing Tingyuan would peel her alive. She immediately regretted it and yelled into the phone, "What is wrong with you? How could you let someone else get to her first?" After hanging up, to save her own skin, she quickly called her cousin Lu Wuhua for help. When Lu Wuhua heard I had been kidnapped, he jumped up from his chair in shock, confirmed I was at G-Port, and immediately said he was coming over. Meanwhile, Jing Tingyuan had already sped over from S-City like a rocket. Upon arrival, he saw Xia Li, and his face was so dark it was like he was about to manifest his killing intent, striding right towards her. I tell you, he looked ready to clean house right then and there. Fortunately, Lu Wuhua arrived just in time, spreading his arms like a mother hen protecting her chicks in front of his sister, desperately advising, "Tingyuan, calm down. Finding her is the priority. My sister's mistake can wait until we find Xia Li." Jing Tingyuan seemed to ignore him, his eyes fixed on Xia Li. Lu Wuhua was almost begging him, saying, "Killing my sister now, 1T help. The earlier we find her, the less danger she'll be in, right?" Only then did Jing Tingyuan take a deep breath, closed his eyes, probably suppressing his anger, and left a harsh remark. "I'll let your cousin go for now, but this matter is not over." After saying that, he got into his car. Xia Li was so scared her legs went weak. Lu Wuhua comforted her, saying it was okay and that he had already contacted Jiyin and Mingju to help look for me. But just as Jiang Li Xiao was about to get into the car, Lu Wuhua, for some reason, suddenly asked, "Is Xia Li's disappearance really not related to you at all?" Good grief, Jiang Li Xia immediately exploded. She was stunned for a moment, then slammed the car door shut, and like a machine gun, started firing back. Lu Wuhua, are you out of your mind? I like Jing Ting Yuan, but I have no grudge against Xia Li. Why would I harm her? Did you not see how ready to kill he looked just now? Would I really kidnap her and then let him kill me? Do you think I'm that stupid? After a series of rapid-fire responses, Lu Wuhua was left dumbfounded and even apologized to her. When Jiang Li Xia saw he believed her, she began acting again, raising her chin seriously and saying, "Let me tell you, I wouldn't harm an innocent person just because I like someone. Xia Li is so pitiful. If I hurt her, would I still be human?" After this performance, she left. And as for me, it was a complete disaster. When I woke up, I found myself tied to a chair, and there was a pungent smell in the room that made me gag. I remembered that it was this smell that had made me faint. After a while, a man wearing a mask pushed open a broken iron door and came in. He said nothing, took out a phone, dialed a number, and put it on speaker. Then, an AI-generated electronic voice sounded, saying, "Xia Li, if you want to live, agree to a few of my conditions." I was so scared that my voice trembled. I asked him what conditions he wanted. Did he want money? The voice replied, "I don't want money. First, give up investigating Igor's matters. Second, give up inheriting Igor's estate. Third, hand over all 3 paintings he left for you." I was stunned at that moment. What 3 paintings? I had no idea at all. Moreover, how could the other party know that I was investigating my dad's matters? My mind raced, and a terrifying thought emerged. I blurted out, You were Alicia?" The other party didn't answer, only threatening me coldly, saying that if I didn't comply, there would be no way out. As soon as I guessed it was her, that feeling of fear was instantly replaced by anger. I shouted into the phone, "My mom has been driven insane by you. My dad has been killed because of you. Why should I give up?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Then the AI voice said, "It seems you have made your choice. Eliminate her." The next moment, the masked man covered my eyes with a black cloth, and that pungent smell hit me again, causing me to faint once more. When I woke up again, let me tell you, that was the closest I had ever been to death in my life. I found myself lying in an extremely small space, able to touch the walls and ceiling with my hands, all made of wood. My mind buzzed, and I thought, this is it, this is a coffin. They want to bury me alive. I was so scared that my soul seemed to fly away. I desperately pounded on the lid above me, shouting to be let out. But the lid seemed to be nailed shut. Then I felt the entire coffin being lifted, and with a bang, it was thrown to the ground. After that, I heard the sound of sand rubbing against the top. They were really burying me. I shouted until my voice was hoarse, and in despair, I could only curse. "Alicia, you venomous woman. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Jing Ting Yuan will avenge me." The oxygen in the coffin was running out, and I felt it hard to breathe. My mind began to race. I thought of Jing Ting Yuan, my mom, Lu Hua, Ming Zhu, Nin Shi, and the others. Finally, just as I was about to lose consciousness and prepare to meet my dad, there was a loud bang, and the coffin lid was pried open. Fresh air rushed in, and I felt as if I had been reborn, coughing violently. The masked man came over again, still holding his phone, and the same AI voice said, "Are you scared? Afraid of dying? If you're scared, agree to my terms." I was really scared at that time, so I thought I would pretend to agree first to save my life. I said, "Okay, I agree." And what happened next? They directly took out a thick stack of documents as thick as a dictionary for me to sign, all in a foreign language. As soon as I saw this situation, I knew something was off. Do I really need to sign such a thick stack to give up my inheritance? Aren't they just treating me like a fool? I said directly, "You're lying to me. I'm not signing." Then the AI sneered coldly. "At such a young age, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve." And then they pulled off all 10 of her fingernails. I was so scared when I heard that sentence that my hair stood on end. I crawled out of the coffin and wanted to run, but I was caught by that man and tied to a tree. I completely understood at that moment. No matter whether I signed or not, I was doomed today. I yelled at the phone, "You really are a poisonous woman. You finally admitted it." As soon as I finished speaking, a piercing pain shot from my fingertips. I screamed and looked down to see that my thumbnail had been forcibly ripped off. Blood gushed out immediately. "Alicia, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Another fingernail was pulled off. It hurt so much, truly too much. My face turned pale from the pain, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. By the time the third fingernail was ripped off, I was in so much agony that I fainted. As a result, when the fourth one was pulled off, I was painfully jolted awake. When all 10 fingernails had been removed, I was completely drained of strength. leaning against the tree like a rag doll, unable to even cry out. Just when I thought I was really going to die here, Nanshi arrived. He was dressed in battle gear, looking like a deity descending from the heavens. When he saw me barely clinging to life against the tree, and my 10 fingers a bloody mess, I noticed the first crack in his eternally icy eyes. It was a mix of overwhelming rage and fear. He knelt in front of me, carefully cradling me in his arms, as if holding a fragile treasure that would shatter at the slightest touch. I recognized him too, trembling as I raised my hand and touched his helmet with my blood-stained fingertips. He said nothing, just picked me up horizontally and turned to leave. It was at that moment that Jing Tingyuan and the others also arrived. When Jing Tingyuan saw me like this, he froze, his pupils trembling. But Nanshi didn't even glance at him, directly carrying me past him. I later found out that Nanshi had blown those kidnappers to pieces on the spot. And even the small dark room where I was held was leveled. That man was even crazier than Jing Tingyuan. When I arrived at the hospital, I was in so much pain that I fell asleep. While I was sleeping, the two men outside the ward started fighting. Jing Tingyuan confronted Nanshi. "Have you forgotten what you said? You said you wouldn't compete with me." Nanshi turned his back to him, his voice icy. "You can't protect her." He turned around and looked Jing Tingyuan in the eye. "Only I can protect her. Xia is the president of country E. Your Jing family can't protect her. Only by becoming my wife will she be safe." Jing Tingyuan, furious, threw a punch, and Nanshi didn't hesitate to fight back. His combat ability was already above Jing Tingyuan's. And in just a few moves, he had Jing Tingyuan pinned against the wall, his elbow pressed against his neck, saying word by word, "If I hadn't arrived in time this time, what you would have seen is a corpse. Face the reality. You can't protect her. My identity is her shield." Jing Tingyuan, of course, wouldn't back down, and the two continued to tug at each other in the corridor, neither willing to give in. Nanshi even directly poked at his lung. "She doesn't love you. She never has." Jing Tingyuan, anxious, said he had admitted to liking her. Nanshi shot back, "You can't protect her," and then announced, "From now on, I will protect her. You are out." Jing Tingyuan tried to rush into the ward to see me, but was stopped by Nanshi's bodyguards. The two started fighting again. I was woken up by the sound of them fighting. As soon as I woke up, I felt a pain in my fingers that was unbearable. Looking at my hands wrapped up like 10 little zongzi, tears started to fall. I heard Jing Tingyuan's voice outside, so I propped myself up and got out of bed, walking to the door, weakly calling out, "Jing Tingyuan, is it you outside? I told you." As soon as Jing Tingyuan heard me call him, he got so excited that he relaxed completely. As a result, in that moment of distraction, Nanshi seized the opportunity, delivering a clean and swift chop to knock him out. With a blank expression, Nanshi signaled for the bodyguards to drag the unconscious Jing Tingyuan away, and then he pushed open the door to the hospital room. I originally thought I would see Jing Tingyuan, but when the door opened, I was met with Nanshi's cold, expressionless face. I was stunned at that moment and peeked behind him, only to find it was completely empty. I asked him at that moment, "Where's Jing Tingyuan?" I just clearly heard his voice. But Nanshi, this guy, was tighter than a safe, only saying 2 words, "Not here." Then he helped me back to bed, saying he would transfer me to another hospital. I was really anxious at that moment, saying, "I really hurt him. Did something happen to him?" Nanshi still insisted that he wasn't there. Goodness, he settled me down and then had someone bring me food. When he came over with a bowl of porridge to feed me, I noticed something was off. "Hey, why does he have a bruise at the corner of his mouth?" I asked him, "Did you get into a fight while saving me?" Guess what? He directly turned his head away, avoiding me. After a while, he turned back, changing the subject, saying, "Aren't you hungry? Hurry up and drink." I was suspicious, but I was really hungry, and the bowl of porridge was gone in no time. After eating, I felt sleepy. Just as I was about to sleep, I blurted out, "Does Jing Tingyuan know that I got hurt?" Nanshi paused for a moment and said, "He knows, but he can't come right now." My temper flared up at that moment, and I said, "Why should he? He used to cling to me like a piece of gum, and now that I'm hurt so badly, he has gone? I can't even go back home?" Let me tell you, when Nanshi heard me say the words "go home," his expression changed completely. I could smell that jealousy from 800 meters away. He suddenly asked me, "Don't you hate him?" I was stunned for a moment and blurted out, "I used to hate it, but now it seems like I've gotten used to it." Really? Just thinking about the despair of calling out to the heavens and the earth in a coffin makes me want to throw myself into Jing Tingyuan's arms, as if only he can give me a sense of security. As a result, Nanshi listened and immediately gave me a lesson, saying that getting used to something is not the same as liking it, and if I don't like him, I shouldn't force myself anymore. My CPU was burning at that moment. What does that mean? Is he going to break up with me? My eyes turned red immediately, and I said, You let him come and tell me himself. Nan, she started to play Tai Chi, saying that Jing Tingyuan was busy and would call me back when he was done. I didn't believe it at all. I pressed him, asking if Jing Tingyuan said himself. He isn't good at lying, so he could only change the subject and told me to rest well. I had no choice but to lie back down, but before I fell asleep, I grabbed his hand and said, "You have to make him come see me." The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I just snapped and said that it was him who kept pestering me, forcing me to like him. Now that I've finally developed some feelings, he just disappears? Is he playing with me? What a scumbag. Likes? Nan, she just keeps repeating those two words like a broken record. My face turned bright red as I stammered, I guess. I like him a little. Then he started lecturing me again, saying that habits and feelings can't be confused. It's unfair to anyone. I took a deep breath in anger and said, no matter if it's liking or not, you first get him to come over and see me. My girlfriend was kidnapped, injured, and hospitalized, and he didn't even show his face. What kind of man is that? Nan, she saw how angry I was and actually said, I'll help you deal with him. Don't be mad, just sleep for now. The next thing I knew, I woke up and thought, who understands my family? I was directly on a cruise ship. The deck was full of armed mercenaries, and I was so scared I thought I'd been kidnapped again. Luckily, I saw Nan Shi. I quickly asked him what was going on. He said it was to ensure my safety and that we needed to stay at sea for a while until things calmed down before returning to S City. I thought about how I almost got buried alive and felt a chill, plus he had saved me several times, so I believed him. But I still couldn't stop worrying about Jing Tingyuan. I asked him again, what was Jing Tingyuan busy with? Nan Shi repeated the same excuses. I was furious and cursed the scumbag. My 10 fingers were all wrapped up like zongzi, making it difficult to eat. And Nan, she actually said he was on vacation and could take care of me personally. I thought to myself, you're on vacation, and Jing Tingyuan is as busy as a president? That night, I couldn't hold back any longer and said, you call him right now in front of me. I don't believe he doesn't have even a minute. The more I thought about it, the more something fell off. With Jing Tingyuan's personality, he could gather a medical team for a small scratch, and now, with all 10 of my nails gone, he could be indifferent? A light bulb went off in my head as I suddenly thought of a possibility. I tentatively asked Nan Shi, did something happen to him? Are you hiding it from me? He didn't speak, but his gaze was frighteningly deep. He suddenly stood up, step by step forcing me into a corner, pinching my chin, and asked in a deep voice, do you really like him? As soon as I saw the panic in his eyes, my heart sank, and I became even more certain something really happened to him. Nan Shi's entire aura had changed. It was as if he had missed some perfect opportunity. Gathering his courage, he suddenly confessed to me with deep emotion, Xia Li, I like you. I could protect you for a lifetime. I was completely stunned at that moment. I said, aren't we talking about Jing Tingyuan? Your shift in tone is way too fast. I quickly responded, well, I'm Jing Tingyuan's girlfriend. A brother shouldn't deceive his wife. He, on the other hand, took it a step further. If you like me, become my fiancé. I'm really fed up. I asked Nan Shi if he's playing with me. He pushed me to Jing Tingyuan before, and now he's trying to steal my man. Do you two brothers think I'm a football to kick around? He even seriously said he wasn't messing with me. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him and directly confronted him. It's you who won't let him see me, right? He fell silent, which means he admitted it. I laughed in anger. Why? I like you and want to be with you. Is that reason enough? I shook my head directly. Not enough. You didn't like him before, and now that I've finally made some progress with Jing Tingyuan, you come to like him again? I'm not your plaything. I pushed him away and started to rant, saying that I found out Jing Tingyuan is actually very easy to coax. He's just a giant baby lacking love. As long as I treat him a little better, he can turn into a docile little puppy. I was just saying that Nan Shi's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He suddenly grabbed my chin, and his gaze was as if he wanted to eat me. He said, you're really not afraid? I'll eat you up if you mention other men in front of me? Then his handsome face leaned in closer, and he said 2 words, kiss you. Just as I saw his lips about to touch mine, I instinctively crouched down, perfectly dodging him. As a result, I found my gaze right at the lower part of his waistband. Nan Shi smirked and said, so proactive? I blushed from my face to the root of my neck, stood up, and pushed him away, shouting, you pervert. He, however, said seriously that he was a normal man, emphasizing the word man. I was so angry that I could only turn my back and curse at him. Fortunately, he didn't go any further and said he was going to take a shower, then slipped away. Meanwhile, Jing Tingyuan had gone mad. For 2 whole days, he sent out everyone he could, yet still couldn't find a single hair of mine. Furious, he smashed the living room to pieces, looking like a demolition team leader. Just then, his biological father, Jing Wei, arrived. Jing Tingyuan thought it was some blind bodyguard and picked up an ashtray to throw at him. After Jing Wei dodged, he calmly said, are you trying to commit patricide? Let me tell you, Jing Tingyuan is just a privileged kid completely shielded by his father. The moment he sees his dad, that sense of grievance comes rushing in, saying that Nanshi is competing with him for me and even knocked him out. Upon hearing this, Xia Li felt so sorry for him, comforting him by saying, "Don't be afraid. Dad is here to take care of everything." The way he spoiled him was simply overwhelming. Jing Tingyuan smashed the car window with his fist, and his father's first reaction wasn't to scold him, but to quickly check if his hand was injured. Jing Tingyuan was going crazy, saying that it had been 2 days and nights, and he and She had done everything they should and shouldn't have done. Xia Li even advised him not to overthink and to trust him. Jing Tingyuan replied, "I trust her, but I don't trust Nanshi." Seeing his son with bloodshot eyes like a national treasure, Xia Li felt heartbroken and immediately called his wife, Jing Tingyuan's mother, and they teamed up to comfort the child. In the end, Xia Li decided to go straight to the Nan family to confront Nanshi's father, Nanjun, to demand the person back. When they arrived at the Nan family, Xia Li's aura was not that of a guest, but rather someone who had come to challenge. He crossed his legs and directly told Nanjun, "Your son has hidden my daughter-in-law. Make him return her." Nanjun looked confused and said there must be some misunderstanding. Jing Tingyuan was anxious on the side, so Nanjun had no choice but to call Nanshi. Once the call connected, Jing Tingyuan snatched the phone and shouted, "Where have you hidden Xia Li?" The two started arguing over the phone. Nanshi stood her ground, saying, "Why can you force her, but I can't? I even want to marry her." Jing Tingyuan was so furious that his veins were popping out. Seeing his son wronged, Xia Li took the phone, using a mix of courtesy and force, saying, "Xiao Shi, for the sake of Uncle Jing, please return her." Nanshi refused to give in, saying that if she truly liked him, this matter was non-negotiable. In the end, Xia Li stopped wasting time on him, switched to speakerphone, and pulled out the big guns in front of Nanjun. He said, "Commander Nan, I remember when you were 20, you owed me a favor. Do you remember?" It turns out that years ago, Nanjun was kidnapped and was on the verge of losing his life. And it was Xia Li who single-handedly charged in and even took a bullet for him, carrying him back from the gates of hell. Nanjun's face turned pale as he said this was a matter of Nanshi's feelings and should not be mixed up. Xia Li shot back, "Without me saving you, you would have died at 20. Where would Nanshi come from?" It was a killer move. Nanjun was left speechless and could only pick up the phone, ordering Nanshi, "Return her." On the other end, Nanshi sneered, her laughter filled with mockery and unwillingness, saying, "Father, if you had just half of Uncle Jing's indulgence towards your son, how great would that be?" After saying that, Nanjun hung up the phone. Xia Li stood up triumphantly and patted Jing Tingyuan's shoulder. "Let's go pick up her daughter-in-law." Meanwhile, on the cruise ship, Nanshi lost control for the first time and smashed her phone hard against the deck, shattering it into pieces. Hearing that noise, I rushed out of the room, and seeing the fragments everywhere, I asked her what happened. What kind of act was this? The look in her eyes, I tell you, was as dark as if she wanted to eat someone, making me take half a step back. I said, "What are you doing? Don't scare me." And guess what she said? Coldly, she replied, "Jing Tingyuan is coming to pick you up soon. Are you happy?" At that moment, my heart sank and I thought, oh my, isn't this a life-threatening question? If I dare to say I was happy, he could throw me into the sea to feed the fish today. My mind raced quickly, and I immediately held my stomach and said, "Oh, I'm a bit hungry. Can we eat something first?" Believe it or not, this tactic actually worked. As soon as he heard I was hungry, all his murderous intent instantly faded away. He took a deep breath, his voice softened, and he asked me what I wanted to eat. I said I didn't want to drink porridge anymore, having had it for 2 days and my mouth felt bland. He actually asked me if I wanted to eat steak black pepper flavor. My eyes lit up, and I quickly nodded. Then he pulled me into the kitchen, insisting that I stand by and watch him cook the steak. I stood there until my legs went numb, wanted to sit down for a bit. But he looked sullen and asked me, "Is it so uncomfortable to be with me?" What can I say? I can only shake my head. He was frying steak while saying, "Anyway, Jing Tingyuan would be here soon, so let's have a good meal before he arrives." Looking at his back, I felt quite complicated inside, and I quietly said thank you to him, thanking him for keeping watch over me these 2 nights when I had nightmares. But he didn't appreciate it at all and coldly replied, "I don't need your thanks." I replied, "But I can only say thank you." At that moment, the atmosphere became tense again. He turned his head, his expression as complicated as if he were looking at a calculus problem. And then he dropped a bombshell. "Don't marry him." I was taken aback and thought I had misheard. He actually repeated it. "You can date him, but you can't marry him. Who understands family matters?" I was confused and said, "I'm still young. Marriage is a long way off." But he was like a broken record, insisting that I must not marry him. I got angry and said, "Who are you to control me? You're being overly intrusive." Then the most shocking part came. He scooped the steak onto the plate, looked at me, and said, "Either don't get married or marry me. Those are your only two options." I told you. My jaw almost dropped in shock. I pointed at him, struggling to find my words. "Are you crazy? Have you been possessed by Jing Tingyuan? Why is this group of people getting crazier by the minute?" He directly pinched my mouth shut, telling me not to mention Jing Tingyuan. I rolled my eyes, and as soon as he let go, I started to provoke him. I said, "Weren't you good brothers before? What's going on? Is it a plastic friendship?" He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't provoke me, or I'll really eat you." Then, while preparing black pepper sauce, he dropped a bombshell. He said, "It's not just me who likes you. Wu Hua and Mingjue like you too. If you marry Tingyuan, I can guarantee I won't steal the marriage." But what about them? My mind went blank, and I said, "What exactly am I, a prize catch? All five of you brothers like me? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at for being the five madmen?" He shrugged it off, saying that there are all kinds of birds in a big forest, and others can laugh at others. He likes what he likes. I thought, isn't this just the legendary situation where as long as I'm not embarrassed? The ones who are embarrassed are others? I bravely asked him, "You guys aren't just attracted to looks, are you?" As a result, he became displeased, furrowing his brows and saying he admitted he was initially interested in my appearance, but later realized I was more than just a pretty face. I was amused and said, "Well then, tell me what my strengths are." They all just said they liked me, but couldn't name a single thing. Then he started to elaborate, cutting my steak while complimenting me, saying I have a very stable inner core, mentioning he had looked into my childhood and noted that despite going through so much, I hadn't become bitter, but remained positive and loved life. He said I could make a cozy and romantic space, even living in a basement, and that I never complained. He also said that even when forced to stay by Jing Tingyuan, I didn't resort to despair but instead fought back. Wow. He really showered me with compliments to the point where my nose felt tingly. I rubbed my nose and accidentally touched my injured finger, which made me wince. Seeing this, he immediately forked a piece of steak and brought it to my mouth. I initially wanted to eat it myself, but he said, "How can you eat with that hand? Are you afraid Jing Tingyuan will see?" I thought to myself, of course, he would be jealous, but I still opened my mouth and ate. After finishing, there was some sauce on my mouth, and I asked him to help me wipe it off. He teased, "Did you spill something?" But his hands were incredibly gentle. After dinner, he started reciting his warning again. Remember my words, no marriage. I felt rebellious and said, "I'm going to get married. What can you do about it?" He directly threatened me, saying if I dared to marry, he would kidnap me at the wedding and keep me on an island for a lifetime. At that moment, I thought to myself, this person is really crazy. He even said, "Xia Li, you shouldn't have provoked us. The consequences in the future will be yours to bear." I was so angry that I almost laughed. Was it me who provoked you? Wasn't it all caused by that madman, Jing Tingyuan, from start to finish? Just as I was saying this, the cruise ship was almost at the shore. I stood on the deck watching the evening glow, feeling a bit better. Nanchi stood behind me like a guardian angel, repeating, "You're not allowed to marry him." I perfunctorily replied, I know, while rolling my eyes internally. Just then, let me tell you, the scene was unbelievable. Suddenly, 5 helicopters flew in from the sky. They hovered above the cruise ship like they were filming a Hollywood blockbuster. As soon as we got ashore, Jing Tingyuan stepped down from one of the helicopters, wearing sunglasses with the wind blowing his hair, looking incredibly arrogant. He shouted my name from a distance, and when I turned around and saw his face, for some reason, tears welled up in my eyes. He rushed over in 3 steps, pulling me into his arms with such force, as if afraid I would disappear the next second. When he saw my finger wrapped in bandages, his eyes instantly turned red, and his voice trembled as he asked if it hurt. I shook my head, and he kept apologizing, saying he protected me well, and gritted his teeth, vowing that he would not let that woman named Xia go. Then he picked me up horizontally, and, as we passed by Nanchi, his gaze was like a knife, leaving a harsh warning. No next time. Otherwise I won't hesitate to sever ties completely. Nanchi wasn't easy to deal with either, and he shot back directly. Are you sure you can win against me? I tell you, the aura of these 2 people is so intense that the air around them is almost frozen. Jing Tingyuan held me, let out a cold laugh, and said the Jing family wouldn't fall so easily, but the Nan family might not be the same. Just as tensions were escalating, suddenly there was a loud explosion. I watched helplessly as the large cruise ship we had just disembarked from was blown up into the brightest fireworks in the sky. My CPU was almost on fire. I was so scared that my soul was about to fly away, and I turned to Jing Tingyuan. Are you crazy? He actually lowered his head and gently explained to me that it was just a small warning for Nanchi. I was furious and said, "What, there are people on board? This is illegal." He casually replied that there was no one on board. then turned to Nan Shi and sneered. Then we should ask him why he had to provoke me. Nan Shi, too, was a tough character. Facing the wreckage of the ship, he remained unperturbed and calmly told Jing Tingyuan to take me back to rest. This infuriated Jing Tingyuan. Feeling as if he had punched a cotton ball, he scolded Nan Shi for being hypocritical, saying he had never liked him. I was caught in the middle, my head spinning, trying to persuade them to stop arguing, but Jing Tingyuan turned around to comfort me, saying that he had long-standing grievances with Nan Shi and it had nothing to do with me. At this moment, Lu Wuhu, Ming Ju, and Yi Jin all arrived. They surrounded me, asking about my well-being, while Jing Tingyuan's face was as dark as a pot bottom, directly holding me and saying, "Baby, look at the kind of people you've attracted. I'm going to die of jealousy. I really felt wronged. How could this be my fault?" Then the climax came. Jing Tingyuan scanned the crowd and directly initiated the ultimate choice mode, making everyone choose sides on the spot. He said Nan, she had broken the rules by taking me away without permission, and today they either had to tear their faces apart or stop coveting me. Yi Jin was the first to stand by Jing Tingyuan. Ming Ju hesitated for a moment and walked over to Nan Shi, probably trying to balance things out. Finally, everyone's gaze fell on Lu Wuhu. Let me tell you, this guy Lu Wuhu has a way of thinking that's out of the ordinary. He looked left and right and said, "Well, I choose Xia Li, is that okay?" The whole place was frozen in shock. It was unbelievable. Jing Tingyuan looked at him as if he were an idiot and ultimately couldn't be bothered with him, holding me and directly getting into the car. Later I learned that Nan Shi did this because he believed that only if I married him and became the colonel's wife could I receive the protection of the country, and that Alicia wouldn't dare to act against me. This reasoning, while it seems a bit logical, was still too extreme. Meanwhile, Lu Wuhu and the other two actually went to an outdoor bar to drink. I heard from the bodyguards that they caused a scene at the bar. A female server accidentally spilled tea on Yi Jin, and he exploded on the spot. At first, Ming Ju was quite gentle, comforting the frightened girl, saying it was okay. But then, he turned around and had her fired. The girl, unhappy, came back to confront him, and just a second ago, Ming Ju had been polite and princely. But the next second, he grabbed a gun from Yi Jin, cocked it, and pointed the dark muzzle at the girl's forehead, coldly telling her to get lost. I tell you, these people are all cut from the same cloth of madness. Back to my side, returning to that familiar castle. Jing Tingyuan held me the whole way without saying a word. He silently ran a bath for me, picked out a nightgown, and even helped me bathe, the whole time acting like a mute. I felt a chill in my heart. This was even scarier than him shouting at me. I told him to express his anger if he had any, not to hold it in. Once I was settled in bed, he finally spoke. He held my injured hand, his blue eyes filled with brokenness and sadness, saying, "I can't get angry at you." He looked at me, his voice trembling. "Baby, you don't understand the feeling of losing and then regaining. I can't dare to get angry at you now. Afraid you'll hate me. Afraid you'll think Nan Shi is better. Afraid you'll abandon me. I've never been afraid of anything, but right now I am very scared." I looked at him and felt a deep ache in my heart. He continued, "I'm afraid I won't be able to see you again, afraid of completely losing you." I felt jealous, scared, wanted to be angry, but also sad. My emotions were particularly chaotic right now, and even my logic and speaking was all mixed up. For the first time, I saw such a scene of Tian Yuan, the man who was once arrogant and always looked down on others, now as fragile as a child, suppressing all his anger inside and then starting to engage in a frenzied internal struggle. I told him, looking at him like that, my heart felt heavy, so I decided to be straightforward and just said it. I stared into his eyes and told him word by word, "Jing Tingyuan, do you know? The day I was kidnapped, I almost got buried alive." Well, he gasped in shock, trembling all over, a physiological reaction he couldn't control. I saw him turn his face away, not wanting me to see his pained expression, so I continued, telling him that in that dark coffin, my mind was like a movie flashing through many people. My mom, Nan Shi and the others, and the messy things from my childhood in the orphanage. I said, "Before I met you, I was just a corporate slave, going back and forth between work and home, playing games when I got home, living like a transparent person." Upon hearing this, he suddenly turned his head, his eyes fixed on me. Tears streamed down my face as I cried and told him, "I used to live in a basement like a mouse, and had never seen the starry sky until I met you. Only then did I see the other side of this world, the particularly beautiful side." I told him that just when I thought I was doomed, I finally realized one thing. "Jing Tingyuan, I like you." The moment those 4 words came out, I swear, he completely froze, his expression blank like a wooden man. His soul seemed to leave his body. I didn't care. I went all out and leaned in to kiss him. In that instant, I discovered that tears can taste sweet. After I kissed him, he still looked incredulous, his eyes wide open, as if afraid I was a figment of his imagination. After a long pause, he finally asked me in a trembling voice, "You really like me? Is it true? Who understands my family?" I had just walked through the gates of hell, mustering the greatest courage of my life to confess to him. And he hits me with, "Is it true?" I almost rolled my eyes to the back of my head, so angry that I turned away and said, "Forget I said anything." Now he was anxious, grabbing the back of my head and turning me to face him, his gaze so affectionate. He hurried to explain, "Baby, you can't blame me. You used to say you hated me every day." I just didn't react in time. I couldn't believe happiness came so suddenly. When he said that, I calmed down and just wanted to lie down for a while. But this guy held tightly onto my waist, not letting me move at all. I asked him what he was doing, and he said, "I want to continue that kiss from earlier." Huh? Before I could even react, his face came down. Let me tell you, his kiss was something else, both domineering and gentle, leaving me dizzy. If it weren't for the injury on my hand, I probably would have surrendered right then and there. I quickly begged with a choked voice, "My hand hurts. Don't kiss me." He was breathing heavily, his eyes full of fire, and with a hoarse voice said, "Once your injury is healed, I'll keep you in bed for a month." After saying that, he actually got up and went to take a cold shower. Wow, his self-control is comparable to that of a high monk. When he came out again, he had returned to his cool demeanor, holding me in his arms and asking what I wanted to do. I said I hadn't played games in a long time and my hands were itching. He said I couldn't play with my injured hand, and I replied, "Aren't you here? You can play and let me watch." His pampering attitude was evident as he immediately sat up and started a game. I have to say, this guy's skills are amazing. Within 2 minutes of the game, he got the Elimination King, and his moves were incredibly smooth. I leaned on his shoulder watching, and in a moment of excitement, I blurted out, "Honey, if you became a streamer, you'd definitely attract a ton of girls. What did you just call me?" The word honey made our General Jing's soul fly away, and he got so excited that his hand trembled, causing his game character to be eliminated on the spot. His teammates in the game were frantically calling for him to save them, but he seemed not to hear them, his eyes sparkling as he stared at me. "Baby, what did you just call me? I want to hear it again." I deliberately held back my laughter and ignored him. He threw his phone at the foot of the bed and shouted for teammates and a wife, then pressed himself on top of me. As a result, an angry shout from his phone came through. "Is this number one an idiot?" Maliciously idling. "I curse you to be 10 centimeters shorter." Jing Tingyuan, who was about to handle serious business, turned dark at those words. He picked up his phone, unmuted it, and coldly said to the other end, "Even if you're 10 centimeters shorter, it's still twice as long as yours." After saying that, he directly quit the game. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Honey, you're so childish right now." He squinted his eyes and pounced on me like a hungry wolf. "Let us see how I deal with you." The next day, I was completely worn out, groaning in bed with a sore back and waist. This guy, Jing Tingyuan, shamelessly leaned over and said, "Baby, are you not feeling well?" We changed the sheets last night, but couldn't withstand the flood. I was so embarrassed that I buried my face in the blanket and told him to get lost. After lunch, he mysteriously said he had a gift for me. I was wondering what it could be when suddenly dozens of servants walked in, each holding a jewelry box. When I opened one, good heavens, the overwhelming green light almost blinded me. They were all imperial green jade pieces, as big as pigeon eggs. I was stunned at the time. He asked me to pick one. When I asked him which one to buy, he said, "All of these." I bought them all. I counted, and there were about 30 sets. He told me to pick one to wear today. I couldn't help but exclaim, "The sinful capitalist world." Then this guy wrapped his arm around my waist and whispered in my ear that he was the sinner, and I was the source of sin because I had plenty of it. Huh, what a magical metaphor. I hadn't even recovered from this overwhelming wealth when he said that since I didn't like these, we should go shopping in other countries. I thought he was joking, but that afternoon, we boarded a private jet. For the next half month, my shopping route transformed from a mall map to a world map, flying from City S to Country A, then to Country Y, and finally to Country F, a true global shopping experience. Because we were flying all over the world, that old witch, Alicia, couldn't find my whereabouts, allowing me to enjoy a peaceful life for half a month. While we were out having fun, others weren't idle either. Let me tell you, Yi Jin's situation was like a dramatic TV series. He was on a business trip in City A, in a bad mood, smoking alone on the playground. Then he ran into a little girl picking up bottles. Looking at her reminded him of me as a child. I probably had a similar tough life. He casually asked the little girl what her name was, and guess what? The little girl said, My name is Xia Li, with Li meaning to leave. I heard that Yi Jin was completely frozen at that moment, repeatedly confirming by grabbing the little girl's arm. Although it wasn't the same character, the pronunciation was enough to stimulate him. He looked at the little girl's tattered clothes, and he immediately felt a surge of paternal instinct. Calling his assistant to say he wanted to sponsor the girl named Xia Li. His assistant was so shocked that he nearly lost his mind, exploding on the phone. Boss, this is too outrageous. Have you become psychologically twisted from being single for too long? I'll arrange for you to meet some mature women. We can't be involved with minors. I laughed so hard. The assistant thought his boss was trying to engage in some kind of lowly cultivation and almost called the police. Yi Jin was so angry that his face turned dark, and after explaining for a long time, he domineeringly told his assistant, I can sponsor her, but she has to change her name. The assistant asked why, and he said, there is only one Xia Li. Plus, that character is unlucky. Goodness, such possessiveness. However, this was just a spur-of-the-moment decision, and the next day, he completely forgot about it. But this casual action changed the little girl's life. On the other side, Mingju was at a fashion gala in Country F, directly confronting the old hag's son, Stock. That guy had white hair and looked decent. He came over pretending to care and even called me his cousin. Mingju was rolling his eyes, completely uninterested in his act. The two exchanged pleasantries back and forth. And when Mingju saw him pretending, he decided to flip the table and leaned into his ear, saying, don't you want to sit in your mom's position? Being a 25-year-old president is quite glorious. Otherwise, you'll have to wait until you're in your 50s or 60s. Stock was tempted at that moment, but still hesitated. After the gala, he sneaked onto Mingju's car and bluntly asked, what do you want? Mingju set one condition that shocked me when I heard it. He said, I want Xia Li to live safely. Just that one condition. He told Stock that as long as he could become president and keep his crazy mother in check, he would ensure that they wouldn't cause any trouble in the future, a win-win for everyone. Stock thought for a long time and eventually agreed. Back to us. At that time, I was in a private room of a quiet bar in Country F with Jing Tingyuan, enjoying the night view. He insisted on having me sit on his lap, holding me with his chin resting on my shoulder, playing with a new diamond ring on my hand. We were being all sweet, and just as he leaned in to kiss me, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open with a click. Jing Tingyuan turned around warily, and when he saw it was Mingju, he instantly relaxed, but his face darkened immediately. He was still angry about Mingju siding with Nanshi last time. I was so flustered from being kissed that my face turned bright red. When I saw Mingjue, I quickly called him Brother Ming. Mingjue looked at the two of us and probably couldn't bear to watch, cleared his throat a couple of times, then sat down to pour himself some wine. He then talked about the deal he made with Starker. Jing Tingyuan had a cold expression the whole time, and when Mingjue offered him wine, he didn't even touch it, instead taking a new cup for himself. I was stunned and foolishly asked, can someone be president at 25? Mingjue patiently explained it to me. Seeing the envy on my face, Jing Tingyuan ruffled my hair and said, baby, there's no need to envy others. You're the main character in your own life. Mingjue chimed in, saying my fans are urging me to update my videos. Hearing this made me angry, and I shot Jing Tingyuan a glare. It's all your fault. You wouldn't even help me read a comment. With so many comments, my mouth would get sore. I asked you to kiss me, and you wouldn't. What a scoundrel. We flirted right in front of Mingju, who probably couldn't take it anymore, and coughed twice. Jing Tingyuan rolled his eyes and sarcastically said, if you can't stand it, go find Nanshi. He's your good brother, and you two are so close you could share a pair of pants. I couldn't stand it any longer, so I shot a glare at Jing Tingyuan, signaling him to watch his words. After all, Mingjue was his brother. And guess what? Mingjue, that guy, really has a good temper. He actually smiled and said, it's fine. Let him speak. This guy just needs to detox regularly, or he'll go crazy. Well, that really got Jing Tingyuan riled up. He took a deep breath and issued an eviction order. Are you done? If you're done, hurry up and leave. You're not welcome here. I was stuck in the middle, awkward enough that my toes could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. I glanced at Mingju, then at Jing Tingyuan, wondering if these two were really at odds or just putting on an extreme tug-of-war act. I advised Jing Tingyuan, you've been brothers with Ming for so many years. Is it really necessary? Jing Tingyuan immediately wrapped his arm around my neck and whispered in my ear. He's already picked a side with Nanshi. He was the one who stopped being a brother first. He wouldn't even let me look at Mingju, directly turning my face towards him. That look in his eyes, Tsuke, it was like a domineering CEO had taken over. Besides me, he wouldn't allow me to look at any other man. Mingju probably understood what was going on, sighed, and stood up, saying, all right, I have things to do, I'll be leaving. Once Ming Ju left, I got angry and directly confronted Jing Tingyuan. What exactly do you want? You have to offend everyone to feel happy, right? Upon hearing this, he exploded too. I could smell the bitterness from 800 miles away. They're all staring at you. How can I be happy? Or do you enjoy it? Being surrounded by 5 guys. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment? Jing Tingyuan. I was so furious that I stood up abruptly, tears almost spilling out, my lips trembling. Seeing that I was genuinely upset, he immediately softened, hurriedly pulling me into his arms and comforting me. I'm sorry, baby, I was wrong. I'm just so scared of losing you. I'm just scared. At that time, I softened my heart and said to him, didn't I already say that I like you? What are you afraid of? But they are all here. I can't watch you 24 hours a day. What if one of them takes you away? I was both angry and amused. I retorted, how many years have you known them? You know better than I do what kind of people they are. Do you think they're the kind of people who would use force? Men all have their flaws. Baby, you don't understand. He cut my face, his gaze deep and intense. It's precisely because I know them too well that I know how crazy they can get for someone they like, which is why I'm worried. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. This time Nanshi could trap you at sea. Next time Mingjue could lock you on an island. I really regret bringing you in front of them. I should have hidden you away so no one could see you. No, my family wouldn't understand. In the past, I would have slapped him right away and thought he was crazy. Hide you? Do you think you're raising a virtual pet? But this time, seeing how insecure he looked, I actually softened my heart. I directly wrapped my arms around his neck and said seriously, I want to be with you for a lifetime. When I say I like you, I mean it. This matter had to be resolved. So, I made a huge decision. I invited all 5 of them, yes. You heard that right, 5, to a private room at a bar. Goodness, let me tell you, that scene was basically the annual award ceremony for a battlefield of emotions. I sat right in the middle of the sofa, with Jing Tingyuan on my left, Yi Jin on my right, and Nanshi and Mingju opposite me, while Lu Wuhua stood behind me like a bodyguard. Seeing the atmosphere was off, Lu Wuhua tried to lighten things up with a joke. Xia Li, what is this about today? Celebrating my birthday in advance? I glanced up at him and said, Lu Gu, you find a place to sit first. It makes me nervous when you stand. Once he sat down, everything was ready. I took a deep breath, feeling like I was about to go to the gallows. I gathered everyone here today because I had an announcement to make. As soon as I said this, except for Jing Tingyuan, who was secretly amused, the expressions of the other 4 changed instantly. I cleared my throat and spoke boldly. I like Jing Tingyuan. We will get engaged, get married, and maybe even have several children in the future. I am just looking for stability, and he can provide that for me. As long as he doesn't betray me, I will be committed to him for life, and there won't be a second option. After saying that, I picked up the orange juice on the table and went around to toast, making sure to do it face to face without any hesitation. The first cup was for Yi Jin on my right. Yi Jin was stunned at that moment, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. But it quickly disappeared as he looked at me with a blank expression. Thank you, Yiga, for liking me, and thank you for helping me so much. I'm really happy to know you. I've always considered you my best friend and my best brother. I looked at him sincerely. Can we always be friends? Eugene probably didn't want to agree 1,000 times, but since I had already said it this way, what else could he do? He picked up the whiskey and downed it in one go, his voice a bit hoarse. I cherish it too. From now on, I will protect you like a brother. I laughed at that moment. Thank you, Brother Yi. For the second cup, it's for Lu Wuhua. Lu Wuhua didn't even wait for me to speak and finished the drink himself, looking so carefree. Little Xia Li, although I don't want to be your brother, you chose me, so I respect your decision and won't make things difficult for you in the future. Brother Lu, you are really nice. I was so touched at that moment. Lu Wuhua gave a wry smile, saying, well, I guess I'll just play the nice guy. For the third cup, it's for Mingju. Mingju sat there quietly, as if waiting for a sentence, his eyes filled with sorrow. He forced out a smile that was even uglier than crying. Have you made your decision? I nodded and said, yes, I really like him. Mingye, you have been brothers with him for so many years. I don't want you to fall out because of me. You two should make up. Mingju glanced at Jing Tingyuan and smiled helplessly. That depends on whether he is willing. I turned around immediately and signaled to Jing Tingyuan with my eyes. This guy has won big today, and he's in a great mood, even finding Mingju pleasing to the eye. He generously said, as long as they don't think about you anymore, we'll be the same as before. After hearing this, Mingju picked up his glass, looked at me for a long time, and then drank it all in one go. Whenever you need me, I'll always be here, even if it's just as a friend. I have to tell you that when Mingju said this, Jing Tingyuan was next to him, sneering coldly. I quickly shot him a glare, telling him to sit still. In the end, only Nanshi was left. I held my cup and faced him, my palms sweating. Nanchi's gaze was like a knife, cutting into me painfully. I mustered my courage and repeated what I had just said to everyone, emphasizing that Jing Tingyuan and I would get married and be together for life. The whole place fell silent. Nanchi looked at me with a blank expression, and no one could guess what he was thinking. After a while, he picked up the wine glass on the table. We all thought he was going to drink, but what did the family know? With a sharp crack, he crushed the glass in his hand. Jing Tingyuan reacted quickly, pulling me behind him to protect me, afraid that the glass shards would hit me. In that moment, everyone stood up, and the atmosphere was tense to the point of explosion. Lu Wuhua was getting anxious, shouting at Nanchi, "What are you doing? What if you hurt Xia Li?" Nanchi ignored him, his eyes fixed on Jing Tingyuan, but he was speaking to me. "You promised me you wouldn't marry him." Jing Tingyuan exploded on the spot, grabbing Nanchi by the collar. "We are a couple. It's only natural for us to get married. Who do you think you are to make such demands of her?" Nanchi pushed him away, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, as cold as death. Then, he started digging up old grievances. "From childhood to now, you have all lived under my protection, and when you made mistakes, I covered for you. I don't want to bring up past favors, but all I want is a Xia Li. Is that too much to ask? He's completely lost control of his emotions now. I've already made concessions. She likes you, you two are together, fine. But marriage, no way." Jing Tingyuan couldn't help but laugh in anger, why not? Just because I almost lost my life, saving you all. Just because my Nan family has protected your 4 families. He called out names one by one. "Mingjue, without my Nan family, could your business be that big? Yi Jian, if it weren't for me suppressing your family's issues, would you still be standing here? And you, Lu Wuhua, who helped you when your family was about to collapse." I was stunned at the time. Bro, isn't brotherhood supposed to be calculated differently? I couldn't help but interject. "You're brothers. Shouldn't you help each other?" Nanchi shot back at me directly, then asked them, "What have they done to help the Nan family?" Jing Tingyuan sneered. "Nanchi, what exactly do you want by bringing up these trivial matters?" Nanchi stared at him and said word by word, "Either you promise me that you won't marry Xia Li, or we 5 families will sever ties. Are you threatening me?" Jing Tingyuan laughed. "Nanchi, when did you become so childish? I've been too composed for too long. I don't want to suppress myself anymore. I like her, and letting you two be together is already my biggest concession." Jing Tingyuan looked as if he had heard the biggest joke. "Concession? Favor? Nanchi, have we elevated you too high? Do you really think you're the savior?" Just as it seemed like a fight was about to break out, I hurriedly stepped in to mediate, but Nanchi directly turned his spear towards me. "You promised me you wouldn't marry him. You've broken your word." I was anxious. "We will definitely get married sooner or later. We can't let my child go unnamed and unacknowledged, right?" Nanchi's gaze became even more terrifying. "Are you forcing me to use force, is that it?" He looked at all of us. His expression was simply insane. "Tingyuan, don't push me. If I can't have it, then I'll destroy everything. If I find out you're marrying Xia Li, everyone in this private room today will die together." After saying that, he slammed the door and left. Everyone was stunned. Lu Wuhua was the first to react. "Wait, what did he just say? Is he crazy?" Mingju also stood up, sighed, and said to me, "If possible, I also hope you won't get married. It's already cruel enough to watch you two in love, but to see your wedding too, that's too much." After saying that, he also left. Now, there were only the 4 of us left in the private room. I felt a lump in my throat, and tears started falling. "It's all my fault." Jing Tingyuan quickly hugged me. "It's not your fault. It's those bastards." Lu Wuhua also came over to comfort me. "Xia Li, it's not your fault. It's what we brought upon ourselves." He turned to pat Jing Tingyuan's shoulder. "How about you two just date for a lifetime and don't get married?" Jing Tingyuan looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear what Nanchi said? If we get married, he'll blow us to ashes. Does he dare?" Yi Jian, who was beside us, quietly said, "I think he dares." As soon as I heard that, I panicked even more and quietly tugged at Jing Tingyuan's sleeve, asking, "What if we don't get married?" Jing Tingyuan immediately became unhappy. "Why should I? Do you want me to be a nameless underground lover for the rest of my life? I'm so dumbfounded. Why do you care about the title even more than I do?" "Because I'm the one who feels the least secure between us. A marriage certificate is protected by law." Yi Jian, who was nearby, added fuel to the fire. "But if Xia Li really doesn't love you anymore, that piece of paper is useless." Jing Tingyuan was so angry that he directly gave him the middle finger. "Shut up." And guess what happened next? Man, she just made a tough statement, and then he got into a car accident. Goodness, did he really crash into his brother's situation? Lu Wuhua received the call and turned pale, shouting into the phone. "Say that again? A vegetative state?" I was also shocked along with Yi Jian. I poked Jing Tingyuan, who had one hand in his pocket, looking all cool and aloof, as if he wouldn't suffer any consequences. I said that, but as soon as Lu Wuhua and Yi Jin hurried off to the hospital, he immediately changed his expression. He grabbed the car door and pretended to say to me, "There's something going on at the company. I'll have the driver take you home first. I am as clear as a mirror in my heart. What could possibly be happening at the company this late? If he wants to see Nanshi, he should just say so. He.s. just saving face. I can't be bothered to expose him. Fine, I'll wait for you at home." As soon as my car drove away, he immediately called his assistant to have him come pick him up to go to the hospital. Let me tell you, even when he got in the car, he was still being stubborn, saying he just wanted to confirm whether he was dead or not. It'd be better if he was. His assistant, Luo Sun, probably got used to it and didn't respond. He shouted again, "If anyone dares to compete with me for Xia Li, they'd better go see the king of hell tonight." Only then did Luo Sun turn around and calmly say, "Jing Xiao, this car accident may be related to the last attack." As soon as those words came out, Jing Tingyuan immediately fell silent, his face darkening ominously. When they arrived at the VIP ward of the hospital, Nanshi was lying there with a bandaged head, eyes closed, looking quite serious. Lu Wuhua and Yi Jin were stopped outside by the nurse, who said the patient hadn't passed the critical period yet. Lu Wuhua peered through the small window. Anxious. He can't really be in trouble, right? Yi Jin remained relatively calm, reassuring him that Nanshi was in good health and would be fine. Then the two of them rushed to find the attending physician. That doctor was also an actor. He pushed up his glasses and, using a bunch of terms I couldn't understand, summarized that the situation wasn't optimistic, but they had done their best. It was all very much like SC Char Dinger's Nanshi. As soon as they came out, they ran into Ming Ju, who was rushing over. The three of them discussed and felt that this incident was aimed at Nanshi's life, all of them gritting their teeth and wanting revenge. Just then, Jing Tingyuan arrived. With his hands in his pockets and exuding an aura that kept people at bay, he walked up to them, and the first thing he asked was, "Is he dead?" Lu Wuhua was already used to his demeanor and replied directly, "Not dead. Didn't you say the disasters last 1,000 years?" Jing Tingyuan coldly asked again, "What did the doctor say?" After Lu Wuhua relayed what the doctor had said, Jing Tingyuan's brows furrowed so tightly that they could crush a fly, and he didn't speak for a long time. Yi Jin patted him on the shoulder, telling him not to worry too much. He would be fine. 3 days passed, and Nanshi still hadn't woken up. Lu Wuhua was anxious and went to find the doctor again, asking if there was any way to stimulate him. The doctor adjusted his glasses and offered a suggestion. This was actually all planned by Nanshi in advance. He said, "You can have the person the patient cares about the most talk to him more, stimulating his hearing. Many vegetative patients wake up this way." As soon as Lu Wuhua heard this, he immediately sent the news to the group of 5. Ming Ju replied, "Are we supposed to take turns telling him stand-up comedy by his bedside?" Yi Jin, "It seems so." Jing Tingyuan replied instantly, "I'm not going." Lu Wuhua directly tagged him. "How about you bring Xia Li along? Doesn't Teen Nanshi like Xia Li? Maybe as soon as she speaks, he'll sit right up." Jing Tingyuan exploded at that. "You want me to send my wife over?" Lu Wuhua quickly explained that Nanshi's parents still didn't know, and he didn't want to worry the elderly. Jing Tingyuan still replied with 2 words, "Not going." I had just finished taking a shower when I caught a glimpse of the chat history on his phone. To be honest, I was also quite worried about Nanshi. But with his jealousy, I didn't dare to bring it up. Jing Tingyuan saw my wet hair and immediately threw his phone aside, pulling me to dry my hair. His expression serious, and I couldn't tell what he was thinking. Once my hair was dry, I held his hand, looked up at him, and softly called out, "Honey, can we go check on Nanshi together?" The hairdryer in his hand was almost crushed by his grip, and his gaze was not friendly. "Are you that concerned about him?" Let me tell you, Xia Li's emotional intelligence has completely hooked Jing Tingyuan. I immediately followed his lead. "You've been brothers for so many years, and you're the one who cares about him the most. I just don't want to see you suffer. You and I are lovers. We're family. You're the most important." The last 4 words left him speechless. He turned around, facing away from me, his voice muffled. "Baby, can you promise to love me for a lifetime?" "Yes, I will love you for a lifetime." I hugged him from behind, my face pressed against his back. "Jing Tingyuan, I understand your insecurities. From now on, I will give you the sense of security you want." He turned around and held me tightly in his arms, then started to spiral into a dilemma. If you had met Nanshi first, would you have fallen in love with him? I pursed my lips and decided to tell him the truth. To be honest, Nanshi saved me 3 years ago, and that was when I first met him. His expression changed instantly. I quickly added, although it was a hero saving a damsel in distress, I really didn't feel that way towards him at the time. Just gratitude. You're so young. You haven't figured it out yet. What do you know about liking and feeling moved? Xia Li said playfully while hugging Jing Tingyuan's waist. Yeah, you see, I've met so many good-looking Ninshi before and didn't feel anything. It's only because I know you now that I've figured it out. What does this mean? It means we are destined to be together. It was only when you came that I understood what it means to feel moved. Xia Li's sweet words instantly made Jing Tingyuan smile, his lips curving upward. Cough. Don't think that, because you say a few sweet words, I'll let you go see Ninshi. I'm not saying this to trick you into letting me see Ninshi. It's my heartfelt words. Jing Tingyuan blinked, looking like a pure-hearted boy. Baby, I want to hear it again. Xia Li pretended to be confused. What? Didn't I just say it? What else do you want to hear? Baby, you know what I want to hear. Xia Li shrugged and continued to act dumb. I don't know, what should I do? My mente soup blanc. I can't guess what you're thinking. How I lost my memory? Jing Tingyuan pretended to be angry and pinched her cheek. Baby, I'm completely at your mercy in this life. There's nothing I can do about you. You don't want to be at my mercy? Jing Tingyuan looked at Xia Li in shock, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Baby, what'd you just say? Hubby, I love you. Jing Tingyuan was instantly amused by Xia Li's words. I really have no way to deal with you. When I want pure feelings, you flirt. When I want to flirt, you're pure. It catches me off guard. I've never been at a loss with anyone else. All the losses in this life are taken by Xia Li alone. He lifted Xia Li up with both hands and kissed her red lips. Reaching the bedside, he threw Xia Li onto the soft big bed. This bed was custom-made, costing nearly 10 million, so even when thrown down, it wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Jing Tingyuan leaned over Xia Li, his fingers lightly brushing her hair ends, his magnetic voice saying, Baby, let us finish what we're doing and then go to the hospital to see him. Okay? Once? Chapter 203. One person happy. Three people jealous. It was agreed upon to be just once, but Jing Tingyuan still exhausted Xia Li the whole night. By morning, she felt like her waist was about to break. Rubbing her waist, she got out of bed, feeling as if her feet were floating and she was lightheaded, ready to faint at any moment. Seeing Jing Tingyuan come out of the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, she glared at him angrily and said, It's all your fault. Didn't we agree on just once? You untrustworthy stinking man. At this moment, Xia Li was wearing a thin silk camisole nightgown, her long black hair cascading down her back, her fair skin shining even more under the blue silk nightgown. Her red lips, swollen and kissed by Jing Tingyuan all night, looked like ripe cherries. Jing Tingyuan couldn't help but smile at her angry yet helpless expression. He walked in front of Xia Li, looking at her fondly, rubbing her waist and saying, Baby, I'm sorry, I want to do again next time. Though he said that, Xia Li knew he would dare next time. She rolled her eyes at Jing Tingyuan and huffed. I don't believe your nonsense. Big liar. It's hard for me to control myself in front of you. That's just how it is. Who told Baby to be so tempting? Is that my fault? Xia Li raised an eyebrow, asking proudly. No, it's my fault. I'm the one at fault. Baby, don't be angry, okay? Xia Li pouted, pretending to be very angry, and said, You hit me once, and then give me a sweet date, cut it out. Then what can I do for you to forgive me? Jing Tingyuan held her in his arms, his fingers continuously caressing her fair shoulder, causing her to feel goosebumps all over. Okay, I'm going to take a shower. Xia Li, worried he would go wild again, quickly escaped from his arms and slipped into the bathroom, especially locking the door to prevent him from coming in and doing something bad. After showering, cleaning up, and changing into new clothes, Xia Li went to the hospital with Jing Tingyuan to see Ninshi, standing outside the hospital room. She looked at Nan, she lying in bed with worry in her eyes. She turned to Jing Tingyuan beside her and quietly asked, Is he going to lie there like that all the time? I don't know. Jing Tingyuan's voice was cold, as if the person lying there wasn't his brother, but a stranger. At this moment, Lu Wuo walked over, patiently explaining to Xia Li and conveying the doctor's words to her. After listening, she sighed lightly. Can't the Nan couple wake him? Lu Wuo shook his head. We haven't told Uncle Nan and Aunt Nan about this yet, mainly because we're afraid Aunt can't handle such a blow. So we're keeping it from them for now. Mingjue, if we've tried all methods and still have no effect, then we'll inform Aunt and Uncle Nan later. Lu Wuo added, Xia Li, you're the first person Ninshi has liked. Maybe you can wake him up. Why don't you give it a try? Jing Tingyuan tugged at Xia Li's wrist, forcefully pulling her behind him, like a lion guarding its territory. No. Jing Tingyuan's tone was cold, showing no intention to relent. Xia Li looked up at Jing Tingyuan's back, knowing he was also very worried about Nanshi's safety, just too proud to admit it. Hubby, did you forget what I said at home last night? Jing Tingyuan lowered his head in thought, hesitating. Lu Wu's face showed shock at the word hubby, and a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. Xia Li, what did you just call him? Lu Gu, I truly like Jing Tingyuan. I want to be with him for a lifetime. I want to marry him. Lu Wu was stunned for a few seconds, then smiled bitterly. You don't need to keep telling me this. I want to stop you from getting married. Ming Jue and Yi Ji turned to look elsewhere, seeming unsure of what to say, falling silent. Hubby, can I go in and see Ninshi? Jing Tingyuan tightly gripped her wrist, as if afraid that if he let go, she would vanish. She sensed his anxiety and urgency, so she gently stroked his cheek and smiled. Hubby, you're my husband. They're my friends. Your position will never waver. If you feel insecure every day, then I'll tell you these words every day, okay? Hearing Xia Li say this, Lu Wu felt a pang of jealousy, as if a jar of vinegar had been overturned in his heart, his mouth involuntarily sour. But he was just a bystander with no right to interfere. Lu Wu sadly walked aside, pretending he hadn't heard anything, looking out at the scenery. Chapter 204. Daddy-type boyfriend Jing Tingyuan clenched his teeth, making a compromise. 1 hour. I'll come back to get you in 1 hour, not a minute more. Xia Li knew this was Jing Tingyuan's biggest concession, so she smiled and nodded. Okay, then where will you go for this hour? Just walking outside. He preferred to endure the cold wind outside, rather than watch Xia Li stay beside Nanshi. Such visual stimulation might drive him mad on the spot. Don't wait until Nanshi doesn't wake up and ends up getting killed by him directly. Xia Li nodded. Then you remember to come back to pick me up. I'll wait for you. With this sentence, Jing Tingyuan's mood finally improved a lot. After reluctantly leaving the hospital, Lu Wuhua, Ming Ju, and Yi Jin all found excuses to leave the hospital, not wanting to disturb her and Nanshi. Ming Ju said, if you stay alone, maybe you can really wake up Nanshi. If we stay, it might have an effect. Xia Li replied, it's not that powerful, I can only try. She watched as they left, then turned and pushed open the door to the ward. The closer she got to the bedside, the heavier her heart felt. 3 days ago, she heard that Nanshi had been in a car accident and had been in a coma without waking up. She couldn't believe that a vibrant life could become a motionless vegetable, especially since that person was a friend who had saved her twice. Stopping at the bedside, she looked at Nanshi's tightly closed eyes, her nose tinged with sourness, and tears fell unknowingly. She sniffed, wiped her face with her hands, and walked around the end of the bed to the window. At that moment, Nanshi, lying in bed, opened his eyes. From the moment Xia Li entered, he wanted to open his eyes to look at her, but he was worried that his lie would be exposed. So he only dared to open his eyes when Xia Li went to pull the curtains. Looking at Xia Li's slender back, Nanshi blinked as he lay in bed, tenderness flowing in his eyes. The moment Xia Li turned around, Nanshi wished he could close his eyes and continue pretending to be sick. But seeing her red eyes from crying, he could no longer hold back, threw off the quilt, got out of bed, and stood up. Xia Li showed a look of astonishment, thinking she was hallucinating, until Nanshi's warm arms locked her in his embrace. Then she was certain that Nanshi was awake. You were faking sick? Nanshi smiled helplessly. Li, sometimes you're so foolish. How come you're not foolish at this moment? Xia Li fronat. Anyone would be unhappy to hear someone call them foolish. She pushed Nanshi hard, but he held her even tighter. I heard your conversation with Tingyuan. You promised to stay with me for this hour. No backing out. Why did you lie? Don't you know they are very worried about you? I know. Nanshi released her, lowered his head to look at Xia Li's reddened eyes, cupping her delicate face with his hands, and smiled, asking, are you crying for me? Are the tears for me too? Xia Li angrily swatted his hands away, taking a step back, glaring at him fiercely. Can you joke about this? And how can you use being sick to deceive people? Everyone is very worried about you, thinking you might never wake up. Are you angry with me? You can't be angry. This is deception. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Faced with Nanshi's sudden apology, Xia Li was momentarily speechless, biting her lip, unable to organize her thoughts for a while. After a while, she said, you're not apologizing to me. You're apologizing to them. They're all your good brothers. Deceiving them like this, won't your conscience feel uneasy? So you have to help me keep it from them. Don't let them find out I'm pretending. You want me to help you lie? You'll help me, right? I won't. Nanshi didn't want to continue dwelling on this issue. It was hard to finally have some time alone with Xia Li, and he didn't want to waste it on meaningless arguments. He sat at the edge of the hospital bed, reached out to pull Xia Li, and she directly sat on his lap. Let go of me. No. Nanshi held Xia Li tightly in his embrace, squeezing her chin and saying, Li, for 1 hour, let me enjoy this hour. During this hour, you belong to me alone. After 1 hour, you can still be Ting Yuan's girlfriend. Xia Li bit her lip, looking exasperated but helpless. Nanshi, how come I never noticed you were such a rogue? Do you like it this way? Ting Yuan can be forceful with you, and you can fall in love with him. Why can't I win your affection? That's unreasonable. Let go of me. If someone else sees us, I won't be able to clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. There's only you and me here, no one else. What are you doing? Are you trying to entice me to do something immoral? What do you call immoral? Xia Li, seemingly deliberately, said proudly, Colonel Nan, are you trying to be a mistress? I wouldn't mind if you're willing to give me the chance. I definitely mind. Xia Li answered firmly, without a hint of hesitation. I won't do anything to you. I just want to enjoy this hour. Then can you let go of me? No touching between men and women. Okay, then you can't run out. Otherwise, I'll immediately catch you back. As soon as Nanchi loosened his grip, Xia Li darted to the nearby sofa like a rabbit. Nanchi looked at Xia Li, deliberately keeping her distance from him, feeling a little sour inside, but he did nothing. He sat on the sofa opposite her, making tea for Xia Li, and while brewing, he said, I want to hear you talk about your childhood. I want to know more about you. After this hour, if you want to get engaged to Ting Yuan or get married, it's fine. Xia Li was stunned for a few seconds, not quite understanding why he suddenly changed his mind. You insisted before that I couldn't get married. So why change your mind now? Because I realized something in these past few days. What? I can wait. Wait for you to break up. Wait for you to divorce. If that doesn't work, wait until he has gone for 100 years. If you're still alive then, I will marry you. Are you joking? Nanchi handed the hot tea to Xia Li's lips, seriously asking, do I look like I'm joking? Is it necessary? I'm not as good as you think. You are. In Nanchi's eyes, Xia Li was like a seed tossed casually in an inconspicuous pile of grass, but she had vibrant vitality, striving to grow into the most dazzling flower in that unremarkable patch, causing passers-by to stop and admire her. Jing Tingyuan was not the first person stopped for her, and Nanchi would not be the last. She was studious, humble, and never felt inferior for lacking money, nor complacent for having it. She had always been an optimistic Xia Li, a vibrant sun. Can you tell me about your childhood now? I really want to understand your past. Although I wasn't part of your past, I hope to make up for the regrets of your childhood in the future. My biggest regret is the lack of fatherly love. Why? Do you want to be my dad? That's not impossible. Aren't daddy boyfriends all the rage these days? I'm very willing. Xia Li was instantly amused by Nanchi. She didn't expect the usually composed Nanchi to have a playful side. Chapter 205. Every piece of jewelry Xia Li wore had a listening device hidden in it. Xia Li sat upright on the sofa, tightly gripping the warm teacup, her eyes occasionally glancing at Nanchi beside her, remaining silent for a long time. She didn't know where to start or which part of her childhood Nanchi wanted to hear about. I don't know where to start. Talk about whatever comes to mind. No need to follow an order. Then I'll just speak freely, but my childhood stories aren't as interesting as yours. I didn't listen just to be entertained. I want to understand you. There's no need to overly beautify your past. I want to know the most authentic you. Xia Li reminisced and started from the time she became aware of things. She recounted everything she remembered, while Nanchi sat beside her, listening attentively, his gaze focused, not daring to miss any details. When she talked about happy things, he would be infected by her smile, involuntarily lifting the corners of his mouth. When she spoke of sad things, he would feel sorrowful because of her sadness. Time passed bit by bit, and an hour quickly went by. As the time was up, Xia Li mentioned she was tired and took a sip of the hot tea that Nanchi handed her. I've told you there aren't any interesting things from my childhood, yet you insisted on listening. I find it very interesting and want to keep listening. Xia Li bit her lip, glanced at her phone to check the time, thinking that Jing Tingyuan must be getting impatient waiting for her, and if she didn't go out soon, he might go crazy. Well, I'll head out first. I want to spill the beans about your feigning illness, but I hope you don't continue to deceive them. The moment she stood up, Nanchi reached out and pulled her back. She lost her balance and fell onto his lap. Xia Li was clearly startled, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. What are you doing? You scared me to death. Nanchi tightly wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her struggling wrists, leaning closer to meet her gaze. At that moment, the atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. Xia Li's cheeks flushed red as she felt Nanchi's warm breath, and she nervously turned her head away. You, don't look at me like that. I'm leaving. Can you give me a gift before you go? What? Kiss me. Xia Li stared at him in surprise, her gaze unconsciously falling on his thin lips. This? No way. That's immoral. We can't do that. You're Jing Tingyuan's brother, and I'm his girlfriend. We can't do this. Nanchi immediately laughed. Li, do you think I want you to kiss me on the lips? So, you can't even kiss my cheek? Xia Li immediately breathed a sigh of relief, glad he wasn't forcing her to kiss. However, even if it wasn't a kiss, a cheek kiss was still too ambiguous, so she straightforwardly refused. No, that behavior is too ambiguous. I'm not the kind of woman who changes partners easily. I hope you will respect me in the future and not do these misleading things. You like him that much, keeping yourself pure for him? That's respect. If I like him, I shouldn't do anything immoral. Li, I never knew you were such a disciplined girl. Why does that sound like an insult? Xia Li blinked, watching Nanshi sigh in front of her. Forget it. I admit defeat. Nanshi released his hold and said to her, I respect you. And I will in the future. Xia Li stood up, tidying her clothes and hair, facing away from Nanshi, saying, You'll find a girl who resonates with you. After speaking, she left the hospital room, completely unaware of the sadness in Nanshi's eyes at that moment. Nanshi looked at the closed door, a bitter smile on his lips. There will never be another Xia Li. Xia Li walked out of the hospital gate and was surprised to find it drizzling outside. She hadn't noticed the rain from the hospital room. At least it's not pouring. Just as Xia Li was about to call Jing Tingyuan, she suddenly saw a familiar figure standing across the street. The silhouette looked very much like Jing Tingyuan, but she was afraid she might be mistaken. After all, how could Jing Tingyuan be standing motionless by the roadside in the rain? Dialing Jing Tingyuan's number, she only confirmed it was indeed him when she saw him answer the call. Hanging up, she walked towards Jing Tingyuan and took a close look at him standing in front of her, droplets of rain glistening on his hair like stars. What are you doing standing here? Don't you know to find shelter from the rain? How long have you been standing here? I've been waiting here for exactly 80 minutes. A hint of shock flashed in Xia Li's eyes. Why? I thought you would be waiting for me at a nearby CAF or restaurant, not standing here. Because without you, I don't know where to go. Thud. Xia Li felt as if her heart had been pierced by Jing Tingyuan, causing some pain. She bit her lip and plunged into his embrace, softly comforting him. I want to leave you. You'll catch a cold in the rain. Jing Tingyuan looked down at Xia Li, gently stroking her hair, his gaze falling at the junction of her necklace, unable to help but recall the words he had heard from his phone earlier. Every piece of jewelry Xia Li wore had been implanted with a listening device, including the gemstone necklace she wore today. So every word of her conversation with Nan, she had been accurately transmitted to him. Their ambiguity in the hospital, though lacking visuals, was enough to break his heart. Baby, don't leave me. I want to leave you. I will always love you. Jing Tingyuan remained silent, thinking that it didn't matter whether her words were lies as long as she stayed by his side. For a lifetime, no, for eternity, as long as she was with him. Chapter 206. Alicia in Country E at the Randy Palace. Alicia sat at her desk, taking out a yellowed, old photograph from the drawer. She stared calmly at the photo in her hand, in which she appeared to be just over a year old, held in her mother's arms. Her father stood beside her mother, holding a boy who looked exactly like her twin brother Igor. As she became lost in the photo, her husband Klaus approached. Klaus had silver hair, high eyebrows, deep-set eyes, a straight nose, and fair skin, with sharp facial features. He wore a well-tailored suit and walked over to Alicia's side, noticing she was staring at the old photo in a daze. He sighed helplessly, reached out to gently stroke her hair, and softly comforted her. It's been so many years. You should let go. Alicia didn't look up. Her grip on the photo tightened, her tone filled with resentment. I can't let go. No matter how many years pass, I can never get over this. They're no longer in this world. You don't need to cling to the past. Let yourself go, okay? You have to gain something to talk about letting go. I can't let go. Klaus had understood Alicia's family situation since he met her and knew how deep her resentment toward her parents was. However, he never expected that Alicia would actually kill Igor. Although Alicia was wrong in this matter, Klaus loved her deeply. He had to cover up her crime and help her campaign, gathering votes for her success. You're the only child in your family. You will never understand my feelings. Klaus understood her feelings, but he didn't argue. He just held her silently. When I was a child, my parents were getting a divorce. I thought my mother took me away on her own, but later I realized she was just like my father. She only chose me because she couldn't win against him. When she looked at my face, she thought of Igor. During meals, she called out Igor's name. Once, I overheard her arguing with my father, saying that if he didn't give her money, she couldn't support me. My father replied that he might as well bury me alive. I am their biological daughter, yet I received nothing but a flippant remark about being buried alive. Tears welled in Alicia's eyes as she placed the photo on the table, stood up, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze at the sunset in the yard. After my mother passed away, my father had to bring me back into the family. At that time, I naively thought he brought me back because he loved me, but I soon realized he had never regarded me as important. His heart and mind were filled with thoughts of Igor. Every little thing about Igor mattered to him. He would smile and feed Igor, Even when Igor threw a tantrum and spilled his food, he would still smile and ask the servant to bring a new bowl, concerned whether Igor had been burned. I tried to imitate Igor by spilling food to gain his attention, but all I received was a slap that nearly deafened me. Alicia closed her eyes and took a deep breath, as if these memories made it hard for her to breathe. I never had new clothes. I always wore Igor's hand-me-downs. Due to long-term malnutrition, I was much shorter than Igor, and his clothes were loose and baggy on me. But at least they were of good quality and kept me warm in winter, so I wouldn't freeze to death in that house. My shoes had holes in the soles, letting water in on rainy days, and after wearing them for a long time, my feet felt like they were swollen. Alicia grew more and more furious as she turned to Klaus, glaring at him and loudly questioning, "What right do you have to tell me to let go? I've never received a single ounce of parental love. How can I let go? He, Igor, has the same face as me. Why can he have what I can't?" Alicia stepped forward in her high heels, grabbing Klaus's arms with a manic smile. I tried so hard to get his attention, putting in so much effort. Yet he didn't care at all about what I did. So I killed him. But I never expected he would leave all his wealth to Igor. Not a single penny for me. I'm also his child, yet I get nothing. How can I accept that? How can I let go? Klaus looked at the tears on her face, filled with compassion, and reached out to wipe her tear-streaked cheeks. "It's okay. You're now the president of Country E. In this new round of elections, I will continue to help you. Igor is not innocent. He deserves to die." Klaus held Alicia in his arms, gently comforting her. "Yes. He watched you being treated differently like a bystander. He is also at fault, and you're not wrong to kill him." Alicia took a deep breath, embracing Klaus in return. "Xia Li is Igor's only child. She must die too. Yes, I will help you eliminate all the sources of your sadness. Thank you for standing by my side all these years. We've been together for decades. There's no need for thanks." Chapter 207. Xia Li fell sick. The weather suddenly turned cold, and Xia Li accidentally caught a cold, developing a fever, headache, and body aches as if she had been crushed, making it hard for her to sleep through the night. At 5 in the morning, she started coughing again. Jing Tingyuan stayed by her side, helping to rub her back to ease her discomfort. Then, he handed her a cup of warm water, and she frowned after taking a sip, saying, "It tastes so bitter. Once you recover, it won't be bitter. Do you want to suck on a piece of candy?" Xia Li nodded, and he mysteriously produced a jar of colorful candies that looked delicious, instantly lifting her spirits. He took a red candy out of the jar, unwrapped it, and fed it to Xia Li. The sweet taste spread in her mouth, masking the bitterness, and she couldn't help but smile. "The red one is strawberry-flavored. I want to try the yellow one." "You can't eat too many. You're still coughing." Xia Li pouted and playfully said, "Hubby, just 2 more, please. My mouth is really bitter." Jing Tingyuan couldn't refuse her and peeled 2 more candies for her, 1 mango-flavored and 1 grape-flavored. "That's 3 candies, no more." Xia Li pouted in dissatisfaction. He ruffled her hair, gently soothing her. "Once you're better, you can eat as many as you want." "Oof. Are you treating me like a child? In my eyes, you're a child. Then why are you dating me? Isn't that a crime?" Jing Tingyuan was momentarily speechless, looking into her eyes, unsure of what to say. "Cough, are you hungry? I'll have the kitchen prepare breakfast for you. After breakfast, you need to take your medicine. You're changing the subject really fast." Jing Tingyuan didn't dare say more, lifted the blanket, got out of bed, and walked out of the bedroom in his slippers. A few minutes later, he returned with a steaming bowl of vegetable and lean meat porridge. Xia Li glanced at the white porridge in the bowl. Although it contained lean meat and a little vegetable, the color was too bland, almost indistinguishable from plain porridge. "So bland? It was the same yesterday. I don't want to eat." She turned away in a huff, not even looking back. "Baby, you're still sick. You need to stick to light foods. Once you recover, whether you want spicy hot pot or snail noodles, I'll accompany you. You've been coaxing me for the past few days. I could recite your words." Jing Tingyuan set down the porridge and wrapped his arms around her from behind, saying with concern, "Because I want you to get better quickly. When you're sick, I'm the one who feels the worst. Watching you uncomfortable and weak makes me very sad." Xia Li remained silent. "Baby, please be good, okay? For these days, listen to the doctor and eat light foods. Once you're better, you can eat anything else, all right? Don't make me worry about you." "But my mouth is bitter." Eating light makes it even more bitter. Xia Li had been sick before, but she wasn't this spoiled back then. She didn't know what was happening. Now, with Jing Tingyuan taking care of her, she had become more clingy, wanting to act a little spoiled over the slightest discomfort to get more of his attention. "Then I'll eat with you." "Huh? I'll have the kitchen prepare for the next few days. Since your mouth is bitter, I'll eat with you so you won't suffer alone." "Okay." Xia Li sniffled, her eyes slightly red, and turned to wrap her arms around his neck. She buried her face in his neck. the familiar scent of woodsy perfume making her feel at ease. Hubby, have I become too clingy? I really like you being this clingy. It makes me happy to feel needed by you. Chapter 208. Jing Tingyuan turned into a pouting fish due to Xia Li after taking her medicine. Xia Li fell into a drowsy sleep. Jing Tingyuan worried that no one would be there to watch over her in case something happened. So he brought his laptop to the master bedroom to work. To avoid disturbing her sleep, he turned off all notification sounds and set his phone silent. At that moment, a message popped up in a group chat of 5 people. Mingju, how is Xia Li doing now? Is she feeling any better? Yi Jin, the weather is changing, be careful. Lu Wuhua, if you can't take care of Xia Li well, why not let me take care of her? Jing Tingyuan glanced at the group chat messages, too lazy to respond to Lu Wuhua, and simply replied, she is doing well. Ahem. Hearing the cough, he immediately put down his phone and walked quickly to the bedside. Baby. His brows furrowed with worry as he reached out to support her, letting her lean against him. Then, he poured a glass of warm water and brought it to her lips to help her drink. After drinking, she visibly felt much better. Seeing her in discomfort, Jing Tingyuan suggested, Baby, don't force yourself anymore. Let us go to the hospital for N4. It will help you recover faster. Xia Li shook her head. IVs aren't too good. If I get N4 every time I have a cold and cough, my body will easily get worse. And I do have to get N4 every time I'm sick. Jing Tingyuan was taken aback. So, you've been toughing it out for the past few days because of this? He had always thought Xia Li avoided the hospital for IVs because she was afraid of needles, but he didn't expect this reason. Xia Li nudda, not saying anything further. Baby, I think you misunderstood. What did I misunderstand? A mild cold can be toughened out, but your current condition is seriously affecting your daily life. You start coughing shortly after lying down. This is a serious situation and can't be dealt with by just toughing it out. I'll accompany you to the hospital for N4, okay? Due to lack of sleep, Xia Li looked particularly listless, as if she were a fragile snowflake that would shatter if touched. Jing Tingyuan didn't wait for her to respond. He stood up and picked her up, carrying her straight from the elevator to the underground parking lot, instructing the driver to head to the best hospital in the city center. The car's heating was sufficient, but he still worried she might catch a chill, so he specially covered her with a blanket and used his palm as a heater to warm her hands. She leaned against him. His embrace was warm and safe, and she affectionately rubbed her cheek against him. Jing Tingyuan, dressed lightly in a thin shirt, felt an itch from her touch. Baby, if it weren't for you being sick, I'd really want to take you right now. At that moment, she resembled a fluffy, plush cat, unintentionally teasing him, which only made Jing Tingyuan feel restless. Upon arriving at the hospital, Jing Tingyuan carried her directly inside. Before they arrived, Zhuasun had already called the hospital director, so a doctor was waiting in the ward for them. He gently placed her on the hospital bed, and because she was asleep, Xia Li instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Jing Tingyuan couldn't help but smile at her unconscious gesture. Baby, I'm here. Be good. Xia Li obediently loosened her grip. After a while, she faintly felt a needle prick on the back of her hand, causing her to frown slightly. Jing Tingyuan gently smoothed her furrowed brow, soothingly saying, It's okay, just a little mosquito bite. It'll be over soon. During the 4, Jing Tingyuan stayed by her side, without leaving. Even when Assistant Yao had official business to discuss with him, he brought the documents to the ward to have him sign. After signing, Jing Tingyuan noticed Assistant Yao hadn't left yet and asked curiously, Is there anything else? Assistant Yao glanced at Xia Li on the bed and then at Jing Tingyuan. When did you learn to take care of someone, young Master Jing? Jing Tingyuan narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura closing in, and Assistant Yao sensed the impending danger, quickly gathering his documents and slipping out of the ward. Jing Tingyuan snorted, muttering, You're quick to escape. Chapter 209. One more tea than the other. After 2 days in the hospital, Xia Li's condition had noticeably improved, and her appetite was slightly better than the previous days. Jing Tingyuan sat by the bed with a bowl of chicken porridge, carefully feeding her, afraid of burning her. As the porridge was nearly finished, Xia Li shook her head, saying she couldn't eat anymore. Then we won't eat. Do you want some water? Xia Li nodded, just as Jing Tingyuan brought a cup of warm water to her lips. She lowered her head to take a sip and weakly said, I don't want any more. Okay, then lean against the headboard and rest for a while. Jing Tingyuan placed a pillow behind her to make her more comfortable. She sat on the bed, playing on her phone while he quietly cleaned up, taking the used bowls and chopsticks out of the ward to hand over to the servant. Jing Tingyuan. The moment Jing Tingyuan turned his head, Xia Li smiled and took a picture of the scene. She initially thought she could capture an unflattering photo of Jing Tingyuan, but to her surprise, he looked stunning from every angle, even in a candid shot. Golden light shone on his black hair, and the shadows under his high cheekbones made his eyes appear deep and mysterious. The contrast of his nose highlighted the beautiful structure of his face. Looking at the photo, Xia Li couldn't help but swallow hard, thinking how lucky she was. Baby, I'm right in front of you. Why look at a lifeless object? Seeing her fixated on the photo, Jing Tingyuan felt displeased and pinched her chin, saying, "Isn't looking at me better?" With her eyes wide open, gazing at Jing Tingyuan's nearly perfect handsome face, Xia Li couldn't help but smile. She nodded. Indeed, you look better in person. Since I'm so good-looking, how about giving me a reward? She frowned, confused, blinking her eyes. Why is he the one being praised? I don't get a reward? Jing Tingyuan held her chin and leaned in slowly, his warm breath brushing against her nose. Although they had kissed before, his closeness always made her heart race. She nervously clutched the blanket, closing her eyes, filled with anticipation and tension, waiting for his kiss. Just as his kiss was about to land, the ward door was pushed open from the outside, interrupting them. "Xia Li, look what I brought you." Lu Wuhua appeared in the ward, and Jing Tingyuan's gaze landed sharply on him like a knife. Sensing Jing Tingyuan's hostile glare, Lu Wuhua pretended not to notice and walked to the bedside with his things. "Xia Li, I specially flew to tea country to buy your favorite durian. Do you want to try it now?" Lu Wuhua opened the food box, revealing the peeled durian flesh inside. The moment the lid was lifted, the room filled with the strong aroma of durian, making Xia Li swallow hard. Jing Tingyuan gritted his teeth and scolded, "Lu Wuhua, don't you have any common sense? What's wrong with me? Why are you scolding me out of nowhere? She already has a cold and cough, and just as she's starting to feel better, you bring her durian? Isn't that making her condition worse?" Lu Wuhua was taken aback. "I didn't think that far. I just remembered Xia Li likes it, so I flew to tea country to buy it." Lu Wuhua quickly threw the durian into the trash can, looking apologetic at Xia Li. "Suri, Xia Li. I didn't mean to. I just remembered you love it, so I got up early to queue and buy it for you." Xia Li glanced at the durian flesh in the trash can, her heart feeling like it was bleeding. "No, why did you throw it away? Even if I can't eat it, others can. Lu Wuhua immediately looked like a child who had done something wrong, standing there helplessly. "Lu Gu, I didn't mean to blame you. I'm sorry. Am I really that stupid? I don't know how to make girls happy." Meanwhile, Jing Tingyuan was slightly stunned. Feeling the green tea scent in the room was quite strong. "Lu Wuhua, quickly put away your tea words." Lu Wuhua rolled his eyes at Jing Tingyuan, saying, "Are you the only one allowed to drink tea? When have I ever had tea?" Xia Li interjected, "You too. Are you still kindergarten kids? Even kids aren't as childish as you." Watching the two bicker, Xia Li could imagine how they must have acted in kindergarten. One pretending to throw punches to show off strength, but unable to win, and the other pretending to be indifferent, but secretly wanting a way out. Chapter 210. Inviting Xia Li to star as the female lead in a short play. Lu Wuhua sat beside the hospital bed, peeling loquats for Xia Li while sharing good news with her. Jing Tingyuan sat nearby, pretending not to notice him as he worked. Jing Tingyuan's indifference didn't make Lu Wuhua uncomfortable. Instead, he felt quite joyful sharing the news. "Xia Li, do you remember the blue tie bar?" Xia Li recalled the name carefully, having some but not much memory of it. "It was a long time ago at the blue tie bar. I was there with you, Mingju, and Jin. Do you remember?" Xia Li shook her head, not having much impression of it since most of the time she and they went there to party and get drunk, which she remembered more vividly. Seeing Xia Li's lack of memory about the blue tie bar, Lu Wuhua brought up an important figure. "At that time, we met a woman named Song Ru, who was an agent. Do you remember her?" Xia Li had only met an agent once in her life, and she was a stunning beauty, so that memory was quite vivid. She nodded. "I remember. Why are you suddenly bringing her up?" Lu Wuhua replied with a smile. "I met her at a party recently, and she invited me to star as the male lead in a short play." "Acting?" Xia Li looked Lu Wuhua up and down. He indeed had top-notch looks, but he had never studied acting. Could he really act? "Xia Li, what kind of look is that?" Facing Xia Li's doubtful gaze, Lu Wuhua felt a bit sad, his eyes carrying a hint of melancholy. "Am I ugly? Why would you doubt me playing the male lead?" Xia Li was about to speak when Jing Tingyuan suddenly interjected. "You are ugly." Lu Wuhua frowned and turned to glare at Jing Tingyuan. "Mind your own business. What does this have to do with you?" Jing Tingyuan snorted but ignored him. "Lu Gu, you're not ugly. It's just that you haven't studied acting. Aren't you afraid of being criticized for not performing well? What is there to be afraid of? It's just a short play. It's not going to be aired on TV." Xia Li nodded. "Since you've decided to act, then why are you telling me about this?" "Of course, I'm looking for you to play the female lead." "Me?" Xia Li looked at Lu Wuhua in shock, while he returned her a smug smile. She said she hasn't found a female lead yet, so I recommended you to her. Just as he finished speaking, Jing Tingyuan's voice cut in between them, his tone firm. No way. It seemed Lu Wuhua had anticipated Jing Tingyuan's refusal. He immediately questioned, Xia Li is now a social media influencer. What's wrong with her acting in a short play while the iron is hot? She was an eating broadcaster. How can that be the same as acting? Lu Wuhua raised an eyebrow. True, it's not the same, but acting involves male actors. You don't want her to interact with other men. I get it. You're just a jealous type. Jing Tingyuan paused his typing, took a deep breath, and directly exposed Lu Wuhua. You want to use this opportunity to create chances to be alone with her. I know your little schemes. Yes, I do want to take the opportunity of filming to experience being her boyfriend. Is there a problem with that? You can want to film as you like, but you can't drag her into it. You say that as if I'm going to take Xia Li to do something bad. It's just a short play to increase visibility. What's wrong with that? Her current visibility is high enough. If it's not enough, I'll have someone announce tomorrow that she's my fiancé, and then the whole world will report it. Lu Wuhua stood up, hands in his pockets, looking at Jing Tingyuan. Tingyuan, have you seriously considered Xia Li's future? Chapter 211. People strive for higher places when it came to her future. Xia Li sat on the hospital bed, looking at Lu Wuhua standing beside her. Then she heard Lu Wuhua say to Jing Tingyuan, Xia Li is not a parasitic flower. She is not weak. She just looks young. She doesn't need to rely on you or any of us for her entire life. Now that we have the means and resources to support her, why can't we let her stand at a higher peak? She is currently a multi-million level influencer. Taking advantage of the heat to film a short play might even help her become a real actress, win various awards, or even go abroad to become an international superstar. Xia Li bit her lip, unable to imagine how excellent she could be in Lu Wuhua's eyes. Lu Go, you're thinking too far ahead. I don't have that ability. Lu Wuhua turned his head, looking at her with determination. I believe you can. Then he shifted his gaze back to Jing Tingyuan. Tingyuan, if you love her, you shouldn't keep her sheltered for life. You should plan for her future, letting her stand at the highest point like the sun, not hiding her in the dark where only you can see her. Romance is meant to be shared. That doesn't mean romance can't have its own career. You have her revolving around you every day, watching you work while you're busy, like right now, when you're so busy that you can't take care of anything. She can only sit aside eating and playing on her phone. Is this what you want to see? Jing Tingyuan's deep gaze turned to Xia Li, silent. Days spent just eating, drinking, and having fun will become boring. Otherwise, why would you work? You understand the need for a career, so why can't she? Just because she is a girl, your girlfriend, does she have to revolve around you every day? Wait for you to finish work and then eat and sleep? Jing Tingyuan gritted his teeth and stood up, glaring at Lu Wuhua. You're going too far. Am I wrong? Lu Wuhua nodded. I admit I have selfish motives. I want Xia Li to star in the short play for my own reasons, but Song Ru is also right. Xia Li needs her own career because she is only 18, and there are many miracles she can create in the future. We can't just keep her under our noses like a canary. Lu Wuhua said, Xia Li, when you first thought about live streaming, wasn't it to have your own career? Xia Li was taken aback, glancing at Jing Tingyuan, who looked somewhat displeased, unsure of how to respond. Now, there is an opportunity in front of you to act in a short play, boost your popularity, and potentially participate in variety shows or films to officially enter the entertainment industry and start your real career. Don't you look forward to that? Jing Tingyuan interjected. Don't brainwash her. This isn't brainwashing. I never seriously considered this issue before. Since that day, I met Song Ru, and she talked to me about many topics regarding Xia Li. I realized that Xia Li is an independent girl who possesses an independent personality. Those with an independent personality will have their own ambition. Regardless of whether that ambition is big or small, she will have things she wants to do. You control her every day, she can't do the things she likes. And after a long time, she will forget what she was originally like, ultimately becoming the puppet you like. Is this the result you want? Lu Wuhua walked in front of Xia Li with a sincere attitude. Xia Li, you don't have to rush to agree. Take a few days to slowly consider the question I just asked. Xia Li tightened her grip on the sheets, her mood a bit complicated, even a little nervous. I haven't studied acting. Acting skills can improve while filming. You're already an internet celebrity. No matter how you stream in the future, it will be like this. Don't you want to reach a higher level? Chapter 212. As long as you firmly choose me at this moment, the atmosphere in the hospital room was somewhat heavy. Xia Li looked at the closed door, recalling the scene of Lu Wuhua being pulled out by Jing Tingyuan. She wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Xia Li pouted and shook Jing Tingyuan's arm. Hey, what are you angry about? What is there to be mad about what Brother Lu said? Jing Tingyuan was silent for a moment, looking at her seriously. Do you want to? Huh? What? Do you want to be the female lead in a short drama? Xia Li lowered her head, feeling complicated. She admitted she was shaken by Lu Wuhua's words earlier. Although she had never thought about acting before, when the opportunity appeared before her, she felt a bit of anticipation. She self-deprecatingly said, I have no degree, and I haven't studied acting. Forget it. I don't want to ruin someone else's play. If you want, I can agree. Xia Li widened her eyes in disbelief at Jing Tingyuan's words. You're not. Because I love you. I will support you no matter what you want to do. Jing Tingyuan reached out to touch her fair cheek, looking at her affectionately, and said, Baby, I have considered your future. I just hope that in your future, I am your husband. I don't need a wife with a big reputation or a wife who is an international superstar. But if you want to act, I will support you no matter how much it costs. Even if you don't act and just stay by my side as a housewife, I can support you. For the rest of your life, I will unconditionally accompany you in whatever life you choose. Tears filled Xia Li's eyes as she smiled and jumped into Jing Tingyuan's arms, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. Hubby, you've really changed from before. Jing Tingyuan rubbed her hair and held her tightly. You firmly choose me, and I will change for you. I love you. The words, I love you, were like a shot of adrenaline for Jing Tingyuan, making his heart surge with excitement as he kissed her red lips. Since meeting Xia Li, he had always been the one saying I love you. So he treasured every I love you that came from her. Jing Group, Chairman's office. Jing Li was dressed in a well-tailored custom suit, black with a red tie, looking cold and charming, holding a cigarette in his right hand, white smoke curling upwards. The bodyguard, standing in front of the desk, was reporting the investigation results. After listening, Jing Li frowned, revealing a look of doubt, as if he couldn't believe that the person who drugged Jing Tingyuan was Jiang Lixia. He didn't expect that the little girl from the Jiang family would dare to do such a thing. Chairman, are you planning to let Miss Jiang go for the sake of the Jiang family head? Or, although they had a father-daughter relationship, wrong is wrong. She should accept punishment for her mistakes. So what do you mean? Please invite Miss Jiang to the tea house for a cup of tea. I haven't seen this little girl for a long time. As an elder, it's right to care more for the younger generation. The bodyguard nodded and then left the office. Jiang Lixia had just received the bodyguard's call and learned that Jing Li wanted to see her, making her feel panicked, suspecting that the drugging incident had been traced back to her. But then she thought the matter was done so discreetly, it couldn't possibly be traced back to her. Even if the mastermind was discovered, the most suspicious one should be Jing Tingyuan's archrival, King. Thinking this way, Jiang Lixia felt a bit more at ease. But as she approached the tea house, her right eyelid kept twitching, and her mood was even more tense. She sat in the back seat of the car, hesitating to get out, biting her lip and swallowing hard. If it weren't for the bodyguard urging her, she might have stayed in the car longer. Miss Jiang, the chairman is waiting for you inside. Please step in. Jiang Lixia pretended to be calm and smiled at the bodyguard. Uncle Jing, how long has he been waiting for me? Not long, half an hour. Chapter 213. The pressure from Jing Li upon hearing that Jing Li had been waiting for her for half an hour. Jiang Lixia felt her heart skip a beat, and her hands began to tremble. Miss Jiang, please step in. The bodyguard's tone was firm, and Jiang Lixia should have known that Jing Li's invitation to meet her today was definitely not just for tea. She nervously asked, my father just called me for something. Can I call him back first? The bodyguard replied, Miss Jiang, the chairman has been waiting for a long time. Please do not anger the chairman. In an instant, Jiang Lixia realized that something was wrong. So as she got out of the car, she hurriedly called Xia Li, as she had no other way to ask for help. Jing Li cared most about his son Jing Tingyuan, and Jing Tingyuan cared most about Xia Li. If Xia Li could speak for her, Jing Li would most likely not pursue the matter further. But just as the call was about to connect, the bodyguard snatched her phone away and forcibly turned it off. Miss Jiang, I advise you to go in while the chairman hasn't lost his temper. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Jiang Lixia took a deep breath, thinking that it was better to face it early rather than later, as it might be that Jing Li would let her off for her father's sake. Upon arriving at the tea house, the tea artist was preparing tea for Jing Li. Jing Li stood with his back to the tea artist, hands in his pockets, by the bamboo window. Hearing the footsteps of the bodyguard and Jiang Lixia, he turned around to look at her. Please sit. Jing Li gestured for the tea artist to pour a cup of tea for Jiang Lixia, who forced a smile as she sat down. Uncle Jing, I wonder what important matter you have for me today. There's nothing particularly important, just that I haven't seen you for a long time, and as an elder, I should care more about my younger generation. Last time at the Jiang family's old residence banquet, I greeted you, but you were busy discussing business with my father. Recalling that banquet, she remembered that Tingyuan had an accident that night, and until now, her father had not given her response. It seemed that no results could be found. Xia Li lowered her head, pretending to be calm as she took a sip of tea. When the scalding tea touched her lips, she shuddered, just as Xia Li spoke, which startled her and made her back break out in sweat. You cooperated with King. What benefits did he promise you? Cough, cough. Under Xia Li's pressure, Jiang Lixia's voice became timid. Uncle Jing, I don't know who you were talking about, King. I will give you one last chance. If you refuse to be honest, even your father won't be able to save you. At this moment, Jiang Lixia felt like she was sitting on needles, torn between whether to confess. But if she confessed, given Xia Li's indulgence towards Jing Tingyuan, the outcome she would face wouldn't be much better. Uncle Jing, if I confess, can you not hurt my family? That depends on your sincerity. The situation has reached this point, which means Jing Fei has already gathered enough evidence. Any further desperate struggles on her part are useless. Uncle Jing, I admit that I like Jing Tingyuan. Out of love and frustration, I had extreme thoughts and wanted to ruin him. I apologize for drugging him that night. I'm sorry. Jing Fei remained silent, and although her face showed no expression, her imposing demeanor was enough to make Jiang Lixia feel terrified. She continued to confess. I have known King for quite a while. We haven't collaborated much, and, aside from that incident with the drug, I haven't caused any real harm to Jing Tingyuan. King approached me, saying he wanted to collaborate, but he didn't need to use me very often. Chapter 214. Forcing a departure. I don't know what King is plotting against Jing Tingyuan or the Jing family. The information I can sell him is limited, so the help he provides is minimal. So far, my collaboration with King can only be considered superficial and hasn't reached a very deep level. Jing Fei said, since that's the case, let's cut ties. Out of respect for your father, I can let you off this once. But you should never think about getting close to Tingyuan again. Jiang Lixia's eyes filled with tears as she bit her lip and reluctantly agreed. All right, I won't appear in front of him again. What I mean is, you need to leave S City and never set foot in S City again for the rest of your life. Uncle Jing, I grew up here. Not allowing you to immigrate abroad is already lenient of me. I will not allow a ticking time bomb to remain by Tingyuan's side, bringing him uncontrollable danger at any time. I can agree not to appear around him again, but S City. My parents are in S City. You need to think carefully. Do you want me to destroy the entire Jiang family and have them move to another city with you? Or do you want to leave alone? Jiang Lixia lowered her head, tears falling uncontrollably. I didn't tell Tingyuan about this, nor did I tell Wu Hua. Upon hearing Jing Fei's words, Jiang Lixia immediately understood his meaning. He was already giving her a face-saving way out. If Lu Wu Hua knew she had drugged Jing Tingyuan, how would he view her as a cousin? Perhaps from now on, he would sever ties with her. Thank you, Uncle Jing, for allowing me to retain my last bit of dignity in front of them. I only did this for your father's sake. You shouldn't go astray and ruin your father's cultivation of you. Jiang Lixia didn't know how she left the tea house. She sat in the backseat of the car for a long time, her legs feeling weak. Jing Fei's presence was too powerful. Although she had seen many grand occasions, every time she met Jing Fei, she was still intimidated by his aura, even more so than when she met her biological father. Turning on her phone, the screen immediately showed many missed calls, one of which was from Xia Li, who had called not long ago. She called back, and Xia Li's sweet voice came through. Sister Jiang, did you call me just now for something important? She didn't dare to tell Xia Li the truth, partly out of fear that Jing Tingyuan would come after her, and partly because she didn't want to leave a bad impression in front of Xia Li. She quite liked Xia Li and wanted to maintain a good friendship with her. So she lied to Xia Li, saying, I have plans to move recently, and will be leaving S City tomorrow. I wonder if you want to accompany me for a farewell drink tonight? Huh? Sister Jiang, are you serious? Yes. Jiang Lixia worried that this reason might not be convincing enough, so she made up an excuse. A few days ago, I went on a business trip and met a handsome guy from City A. I'm going to develop there, and, if possible, it would be best to start a wonderful relationship with him. Sister Jiang, are you joking? For a man, you would do something so crazy? Jiang Lixia forced a bitter smile, thinking, for a man, she had done crazier things. Anyway, she was tired of staying in S City, so a change of scenery would be nice, wouldn't it? Sister Jiang, are you sure this isn't just a whim? Of course not. I'm serious. If you're not free tonight, you can come to City A to have dinner with me another day. Chapter 215. Even Yi Jisun knows then I'll ask Jing Tingyuan. Xia Li put her phone on silent and quietly asked Jing Tingyuan, who was sitting next to her. Sister Jiang said she wants to go to City A for development and is leaving tonight. Can I go meet her? Jing Tingyuan's face was serious as he gently replied, your health is just getting better. Wait a few days before going to City A to find her. He didn't agree. And Xia Li pouted helplessly. Fine then. She picked up her phone and told Jiang Li Xia. Sister Jiang, I'm still in the hospital. Jing Tingyuan doesn't agree to let me go out. So serious? I heard you were sick a few days ago, and you're still not well? Yeah. My constitution is too weak. Then you need to take care of your health. It's the changing of seasons now, so be sure to keep warm, or you'll easily catch a cold or fever. Thank you for your concern, Sister Jiang. Once I feel better, I'll go to City A to visit you. Okay, bye. At S City Airport, Lu Wuhua saw Jiang Lixia's post on Moments and learned that she was leaving S City tonight. So he immediately called to inquire about the reason. Sister, why did you post such a thing? Aren't you going on vacation? Initially, Lu Wuhua thought Jiang Lixia was planning to travel to City A, but seeing what she packed didn't seem like it, especially since she was taking her favorite childhood toy, indicating that she was moving. Sister, you didn't have a fight with Uncle, did you? No. I'm just planning to live in another city. S City is pretty good. It's where you grew up. S City is great, but the world is so big, and living in another place isn't a bad thing. I know you love to travel, but you wouldn't just leave S City forever, would you? Look at what you posted. Never stepping foot in S City again. Goodbye to my hometown. What's with all this sentimental literature? What's wrong with you? Usually, Jiang Lixia would bully her cousin Lu Wuhua, thinking he would hold a grudge, but unexpectedly, he was the one who cared about her the most at this moment. Lu Wuhua. Yeah, what is it? You know I like Jing Tingyuan. Cough, I don't know anything. After a moment of silence, Lu Wuhua asked softly, Sister, tell me honestly, does your leaving S City have anything to do with Tingyuan? Yeah, it does have to do with Jing Tingyuan. But Jiang Lixia didn't dare to tell Lu Wuhua the real reason for fear he would dislike her. Sister, why bother? There are so many men in this world. If Tingyuan doesn't like you, then he just doesn't like you. We can find someone else to like. There are so many quality handsome guys in the world. With your conditions, you can choose anyone. I'm about to board the plane, so I can't talk now. Remember to come find me in City A. Even if Tingyuan is now with Xia Li, you don't have to leave S City. Your family lives half a city away from Tingyuan's family. Is it really necessary to move to City A? All right, I really have to board now. Let's talk later. After hanging up, Jiang Lixia stood up, dragging her suitcase towards the boarding gate. Tears filled her eyes as she occasionally looked back at the city where she had grown up. She took a deep breath and sighed silently. Farewell, this city that has him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Wuhua sat in a private room, still drunk from a night before, with one leg crossed over the other, his left hand shaking a wine glass while his right hand fiddled with his phone. Emotions are so complicated. Sitting next to him, Yi Jin glanced at Lu Wuhua and curled his lips into a playful smile. Are you crazy? No. It's just that my sister suddenly wants to move to City A to settle down, all for a man. Is it really necessary? Does your sister like Tingyuan? Lu Wuhua was taken aback, recalling his earlier words, his pupils dilating. When did you come in? Did you hear my call with my sister just now? With your loud voice, it will be hard not to hear. No. How did you come in without making a sound? Lu Wuhua remembered when he arrived. He was the only one in the private room. How did Yi Jin suddenly appear? Is Yi Jin a ghost? How did he come in without a sound? Chapter 216 Yi Jin said he could bring in the funding team. When I came in, you were on the phone with your sister, of course. I couldn't hear my footsteps. Lu Wuhua's lips twitched, looking utterly despondent. I promised to keep Jiang Lixia's secret, and now it's good if Yi Jin knows. Mingjue will definitely find out, and if Mingjue knows, it won't be long before Nanshi and Jing Tingyuan know. Ahem, can you help my sister keep this secret? I'm not a blabbermouth. Lu Wuhua's lips twitched again. You are. Occasionally. Done. What are you worried about? Are you afraid Tingyuan will find out? Or are you afraid Xia Li will find out? Lu Wuhua shook his head. I don't even know what I'm afraid of. Maybe I feel like I should keep my promises, but I let something slip. If you didn't tell me yourself, it doesn't count as breaking a promise. It's my fault for eavesdropping. Cut it out. Is there a difference? There is. Lu Wuhua rolled his eyes and clicked his tongue. Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to you about so much. Then, Lu Wuhua brought up the short drama with Yi Jin. Yi Jin originally had no interest in the short drama, but when he heard Lu Wuhua was going to star in it, he couldn't help but tease. You? Do you have acting skills? You wear your emotions on your face. How can you captivate an audience? I'm not aiming for awards. What's wrong with filming for fun? Besides, Xia Li might play the female lead, and if I'm the male lead, I can interact with her. We can't be a couple in real life, but we can in the play, right? Couple? Sounds good. Yi Jin murmured. What are you mumbling about? Although Lu Wuhua couldn't hear what Yi Jin just said, he could guess a meaning from Yi Jin's expression. So he said, what is up? You don't want to get involved, do you? Yi Jin raised an eyebrow and honestly nodded. I can bring in the funding team. Not lacking money. How can my crew lack money? Eugene fell silent, staring down, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Mingjue, informing him about Lu Wuhua's role in the short drama, and also emphasized that Xia Li would also participate. Mingjue replied, Xia Li's also starring? Will Tingyuan agree? Eugene, I have a bad idea. Mingjue, you mean to have all of us participate? Eugene, as expected of you, you guessed my thoughts right away. Mingjue, I have no objections. I'm all for it. Eugene, we can't let Wuhua enjoy such a good thing all by himself. Mingjue, I agree. Sitting beside them, Lu Wuhua saw Eugene constantly looking down at his phone, curious to see who he was chatting with. He thought Eugene would hide it, but to his surprise, Eugene generously showed him the chat interface. After reading the conversation between Eugene and Mingjue, Lu Wuhua's face turned pale with anger. Are you still my brothers? Is this how you betray me? As Lu Wuhua was about to reach for the phone, Eugene quickly pulled it back behind him, gleefully saying, I have no objection to Tingyuan enjoying Xia Li alone, but letting you enjoy filming all by yourself, I'm not happy about that. On what basis are you unhappy? Songru approached me, which means I have the looks to be an idol. With your iceberg face, what can you act? As an ice pillar? No problem. As long as I can act. Lu Wuhua felt speechless and picked up an entire bottle of red wine from the table to chug. After taking a big gulp, he wiped the wine that spilled at the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and clicked his tongue. Dealing with you guys is really exhausting. Chapter 217. Guess who I met in Country E? Not long after being discharged from the hospital, Xia Li insisted on going to the night market. And Jing Tingyuan initially disagreed, but eventually he couldn't resist her and had to agree. However, he was suddenly called by Jing Li for a meeting, saying there were important matters to discuss. I might. Jing Tingyuan hadn't finished his sentence when Jing Li interrupted him. This meeting is very important. You cannot be absent. After hesitating for a while, Jing Tingyuan replied, Okay, I'll go right away. After hanging up, he immediately apologized to Xia Li. I'm sorry, baby. My father asked me to return to the company for a meeting, so I can't accompany you to shop. How about I make time for you tomorrow? I can go by myself. You go ahead and be busy. But I'm worried about you alone. How about you go back first? And I will definitely make time to accompany you tomorrow. Xia Li glared at him unhappily, angrily turning away, her arms crossed over her chest, refusing to speak. No matter how he coaxed her, she remained silent. Baby, don't ignore me, okay? Xia Li huffed in a spoiled manner, but still wooed to respond. Jing Tingyuan sighed helplessly, grabbing her arms from behind and softly coaxing. All right, if you want to shop, then go ahead, but you must let Swasun follow you. Isn't he your bodyguard? He doesn't need to follow me. With him protecting you, I feel more at ease. Be good, okay? Xia Li thought for a moment. If she didn't let Swasun accompany her, it seems she wouldn't be able to enjoy shopping on that street. Fine, let Swasun follow then. That way, you can feel at ease, right? With Swasun here, I'm naturally at ease, but remember, don't stay out too late and don't leave Swasun's sight. Got it. You sound like an old mom, nagging so much. Jing Tingyuan smiled instead of getting angry, lightly scratching her fair cheek with his fingertip, then turned and got into the car beside him. Swasun, Miss Xia, please. Not long after Jing Tingyuan's car left, Xia Li also got into another car heading to the night market. The daytime night market was not as crowded as at night. The streets were not very congested, and at a glance, one could see all the snack stalls. After eating light food for several consecutive days, Xia Li went crazy buying snacks as soon as she arrived at the night market. Just as she was about to put grilled squid in her mouth, Swasun grabbed the skewer and stopped her, saying, Young Master Jing said you can't eat random food. Buying these things to satisfy your eyes is okay, but you can't eat them. Then what do I buy them for? Throw them away? How can I waste food like that? You just got discharged, and your body hasn't completely recovered. Pneumonia can be serious. Please be cautious. Then can I at least eat the steamed rice cake? It's best not to. I knew I shouldn't have let you come with me. This is so boring. The body is yours, and you should think about your own health. Just a cough, and you guys are saying it's pneumonia. I could have been discharged earlier, but I ended up staying in the hospital a few more days because of Jing Tingyuan. I feel like I'm almost getting moldy these days, drinking plain porridge every day. Miss Xia, health is not something to be careless about. If you don't end up back in the hospital, it's better not to eat random things. She knows that Swasun and Jing Tingyuan are both concerned about her health, but she really can't take it anymore. It's plain porridge every day, and she can't taste any rich flavors at all. Her mouth is almost losing its taste. I understand that I can't eat grilled squid since it's a hot food, but why can't I have this bowl cake? That is just not fair. After saying that, she took a big bite of the bowl cake, treating the chewy and sweet dessert as Swasun, glaring at him fiercely before chewing. Swasun looked at her expression and surprisingly sensed a hint of playfulness. Suddenly, Sun realized that his thoughts were dangerous, so he quickly turned his gaze away, pretending not to see. Since Sun was not looking at her, Xia Li couldn't be bothered to glare at him and continued shopping. As if to punish Sun for being a buzzkill, Xia Li deliberately bought a bunch of things and made Sun carry them behind her. When they reached a milk tea shop, Xia Li realized that her earlier behavior was too childish. No matter how you look at it, Sun is just following Jing Tingyuan's orders. It's really too childish to be angry with a worker. So she treated Sun to a cup of milk tea. I was just embarrassed earlier. I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you. It's clearly Jing Tingyuan who asked you to watch over me. Yet I vented my anger on you. It's fine, Miss Xia, as long as you're no longer angry. Xia Li looked around in the milk tea shop and noticed that its decor was unique, with a black theme that gave off a sense of being hard to approach. Usually, milk tea shops use warm colors, creating a comfortable atmosphere that easily attracts customers. This was the first time Xia Li saw a cold-colored milk tea shop, as if they were afraid someone would come in to pay. Xia Li? Hearing someone call her, she turned her head and saw Yi Xiaoqin standing beside her in a super short skirt, tilting her head. Yi Xiaoqin sized her up and thought she might have mistaken her for someone else. Just now, she thought she recognized someone wrong, but seeing Sun there, she guessed she hadn't made a mistake. Xia Li recognized Yi Xiaoqin. They had met at Madame Nan's birthday party and even added each other on WeChat. Although they weren't close, they had chatted a few times on WeChat and found Yi Xiaoqin to be a very sincere girl. So Xia Li had a good impression of her. Yi Xiaoqin immediately sat down next to Xia Li and called the waiter to order a cup of milk tea. After placing her order, she linked arms with Xia Li and began to chat excitedly. Xia Li, do you know? I've been having so much fun lately. I've flown to several countries, traveling everywhere and seeing so many interesting things. We should go together next time. Which countries have you been to? I've been stuck in a hospital for a while because I was sick. I'm about to go crazy. Sick? Why didn't you tell me? I would have definitely brought you something to the hospital. It's nothing serious. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. It's fine as long as you're better now. Xia Li nodded and took a sip of the milk tea on the table. Speaking of which, guess who I met in country? Who? Chapter 218, is Jing Tingyuan scary? Yi Xiaoqin's eyes sparkled with admiration when she mentioned that person. And Xia Li immediately understood the meaning behind her gaze, teasing. You wouldn't happen to like that person, would you? Who is he? This time I went to country, just in time for the elections. I witnessed Stock's speech on stage. He is not only tall, but also incredibly handsome. His eyes are beautiful too, light brown irises. Just one glance, and I was captivated. At first, Xia Li didn't react, and thought Yi Xiaoqin was talking about a handsome guy from country, wondering what kind of guy could charm Yi Xiaoqin like this. When she realized the man Yi Xiaoqin was mentioning was Stock, her expression instantly darkened, as if a stone had lodged in her heart, making her uncomfortable. Who was the person you just mentioned? Yi Xiaoqin didn't understand the underlying tension and said with a smile, Stock. He is the son of President Alicia of country E and also the youngest member of parliament in country. Saying this, Yi Xiaoqin took out her phone, flipped through her album, and pointed to a photo of Stock, saying, This is Stock. ISNT super handsome? Xia Li looked down at the photo of Stock. He did look very spirited on stage. No wonder he could charm countless girls. But unfortunately, he is Alicia's son. And just that alone made Xia Li's impression of him not very good. Especially since Stock had deceived her in the past. This made her dislike him even more. Looking at Stock's handsome face, her mood soured even further. Yi Xiaoqin didn't notice Xia Li's expression and continued to smile. When I was watching his speech from the audience, I was so captivated that I didn't even notice when he came down. When he walked up to me and handed me a bottle of water, I stood there in a daze, thinking, such a handsome and good-looking person. ISNT, he straight out of an anime? Xia Li had seen Stock in person. She admitted that he was handsome, but not to the exaggerated extent Yi Xiaoqin described. She recalled Jing Tingyuan's handsome face, smiled slightly, and thought, Jing Tingyuan is still more handsome. Yi Xiaoqin noticed Xia Li smiling slightly with her head down, and thought it was because Xia Li agreed with her. So she continued, Right? You think Stock looks like a model too? Xia Li smiled without answering. Recently, I saw a video of him online, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I didn't expect that after seeing him give a speech once, I would never forget him. Yi Xiaoqin's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head and said softly, Xia Li, do you think I've fallen for him? Well, Xia Li awkwardly smiled. I'm not sure. I'm somewhat unclear about what it means to like someone. If she understood what liking someone was, she wouldn't be so oblivious until now. Then why do you like Jing Tingyuan? A man as scary as Jing Tingyuan. Don't you feel scared sleeping next to him at night? After Yi Xiaoqin finished this, she suddenly realized that Sun was sitting across from them, and she quickly pursed her lips and looked down. Almost forgot. Jing Tingyuan's bodyguard is sitting across from us. Hearing Yi Shaoqin's quiet complaint, Xia Li curiously asked, "Do you dislike Jing Tingyuan?" Yi Shaoqin's pupils widened in shock, and she quickly waved her hands. No, I don't dislike Jing Xiao. How could I dare to dislike Jing Xiao? I just think. Chapter 219, he's good to me now, after a long stammer. Yi Shaoqin finally managed to say, "Actually, I don't know much about Jing Xiao. Everything I know about him is hearsay." Xia Li didn't interrupt and continued to listen to her. "Since I was little, the people I knew have always warned me not to provoke Jing Xiao, telling me how he handled the girls who were after him. Over time, I started to think of Jing Tingyuan as a very scary man." After a moment of silence, Yi Shaoqin added, "But it seems Jing Xiao isn't that scary, because he never seems to care about those who talk behind his back, unless they come right in front of him." Yi Shaoqin grabbed Xia Li's hand and smiled, saying, Forget it. I won't speak ill of him in front of you anymore. You two are a couple, and it seems like I'm trying to stir up trouble. I know you don't mean any harm. It's okay. So tell me quickly, why do you like Jing Tingyuan? Why are you with him? If I have to give a reason, it's because he treats me well. Is it that simple? You just have to be treated well to like someone? Xia Li was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. Yi Shaoqin also realized her words were somewhat inappropriate and changed the subject. "The last time I saw you with the Nan family, it seemed like you were living there. Do you have a good relationship with Nan Shi? Are you close with all 5 of them? They're friends of Jing Tingyuan, and since I'm younger than them, they all take care of me. I'm so envious. Having so many handsome guys pampering you must be amazing. Don't you have an older brother? I've always envied girls who have brothers. Being spoiled by an older brother while growing up is a very happy thing." Mentioning her brother, Yi Shaoqin couldn't help but complain. "My brother always controls me. It's not good at all. Having someone to look after you is actually a joyful thing. I've been alone since I was young, doing everything by myself. That kind of loneliness you probably can't stand. Alone? What about your parents? Don't they look after you?" Yi Shaoqin's thoughtless words caused Xia Li's heart to ache, but she still pretended to be fine and said, "I'm an orphan." Huh? Yi Shaoqin was stunned, looking at Xia Li in disbelief. "An orphan? So you've..." Yi Shaoqin asked with concern in her eyes, "Have you had a hard time these years?" "Not really. It hasn't been too tough. Forgive me for being nosy, but did Jing Tingyuan force you to be with him? Did he take advantage of the fact that you have no parents?" Although it was true that Jing Tingyuan had initially forced her, now they were mutually attracted, and she no longer pursued how they started. "He treats me well now, making me feel the warmth of a family, and he also helped me find my family." "You found your family?" "Yes, I found them. But my mom has some mental health issues and has been living in a sanatorium. My dad passed away a long time ago." Yi Shaoqin took a deep breath and comforted her. "It's okay, Xia Li. Your mom will surely get better." "Yes, I also believe she will get better." After a while, Yi Shaoqin's phone rang. It was her brother, Yi Qixing, calling. As soon as the call connected, Yi Qixing questioned Yi Shaoqin about where she had been running off to. Yi Shaoqin glanced at Xia Li and said with a smile, "Brother, guess who I met? Aren't you supposed to go buy a birthday gift with me? Where are you now? Running around everywhere. You could just go buy it yourself." "I ran into Xia Li, and I'm having milk tea with her at the milk tea shop." Chapter 220. The most important thing about liking someone is respect. The name Xia Li was like a switch that opened the secret long sealed in Yi Qixing's heart. He remembered the scene when he first met Xia Li at the Nan family. At that moment, it felt like the whole world had gone silent, and all he could see was her every smile and frown. After learning that Xia Li was Jing Tingyuan's girlfriend, he suppressed the budding feelings and dared not let anyone notice even a hint of it. "So do you still want to go buy a birthday gift together?" "Yes. I'm waiting for you here with Xia Li. I sent you the address. Hurry over." Yi Qixing drove to the milk tea shop, and the moment he saw Xia Li, he felt his heart racing. At 28, he should have been steady and composed, yet he still blushed easily like a teenager. Yi Qixing's family background wasn't bad. His parents were both civil servants, but they were still a bit far off compared to the Jing and Nan families. He had little opportunity to interact with big figures like Jing Tingyuan or Nan Shi, so he had even fewer chances to meet Xia Li. This was their second meeting, yet it felt like this was the only 2 opportunities in his lifetime to be so close to Xia Li. "Hello, Miss Xia." Yi Qixing greeted politely, maintaining his manners. Xia Li nodded politely and smiled back. "Hello, Mr. Yi." "Brother." Yi Shaoqin happily walked over to Yi Qixing, linked her arm through his and smiled. "Brother, I just chatted a lot with Xia Li, and we agreed to get together more often and travel abroad together. My sister is a bit noisy. Please forgive her." Yi Qixing didn't look at Yi Shaoqin, but instead apologized to Xia Li with a sincere expression. "No, I think Shaoqin is great, lively, and cheerful. I still need to apologize to you." Yi Shaoqin looked at her brother, who seemed as unresponsive as a wooden fish, and couldn't help but feel both angry and amused. Brother, no wonder you've been single for so long. You really are a wooden fish. Yi Qixing shot a glare at Yi Xiaoqin and awkwardly smiled at Xia Li. Sorry. I'll take her home now. Goodbye, Mr. Yi. Goodbye, Xiaoqin. Yi Xiaoqin waved at Xia Li with a smile. Bye. See you next time. Yi Xiaoqin followed Yi Qixing back to the car, and as soon as she fastened her seatbelt, she complained to him, Brother, why don't you know how to seize opportunities? You're really so stupid. Yi Qixing started the car, saying while driving, What opportunity? The opportunity to dig someone else's wall? Why do you have to put it so harshly? Xia Li is Jing Tingyuan's girlfriend now. I'm a man. It would be inappropriate for me to ask for her contact information or invite her out for dinner. But they aren't married. Even if they aren't married, one should keep a distance from someone of the opposite sex who is in a relationship. That's respect for the other person. Don't you like Xia Li? Just because I like her, does that mean we have to be together? Be more mature. Adults don't just have romance. So do you plan to never get married? My parents are urging me to get married. Let it happen naturally. It's not that I won't get married, but I won't marry just for the sake of it. I won't casually marry a woman I don't love just to have children. And I definitely won't randomly flirt with someone I like for my own selfish desires. It's best to keep one-sided affection to oneself without disturbing the other person. That's respect. If one-sided affection demands the other person to reciprocate, that's moral kidnapping. Yi Xiaoqin waved her hand. Forget it. I don't want to hear your long-winded lecture. I'm going to nap for a bit. Wake me up when we get there. You're still young. When you grow up a bit, you'll understand that the most important thing about liking someone is respect. Chapter 221. Under Gunfire. Chapter 221. E-Country, Eber Manor. Alicia stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in a red professional suit, her face filled with anger as she shouted at Stack. You need to withdraw from the election immediately. I'm your mother. My becoming president is not a bad thing for you. Why do you need a medal? At first, Alicia had no objections to Stack participating in the election, but when she saw that Stack had more votes than her, she began to worry about her position. As she saw her vote count widening the gap from Stack, that led to the current argument between them. Alicia took a deep breath, her tone softening considerably. Your popularity in this election is very high, and I'm very pleased. I was worried about how to let you take over when I grow old, but now the facts show that I don't need to worry about that. You are the most outstanding. Mother, since you said you would help me run for office in the future, what's the problem with me advancing the election time? This remark completely infuriated Alicia, and she raised her hand to slap him. Star turned his head slightly from the impact, but he didn't show any anger. Instead, he looked at Alicia calmly. Mother, I am the youngest member of parliament in the history of Country E. If I succeed in this election, I will be the youngest president in the history of Country E. You should be happy for me. I have put so much effort and energy into reaching this position step by step. You have a long life ahead of you. You have plenty of time to wait. What difference does it make if it's delayed by 10 or 8 years? Star said ambitiously. Mother, not only do I want to be the youngest president of Country E, but I also want to become the longest-serving president in its history. I might be the one with the highest votes among the candidates this time, but it won't necessarily be the case next time, so I cannot give up this opportunity. I will not withdraw from the election. Alicia shouted angrily. Star, are you really going to oppose me? I am your mother. Mother, the support I have received from the majority this time shows that my policies resonate more with them. Your policies are no longer effective. Alicia, in a fit of rage, slapped Star again. Don't push me. I don't want to treat my own son as a competitor. Did I ever say a word against your participation in the election at the beginning? You didn't oppose it at first because you thought I was just a runner-up. But now I've become your biggest obstacle. Let me ask you one last time. Will you withdraw or not? Star's attitude was resolute. Mother, my becoming president will not bring you any harm. This was exactly what Alicia had said to him earlier, and now he returned it verbatim. Get out. Get out of here immediately. Star knew Alicia was angry, and he didn't want to continue having an unpleasant confrontation with his mother, so he turned and left the manor. A few days later, Alicia was shot during a campaign speech. In the moment she fell, the crowd was in an uproar, and several bodyguards immediately formed a wall of flesh to protect her in the middle. She was then urgently taken to the hospital. Upon hearing the news about Alicia, Star immediately put down his work and rushed to the hospital. When he arrived, the doctors were performing emergency treatment on Alicia in the operating room. Star stood outside the operating room, feeling anxious. After listening to the bodyguard's report, he was even more furious. Someone died? Yes, shortly after the shooting, she committed suicide with a gun. Once a person is dead, it's very difficult to find the true culprit behind the scenes. Chapter 222, Like Mother. Like son in the supermarket, Jing Tingyuan pushed a shopping cart alongside Xia Li. Their home actually had everything, but he was still happy to accompany Xia Li as they wandered around the supermarket. She wanted to buy everything she saw, and whenever she hesitated over the price, he would immediately put the item in the shopping cart. He said, "You don't need to think about the price when you're with me. Just buy what you like." She linked her arm through his, wearing a happy smile, leaning against him. "Husband, it's so nice to be spoiled by you. Aren't you afraid of spoiling me? Being spoiled and proud proves that I raised you well. I will be very happy. I want to eat that dried fruit yogurt. Buy it." Just as Xia Li picked up the yogurt from the freezer, the large television overhead began broadcasting news about Elijah. She looked up and saw the video of Elijah being shot, momentarily stunned, and then gleefully said, "Sure enough, evil gets its retribution." Jing Tingyuan also noticed the video of Elijah being shot, his gaze fixed on Xia Li, observing her emotional changes. He stepped forward and took her hand, saying, "She deserves it." Xia Li nodded, "Yeah, but I wonder if she will survive this. Will she die just like that? So do you hope she dies or lives?" "Of course, I hope she dies, but I haven't taken her to the international court yet. She should die under the judgment. That would be fair to my deceased father and my insane mother." The shooting incident happened yesterday, and today there has been no news of her death, which means she is still alive. She will definitely die under the judgment you expect. Mentioning Igor made Xia Li's face fill with sorrow because she still hadn't found evidence that Elijah had murdered Igor. The years have passed too long, and since it's a case from country E, they are not citizens of country E, making the investigation increasingly difficult. Xia Li didn't seek a quick resolution. She just wanted to publicly reveal Elijah's crimes within her lifetime and seek justice for Igor. Jing Tingyuan gently rubbed her hair, softly comforting her. "Don't worry, baby. No matter what, I will help you." Xia Li's nose felt sour, and she choked out, "Thank you. This matter will definitely require a lot of manpower and financial resources." "Thank you. I don't need your thanks, baby." Jing Tingyuan gently wiped away her tears with his fingertip, saying softly, "If you feel indebted to me, just dedicate yourself to me." Xia Li playfully punched his chest, looking around. "Can you not talk nonsense in public? I didn't say anything wrong. I just mentioned dedicating yourself to me. Don't you want me to say something more stimulating?" "No." Jing Tingyuan was quite adept at that kind of talk, and every time they were intimate, he would make her blush, even causing her to spasm from one stimulating remark. However, that was fine at home in private. She wasn't brave enough to listen outside, fearing others might notice her physical reactions. "Baby, you're getting better at this. Is it because I've taught you well?" Jing Tingyuan's magnetic voice whispered in her ear, sending shivers down her spine. Xia Li pretended to be angry and glared at him. "Can you not say that? This is a public place." "Okay, I know you're shy. I won't say it." In the capital hospital of country E, Star, wearing an isolation gown, stood by the hospital bed, looking down at Elijah, who lay pale on the bed. A complex mix of emotions swirled in his eyes. He recalled many scenes, from childhood to adulthood, where Elijah cared for him, nurtured him, and poured all her energy into him, shaping who he is today. Thanks to Elijah's careful cultivation, his life history was very clean and pure, never tainted by darkness. However, thinking about it, once Jing Tingyuan and the others find evidence of Elijah's murder, Elijah will no longer be the great and selfless female president in the eyes of the public. As her son, he would also bear the stigma of being the son of a murderer, which would be a fatal blow to his political career. Every future election would become a deadly blow, ruining his path to candidacy from then on. Star took a deep breath. He hesitated in his heart, but when he thought of that coveted position, he had to harden his heart. He whispered, "Mother, your life is pure." After saying this, Star turned and left the intensive care unit. The next day, Star received a call from the hospital, informing him that Elijah had been poisoned and the time of death was at 1 o'clock in the morning. At first, Star was calm when he received the call, but when he arrived at the hospital and faced numerous media cameras, he finally broke down in tears. With red-rimmed eyes, he choked up and said before the international cameras, "I will definitely find the true culprit and seek justice for my mother, Elijah." Stark is like a naturally talented actor. His tears moved everyone present, including countless internet users in front of the screen. His crying video was crazily shared online, with some commenting on his brokenness, and because of his sense of brokenness, his video went viral globally. Chapter 223, the final chapter 1, She is dead. Xia Li suddenly stood up from the sofa, unable to believe the fact she was seeing. She walked over to Jing Tingyuan, who was handling work at the time. As soon as he saw her approaching, he put down his work and wrapped his arms around her waist. "What's wrong, baby? Look, Alicia is actually dead." Jing Tingyuan frowned and took the phone Xia Li handed him to check the latest international news. The news indeed stated the female president of country E, Alicia, has been poisoned and died. Following that, the second news revealed the details of Alicia's cause of death. She actually died, just like that? With Alicia dead, how could she investigate the truth behind Igor's murder? In this world, besides Alicia, who else would know where Igor's body is? If Igor's body couldn't be found in a day, then this case couldn't be established. Igor would only be treated as a missing person and could never be prosecuted as a criminal case against Alicia. Baby. Jing Tingyuan noticed Xia Li's unhappiness and comforted her by pulling her into his arms. It's okay. Even if she is dead, I will still continue the investigation. But she's dead. Doesn't that mean the clues are cut off? How can we investigate? Baby. With red eyes, Xia Li looked up and grasped Jing Tingyuan's arms, saying, Is it true that I really can't find my dad's body anymore? No. No matter how long it takes, I will help you investigate until the truth is revealed. After a while, when Jing Tingyuan entered his study for a video conference, Xia Li received a call from an unfamiliar number. At first, she didn't recognize who it was until the caller said he was He Junwang, and only then did she reveal a shocked expression. He Junwang? Why is it you? She hadn't seen or contacted He Junwang for a long time. Why was he suddenly calling her? Do you have something to discuss with me? I know you've been looking for your dad. I know where his body is. You? How do you know? He Junwang not only knew she was investigating Igor's death, but also knew where his body was. How did he know? I want to meet you. I could tell you the whole truth in person. I even have evidence to prove that Alicia is the murderer. Why do you know everything? You don't need to care how I know. Find a chance to meet me alone. Don't let Jing Tingyuan know. Shake off his bodyguard and meet me privately. So mysterious. Xia Li didn't know what He Junwang was up to, but she was eager to know about Igor. After much hesitation, she agreed. Okay, the location, I'll go alone. Xia Li went to the location He Junwang mentioned by herself, without letting her bodyguard follow or informing Jing Tingyuan of the address. Upon arriving at the destination, she was surprised to find that the first person she saw was not He Junwang, but King. King, what are you doing here? King didn't answer her question, but instructed the bodyguard to blindfold her. Suddenly, her consciousness blurred, and when she woke up again, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. A cruise ship? Xia Li got out of bed and walked to the window, seeing the blue sea outside. At that moment, the golden sunlight shone directly on the water. Sparkling, she rubbed her aching head, recalling what had happened before she fainted. She remembered that she was supposed to meet He Junwang, but the person she encountered at the destination was King. Why did King appear? Filled with questions, she walked to the door and turned the handle to open it. As soon as the door opened, the sea breeze rushed in, salty and fishy. There were no bodyguards at the door, as if they weren't worried she would run away. But then again, in the vast ocean, where could she swim to even if she could? When she reached the deck of the cruise ship, she saw King standing straight at the railing. He seemed to sense her approaching and slowly turned around, smiling at her. Long time no see. We meet again. Do you know He Junwang? Why did you bring me here? King didn't directly answer Xia Li's question, but walked up to her and slowly took off the mask from his face. At the moment he removed the mask, Xia Li was taken aback. She stared at the man in front of her, memories flooding back like a tsunami. You are that. A long time ago, I worked as a part-time waiter on a cruise ship. At that time, you were negotiating with Jing Tingyuan, and in the end, your talks fell through, and both sides started shooting. My friend Liu Quan was injured during your battle. King frowned, as if recalling that incident. What are you planning to do by bringing me here? I invited you as a guest, not to kidnap you. Is knocking me out considered an invitation? Haven't you always wanted to know about Igor? I have something to give you. Chapter 224, the final chapter. Xia Li followed King into his suite. After opening the door, she hesitated about whether to step inside, considering that it was just the two of them and that there was a power disparity between her and King. If King wanted to do something to her, she might not be able to resist. Is there anything that can't be said outside? King glanced back, not taking her caution to heart, and smiled, saying, Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. Xia Li stood at the door, hesitating for a few minutes, but eventually stepped into the suite. Your father Igor was a longtime friend of my father. Before he died, he entrusted 3 paintings to my father for safekeeping. Later, 2 of the paintings were lost due to an accident, and we only recently found them. Paintings? What paintings? King unveiled the canvases of the 3 paintings, and Xia Li looked at the exquisite artworks in front of her, completely puzzled. Did my dad paint these while he was alive? King patiently explained to Xia Li. These 3 paintings are not ordinary. They depict not only a map, but also codes. Once you have these 3 paintings, you will possess wealth worth billions. The wealth worth billions is hidden in these 3 paintings? Is that true? Xia Li couldn't believe King's words at all, as she had never seen Igor's paintings and knew nothing about art. You brought me here just to show me these 3 paintings? I remember Junwang said on the phone that he knew where my dad's body was and had evidence. So where's the evidence now? Don't worry. We still need to wait for one more person. Wait for whom? Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang, but it was no longer in her hands. It was in King's. King picked up the phone and smiled, saying, "Look, just as I said, here it is. What do you want to do?" King answered the call. His expression calm. "Jing Xiao, long time no see. I've missed you." On the other end of the phone, Jing Tingyuan shouted like a madman, "Where is Xia Li? What have you done to her?" King looked at the unharmed Xia Li and replied in a calm tone, "She is doing well. I am currently accompanying her to appreciate Igor's artwork. Igor truly is a master. Every brushstroke in the painting hides a secret. What do you want in order to let her go? I have never thought of harming Xia Li. She is so lovely. I would rather marry her. Try to touch her. I dare you." "Jing Xiao, why don't we continue discussing the matters we didn't finalize before? Last time on the cruise, we parted on bad terms. This time, I've chosen the cruise as the negotiation location again, but now there is an additional person. I think having one more person shouldn't be a problem, right? You went through all this trouble for just that little bit of profit? Not just a little, but for you, Jing Xiao, it is indeed a drop in the bucket. However, for me, it is a fortune that I could never exhaust in 8 lifetimes." After saying a few more words to Jing Tingyuan, King hung up the phone and smiled at Xia Li, saying, "Don't worry, I will never harm you. Also, do you want to know how Alicia died?" Xia Li fell silent. King knew she didn't want to talk to him, and he didn't insist she respond. He continued, "Stark approached me for cooperation. Alicia could never have imagined she would die at the hands of her own son. Isn't this a form of karmic retribution?" Xia Li's pupils contracted, unable to believe every word King said. "I know you don't believe me, but the fact is Stark is about to become the youngest president of country E." King pulled out a document bag from somewhere and handed it to Xia Li, saying, "Here is the compensation Stark is giving you." Upon hearing this, Xia Li angrily asked, "What does this mean?" "Stark asked me to convey that his exact words were to take good care of yourself and your mother. From now on, he will never trouble you or your family. Why should I pretend that nothing ever happened and just let it go? Because he is now the president of country E." Xia Li took a deep breath as if she had been frightened. "I just want justice. He is the president and the youngest, most popular president of country E at that. After he takes office, he will marry Senator Petty to solidify his position. For many years to come, he will not lose his support. What do you have to counter him? Jing Tingyuan is just a businessman, but Stark is the president, wielding power. If you don't want Jing Tingyuan and your mother to lose their lives, you should know what to do. So you are Stark's negotiator today. I'm a businessman. He hired me as a negotiator, and I would not refuse a lucrative deal." At that moment, Xia Li finally understood why King wanted to meet her. He actually wanted to persuade her to give up revenge. Alicia has long destroyed everything that could harm her. You will never find Igor's body, nor will you find evidence of her murder. So just give up. Moreover, even if Alicia were still alive, do you think you could bring her down with that little evidence? At most, it would put her in jail for a few days, and then you would spend the rest of your life being hunted by her, living on edge. Give up revenge, stop the investigation, and live well with your mother." Xia Li bit her lip, knowing her power was limited. Jing Tingyuan was just a wealthier businessman. In the face of presidential power, a businessman meant nothing. "Stark really won't trouble my mother anymore? Yes, from now on, you don't have to worry about anyone threatening your mother's life. But my mother has been waiting for the truth. Your mother has lived this long solely on willpower. If she knew Alicia was dead, there would be no meaning in living anymore. With Stark alive, I think your mother will continue to live well with her hatred. Isn't that a good thing?" The next day, Xia Li was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast when suddenly a gunshot shattered the tranquility of the restaurant. Looking up, she saw a furious Jing Tingyuan burst in, holding a gun and pointing it at King, who was sitting across from Xia Li. King was not angry. In fact, he seemed very calm. As he cut his steak, he said, "Jing Xiao, have you thought about what I want? What if I refuse? I have planted bombs all over the cruise ship. If you refuse, I don't mind going down with you." Xia Li exclaimed in surprise, "Are you crazy? What I want must be obtained." King put down his knife and fork, stood up facing Jing Tingyuan, hands in his pockets. "Will you give it or not? The choice is yours." Jing Tingyuan hesitated, worriedly looking at Xia Li. He was angry at her for foolishly attending the meeting and dismissing all her bodyguards. But despite his anger, he couldn't bring himself to yell at her. "Next time, will you dare to run around again?" Xia Li smiled through her tears and shook her head. "I won't dare anymore. Wherever you go, I will go. If you want me to stay at home, I will obediently stay at home." Jing Tingyuan's anger was extinguished by her simple words. He turned to King. "I can give you what you want, but you have to agree to one thing. Leave one of your eyes." King squinted, exuding a dangerous aura. What do you mean? You accepted such a big gift. Don't you have to give something in return? Don't go too far. This is my territory. Do you and Xia Li still want to leave safely? Do you think I came here unprepared? At that moment, King's phone rang. A bodyguard on the other end said, Boss, we are surrounded. King, I'm sorry, my technology is one step ahead of yours. Your bombs won't explode. King thought he had made all the necessary preparations, but unexpectedly, he was still outmaneuvered. However, he would never give up his eye, preferring to go down with the ship. In an instant, Xia Li once again experienced the gunfight scene from when she first met Jing Tingyuan, with both sides firing at each other. Amidst the gunfire, there were wooden splinters and shards of glass everywhere. Jing Tingyuan worried about Xia Li getting hurt and kept her protected in his arms. He held her hand and led her to the deck of the cruise ship. Looking up, they saw dozens of helicopters circling overhead. Soon after, she saw Mingju, Yi Jin, and Lu Wuhua descending from the helicopters. How did you all come? Lu Wuhua pretended to be angry, saying, Xia Li, how could you meet strangers alone? Do you know we were very worried about you? Yi Jin added, You shouldn't have met King alone. He is not a good person. Mingju asked, Did he do anything to you? Xia Li shook her head. No, he didn't hurt me. But what does he really want? Is it something very important? Technological research and development. Mingju replied. Xia Li frowned, seemingly not understanding. Jing Tingyuan said, Stop talking nonsense. King has planted bombs on the cruise ship. We need to leave here quickly. Lu Wuhua was immediately frightened and said worriedly, Is King crazy? Doesn't he want to live? If the cruise ship explodes, he won't survive either. He must be insane. Jing Tingyuan sneered. He has always been a madman. As soon as the words were spoken, the cruise ship suddenly exploded. Seeing the ship about to sink, Jing Tingyuan quickly grabbed the rope thrown down from the helicopter and held on to Xia Li as they ascended. Hold tight to me. Xia Li tightly embraced Jing Tingyuan's waist, afraid that if she let go, she would fall into the sea and die. No, are we really going back ashore like this? Their boat was right next to them. With a loud bang, the helicopter above them was blown apart, and Jing Tingyuan and Xia Li were forced to fall into the sea. Lu Wuhua saw the two of them plunge into the water and, in a panic, released the rope he was holding, plunging straight into the sea to swim towards Xia Li. When Xia Li fell into the water, she choked on a lot of seawater and lost consciousness. Seeing her in a faint state, Jing Tingyuan held her tightly and swam desperately towards the cruise ship. When Xia Li woke up, she found herself in a hospital room in City S, her head wrapped in gauze and her face slightly pale. Cough, cough. Jing Tingyuan, who was standing outside the hospital door discussing business with Nanshi, immediately pushed the door open and walked in upon hearing her cough. The moment Xia Li saw Jing Tingyuan, a smile involuntarily crept on her lips. Honey, are we okay? Yes, we are all fine. Jing Tingyuan embraced Xia Li, while Nanshi, watching them hug, coldly pulled out a chair and sat down, then began peeling fruit for Xia Li. Nanshi handed the peeled apple to her, and she smiled and thanked him. Xia Li originally wanted to ask Nanshi why he didn't continue pretending to be sick, but thinking of Jing Tingyuan being there, she changed her question. When did you get discharged? 2 days ago. Xia Li took a bite of the apple and nodded. Little Xia Li. Upon hearing that Xia Li had woken up, Lu Wuhua hurried back from the hospital cafeteria, chocolate sauce still smeared on the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Xia Li smiled and pointed her own mouth. Lu Gu, you have something on your mouth. Do I? Lu Wuhua randomly touched his mouth, wiping a bit away but not cleaning it completely. Xia Li shook her head helplessly and took a tissue to help wipe Lu Wuhua's mouth. All done. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the hospital room became quite awkward, and Xia Li realized her earlier action might have been inappropriate. I just saw his mouth was dirty and helped wipe it. Nothing else. Jing Tingyuan, filled with jealousy, sat beside Xia Li, wrapped his arms around her waist, and kissed her red lips. Baby, you helped another man wipe his mouth in front of me. Are you really not afraid I'll kill you? Lu Wuhua replied. I'm not just any other man. I'm little Xia Li's Lu Gu. The last 3 words were said in an incredibly cheesy manner, causing even the usually stern Nanshi to smile slightly. Nanshi, what are you laughing at? Are you jealous of me? What could I be jealous of you for? The one who spoke was Mingju, dressed in a red suit and smelling pleasantly of light perfume. He placed the bouquet he was holding aside and found a vase to arrange the flowers. Xia Li, the doctor said you need to stay in the hospital for 2 days. I'll change the flowers tomorrow. What kind of flowers do you want? Anything. I'm fine with anything. Yi Jin walked into the hospital room with a food box, glanced at the 4 other men inside, and suddenly felt the space was a bit crowded. Yi Jin nodded at Xia Li. Do you want something to eat? I just bought it. It's still warm. What is it? The pastries from that shop on Qingji Road. The one you liked. Then I have to try it. Xia Li took the pastries Yi Jiayin handed her, and while eating, she asked Jing Tingyuan, "What about King? He won't have died in the cruise explosion, right? He's fine, still very much alive. What about Stock? He has already assumed the presidency of country." Xia Li sighed helplessly. Jing Tingyuan, do you think it would be cowardly of me to give up on revenge? Jing Tingyuan rubbed her hair. No, whatever decision you make. I support you. I know you just want our family to be safe. As long as Stock doesn't trouble us again and Alicia is dead, then as he said, when a person dies, the debt is cleared. What do you think? Xia Li nodded. She originally thought about letting Alicia face legal consequences, but since she is dead, then so be it. In the days to come, I just want to live happily with my mom. Lu Wuhua leaned over. I also want to live happily with little Xia Li. Jing Tingyuan shot Lu Wuhua a glare. Get lost. No, Nan, she interrupted. The doctor just said you're pregnant. This statement shocked everyone in the room. Jing Tingyuan displayed an incredulous expression, looking at Xia Li with a complex gaze, gently grabbing her arms and asking, "Baby, you're pregnant?" Xia Li placed her hand on her belly. "No, that can't be true." Nan, she replied, "You should ask Tingyuan. If he never wears protection, it's very normal to get pregnant." Xia Li's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. How could Nancy say something like this with a straight face? Lu Wuhua exclaimed, "Little Xia Li, you're pregnant, so I reserve my spot to be the child's father." Jing Tingyuan retorted, "That's my child. What does it have to do with you?" Lu Wuhua insisted, "A godfather is still a father." Yi Jiayin chimed in, "I agree. I also want to be the child's father." Mingju added, "Me too." Nancy said, "I don't oppose." "Huh? Are you all crazy?" Jing Tingyuan shouted, "Get out." Everyone obediently stood up and left the hospital room, but they didn't go far, instead standing guard like 4 door gods at the entrance. Jing Tingyuan glanced at the hospital door, helplessly said to Xia Li, "Baby, I really regret getting to know these guys." "Well, it's okay. The more people that love our baby, the better. Then you can only love me." "I only love you, Jing Tingyuan. I love you even more." Jing Tingyuan lowered his head and kissed Xia Li's red lips, and as they kissed, his hand unconsciously slipped under her clothing. The end. Chapter 226. Nancy falls ill. Xia Li cares for him in the castle's restaurant. Xia Li sat alone at the dining table, enjoying a delicious breakfast. While eating, she suddenly remembered that Nancy had come to discuss business with Jing Tingyuan yesterday. Since it was too late, they arranged for him to stay in the castle. She was someone who loved to sleep in, but it was already 10:30 in the morning. Why hadn't Nancy gotten up yet? Did he leave early in the morning? Xia Li asked Butler Lu. Did Nanga leave? Butler Lu replied, "No. Nan Xiao is still in his room. Last night, before he went in, he instructed that no one was to disturb his rest, and he hasn't stepped out of the room since." Sally nodded. "I see, okay. You go do your thing." By 11 o'clock, Nancy still had not come out of his room. Sally became a bit worried that he might be starving, so she went to knock on his door. "Nango, are you awake?" After knocking several times, there was no response. Could he have left? Xiaoli twisted the doorknob and found that the door was not locked. So she opened it and walked into Nanchi's room. The layout of the room was a bit complicated. First, she had to go around a small hall, and behind a screen was the resting bed. As she approached, she saw Nanchi lying on the bed sideways, the curtains tightly closed, with the light from the night lamp. Xiaoli noticed that his complexion looked quite bad. She cautiously poked his shoulder with her finger and whispered, "Nenga?" Nanchi remained still. When she reached out to check his forehead temperature, he suddenly opened his eyes and grasped her wrist tightly. "Nenga!" Once Nanchi recognized that it was Xiaoli in front of him, his initially vigilant expression gradually softened, and the fierce aura surrounding him dissipated significantly. This was not Nanchi's fault. As a soldier, vigilance was essential, especially when on missions for extended periods, where a moment of carelessness could cost him his life. If it weren't for this high fever making him confused, he wouldn't have waited until Xiaoli got close to wake up. Nanchi relaxed his grip and asked hoarsely, "What are you doing here? I saw you still in bed so late. And he said you didn't come downstairs, and when I knocked, you didn't respond. So I was worried and just pushed the door open," Xiaoli explained. Nanchi sat up and turned on all the lights in the room, his scorching gaze landing on Xiaoli. Gulf, I'm Fine. Still saying you're fine? Look at you, your voice is hoarse." Xiaoli placed her hand on his forehead, which was indeed burning hot. "Hot enough to fry an egg on it. I'll go get a doctor to take a look at you." "No need. Just take some fever-reducing medicine and it'll be fine." "Is that really okay?" Nanchi nodded. "Sometimes when I'm out on missions, I also get high fevers. A quick shower fixes it." "Huh? Is it really okay to do that? Want to make it worse?" She found his words a bit untrustworthy. Shouldn't one sweat out toxins when having a fever? How could one still take a shower? A shower and drink plenty of water. It will come down quickly. Is your constitution really that good? When I have a fever, I have to lie down for a whole day and night. Feelings are all over and can't even get up. Plus, I feel dizzy. Nanshi just smiled without speaking. Then should I go get you some fever-reducing medicine? Okay. Xia Li went downstairs to help fetch the medicine. When she came back upstairs, she found Nanshi was no longer lying in bed, and she could hear water running from the bathroom, guessing he was taking a shower. She placed the medicine down and thought that it wouldn't be good for Nanshi to take medicine on an empty stomach. So she went back downstairs to the kitchen to make a bowl of hot porridge. Chapter 227. Nanshi is sick. Xia Li takes care of him, carrying the hot porridge into the room. Just as Nanshi finished a shower and walked out of the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Their eyes met the moment he looked up. His sun-kissed skin glistened with droplets of water, and his well-defined 8-pack abs were clearly visible, with his V-line partially concealed by the towel. Xia Li instinctively swallowed hard. It wasn't that she was drooling over Nanshi's physique, but it was the first time she was appreciating a man up close besides Jing Tingyuan, which left her somewhat flustered. Realizing she had been staring too long, she quickly averted her gaze and pretended to be calm, saying, "This porridge is freshly made. Eat it while it's hot. After eating, take your medicine so you won't feel nauseous." She placed the porridge on a coffee table and turned to leave the bedroom. But unexpectedly, in the moment she turned, Nanshi grabbed her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Thump, thump. Her heart raced inexplicably fast. Besides her own heartbeat, she could also feel Nanshi's heart beating unusually fast. At that moment, Xia Li seemed to forget to breathe, her amber-like clear eyes gazing up at Nanshi. After a long while, Nanshi slowly leaned down, and just as his lips were about to touch her red lips, she hurriedly pushed him away. Cough, cough. Xia Li turned around, her cheeks flushed, and her entire body felt as if it had been roasted by a furnace. At that moment, Nanshi's voice came from behind. "I'm sorry, I was rude just now. It might be the fever messing with my head. It won't happen again." Xia Li swallowed nervously. "You should eat your porridge. I'm going downstairs." "Wait, what else is there? Can you help me with something, considering I'm sick?" She turned back to look at Nanshi, who appeared somewhat pale, and for the first time, he exuded a rare sense of vulnerability. "What do you need help with?" "Feed me." She thought Nanshi would request something outrageous, but it turned out to be such a simple thing as feeding him porridge. Xia Li immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After considering it, feeding him porridge wasn't a big deal. Then, she picked up the bowl and sat on the sofa with Nanshi. One carefully fed him porridge while the other watched intently, opening his mouth when prompted and drinking the porridge when told. The bowl of porridge quickly reached the bottom, and Xia Li took a few napkins to wipe the corners of Nanshi's mouth. As she withdrew her hand, Nanshi suddenly grabbed her wrist. "Xia Li, what do you want to name the baby?" "I haven't thought about it yet." Glancing at her wrist he was holding, she bit her lip and quietly reminded him, "Could you let go of my hand? You're hurting me." Nanshi obediently released his grip, but he didn't immediately let her go. Instead, he cupped the back of her neck and kissed her when she wasn't paying attention. At that moment, Xia Li felt like she was frozen, as if she had turned to stone. How could? Nanshi released her hand and looked at Xia Li with deep affection, his fingertips trailing down from the back of her neck to her abdomen, his tone suggestive. "I wish this place was nurturing our child." Those words struck like thunder, startling Xia Li to quickly get up and frantically wipe her lips with the back of her hand. "Nanshi, are you crazy? Just a kiss, is that not allowed?" "No. If you dare to do this again, I won't talk to you anymore." Nanshi earnestly apologized. "Okay, I won't do that again. I'm sorry for my rudeness just now." Xia Li said nothing and turned to leave. He watched her back as she left, unable to resist, gently rubbing his fingertip over where he had kissed her soft lips, thinking that having this kiss was enough to save her for the rest of his life. Chapter 228. New Year's Eve won in the blink of an eye. It was New Year's Eve. Xia Li stood on the deck of a sightseeing boat, gripping the railing with both hands, looking at the neon street scene on the shore. The shore was crowded with people, and looking around, one could see heads one after another, making it impossible to count how many people there were. They were all holding their phones to take photos and videos, waiting for tonight's New Year's Eve performance. It was said that there would be an exciting drone show, a fireworks display, and various activities on this beach tonight. "Baby, why didn't you bring your coat? It's windy outside." Jing Tingyuan draped his coat over her shoulders and hugged her tightly from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder as he gently said, "This is your first time accompanying me for New Year's Eve. I hope that every year after this, you could be by my side." Xia Li naturally leaned against him, gently stroking the back of his hand, and softly said, "Hubby, after the baby is born, let's bring the baby to watch the fireworks together every New Year's Eve. Okay? Okay. By the way, When does the drone show start? It's already past 7. Isn't it starting yet? It starts at 8. That's still a long wait. It's okay. I'll wait with you. As soon as I arrived, I saw the two of you being all lovey-dovey. Can't you spare a thought for the pain of a single dog like me? Lu Wuhua walked over in a 5-button tang suit. The black top contrasting sharply with the white cuffs, and the new Chinese style made him look elegant and appropriate. On the back of his clothes was a dragon embroidered with golden threads, vivid and lifelike. He stood next to Jing Tingyuan, glanced at their affectionate posture, and said with jealousy, showing off every day, "Aren't you tired of it?" Jing Tingyuan retorted without hesitation, "You can choose to look away or leave. Or just poke your eyes out." Lu Wuhua snorted coldly, too lazy to argue with Jing Tingyuan, and instead smiled at Xia Li, little Xia Li. "It's New Year's Eve tonight. I prepared a bunch of gifts for you. Have you prepared anything for me?" Jing Tingyuan, "Why should I prepare anything for you? Can't you afford it? How about I give you 2 coins to buy it yourself?" Lu Wuhua, "Tingyuan, is this how you treat a brother? Just 2 coins? Who do you think you're looking down on? I'm the king of short dramas now. I have endless filming offers. Who need your trifling gifts?" Speaking of short dramas, it must be said that Lu Wuhua has quite a talent for acting. Previously, he invited Xia Li to be the female lead in a short drama, thinking he would be the only male lead, but unexpectedly, Jing Tingyuan and Yi Jin also got involved, resulting in a short drama with 5 male leads and 1 female lead. Due to Nanshi's special identity, he had never shown his face in the drama. Initially, he thought such a niche short drama wouldn't become popular, but unexpectedly, it became a huge hit everywhere. Since then, Lu Wuhua has been inundated with filming offers, and even some agencies wanted to sign him for TV or movie roles, but he felt that TV and movies were too exhausting. Short dramas were much more comfortable. Because short dramas only require a few days of shooting, once finished, he can rest and shoot again whenever he wants. Since then, Lu Wuhua has shot more than a dozen short dramas, each one a hit, earning him the title of king of short dramas. "Brother Lu, I've watched every single drama you've acted in. They're all great." Hearing Xia Li praise him, Lu Wuhua shyly scratched his head. "It's okay, my acting skills are average. I specifically hired a professional teacher for guidance. If I don't perform well, I'm afraid I'll ruin the teacher's livelihood." "Baby, don't praise him, his ego will soar." Xia Li stifled a laugh, afraid to join in the conversation, worried that it might annoy both of them, which would make things difficult for her. At that moment, Yi Jin walked over in a wine-red long coat, his black hair falling behind him, slightly lifting at the ends in the wind, giving off a charming and captivating vibe. He yawned, walked to Lu Wuhua's side, leaned back against the railing, and casually placed his hands on it. Lu Wuhua glanced at him and frowned. "Did you rob a bank last night? You look so tired. I found a murderer who killed my parents yesterday and went after him today." Upon hearing this, Xia Li immediately asked curiously, "Brother Yi, did you find a mastermind behind your parents' murder?" Xia Li knew that Yi Jin had always cared deeply about this matter. The murder of his parents was a pain he carried for life. If the murderer wasn't found, he probably wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Luckily, he had found them now, which could be considered a resolution to one of his worries. "Yeah, but I couldn't finish him off myself." "Lu Wuhua, why? Did something happen?" Yi Jin patiently explained to the 3 of them. "There were internal issues. Someone wanted to take the power from me. By the time I found him, he had already been tortured beyond recognition and died from the pain." Since Xia Li was pregnant, Yi Jin didn't want to share too many bloody details that might upset her, so he just stated the outcome. "Jing Tingyuan, if you feel unsatisfied, I can help you." Yi Jin, "No need, I don't care about his properties." Now, Yi Jin was the head of the Yi family. Yishan had long been ousted by him. With the wealth of the Yi family, other properties were just trivial matters. Whether he had them or not was irrelevant. Yi Jin looked back in the direction he came from and asked, "Where's Mingju? He didn't come?" Lu Wuhua, "He came. I just saw him video calling his family. Seems like they're pressuring him to get married." Yi Jin understood and nodded. The Ming family only has this one son. He has never had a girlfriend. Recently, his aunt called me, suspecting whether he likes men, even wondering if one of us might be with him. Lu Wuhua immediately crossed his arms and exclaimed in horror, No, my little Xia Li, I don't have that preference." Jing Tingyuan coldly said, "Stop thinking about my woman every day." Lu Wuhua rolled his eyes at Jing Tingyuan, snorted, and said nothing. Xia Li stifled a laugh again and asked, "Has Minggu's mom suspected that Jing Tingyuan and Mingju are a couple?" Upon hearing this, Jing Tingyuan immediately covered her mouth with his hand. "Baby, don't you know whether I like men? How you think the baby in your belly came to be? Do you want to be bedridden for the next month? If you want to be stimulated, just say it. I'll satisfy you." Xia Li quickly shook her head, pried Jing Tingyuan's fingers apart, and pleaded for mercy. I won't do it again, I promise. Please spare me, husband. Jing Tingyuan smiled indulgently. At least you're sensible. Chapter 229. New Year's Eve 2. After Ming Ju finished his video call with his family, he came to the deck. By this time, everyone except Nanchi had already arrived. Ming Ge. As soon as she saw Ming Ju, Xia Li immediately smiled and greeted him. Ming Ju nodded at her, gently asking, Have you had dinner? Pregnant women shouldn't go hungry. It's not good for their health. I have. Lu Wuhua placed his hand on Ming Ju's shoulder and jokingly asked, You have to tell me honestly, is your aunt pressuring you to get married? Ming Ju looked at Lu Wuhua with a dumbfounded expression and said, You know the answer already. Has your aunt found you any beautiful ladies? Set you up for blind dates or something? I declined. Why? Your aunt is just looking out for you. Marrying early and starting a family is a good thing for the Ming family. Then why don't you go on a blind date and get married? I'm a practitioner of the path of detachment. How can I be disturbed by worldly matters? Upon hearing this, the men present all scoffed. What are you laughing at? Lu Wuhua looked at Xia Li. Little Xia Li, what are these fools laughing at? Eugene, of course, they're laughing at you for being foolish. Lu Wuhua, fools laugh at me. Oh, I get it. Xia Li watched their banter and couldn't help but cover her mouth to laugh, feeling that no matter how much time passed, these guys could always bicker like children. Can't they be a little more mature? But it wouldn't be accurate to say they were immature when facing others. They were mature and steady, decisive in their actions. However, once they gathered together, it was like a group of kindergarten kids having a meal, always chattering away. After a while, Nanchi arrived fashionably late. He wore a high-neck black sweater paired with black trousers and black leather shoes, looking noble and mature, with a green gemstone-studded watch adding a touch of life to his all-black outfit. As soon as he appeared, everyone's gaze was focused on him. He glanced at everyone, finally resting his eyes on Xia Li. I'm late. Xia Li smiled. It's not too late. The drone show hasn't started yet. Nanchi raised his hand to check his watch and said softly, It should be about time. Once everyone gathered, Lu Wuhua instructed the attendants to start preparing the sky lanterns, planning to light them after watching the performance to pray for blessings and wishes. When the performance time arrived, thousands of drones slowly ascended, forming various shapes in the dark sky, resembling the universe, meteors, and the most touching sight was the lifelike Monkey King, holding a golden staff, stepping on a rainbow cloud and coming before the crowd, showering everyone with blessings. Colorful fireworks began to bloom after the drone performance ended, filling the sky with dazzling colors, making it hard for people to decide where to point their phones. Xia Li wrote her New Year wish on the sky lantern, hoping that everyone would be safe and joyful in the new year, wishing for world peace. Jing Tingyuan took the sky lantern she wrote, smiled indulgently, and said, Baby, you are still so kind. Kindness is a beautiful virtue. She stretched her neck to see Jing Tingyuan's New Year wish and asked, What did you write? I hope you and the baby in your belly can be safe and happy. As the sky lanterns floated in the sky, against such a romantic backdrop, Jing Tingyuan wrapped one arm around her waist and held the back of her head with the other, slowly leaning in to kiss her. During the countdown to the new year, everyone shouted out loudly 10, 9, 8, 7. Xia Li looked up into Jing Tingyuan's eyes and loudly said to him, In the new year, I love you even more. Xia Li clung to Jing Tingyuan's waist and acted coy, saying, Yes, you see, I've never been moved by such a handsome Nachi before. Now that I know you, I've finally realized what it means to be touched. What does that mean? It means we are destined to be together. Destined to wait for you. That's when I understood what it means to be moved. Xia Li's sweet words instantly made Jing Tingyuan smile broadly, unable to suppress his grin. Ahem. Don't think that just because you say a few sweet words I'll let you go see Nanchi. I'm not saying these words to trick you into letting me see Nanchi. They're my heartfelt words. Jing Tingyuan blinked, looking like an innocent boy. Baby, I want to hear it again. Xia Li pretended to be confused. What? Didn't I just finish saying it? What else do you want to hear? Baby, you know what I want to hear. Xia Li shrugged and continued to act dumb. I don't know. What should I do? My mind is blank. I can't guess your thoughts at all. Am I suffering from amnesia? Jing Tingyuan pretended to be angry and pinched her cheek. Baby, I'm completely at your mercy in this life. I can't do anything about you. You don't want to be at my mercy? Jing Tingyuan looked at Xia Li in surprise, his Adam's apple bobbing twice. Baby, what did you just say? Husband, I love you. Jing Tingyuan was instantly amused by Xia Li's words. I really have no way to deal with you. When I want innocence, you flirt. When I want to flirt, you're innocent. It's really catching me off guard. I've never lost to anyone before, and all the losses in my life have been taken by Xia Li alone. He lifted Xia Li up with both hands and kissed her red lips. Reaching the bedside, he tossed Xia Li onto the soft big bed. This bed was custom-made, costing nearly 10 million, so even if tossed, it wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Jing Tingyuan leaned over Xia Li, his fingertips gently brushing her hair, his magnetic voice saying, "Baby, let us go to the hospital to see him after we're done." Okay, once? Chapter 203. One person's joy, three people's jealousy. They promised just once, but Jing Tingyuan still kept Xia Li up all night. When she woke up in the morning, she felt like her waist was about to break. Rubbing her waist, she got out of bed, feeling as if her feet were floating, her whole body lightheaded, as if she could faint at any moment. Seeing Jing Tingyuan come out of the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, she glared at him angrily and said, "It's all your fault. Didn't we agree on just once? You untrustworthy jerk." At this moment, Xia Li was wearing a thin silk nightgown, her long black hair cascading down her back. Her fair skin even more radiant under the blue silk nightgown. Her red lips, swollen for being kissed by Jing Tingyuan all night, looked like ripe cherries. Jing Tingyuan looked at her angry, yet helpless expression and couldn't help but smile. He walked up to Xia Li, looked at her affectionately, and rubbed her waist, saying, "Baby, I'm sorry, it won't happen again." Though he said that, Xia Li knew he would dare to do it again next time. She rolled her eyes at Jing Tingyuan and huffed, "I don't believe your nonsense, big liar. It's hard for me to control myself in front of you. It's just unavoidable. Who told you to be so tempting? Is it my fault?" Xia Li raised an eyebrow and asked proudly, "No, it's my fault. It's all my fault. Baby, don't be angry, okay?" Xia Li pouted, pretending to be angry, and said, "You hit me once, and then give me a sweet date. Cut out. Then what does the baby want to forgive me?" Jing Tingyuan held her in his arms, his fingers gently stroking her fair shoulders, making her feel a shiver run down her spine. "Okay, I'm going to take a shower." Xia Li, worried he would go wild again, quickly escaped from his embrace and slipped into the bathroom, even locking the door to prevent him from coming in to do something bad. After showering, cleaning up, and changing into new clothes, Xia Li went to the hospital with Jing Tingyuan to see Nanqi. Standing outside the hospital room, she looked at Nanqi lying on the bed, her eyes filled with worry. She turned to Jing Tingyuan beside her and quietly asked, "Is he going to lie like this all the time?" "I don't know." Jing Tingyuan's tone was cold, as if the person lying there was not his brother, but a stranger. At this moment, Lu Wuhuo walked over, patiently explaining to Xia Li and relaying the doctor's words to her. After hearing, she sighed softly. "Can't Chief Nan and Mrs. Nan wake him?" Lu Wuhuo shook his head. "We haven't told Uncle Nan and Aunt Nan about this yet, mainly because we're afraid Aunt can't handle such a blow, so we're keeping it from them for now." Mingju said, "If we've tried all methods and still no effect, we'll let Aunt and Uncle Nan know then." Lu Wuhuo added, "Xia Li, you're the first person Nanqi has liked. Maybe you can wake him up. Why don't you give it a try?" Jing Tingyuan pulled Xia Li's wrist, forcefully dragging her behind him, like a lion guarding his territory. "No." Jing Tingyuan's tone was indifferent, showing no signs of backing down. Xia Li looked up at Jing Tingyuan's back, knowing he was actually very worried about Nanqi's safety, but too proud to admit it. "Husband, did you forget what I said at home last night?" Jing Tingyuan lowered his head in thought, hesitating. Lu Wuhuo's expression changed in shock at the word husband, and a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. "Xia Li, what did you just call him?" "Lu Gu, I really like Jing Tingyuan. I want to be with him for a lifetime. I want to marry him." Lu Wuhuo was stunned for a few seconds, then smiled bitterly. "You don't need to keep saying this to me. I won't stop you from getting married." Mingju and Yi Jin both turned to look elsewhere, seemingly unsure of what to say, and fell into silence. "Hubby, can I go in and check on Nanqi?" Jing Tingyuan tightly grasped her wrist, fearing that if he let go, she would disappear. She sensed his anxiety and urgency, so she gently stroked his cheek and smiled. "Hubby, you are my husband, they are my friends. Your position will never waver. If you feel this insecure every day, then I'll tell you these things every day, okay?" On the side, Lu Wuhuo heard Xia Li say this to Jing Tingyuan and felt a surge of jealousy, like a bottle of vinegar had been overturned in his heart. His mouth unconsciously sour, but he was just a bystander with no right to interfere. Feeling sad, Lu Wuhuo walked to the side, pretending he hadn't heard anything, and looked out at the scenery. Chapter 204. Daddy-type boyfriend Jing Tingyuan gritted his teeth and compromised. 1 hour. I'll come and pick you up in 1 hour, not a minute more. Xia Li knew this was Jing Tingyuan's greatest concession, and she smiled and nodded. "Okay, then where are you going for this hour?" "Just walking outside." He would rather endure the cold wind outside than see Xia Li stay by Nanqi's side. Such visual stimulation might drive him mad. He was afraid that if Nanshi didn't wake up in time, he might directly do something to him. Xia Li. Then remember to come back to pick me up. I'll wait for you. With this phrase, Jing Tingyuan's mood finally improved a lot. After reluctantly leaving the hospital, Lu Wuhua, along with Mingjue and Yi Jin, also found excuses to leave the hospital, not wanting to disturb her and Nanshi. Mingjue said, if you stay alone, maybe you can really wake Nanshi up. Our presence might actually have an impact. Xia Li replied, it's not that powerful. I can only try. She watched them leave and then turned to push open the hospital room door. The closer she got to the bed, the heavier her heart felt. She had heard 3 days ago that Nanshi had been in a car accident and had been in a coma without waking up. She couldn't believe that a vibrant life could become a motionless vegetable, especially someone who had saved her twice. Stopping by the bedside, she looked at Nanshi's tightly closed eyes. Her nose felt sour, and tears fell unconsciously. She sniffed, wiped her face randomly with her hand, and walked around to the window. At that moment, Nanshi, lying in bed, opened his eyes. From the moment Xia Li entered, he wanted to open his eyes to see her, but he was worried that his lie would be exposed. So he only dared to open his eyes when Xia Li went to pull the curtain. Looking at Xia Li's slender silhouette, Nanshi blinked, tenderness flowing in his eyes. The moment Xia Li turned around, he wanted to close his eyes and continue pretending to be sick, but when he saw her red eyes from crying, he could no longer restrain himself, threw off the blanket, and got out of bed. Xia Li showed a look of astonishment, thinking she was hallucinating, until Nanshi's warm arms locked her in his embrace. Then she was sure he was awake. You were pretending to be sick? Nanshi smiled helplessly. Li, sometimes you can be so silly. Why aren't you silly at this moment? Xia Li frowned. No one would be happy to hear someone call them silly. She pushed Nanshi hard, but he just held her tighter. I heard your conversation with Ting Yuan. You promised to keep me company for this hour, no backing out. Why did you lie? Don't you know they're very worried about you? I know. Nanshi released his hold, lowered his head to look at Xia Li's reddened eyes, cupped her delicate face with his hands, and smiled. Are you crying for me? Are your tears also for me? Xia Li angrily slapped his hands away, took a step back, and glared at him fiercely. Can you joke about such things? And how can you use being sick to deceive people? Everyone is very worried about you, thinking you might never wake up. Are you angry with me? Can't be angry. This is deception. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Faced with Nanshi's sudden apology, Xia Li was momentarily speechless, biting her lip, unable to organize her thoughts for a while. After a while, she said, You owe your apology not to me, but to them. They are all your good brothers. Deceiving them like this, don't you feel guilty? So you have to help me hide it from them. Don't let them find out I'm pretending. You want me to help you lie? You will help me, right? No. Nanshi didn't want to continue this topic. It was hard to be alone with Xia Li, and he didn't want to waste time on meaningless arguments. He sat on the edge of the bed, reached out, and pulled Xia Li to sit on his lap. Let go of me. No. Nanshi tightly locked her in his arms, pinching her chin as he said, Leave for 1 hour, just let me enjoy this hour. During this hour, you belong to me alone. After 1 hour, you will still be Ting Yuan's girlfriend. Xia Li bit her lip, looking anxious but helpless. Nanshi, how come I never noticed you were such a rogue before? Do you like this? Ting Yuan can be forceful with you, and you can fall in love with him. Why can't I win your affection? That's unreasonable. Let go of me. If someone else sees us, I won't be able to clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. There are only you and me here, no one else. What are you doing? Are you trying to entice me to do something immoral? What constitutes an immoral act? Xia Li seemingly provocatively said, Colonel Nan, do you want to be a mistress? I don't mind, if you're willing to give me the chance. I certainly mind, Xia Li replied decisively, without hesitation. I want to do anything to you. I just want to enjoy this hour. Then can you let me go first? Men and women should keep their distance. Okay, but you can't run outside, otherwise. I'll catch you back immediately. As Nanshi released his grip, Xia Li quickly slipped to the nearby sofa like a rabbit, watching Xia Li deliberately keep her distance. Nanshi felt a little sour in his heart, but he did nothing. He sat on the other sofa and made tea for Xia Li, saying as he brewed, I want to hear you talk about your childhood, to know more about you. After this hour, if you want to get engaged to Ting Yuan or get married, that's fine. Xia Li was stunned for a few seconds, not quite understanding why he suddenly changed his mind. You insisted that I couldn't get married before. Why are you changing your mind now? Because I realized something in these past few days. What? I can wait. Wait for you to break up. Wait for you to divorce. If that doesn't work, I can wait until he is 100 years gone. If you're still alive then, I'll marry you. Are you joking? Nanshi handed the hot tea to Xia Li's lips and asked seriously, Do I look like I'm joking? Is there a need for this? I'm not as good as you think. You are. In Nanshi's eyes, Xia Li was like a seed, casually thrown in an inconspicuous pile of grass. But she had vigorous vitality, striving to grow into the most dazzling flower in that unnoticed pile, making passers-by stop and admire her. Jing Tingyuan is not the first person to stop for her, and Nan, she will not be the last. She is studious, humble, and never feels inferior because she has no money, nor does she feel proud because she has money. She has always been a positive and vibrant Xia Li, a son full of energy. Can you tell me about your childhood? I really want to understand your past. Although I wasn't part of your past, I hope to understand it so that I can make up for any shortcomings in your childhood. My biggest regret is the lack of paternal love. What? Do you want to be my dad? That's not impossible. Isn't it popular these days to have a dad-type boyfriend? I'm very willing. Xia Li was instantly amused by Nan Shi. She didn't expect the usually calm Nan Shi to joke around. Chapter 205. Every piece of jewelry Xia Li wore had a listening device installed by him. Xia Li sat upright on the sofa, holding the warm teacup tightly with both hands, occasionally glancing at Nan Shi beside her, but she didn't speak for a long time. She didn't know where to start or what period Nan Shi wanted to hear about. I don't know where to begin. Just talk about whatever comes to mind. No need to follow a sequence. Then I'll just speak freely, but my childhood stories aren't as interesting as yours. I'm not listening for the sake of entertainment. I want to understand you. There's no need to overly beautify your past. I want to know the real you. After a moment of recollection, Xia Li began to talk from when she first became aware of things. She recounted everything she remembered, and Nan Shi listened attentively, his gaze focused, not wanting to miss any detail. When she spoke of happy moments, he was infected by her smile and couldn't help but curl his lips. When she spoke of sad moments, he felt her sorrow and became sad as well. Time passed, and an hour quickly flew by. When the time was up, Xia Li mentioned she was tired, taking a sip of the hot tea Nan Shi handed her. I've told you there's nothing interesting about my childhood, but you insisted on listening. I found it very interesting. I want to keep listening. Xia Li bit her lip and glanced at her phone to check the time, thinking that Jing Tingyuan must be getting impatient waiting, and if she didn't go out soon, he might go crazy. Well, I'll take my leave now. I want to spill the beans about your pretending to be sick, but I hope you don't continue to deceive them. As she stood up, Nan Shi reached out and pulled her back. She lost her balance and fell onto his lap. Xia Li was clearly startled, a flash of panic in her eyes. What are you doing? You scared me. Nan Shi tightly wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her struggling wrists, leaning in to meet her gaze. At that moment, the atmosphere became somewhat ambiguous. Xia Li's cheeks flushed, feeling Nan Shi's warm breath, and she nervously turned her head away. Why you can't look at me like that? I'm leaving. Can you give me a gift before you go? What? Kiss me. Xia Li stared at him in surprise, her gaze unconsciously falling on his thin lips. This? No way. That's unethical. We can't do this. You're Jing Tingyuan's brother, and I'm his girlfriend. We can't act like this. Nan Shi instantly laughed. Li, do you think I want you to kiss me? Can I even get a peck on the cheek? Xia Li immediately breathed a sigh of relief, glad it wasn't forcing her to kiss him. However, even a peck on the cheek felt too ambiguous. So she directly refused. No, that behavior is too ambiguous. I'm not the kind of woman who is fickle. I hope you can respect me in the future and not make these misleading moves. Do you really like him that much to keep your body pure for him? That's respect. If you like him, you shouldn't do anything immoral. Li, I've discovered for the first time that you're such a disciplined girl. Why does that sound like an insult? Xia Li blinked, watching Nan Shi sigh in front of her. Forget it. I'll take it as my loss. Nan Shi released her and said, I respect you, and I will continue to do so. Xia Li stood up to adjust her clothing and hair, turning her back to Nan Shi, saying, You'll find a girl who resonates with you. After saying that, she left the hospital room, completely unaware of the sadness in Nan Shi's eyes at that moment. Nan Shi looked at the closed door, smiling bitterly. There will never be another Xia Li. Xia Li walked out of the hospital door, unexpectedly finding that it was drizzling outside. She had noticed the weather from the hospital room. Thankfully, it wasn't pouring rain. Just as Xia Li was about to call Jing Tingyuan, she suddenly saw a familiar figure standing across the road. The figure looked very much like Jing Tingyuan, but she was afraid she was mistaken. After all, how could Jing Tingyuan be standing still by the roadside? Especially in the rain? After dialing Jing Tingyuan's number, she confirmed it was indeed him when she saw him answer the call across the street. She hung up and walked over to him, standing in front of him and carefully examining him. Raindrops clung to his hair, glimmering like stars. Why are you standing here like a fool? Don't you know to take cover when it rains? How long have you been standing here? I've been waiting for you for a full 80 minutes. A look of astonishment flashed in Xia Li's eyes. Why? I thought you would wait for me at a nearby CAF or restaurant, not just standing here, because I don't know where to go without you. Thud. Xia Li felt as if her heart had been pierced by Jing Tingyuan, a slight pain coursing through her. She pursed her lips and rushed into his embrace, softly comforting him. I want to leave you. You'll catch a cold in the rain. Jing Tingyuan looked down at Xia Li, gently stroking her hair, his gaze falling on the connection of her necklace, unable to help but recall the words he had heard from his phone earlier. Every piece of jewelry Xia Li wore had a listening device installed by him, including the gemstone necklace she wore today. So every word and sentence of their conversation had been accurately transmitted to his ears. Their ambiguous interactions in the hospital, though lacking visuals, were enough to break his heart. Baby, don't leave me. I want to leave you. I will always love you. Jing Tingyuan remained silent, thinking that it didn't matter whether her words were lies. As long as she was by his side, that was enough. For a lifetime, no, for eternity. As long as she was with him, it would be fine. Chapter 206, Elysia. In Country E, at the Lamp Palace, Elysia sat at her desk, taking out an old, yellowed photograph from a drawer. She stared calmly at the photo in her hand, in which she looked to be just over a year old, cradled in her mother's arms. Next to her mother stood her father, who was holding a boy who looked exactly like her. That was her twin brother, Igor. As she gazed at the photo in a daze, her husband Klaus approached her. Klaus had silver hair, high eyebrows, deep eyes, a straight nose, and a fair complexion with sharp facial features. He walked over to Elysia, dressed in a well-tailored suit, and saw her staring blankly at an old photograph. He sighed helplessly, reached out to gently stroke her hair, and softly comforted her. So many years have passed, you should let it go. Elysia didn't look up, her grip on the photo tightening, her tone filled with resentment. I can't let go. No matter how many years have passed, I can never get over this. They are no longer in this world. You don't need to cling to the past. Let yourself go, okay? You have to have something to let go of, she replied. I can't let go. From the moment Klaus met Elysia, he understood her family situation and how deep her resentment toward her parents was. He just never expected that Elysia would really kill Igor. Although Elysia was wrong in this matter, Klaus deeply loved her. So he had to cover up her crime and help her campaign, gathering votes for her to succeed. You are the only son in your family. You don't understand. And you never will understand my feelings. Klaus understood her feelings, but he didn't argue back, just held her silently. When she was a child, her parents were in the midst of a divorce. She initially thought her mother took her away voluntarily, only to later realize that her mother was just like her father. She reluctantly chose her because she couldn't compete with him. When she looked at her face, she thought of Igor. When they ate, she called his name. Once, she heard her mother arguing with her father, saying that if he didn't give her money, she couldn't support her. But her father said that it would be better to bury her alive. I am their biological daughter, yet all I got was a light-hearted remark about being buried alive. Tears filled Elysia's eyes as she placed the photo on the table, stood up, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze at the sunset in the yard. After her mother passed away, her father had to bring her back into the family, and she naively thought it was because he loved her, not realizing he had never truly valued her. He was always focused on Igor, remembering every little thing about him. He would smile and feed Igor. Even if Igor made a mess of his food, he would still smile and ask the servant to bring a new bowl, concerned whether Igor had burned himself. Elysia tried to mimic Igor's messiness to gain his attention, but all she got was a slap that nearly deafened her. Elysia closed her eyes and took a deep breath, as if these memories made it hard for her to breathe. I never had new clothes. I always wore Igor's hand-me-downs. Due to long-term malnutrition, I was much shorter than Igor, and his clothes were always baggy on me. But thankfully, his clothes were of good quality, keeping me warm enough during winter so I wouldn't freeze to death in that house. The soles of her shoes were worn out, letting in water on rainy days. And after wearing them for a long time, her feet felt like they had been soaked. The more Elysia spoke, the angrier she became. She turned to Klaus and glared, questioning loudly, "What right do you have to tell me to let go? I have never received a single expression of love from my parents. How can I let go? He and Igor share the same face. Why can he have what I can't?" Elysia stepped closer to Klaus in her high heels, grabbing his arms and laughing madly. I tried so hard to get his attention, giving him my all. Yet he didn't care about my efforts at all. So I killed him. But I never expected that he would leave all his assets to Igor. Not a penny for me. I'm a child too, yet I got nothing. How can I accept that? How can I let go? Klaus looked at the tears on her face, feeling heartbroken, and reached out to wipe away her tears. It's okay. You are now the president of Country E. I will continue to help you in this new round of elections. Igor is not innocent. He deserves to die. Klaus held Elysia in his arms, softly comforting her, yes. He watched you being treated differently like a bystander. He is at fault too. You're not wrong for killing him. Alicia took a deep breath and hugged Klaus back. Xia Li is Igor's only child. She must die too. Yes, I will help you eliminate everything that makes you sad. Thank you for standing by my side all these years. We've been together for decades. There's no need for thanks. Chapter 207. Xia Li fell sick. The weather suddenly turned cold, and Xia Li accidentally caught a cold, developing a fever, headache, and a body that ached as if it had been crushed, making it hard for her to sleep all night. At 5 in the morning, she started coughing again. Jing Tingyuan stayed by her side, helping to rub her back, trying to ease her discomfort. Then, he handed her a cup of warm water, and she grimaced after taking a sip, saying, "It tastes so bitter. Once you're better, it won't be bitter. Do you want to suck on a piece of candy?" Xia Li nodded, and he magically produced a jar of candies from somewhere. The colorful candies looked delicious, lifting her spirits. He took out a red candy from the jar, unwrapped it, and fed it to Xia Li. As the candy entered her mouth, the sweet flavor spread instantly, masking the bitterness, and Xia Li couldn't help but smile. "The red one is strawberry flavored. I want to try the yellow one." "You can't eat too many. Your cough isn't gone yet." Xia Li clung to his arm, pouting, "Hubby, just let me have 2 more. My mouth is really bitter." Jing Tingyuan couldn't resist her and peeled 2 more candies for her, 1 mango-flavored and 1 grape-flavored. "That's 3 candies. You can't have any more." Xia Li pouted, looking dissatisfied. He gently rubbed her hair, soothingly saying, "Once your cough is better, you can eat as many as you want." "Umph, are you treating me like a child?" "In my eyes, you're just a child. Then why are you dating me? Isn't that a crime?" Jing Tingyuan was momentarily speechless, looking into her eyes, unsure of what to say. "Ahem, are you hungry? I'll have the kitchen prepare breakfast for you. After breakfast, you need to take your medicine." You really changed the topic quickly. Jing Tingyuan dared not say much, lifted the blanket, got out of bed, and put on his slippers as he walked out of the bedroom. A few minutes later, Jing Tingyuan came back in with a steaming bowl of vegetable and lean meat porridge. Xia Li glanced at the white porridge in the bowl. Although it had lean meat and a little bit of vegetables, its color was too bland, almost indistinguishable from plain porridge. "So bland? It was the same yesterday. I don't want to eat." She turned away in a huff, not even looking back. "Baby, you're still sick. You need to stick to light food. Once you're well, no matter if you want spicy hot pot or snail noodles, I'll accompany you. You've been comforting me for the past 2 or 3 days. I could recite your words." Jing Tingyuan set the porridge down and wrapped his arms around her from behind, saying gently, "Because I want you to get better soon. When you're sick, the one who feels the worst is me. Seeing you uncomfortable and weak, it really hurts my heart." Xia Li remained silent. "Baby, please listen to me. For these days, follow the doctor's advice and eat something light. Once you're better, you can eat anything else you want. Okay? Don't make me worry about you." "But my mouth is bitter." Eating light food makes it even more bitter. Xia Li had been ill before, but at that time, she wasn't so pretentious. She didn't know what was going on. Now, with Jing Tingyuan taking care of her, she had become more clingy, wanting to act spoiled for even the slightest discomfort, hoping to receive more of his concern. "Then I'll suffer with you. I'll have the kitchen make bitter melon these days. Your mouth is bitter, so I'll suffer with you. So you won't be alone in your discomfort. Okay?" Xia Li sniffed, her eyes slightly red, turning to wrap her arms around his neck. She buried her face in his neck, the familiar scent of woodsy perfume making her feel at ease. "Husband, have I become too clingy now? I really like you being this clingy with me. Feeling needed by you makes me very happy." Chapter 208. Jing Tingyuan, who has become a soft-hearted person because of Xia Li. After taking the medicine, Xia Li fell into a drowsy sleep. Jing Tingyuan, worried that no one would be by her side and that something might happen, took his computer to the master bedroom to work. To avoid disturbing her sleep, he turned off all notification sounds and set his phone to silent. At this moment, a message popped up in their small group chat. "Mingzhu, how is Xia Li now? Is she feeling better?" "Yi Jin, pay attention to the change of seasons these days." "Lu Wuhua, if you can't take care of little Xia Li well, how about I take over?" Jing Tingyuan. Jing Tingyuan glanced at the group message. Too lazy to respond to Lu Wuhua, simply replying, "She is fine." Cough cough. Hearing the coughing sound, he immediately put down his phone and walked quickly to the bedside. "Baby," his brows furrowed, full of worry, he reached out to support her, letting her lean against him. Then, he poured a glass of warm water and brought it to her lips to drink. After drinking, she clearly felt much better. Seeing her in discomfort, Jing Tingyuan suggested, "Baby, don't force yourself anymore. Let's go to the hospital for N4. That way you'll recover faster." Xia Li shook her head, saying that IVs are not good. If she had to get N4 every time she caught a cold and coughed, her body would easily deteriorate, and she would need IVs every time she got sick in the future. Jing Tingyuan was taken aback. So you've been holding on and refusing to go to the hospital for an 4 because of this reason? He had always thought that Xia Li didn't want to go because she was afraid of needles, but he didn't expect it was for this reason. Xia Li nodded and said nothing more. Baby, I think you misunderstood. What did I misunderstand? A slight cold can be endured, but your current situation has severely affected your daily life. You start coughing shortly after lying down. This is a serious condition, and you can't just endure it. I'll accompany you to the hospital for an 4, okay? Because she hadn't slept well, Xia Li looked particularly listless, as if she were a snowflake that could shatter with a touch. Jing Tingyuan didn't wait for her to respond. Picking her up horizontally and taking the elevator straight to the underground parking lot, instructing the driver to head to the best hospital in the city center. The car's heating was sufficient, but he was still worried she would catch a chill, so he specially covered her with a blanket and used his palm to warm her hands. She leaned against him, feeling his warmth and safety, and nuzzled against him reluctantly. Jing Tingyuan was dressed lightly in a thin shirt, and her nuzzling made him feel restless. Baby, if it weren't for the fact that you're sick, I would really want to take you right now. At that moment, she resembled a fluffy plush cat, unintentionally teasing him and making him feel hot and restless. Upon arriving at the hospital, Jing Tingyuan carried her directly inside. Before arriving, Sun had already called the director to inform him. So a doctor was waiting in the ward when they arrived. He gently placed her on the hospital bed, and because she was asleep, Xia Li instinctively tightened her grip around his neck. Jing Tingyuan was instantly delighted by Xia Li's subconscious action, feeling overjoyed. Baby, I'm here, good girl. Xia Li obediently loosened her grip, and after a while, she felt a needle prick on the back of her hand, causing her to frown slightly. Jing Tingyuan gently smoothed her furrowed brow, soothingly saying, It's okay, just a little mosquito bite, it'll be fine soon. During the 4 drip, Jing Tingyuan stayed by her side without leaving. Even when Assistant Yao had work matters to discuss with him, he would bring the documents to the ward to sign. After signing, Jing Tingyuan saw that Assistant Yao hadn't left yet and asked curiously, Is there anything else? Assistant Yao glanced at Xia Li on the bed and then looked at Jing Tingyuan. Jing Xiao, when did you become someone who knows how to take care of others? Jing Tingyuan narrowed his eyes dangerously, and sensing the impending danger, Assistant Yao hurriedly packed his documents and slipped out of the ward. Jing Tingyuan snorted, muttering, Lucky you got away fast. Chapter 209. One more tea than the other. After 2 days in the hospital, Xia Li's condition had noticeably improved, and her appetite was slightly better than the previous days. Jing Tingyuan sat by the bed with a bowl of shredded chicken congee, carefully feeding her, afraid of burning her. As the congee was about to run out, Xia Li shook her head, saying she couldn't eat anymore. Then don't eat. Do you want to drink some water? Xia Li nodded, and Jing Tingyuan immediately brought a cup of warm water to her lips. She lowered her head and took a sip, her voice weak. I don't want to drink anymore. Then lean against the headboard and rest for a while. Jing Tingyuan placed a pillow behind her to make her more comfortable. She sat on the bed playing with her phone while he quietly cleaned up, taking the used bowls and chopsticks out of the ward for the maid to handle. Jing Tingyuan. The moment Jing Tingyuan turned his head, Xia Li smiled and snapped a picture with her phone. She had originally thought she could capture an unflattering photo of Jing Tingyuan, but unexpectedly, he looked stunning from every angle, even in a casual candid shot. The golden light illuminated his black hair, casting a glow, and the shadows under his high cheekbones made his eyes appear deep and mysterious. The contrast of light and shadow on his straight nose was breathtaking. Looking at the photo, Xia Li couldn't help but swallow, secretly praising herself for being so lucky. Baby, I'm right in front of you. Why look at a lifeless picture? Jing Tingyuan noticed she was staring at the photo and felt displeased, pinching her chin in a sulky manner. Isn't it better to look at the real thing? Raising her head and widening her eyes to gaze at Jing Tingyuan's nearly perfect handsome face, Xia Li couldn't help but smile. She nodded. Indeed, you look better in person. Since I'm so good-looking, should I get a reward? She frowned, blinking in confusion. Why isn't her getting a reward when he is the one being praised? Jing Tingyuan held her chin, slowly leaning in, the warm breath brushing against her nose. Although this wasn't their first kiss, every time he drew near made her heart race. She nervously grabbed the blanket, closed her eyes, and waited with a mix of anticipation and anxiety for him to kiss her. Just as his kiss was about to land, the door to the ward was pushed open from the outside, interrupting them. Little Xia Li, look what I brought you to eat. Lu Wuhua appeared in the moment, and Jing Tingyuan's gaze was like a sharp knife, precisely landing on his forehead. Sensing the hostile glare from Jing Tingyuan, Lu Wuhua pretended not to see anything. Carrying the items to the bedside, Xia Li, I specially flew to Country Tea to buy your favorite durian. Do you want to try it now? Lu Wuhua opened the food box, revealing the peeled durian flesh inside. The moment the lid was lifted, the fragrant smell of durian filled the room, making Xia Li swallow hard. Jing Tingyuan gritted his teeth and scolded. Lu Wuhua, don't you have any common sense? Lu Wuhua, what is wrong with me? Why are you scolding me out of nowhere? She was already coughing from cold, and now that she was finally feeling better, giving her durian would only worsen her condition. Lu Wuhua was taken aback. I didn't think that much. I just remember Xia Li loves to eat it. So I specifically flew to Country Tea early in the morning to buy it. Lu Wuhua quickly threw the durian into the trash can, looking at Xia Li with a guilty expression. I'm sorry, Xia Li. I didn't mean to. I just remembered you love it, so I made a special trip. Xia Li glanced at the durian flesh in the trash can. Her heart felt like it was bleeding. Why did you throw it away? Even if I can't eat it, others can eat it. Lu Wuhua stood there looking at a loss like a child who made a mistake. Lu Yi, I didn't mean to blame you. Lu Wuhua, I'm sorry. Am I really that stupid? I don't know how to make girls happy. Jing Tingyuan, who was sitting beside them, was slightly taken aback, feeling that the green tea scent in the room was quite strong. Lu Wuhua, quickly put away your tea words. Lu Wuhua rolled his eyes at Jing Tingyuan. Why can you have tea? When did I ever act tea-like? Xia Li, you too. Are you still kindergarten kids? Even children aren't as childish as you two. Watching the two bicker, Xia Li could imagine how they were in kindergarten. Perhaps one pretending to swing a fist to show strength but couldn't win, while the other pretended not to care but was proudly seeking a step down. Chapter 210. Inviting Xia Li to play the female lead in a short drama, Lu Wuhua sat by the hospital bed, helping Xia Li peel loquats, sharing good news while Jing Tingyuan pretended not to see him and sat working nearby. Jing Tingyuan's indifference didn't make Lu Wuhua uncomfortable. Instead, he felt joyful sharing the news. Xia Li, do you remember the Blue Tie Bar? Xia Li recalled the name of the Blue Tide Bar carefully. She had a vague impression. A long time ago at the Blue Tide Bar, I was there with you, Mingju, and Jean. Do you remember? Xia Li shook her head. She didn't have much impression, as most of the time she went with them to drunken gatherings. And she remembered those drunken nights more vividly. Seeing that Xia Li didn't remember the Blue Tide Bar, Lu Wuhua mentioned an important person. At the Blue Tide Bar, I met a woman named Song Ru. She's an agent. Do you remember her? Xia Li had only seen an agent once in her life, and she was a stunning beauty, so she remembered her very well. She nodded. I remember. Why did Lu Gu suddenly bring her up? Lu Wuhua smiled and replied, I saw her at a party recently, and she invited me to play the male lead in a short drama. Acting? Xia Li looked Lu Wuhua up and down. His external conditions were indeed top-notch, but he hadn't studied this professionally. Could he really act? Xia Li, what kind of look is that? Facing Xia Li's doubtful gaze, Lu Wuhua felt a bit sad, his eyes showing a hint of sorrow. Do I look ugly? Why do you doubt me playing the male lead? Just as Xia Li was about to speak, Jing Tingyuan suddenly interjected, You're ugly. Lu Wuhua frowned and turned to glare at Jing Tingyuan. Mind your own business. This has nothing to do with you. Jing Tingyuan snorted coldly, ignoring him. Lu Gu, you're not ugly. It's just that you haven't studied acting. Aren't you afraid of performing poorly and getting scolded? What is there to be afraid of? It's just a short drama. It's not going to be on air. Xia Li nodded. Since you've decided to act, then why are you telling me about it? Of course. I wanted to play the female lead. Huh? Me? Xia Li looked at Lu Wuhua in shock, while he returned her a smug smile. She said she hadn't found a female lead yet, so I recommended you. As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Tingyuan's voice squeezed in between them with a firm attitude. No. It seemed that Lu Wuhua had expected Jing Tingyuan to refuse. He immediately questioned, Xia Li is a popular internet celebrity now. What is wrong with her acting in a short drama while the iron is hot? She was an eating broadcaster. Acting isn't the same. Lu Wuhua raised an eyebrow. Right, it's different. Acting involves male actors. You don't want her to interact with other men, I understand. You're just a jealous pot. Jing Tingyuan stopped typing on the keyboard, took a deep breath, and directly exposed Lu Wuhua. You want to use this opportunity to be alone with her. I can see through your little tricks. Yes. I just want to take advantage of filming to enjoy being her boyfriend. What is wrong with that? You can act if you want, but don't drag her down with you. You say that as if I want to take Xia Li to do something bad. It's just filming a drama to increase visibility. What is wrong with that? Her visibility is already high enough, if it's not enough. I'll announce tomorrow that she's my fiancée, and then the whole world will report it. Lu Wuhua stood up, hands in his pockets, looking at Jing Tingyuan. Tingyuan, have you ever seriously considered Xia Li's future? Chapter 211. People aspire to greater heights when it came to her future. Xia Li sat on the hospital bed, looking at Lu Wuhua standing beside her. Then, she heard Lu Wuhua say to Jing Tingyuan, Xia Li is not a parasitic flower. She is not weak, she just looks young. She doesn't need to rely on you, or any of us for her entire life. Now that we have the means, we also have the resources to support her. Why can't we let her stand at a higher peak? She is now a multi-million follower internet celebrity. Filming a short drama while the iron is hot might allow her to become a real actress in the future, win various awards, and even go abroad to become an international superstar. Xia Li bit her lip, unable to imagine that in Lu Wuhua's eyes, she could be so outstanding. Lu Gu, you're thinking too far ahead. I don't have that capability. Lu Wuhua turned his head, looking at her with determination. I believe you can. Then, Lu Wuhua shifted his gaze back to Jing Tingyuan. Tingyuan, if you love her, you should keep her sheltered for life. You should plan for her future and let her stand at the highest point like the sun, not let her hide in the dark where only you can see her. Dating should be exclusive. That doesn't mean dating can't have its own career. You make her revolve around you every day. You're busy working while she just watches you busy. Like now, when you're busy and can't take care of anything. She can only eat and play on her phone. Is this what you want to see? Jing Tingyuan's deep eyes looked at Xia Li, remaining silent. Every day is just about eating, drinking, and having fun. Living like this for too long will be boring. Otherwise, why do you work? You understand the need for a career. Can't she? Just because you're a girl, my girlfriend, does that mean you can only revolve around me every day? Waiting for me to finish my work before eating and sleeping? Jing Tingyuan clenched his teeth and stood up, glaring at Lu Wuhua. You're going too far. Am I wrong? Lu Wuhua nodded. I admit I have selfish motives. I want Xia Li to star in a short drama, and there are selfish reasons behind it. But Song Ru is also right. Xia Li needs to have her own career because she is only 18, and there are many miracles she can create in the future. We can't just keep her locked up under our noses like a canary. Lu Wuhua, Xia Li, when you first thought about doing live streaming, wasn't it to have your own career? Xia Li was stunned, sneaking a glance at Jing Tingyuan, and seeing that his expression was somewhat unpleasant. She didn't know how to respond. Now, there's an opportunity in front of you to star in a short drama, enhance your popularity, and in the future, you might even participate in variety shows or movies and officially enter the entertainment industry to start your real career. Aren't you looking forward to it? Jing Tingyuan, don't brainwash her. This isn't brainwashing. I never seriously considered this issue before. Since the day I met Song Ru, she talked to me about many topics regarding Xia Li, and I realized that Xia Li is an independent girl with her own personality. A person with an independent personality will have their own career ambitions. No matter how big or small that career is, she will have things she wants to do. You control her every day, and she can't do what she likes. Over time, she will forget what she originally was and ultimately become the puppet you like. Is it the outcome you want? Lu Wuhua walked in front of Xia Li, his attitude sincere. Xia Li, you don't have to rush to agree. Take a few days to think about what I just said. Xia Li grabbed the bedsheet. Her emotions complex, even a bit nervous. I haven't learned acting. Acting skills can be improved while filming. You are already an internet celebrity, and no matter how you stream in the future, it will be like this. Don't you want to aim higher? Chapter 2:12. As long as you firmly choose me at this moment, the atmosphere in the hospital room was somewhat heavy. Xia Li looked at the closed door, recalling the scene where Lu Wuhua was pulled out by Jing Tingyuan, wanting to laugh but not daring to. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Xia Li pouted and shook Jing Tingyuan's arm. Hey, why are you angry? What's there to be upset about regarding Brother Lu's words? Jing Tingyuan was silent for a moment, looking at her seriously. Do you want to? Huh? What? To be the female lead in a short drama. Do you want to? Xia Li lowered her head, her feelings complicated. She admitted that she was swayed by Lu Wuhua's words earlier. Although she had never thought about acting or becoming an actress before, when the opportunity appeared in front of her, she felt a bit of anticipation. She self-deprecatingly said, I don't have a degree, and I haven't learned acting. Forget it. I might ruin someone else's drama. If you want, I can agree. Xia Li widened her eyes, looking at Jing Tingyuan, unable to believe these words were coming from him. You're not. Because I love you, I will support whatever you want to do. Jing Tingyuan reached out to stroke her fair cheek, gazing at her tenderly, saying, Baby, it's not that I haven't considered your future. I just hope that in your future, I am your husband. I don't need a wife who is famous or a wife who is an international superstar. But if you want to act, I will support you no matter how much it costs. Even if you don't act and stay by my side as a slacker, I can still support you. For the rest of our lives, whatever kind of life you want to choose, I will unconditionally accompany you. Tears welled up in Xia Li's eyes as she smiled and rushed into Jing Tingyuan's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Husband, You've really changed from before. Jing Tingyuan rubbed her hair and held her tightly. You firmly choose me, and I will change for you. I love you. For Jing Tingyuan. The words, I love you, were like a shot of adrenaline. He was overwhelmed with excitement and kissed her red lips. Since he met Xia Li, he had always been the one saying I love you, so he cherished every I love you that came from Xia Li, Jing Group Chairman's office. Jing Li was wearing a well-tailored custom suit, black with a red tie, looking cold and charming, holding a cigarette in his right hand, white smoke curling upwards. The bodyguard, standing in front of the desk, was reporting the investigation results. After hearing it, Jing Li frowned, showing a puzzled expression, as if he couldn't believe that the person who drugged Jing Tingyuan was Jiang Li Xia. He didn't expect that little girl from the Jiang family would dare to do such a thing. Chairman, are you planning to let Miss Jiang go for the sake of the Jiang family head? Or, even though they are father and daughter? It should be clear that she made a mistake and should accept the punishment. So what do you mean? Please invite Miss Jiang to the tea house for a cup of tea. I haven't seen that little girl in a while, and as an elder, it's only right to show some concern for the younger generation. The bodyguard nodded and then left the office. Jiang Li Xia had just received a call from the bodyguard, learning that Jing Li wanted to see her, and she immediately felt anxious, suspecting that the matter of drugging had been traced back to her. But then she thought that the matter was done so covertly that it was impossible for it to be traced back to her, even if the mastermind was uncovered. The most suspicious person should be Jing Tingyuan's nemesis, King. Thinking this way, Jiang Li Xia felt somewhat relieved, but as she neared the tea house, her right eyelid kept twitching, and her mood became increasingly tense. She sat in the back seat of the car, hesitating to get out, biting her lip and swallowing hard. If it weren't for the bodyguard urging her, she probably would have stayed in the car longer. Miss Jiang, the chairman is still waiting for you inside. Please proceed. Jiang Li Xia pretended to be calm and smiled at the bodyguard. How long has Uncle Jing been waiting for me? Not long, half an hour. Chapter 213. The oppressive presence of Jing Li. Upon hearing that Jing Li had been waiting for her for half an hour, Jiang Li Xia felt as if her heart had skipped a beat, and her hands began to tremble. Miss Jiang, please proceed. The bodyguard's attitude was firm, and even Jiang Li Xia, who was usually foolish, should know that Jing Li's meeting with her today was definitely not just for simple tea. She nervously asked, My father just called me for something. Can I call him back first? Bodyguard. Miss Jiang, the chairman has been waiting for a long time. Please do not anger the chairman. In an instant, Jiang Li Xia realized that something was wrong, so she hurriedly called Xia Li when she got out of the car, as she had no other way to seek help. Jing Li cared most about his son Jing Tingyuan, and Jing Tingyuan cared most about Xia Li. If Xia Li could speak for her, Jing Li would most likely not pursue the matter further. But just as the call was about to connect, the bodyguard snatched her phone away and forcibly turned it off. Miss Jiang, I advise you to go in before the chairman gets angry. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Jiang Li Xia took a deep breath, thinking that no matter how she stretches her neck or shrinks back, it would all end the same. It's better to recognize it early. Maybe Jing Li will let her go considering her father's face. When she arrived at the tea room, the tea master was preparing tea for Jing Li. Jing Li stood with his back to the tea master, hands in his pockets, by the bamboo window. Upon hearing the footsteps of the bodyguard and Jiang Li Xia, he turned around to look at her. Please sit down. Jing Fei gestured to the tea master to pour a cup of tea for Jiang Li Xia, who forced a smile as she sat down. Uncle Jing, I wonder if you have something important to discuss with me today? Nothing particularly important, just that it's been too long since I last saw you. As an elder, I should show more concern for my juniors. I greeted you at the family banquet at the Jiang family's old residence, but you were busy discussing business with my father at that time. Mentioning that family banquet reminded Jiang Li Xia that Tingyuan had an incident that night, and her father still hadn't given her a response. It seemed there would be no conclusion to the investigation. Jiang Li Xia lowered her head, pretending to be calm as she picked up the teacup and took a sip. When the hot tea touched her lips, she flinched, and at that moment, Jing Fei spoke, startling her and making her break into a cold sweat. What benefits did King promise you for your cooperation? Cough, cough. Under the pressure from Jing Fei, Jiang Li Xia's voice trembled. Uncle Jing, I don't know who you mean by king. I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't come clean, not even your father can save you. Jiang Li Xia felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, torn between confessing or not. But if she confessed, Jing Fei was so doting on Jing Tingyuan that her fate wouldn't end well either. Uncle Jing, if I confess, can you promise not to harm my family? That depends on your sincerity. The situation had escalated to this point, indicating that Jing Fei had already gathered enough evidence. Any further struggle would be futile. Uncle Jing, I admit that I like Jing Tingyuan. Out of love and frustration, I had some extreme thoughts and wanted to ruin him. I'm sorry for drugging him that night. Jing Fei remained silent. Though he showed no expression, his imposing presence was enough to make Xia Li tremble with fear. She continued to confess. I've known King for quite some time, and we Haven Tea collaborated much. Aside from that incident with the drug, I Haven Tea harmed Jing Tingyuan in any tangible way. King approached me, claiming he wanted to collaborate, but he hasn't needed my help often. Since that's the case, it should end here. For your father's sake, I can give you a chance. But you should never think of getting close to Tingyuan again. Tears welled up in Xia Li's eyes as she bit her lip, reluctantly agreeing. Okay, I want to appear in front of him again. What I mean is, you need to leave City and never set foot here again. Uncle Jing, I grew up here Not letting you emigrate is already a concession. I want to allow a ticking time bomb to remain around Tingyuan, bringing him uncontrollable danger at any moment. I can agree not to appear by his side again, but City. My parents are in City. Think it over carefully. Do you want me to ruin the entire Jiang family and relocate them to another city with you? Or will you leave alone? Jiang Lixia lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. I didn't tell Tingyuan about this, nor did I tell Wuhua. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lixia instantly understood Jing Fei's meaning. He was giving her a way out. If Lu Wuhua found out she had drugged Jing Tingyuan, how would he view her as a cousin? Perhaps from now on, their relationship would be severed. Thank you, Uncle Jing, for allowing me to retain my last bit of dignity in front of them. I'm only considering your father's reputation. You shouldn't go down the wrong path and ruin his investment in you. Jiang Lixia didn't know how she left the tea house. She sat in the back seat of the car for a long time, her legs feeling weak. Jing Fei's presence was overwhelmingly strong. Although she had seen many grand occasions, she was still intimidated by him, even more so than when facing her biological father. Turning on her phone, the screen lit up with numerous missed calls, one which was from Xia Li not long ago. She called back, and Xia Li's sweet voice came through. Sister Jiang, did you call me for something important? She couldn't tell Xia Li the truth, fearing that Jing Tingyuan might seek revenge on her. And she didn't want to leave a bad impression in front of Xia Li. She liked Xia Li and wanted to maintain a good friendship with her. So, she lied to Xia Li. I've been thinking about moving recently, and will be leaving City tomorrow. I was wondering if you'd like to join me for a farewell drink tonight? Huh? Sister Jiang, are you serious? Jiang Lixia worried that such a reason wouldn't be convincing, so she made up an excuse. A few days ago, I went on a business trip and met a handsome guy from City A. I'm planning to move there for development, and, if possible, I'd like to develop a romantic relationship with him. Sister Jiang, are you joking? You go to such lengths for a man? Jiang Lixia forced a bitter smile, thinking she had done crazier things for a man. Anyway, I'm tired of staying in City. A change of scenery would be nice, don't you think? Sister Jiang, are you sure this isn't just a whim? Of course not. I'm serious. If you can't make it tonight, you can come visit me in City sometime. City Airport. Lu Wuhua saw Jiang Lixia's post on Moments and learned that she would be leaving City tonight, so he called to inquire about the reason. Sister, why did you post such a thing? Aren't you going on vacation? Initially, Lu Wuhua thought Jiang Lixia was planning a trip to City A, but seeing her packed belongings didn't seem like it. After all, she even took her favorite childhood toy, which indicated she was moving. Sister, you didn't have a fight with Uncle, did you? No, I just plan to live in another city. City is great. It's where you grew up. City is nice, but the world is so big. Living in another place isn't a bad thing. I know you love to travel, but you wouldn't just never come back to City, right? You look at the moments you posted. Talking about never stepping foot in City again, saying goodbye to your hometown. What kind of melancholic literature is this? What's wrong with you? Usually, Jiang Lixia bullies her cousin Lu Wuhua, thinking he would hold a grudge, but unexpectedly, the person who cares about her the most at this moment is him. Lu Wuhua. You say. You know I like Jing Tingyuan. Ahem, I don't know anything. Lu Wuhua paused for a moment and softly asked, Sister, tell me honestly, is your leaving City related to Tingyuan? It is indeed related to Jing Tingyuan, but Jiang Lixia doesn't dare to tell Lu Wuhua the real reason, fearing he would dislike it. Sister, what's the point? There are so many men in this world. If Tingyuan doesn't like you, then he just doesn't. We can like someone else. With so many high-quality, handsome guys in the world, with your conditions, you can choose anyone. I'm about to board the plane. I can't talk to you now. Remember to find me to play in a city later. Even if Tingyuan is now with Xia Li, there's no need for you to leave City. Your home is half a city away from Tingyuan's house. Is it really necessary to move to a city? Okay, I really have to board. We'll talk later. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Lixia got up and dragged her suitcase towards the boarding gate. Tears welled up in her eyes as she turned back to glance at the city she grew up in from time to time. She took a deep breath and sighed inwardly. Farewell to this city that has him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Wuhua sat in a private room, legs crossed, swirling a glass of red wine in his left hand while playing with his phone in his right. Emotions are truly complicated. Sitting next to him, Yi Jin glanced at Lu Wuhua and smirked. Are you going crazy? No, it's just that my sister suddenly wants to move to a city to settle down. All for a man. Is it really that serious? Your sister likes Ting Yuan? Lu Wuhua was momentarily stunned, recalling his words from earlier, his pupils contracting. When did you come in? Did you hear my conversation with my sister? With your loud voice, it would be hard not to hear. No. How did you come in without a sound? Lu Wuhua remembered that when he arrived, he was the only one in the private room. How did Yi Jin suddenly appear? Is Yi Jin a ghost? When I came in, you were on the phone with your sister, so of course, you wouldn't hear my footsteps. Lu Wuhua's mouth twitched, looking utterly despondent. He had promised to help Xia Li keep her secret, but now that Yi Jin knows, Ming Ju will definitely find out. And if Ming Ju knows, it won't be long before Nan Shi and Jing Tingyuan know too. Ahem, can you help my sister keep this secret? I'm not a blabbermouth. Lu Wuhua's mouth twitched again. You are. Occasionally. Great. What are you worried about? Are you afraid Tingyuan will find out? Or are you afraid Xia Li will find out? Lu Wuhua shook his head. I don't even know what I'm afraid of. Maybe I feel like I should keep my promise, but I ended up leaking it. If you didn't tell me, it doesn't count as breaking a promise. It's my fault for eavesdropping. Cut it out. Is there a difference? There is. Lu Wuhua rolled his eyes and clicked his tongue. Forget it. I don't want to talk to you that much. Then, Lu Wuhua mentioned the short drama to Yi Jin. Yi Jin wasn't initially interested in the short drama, but when he heard Lu Wuhua was going to star in it, he couldn't help but tease you. Do you have any acting skills? You can't hide your emotions. How will you conquer the audience? I'm not aiming for an award. What is wrong with just filming for fun? Besides, Xia Li might play the female lead. And if I'm a male lead, I can interact with her. If we can't be a couple in reality, we can at least be a couple in a drama, right? Couple? That doesn't sound bad. Yi Jin murmured. What are you mumbling about? Although Lu Wuhua couldn't hear what Yi Jin just said, he could guess some of its meaning from Yi Jin's expression. So he asked, what is up? You don't want to get involved too, do you? Yi Jin raised an eyebrow, honestly nodded. I can bring in the funding team. We're not short on money. How come my crew lack funds? Yi Jin fell silent, lowering his head, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Ming Ju, informing him that Lu Wuhua would star in the short drama and emphasizing that Xia Li would also be in it. Ming Ju replied, Xia Li is also starring? Will Tingyuan agree? Yi Jin, I have a bad idea. Ming Ju, you mean for all of us to star? Yi Jin, as expected of you, you guessed my idea right away. Ming Ju, I have no objections. I'm all for it. Yi Jin, we can't let Wuhua enjoy such a good thing all by himself. Ming Ju, I agree. Sitting next to them, Lu Wuhua saw Yi Jin constantly looking down at his phone, curious to see who he was chatting with. He thought Yi Jin would hide it, but unexpectedly, Yi Jin generously showed in the chat screen. After reading Yi Jin's conversation with Ming Ju, Lu Wuhua's face turned ashen with anger. Are you still my brothers? Is this how you betray me? As Lu Wuhua reached out to snatch the phone, Yi Jin quickly pulled it back behind him, proudly saying, I don't mind Tingyuan enjoying Xia Li all to himself, but I'm not okay with you hogging such a good opportunity. On what basis do you say that? Songru approached me, saying my looks are suitable for being an idol. With your iceberg face, what can you act? Ice pillar? No problem, as long as I can act. Lu Wuhua felt speechless and grabbed a whole bottle of red wine from the table, drinking straight from it. After taking a big gulp, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, clicking his tongue. I've really had it with you guys. Chapter 217. Guess who I met in the country? Just out of the hospital not long ago, Xia Li insisted on going to the night market, and although Jing Tingyuan didn't agree at first, he eventually relented. However, he was called to a meeting by Jing Li, who said there was something important to discuss. I might. Before Jing Tingyuan could finish, Jing Li interrupted him. This meeting is very important. You cannot be absent. After hesitating for a while, Jing Tingyuan replied, Okay, I'll go right away. After hanging up, he immediately apologized to Xia Li. I'm sorry, baby, Dad asked me to go back to the company for a meeting, so I might not be able to accompany you shopping. How about I take you tomorrow? I can go by myself, you go ahead. But I'm worried about you being alone. How about you go back first, and I'll make time to accompany you tomorrow. Xia Li glared at him in dissatisfaction, turning away with her arms crossed, refusing to speak. No matter how he coaxed her, she wouldn't respond. Baby, don't ignore me, okay? Xia Li huffed proudly but still didn't speak. Jing Tingyuan sighed helplessly, grabbing her arms from behind and softly coaxing. Okay, if you want to shop, go ahead. But you must have Zhuo Sun follow you. ISN T here, bodyguard. He doesn't need to follow me. With him protecting you, I feel more at ease. Be good and listen, okay? Xia Li thought for a moment that if she didn't let Zhuo Sun accompany her, she probably wouldn't be able to enjoy the street. All right, then let Zhuo Sun come along. This way you can feel at ease, right? With Zhuo Sun here, I naturally feel secure. But remember, don't stay out too late. And don't leave Zhuo Sun's sight, understand? Got it, you sound like an old lady nagging. Jing Tingyuan didn't get angry but smiled, using his fingertip to scratch her fair cheek before turning around and getting into the car beside them. Zhuo Sun, Miss Xia, please. Not long after Jing Tingyuan's car left, Xia Li also got into another car heading to the night market street. The night market street during the day was not as crowded as at night. The streets weren't very busy, and she could see all the snack stalls at a glance. Having eaten light food for several days, Xia Li went crazy buying snacks as soon as she arrived at the night market street. Just as she was about to put a grilled squid into her mouth, Zhuo Sun grabbed the bamboo stick and stopped her, saying, "Young Master Jing said you can't eat indiscriminately. It's okay to buy these things to look at, but you can't eat them. Then what am I supposed to buy them for? Throw them away? That's such a waste of food. You just got out of the hospital, and your body hasn't fully recovered. Pneumonia can be serious, so please be cautious. Then I can at least eat the bowl cake, right? It's best not to eat that either. If I had known, I wouldn't have let you come along. It's such a downer. Your health is yours. You should think about your own well-being. Just a cough, and you guys are saying it's pneumonia. I could have been discharged earlier, but Jing Tingyuan kept me in for a few more days. I've almost gone moldy these days, drinking plain kanji every day. Miss Xia, health should not be taken lightly. If you don't want to go back to the hospital, it's better not to eat indiscriminately." She knew that both Zhuo Sun and Jing Tingyuan were thinking about her health, but she really couldn't stand it anymore. It was all plain kanji every day, and she couldn't even taste any strong flavors. Her mouth was almost losing its sense of taste. I understand that I can't eat grilled squid since it's a hot food, but why can't I eat the bowl cake, which has no calories? I don't accept that. After saying that, she took a big bite of the bowl cake, treating the chewy and sweet cake as Zhuo Sun, glaring at him fiercely while chewing. Zhuo Sun looked at her and surprisingly detected a hint of playfulness. Suddenly, Zhuo Sun realized that his thoughts were quite dangerous, so he quickly averted his gaze, pretending not to see. Since Zhuo Sun wasn't looking at her, Xia Li couldn't be bothered to glare at him and continued shopping. As if to punish Zhuo Sun for being a downer, Xia Li deliberately bought a bunch of things and made Zhuo Sun carry them behind her. When they reached the entrance of a milk tea shop, Xia Li realized that her earlier behavior was quite childish. No matter how Zhuo Sun was, he was just following Jing Tingyuan's orders, and it was indeed too immature to take it out on a worker. So she treated Zhuo Sun to a cup of milk tea. I was just feeling embarrassed earlier. I shouldn't have vented my anger on you. It was Jing Tingyuan who asked you to watch over me, yet I took it out on you. It's all right, Miss Xia, as long as you're not angry. Xia Li looked around in the milk tea shop and noticed the unique decor, which had a black tone, giving off a vibe of being not easy to approach. Usually, milk tea shops use warm colors to create a comfortable atmosphere that attracts customers. This was Xia Li's first time seeing a cold-tone milk tea shop, as if it were afraid someone would come and pay. Xia Li, hearing someone call her, Xia Li turned her head and saw Yi Shaoqin standing beside her in a super short skirt, tilting her head. Yi Shaoqin looked her up and down, initially thinking she had recognized the wrong person. Just now I thought I had recognized the wrong person, but seeing Zhuo Sun here, I guess I must have gotten it right. Xia Li recognized Yi Shaoqin. They had met once at Madame Nan's birthday party and had added each other on WeChat. Although she wasn't very familiar with Yi Shaoqin, they had chatted a few times on WeChat and found her to be a very sincere girl. So Xia Li had a good impression of her. Yi Shaoqin immediately sat down next to Xia Li and called the waiter to order a cup of milk tea. After placing the order, she hooked her arm through Xia Li's and started chatting away. Xia Li, do you know? I've been having so much fun lately. I've flown to several countries, traveled everywhere, and seen so many interesting things. Next time, let us go together. Which countries did you go to? I've been stuck in a hospital for a while because I was sick and I'm almost going crazy. Sick? Why didn't you tell me? If you had, I would have definitely brought something for you to the hospital. It's nothing serious. No need to make a big fuss. It's all right, as long as you're feeling better now. Xia Li nodded and took a sip from the milk tea on the table. Back to our earlier topic. Guess who I ran into in country E? Who? Chapter 218. Is Jing Tingyuan scary? When Yi Shaoqin mentioned that person, her eyes were full of admiration. Xia Li immediately understood the meaning in her eyes and joked. You must like that person, right? Who is he? I happened to be in country E during the elections, and I personally witnessed Stack's speech on stage. Not only is he tall, but he is also incredibly handsome, and his eyes are beautiful, light brown irises. Just one look, and I was captivated. At first, Xia Li didn't react, thinking Yi Xiaoqin was talking about a handsome guy from country Yi, wondering what kind of guy could charm Yi Xiaoqin like that. When she realized the man Yi Xiaoqin mentioned was Stack, her expression instantly darkened, as if a stone was lodged in her heart, making her feel uncomfortable. Who was the person you just mentioned? Yi Xiaoqin, not understanding the twists and turns, smiled and said, Stack, he is the son of President Alicia of country E and also the youngest member of parliament in country. Saying this, Yi Xiaoqin took out her phone, flipped through her album, and pointed at a photo of Stack, saying to Xia Li, this is Stack. Isn't he particularly handsome? Xia Li looked down at the photo of Stack. He did look very spirited, standing at the podium. No wonder he could charm so many girls. But unfortunately, he was Alicia's son, and just based on that, Xia Li's impression of him wasn't good. Especially since Stack had deceived her before, it made her dislike him even more. Looking at Stack's handsome face, her mood became even worse. Yi Xiaoqin didn't notice Xia Li's expression and continued to smile, saying, I was watching his speech from below the stage, and I was so engrossed that I didn't even notice when he came down. When he walked in front of me and handed me a bottle of water, I just stood there dumbfounded, thinking, is this really a person so handsome that he looks like he walked out of an anime? Xia Li had seen Stack in person, and she admitted that he was handsome, but not to the exaggerated extent that Yi Xiaoqin described. She recalled Jing Tingyuan's handsome face, smiled slightly, and thought, Jing Tingyuan is still more handsome. Yi Xiaoqin noticed Xia Li's faint smile and thought she agreed with her, so she continued, right? You also think Stack has a model-like face? Xia Li smiled without replying. Recently, I saw a video of him online, but I didn't pay much attention. I didn't expect that after watching him give a speech once, I would never be able to forget him. Yi Xiaoqin's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head to say softly, Xia Li, do you think I might like him? Well, Xia Li replied awkwardly with a smile, I'm not sure. I have a vague understanding of what liking someone means. If she truly understood what it meant to like someone, she wouldn't have taken so long to realize it. Then why do you like Jing Tingyuan? He's such a scary person. Don't you feel afraid sleeping next to him at night? After finishing her words, Yi Xiaoqin suddenly realized that Zhu Sun was sitting across from them. She quickly pressed her lips together and lowered her head. Almost forgot. Jing Tingyuan's bodyguard is sitting right across from us. Hearing Yi Xiaoqin's soft complaints, Xia Li curiously asked, do you dislike Jing Tingyuan? Yi Xiaoqin's pupils widened in shock as she hurriedly waved her hands. No, I don't dislike him. How could I dare dislike Jing Xiao? I just feel. Chapter 219, he is very good to me after hesitating for a long time. Yi Xiaoqin finally managed to say, actually, I don't know Jing Xiao very well. Everything I know about him is hearsay. Xia Li didn't interrupt her and continued to listen. Since I was young, the people I've known have warned me not to provoke Jing Xiao, and they've told me stories about how he deals with girls who cling to him. Over time, I started to think that Jing Tingyuan is a very scary man. After a moment of silence, Yi Xiaoqin continued, but it seems like Jing Xiao isn't that scary, because he never seems to hold grudges against those who talk behind his back, unless they're in front of him. Yi Xiaoqin grabbed Xia Li's hand and smiled, saying, forget it. Forget it. I won't say bad things about him in front of you anymore. You two are a couple. It feels like I'm trying to stir up trouble. I know you don't mean any harm. It's fine. Then quickly tell me, why do you like Jing Tingyuan? Why are you with him? If I had to give a reason, it's because he treats me well. Is it really that simple? You like him just because he treats you well? Xia Li was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. Yi Xiaoqin also realized her statement was somewhat off, so she changed the topic. Last time when I saw you at the Nan family, you seem to be living there. Do you have a good relationship with Nan Shi? Are you close with all 5 of them? They are Jing Tingyuan's friends, and since I'm younger than them, they all take good care of me. I am envious. Having so many handsome guys pampering you must be fantastic. Don't you have an older brother? I've always envied girls who have older brothers. Being spoiled by an older brother while growing up is a very happy thing. When talking about her brother, Yi Xiaoqin couldn't help but complain, my brother is always controlling me. It's not good at all. Having someone care for you can actually be a very happy thing. I've had no one taking care of me since I was little. I've had to do everything by myself. You probably can't imagine that kind of loneliness. Alone? What about your parents? Don't they care about you? Yi Xiaoqin's thoughtless remark made Xia Li's heart ache, but she still pretended to be fine and said, I'm an orphan. Huh? Yi Xiaoqin was stunned, looking at Xia Li in disbelief. An orphan? Then doesn't that mean? Yi Xiaoqin asked with concern in her eyes. Have you had a hard time these years? It's okay. It hasn't been too hard. If you don't mind me asking, did Jing Tingyuan force you to be with him? Did he take advantage of the fact that you have no parents? Although it was true that Jing Tingyuan had forced her at first, now they were mutually affectionate. and she no longer dwelled on how it all started. He treats me very well now. He makes me feel the warmth of home and even helps me find my family. You found your family? Yes, I found them. But my mom has some mental health issues and has been living in a sanatorium. My dad passed away a long time ago. Yi Xiaoqin took a deep breath and comforted her. It's okay, Xia Li. Your mom will definitely get better. Yes, I also believe she will get better. After a while, Yi Xiaoqin's phone rang. It was her brother Yi Qixing calling. As soon as the call connected, Yi Qixing questioned Yi Xiaoqin about where she had run off to. Yi Xiaoqin glanced at Xia Li and smiled, saying, Brother, guess who I ran into? Aren't you supposed to go shopping for birthday gifts with me? Where are you now? Running around everywhere? You could just go by yourself. I ran into Xia Li. I'm having milk tea with her at the tea shop. Chapter 220. The most important thing about liking someone is respect. The name Xia Li seemed to flick a switch, unlocking a long-buried secret in Yi Qixing's heart. He remembered the scene when he first met Xia Li at the Nan family. It felt like the whole world fell silent, and all he could see was her every smile and frown. After learning that Xia Li was Jing Tingyuan's girlfriend, he suppressed the budding feelings, not daring to let anyone notice. Do you still want to go buy the birthday gift together? Yes, I'm waiting for you here at Xia Li. I've sent you the address. Hurry over. When Yi Qixing arrived at the tea shop and saw Xia Li, he felt his heart racing. At 28, he should have been composed and restrained. Yet he still blushed easily like a teenager. Yi Qixing's family background was decent. His parents were public servants, but they were still a bit far from the Jing and Nan families. He had little opportunity to interact with prominent figures like Jing Tingyuan or Nan Shi, making his chances to meet Xia Li even slimmer. This was their second meeting, yet he felt as if he only had these 2 chances in his lifetime to be so close to Xia Li. Hello, Miss Xia Li. Yi Qixing greeted politely, maintaining his manners. Xia Li nodded and smiled politely. Hello, Mr. Yi. Sister. Yi Xiaoqin happily walked over to Yi Qixing, linking her arm with his and smiling. Brother, I just talked a lot with Xia Li, and we agree to hang out more in the future and travel abroad together. My sister can be a bit noisy. Please bear with her, Yi Qixing said, not looking at Yi Xiaoqin, but apologizing to Xia Li with a serious expression. It's fine. I think Xiaoqin is great, lively, and cheerful. Still, I have to apologize. Yi Xiaoqin looked at her brother, who resembled a wooden fish, feeling both amused and exasperated. Brother, no wonder you've been single for so long. You're such a wooden head. Yi Qixing shot Yi Xiaoqin a glare, then smiled awkwardly at Xia Li. I'm sorry. I'll take her home now. Goodbye, Mr. Yi. Goodbye, Xiaoqin. Yi Xiaoqin smiled and waved at Xia Li. Bye. See you next time. After Yi Xiaoqin got back in the car with Yi Qixing, as soon as she fastened her seatbelt, she complained, Brother, why don't you know how to seize opportunities? You're really so silly. Yi Qixing started the car, saying while driving, what opportunity? The opportunity to dig a wall? Why do you have to say it so harshly? Xia Li is now Jing Tingyuan's girlfriend. I'm a man. It's inappropriate for me to actively ask for her contact information or invite her out for dinner. But they aren't married. Even if they aren't married, one should maintain a distance from someone else's partner. That's respecting the other person. But you like Xia Li. Just because you like someone, you have to be together? Be more mature. Adults have more than just romantic feelings. So are you planning to never get married? Our parents are urging us to get married. Let be. It's not that I don't want to get married, but I won't marry just for the sake of marriage. I won't casually marry a woman I don't love just to pass on the family line. Nor will I recklessly pursue someone I like out of selfish desire. It's best to keep unrequited feelings to myself and not disturb others, as that shows respect. If one demands that the other reciprocate feelings, that's moral coercion. Yi Xiaoqin waved his hand. Forget it. I don't want to hear your long-winded arguments. I'm going to rest for a bit. Remember to wake me when we get there. You're still young. When you grow up a bit, you'll understand that the most important thing about liking someone is respect. Chapter 221. Encountering Gunfire. Chapter 221. Country E. Eber Manor. Alicia, dressed in a red professional suit, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, her face filled with anger as she scolded Stock. You need to withdraw from the election immediately. I am your mother. My becoming president is not bad for you. So why do you need to meddle? At first, Alicia had no objections to Stock participating in the election, but when she saw that Stock's vote count exceeded hers, she began to worry about her position. As her vote count was about to fall significantly behind Stock's, the argument ensued. Alicia took a deep breath, her tone softening considerably. You have a very high popularity in this election, and I am pleased. I was worried about how to pass the baton to you when I get old, but now it proves I need not worry. You are the best. Mother, since you said you would help me run for election in the future, I am just moving the election time forward. What's the problem? This remark completely enraged Alicia, and she raised her hand and slapped him. Stock's head was turned by the slap, but he did not show anger. Instead, he looked at Alicia calmly. Mother, I am the youngest member of parliament in the history of Country E. If I am successful in this election, I will be the youngest president ever in Country E. You should be happy for me. I have put in so much effort and energy to reach this position. You have a long life ahead and plenty of time to wait. What does it matter if it takes an extra 10 or 8 years? Stock said, ambitious mother. I not only want to be the youngest president of Country E, but also the president with the longest term in history. I could become one of the highest vote getters in this election. It might not be the same next time, so I cannot give up this opportunity. I will not withdraw from the election. Alicia shouted angrily, Stock, do you have to oppose me? I am your mother. Mother. The fact that I have the support of the majority shows that my policies resonate more with them. Your policies are no longer effective. Alicia was furious and slapped Stock again. Don't push me. I don't want to treat my own son as a competitor. Did I ever say a word against you entering the election? You didn't oppose it at first because you thought I was just a runner-up. But now I have become your biggest obstacle. I'll ask you one last time. Will you withdraw or not? Stock's attitude was resolute. Mother, me becoming president is not bad for you either. This was exactly what Alicia had said to him earlier, and now he returned it word for word. Get out. Get out of here right now. Stock knew Alicia was furious. He didn't want to continue having an unpleasant argument with his mother. So he turned and left the manor. A few days later, during a campaign speech, Alicia was shot. At the moment she fell, the crowd gasped, and several bodyguards immediately formed a human wall to protect her. She was then rushed to the hospital. Upon hearing the news of Alicia's incident, Stock immediately put down his work and hurried to the hospital. When he arrived, the doctors were in the emergency room trying to save Alicia. Stock stood anxiously outside the operating room, and after hearing the bodyguard's report, he became even angrier. Someone died? Yes. Shortly after the shooting, she committed suicide by gunshot. The person is dead. It will be difficult to find the real culprit behind the scenes. Chapter 222. Like mother, like son in the supermarket. Jing Tingyuan pushed a shopping cart beside Xia Li. Their home actually had everything, but he still enjoyed accompanying Xia Li as they wandered around the supermarket. She wanted to buy everything she saw, and whenever she hesitated over the price, he would immediately put the item in the cart. You don't have to worry about the price when you're with me. If you like it, just buy it. She hooked her arm around his, wearing a happy smile, leaning against him contentedly. Honey, it's so nice to be spoiled by you. Aren't you afraid of spoiling me? Being spoiled and proud proves I raise you well. I'd be very happy. I want to eat that dried fruit yogurt. Buy it. As soon as Xia Li picked up the yogurt from the freezer, the large television overhead broadcast news about Alicia. She looked up, watching the video of Alicia being shot. Her expression froze for a moment, and then she gleefully remarked, sure enough, evil gets its comeuppance. Jing Tingyuan also noticed the video of Alicia being shot, his gaze fixed on Xia Li, observing her emotional changes. He stepped forward and held her hand, saying, she deserves it. Xia Li nodded, yeah, but I don't know if she has a strong enough life to survive this. Do you wish for her to die or live? Of course. I wish for her to die, but I haven't taken her to the international court yet. She should die under judgment. That would be the only way to make up for my deceased father and my crazy mother. The shooting incident happened yesterday, and since there was no news of her death today, it indicates she is still alive. She will definitely die under the judgment you expect. Mentioning Igor made Xia Li's face cloud with sorrow because she still had not found evidence of Alicia killing Igor. The years had passed too long, and it was a case from Country E. They did not belong to the people of Country E, making it even harder to investigate. Xia Li didn't seek a quick resolution. She just wanted to publicly expose Alicia's crimes within her lifetime and give Igor justice. Jing Tingyuan gently rubbed her hair, softly comforting her, baby, don't worry. No matter what, I will help you. Xia Li's nose turned sour, and she choked out, thank you. This matter will definitely require a lot of manpower and financial resources. Thank you. I don't need your thanks, baby. Jing Tingyuan gently wiped away her tears with his fingertip, saying tenderly, if you feel indebted to me, just offer yourself in return. Xia Li lightly punched his chest in annoyance, looking around. Can you not talk nonsense in public? I didn't say anything inappropriate. I just mentioned offering yourself. Does baby wish I said something more stimulating? No. Jing Tingyuan was skilled in that area, and every time they did it, he would make her blush, even causing her whole body to spasm from a single stimulating phrase. But that was at home. In private, it was fine. She didn't dare to listen outside, fearing others would notice her physical reactions. Baby, you're getting better at this. Is it because I taught you well? Jing Tingyuan's magnetic voice came from beside her ear, making her feel tingly. Xia Li pretended to be angry and glared at him. Can you not say that? This is a public place, okay? Okay, I know baby is shy. If you don't want me to say it, I'll 1T. Country E, Capital Hospital. Stark stood by the hospital bed in an isolation gown, looking down at Alicia, who lay pale on the bed. Complex emotions swirled in his eyes. Memories flashed through his mind, from childhood to adulthood, of Alicia caring for him, nurturing him, pouring all her heart into him, shaping him into who he is today. Thanks to Alicia's meticulous guidance, his life history is remarkably clean and pure, never tainted by darkness. However, he thought, once Jing Tingyuan and the others find evidence of Alicia's murder, Alicia will no longer be the great and selfless female president in the eyes of the public. And as her son, he will bear the stigma of being the son of a murderer, which would be a fatal blow to his political career. Every future election would become a deadly strike, effectively ending his path to candidacy. Stark took a deep breath, hesitating in his heart. But when he thought of that coveted position, he had to harden his heart. He whispered, "Mother, your life is pure." With that, Stark turned and left the intensive care unit. The next day, Stark received a phone call from the hospital, stating that Alicia had been poisoned and died at 1 o'clock in the morning. At first, he was calm upon receiving the call, but when he arrived at the hospital and faced the numerous media cameras, he finally broke down in tears. With red-rimmed eyes, he sobbed, choking on his words as he said in front of the international press, "I will find the real murderer and restore justice for my mother, Alicia." Stark acted like a naturally gifted actor. His tears moved everyone present, including countless netizens in front of the cameras. His crying video went viral online, with comments stating that his sorrow felt very poignant, and it was this poignancy that made his video spread globally. Chapter 223, Final Chapter 1, Xia's dead. Xia Li suddenly stood up from the sofa, unable to believe the reality she was seeing. She walked over to Jing Tingyuan, who was busy with work, and as soon as he saw her approach, he put down his work and hugged her waist. "What's wrong, baby? Look, Alicia is actually dead." Jing Tingyuan furrowed his brows as he took the phone from Xia Li to check the latest international news. The news indeed stated the female president of country E, Alicia, has been poisoned and died. The next news item detailed the cause of Alicia's death. She actually just died like that? With Alicia's death, how would she find out the truth about Igor's murder? Who else in this world, besides Alicia, would know where Igor's body is? If they couldn't find Igor's body within a day, the case couldn't be established, and Igor would only be treated as a missing person, never able to charge Alicia with crime. "Baby." Jing Tingyuan noticed Xia Li's distress and comforted her by holding her close. "It's okay, even if she's dead. I won't stop investigating." "But she's dead. Doesn't that mean the clues are cut off? How can we investigate now?" "Baby." Xia Li looked up with red eyes, grabbing Jing Tingyuan's arms. "Am I really never going to find my dad's body? That won't happen, no matter how long it takes. I will help you investigate until the truth comes to light." After a while, when Jing Tingyuan went to his study for a video meeting, Xia Li received a call from an unknown number. At first, she couldn't recognize who it was until the caller identified himself as He Junwang, and her expression turned to shock. "He Junwang? Why is it you?" She hadn't seen He Junwang for a long time and had no contact with him. Why was he suddenly calling her? "Do you need something from me? I know you've been looking for your father, and I know where his body is." "You? How do you know?" He Junwang not only knew she was investigating Igor's death, but he also knew where his body was. "How did he find out?" "I want to meet you. I can tell you the whole truth in person. I even have evidence to prove that Alicia is the murderer." "Why do you know everything?" "You don't need to worry about how I know. Find a chance to meet me alone. Don't let Jing Tingyuan know. Shake off his bodyguards and meet me privately." So mysteriously, Xia Li didn't know what He Junwang was up to, but she desperately wanted to know about Igor. After much hesitation, she agreed. "Okay, location, I'll go alone." Xia Li went alone to the place He Junwang mentioned, without taking her bodyguards and not informing Jing Tingyuan of the address. Upon arriving at the destination, she was surprised to find that the first person she saw was not He Junwang, but King. "King, what are you doing here?" King didn't answer her question, instead instructing his bodyguards to blindfold her. Suddenly, her consciousness became fuzzy, and when she woke up again, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. A cruise ship? Xia Li got up and walked to the window, seeing the blue sea outside. The golden sunlight shone directly, making the sea sparkle. She rubbed her aching head, recalling what had happened before she lost consciousness. She remembered she was supposed to meet He Junwang, but the person she encountered was King. Why was King there? With many questions in her heart, she walked to the door and turned the handle to open it. As soon as the door opened, a rush of sea breeze hit her face, salty and fishy. There were no bodyguards at the door, as if they weren't worried she would escape. But then again, in the middle of the vast ocean, even if she could swim, where could she go? When she reached the deck of the cruise ship, she saw King standing by the railing, his figure tall and straight. He seemed to notice her approach, slowly turning around and smiling to greet her. "Long time no see. We meet again. Do you know He Junwang? Why did you bring me here?" King did not directly answer Xia Li's question, but walked up to her and slowly took off his mask. At the moment he removed the mask, Xia Li was taken aback. She looked at the man in front of her in surprise, memories flooding back like a tsunami. You are that. Long ago, I was a part-time waiter on a cruise ship. At that time, you were negotiating with Jing Tingyuan, and in the end, your talks broke down, leading to a gunfight between both sides. My friend Lu Quan was injured during your conflict. King frowned, seeming to recall. That seems to be the case. What are you doing bringing me here? I'm inviting you as a guest, not kidnapping you. Is knocking me out considered an invitation? Don't you want to know about Igor? I have something to give you. Chapter 224, Final Chapter 2. Xia Li followed King's footsteps into a suite. After opening the door, she hesitated whether to go in, as she was alone with a man, and there was a significant power disparity between her and King. If King wanted to do something to her, she feared she wouldn't be able to resist. Is there anything we can't say outside? King glanced back, seemingly not taking her caution seriously, and smiled. Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. Xia Li hesitated for a few minutes at the door before finally stepping into the suite. Your father Igor was a longtime friend of my father. Before he died, he entrusted 3 paintings to my father for safekeeping. Later, 2 of the paintings were lost in an accident and were only recently found. Paintings? What paintings? King peeled the canvases off the 3 paintings, and Xia Li looked at the exquisite works in front of her, completely confused. Did my dad really paint these? King patiently explained to Xia Li that these 3 paintings were not ordinary. They contained not only maps, but also codes. Once you have these 3 paintings, you will possess a fortune worth trillions. Trillions of wealth are hidden in these 3 paintings. Is that true? Xia Li couldn't believe what King was saying, after all. She had never seen Igor's paintings and didn't understand art. You brought me here just to see these 3 paintings? I remember He Junwang said on the phone that he knew where my father's body was and had evidence. So where is the evidence now? Don't worry. We're still waiting for someone else. Waiting for whom? Just as the words left her mouth, Xia Li's phone rang, but it wasn't in her hand. It was in King's. King picked up the phone and smiled, saying, "See, what I said came true. What do you want to do?" King answered the call, his expression calm. "Jing Xiao, long time no see. I've missed you." On the other end of the line, Jing Tingyuan shouted like a madman, "Where's Xia Li? What have you done to her?" King looked at the unharmed Xia Li and said slowly, "She's doing well. I'm here with her admiring Igor's paintings. Igor truly is a master. Every stroke in his paintings hides a secret. What do you want to do to let her go? I never intended to harm Xia Li. She's so lovely. I would rather marry her. You dare touch her? Jing Xiao, how about we continue discussing what we didn't settle last time? Last time on the cruise. We parted on bad terms, and this time I chose the cruise as the negotiation location again, just with one more person. I think having one more person shouldn't be a problem, right? You went through all this just for that little profit? It's more than just a little, but for you, Jing Xiao, it may seem trivial, but for me, it's a fortune that could last for 8 lifetimes. After saying a few more words to Jing Tingyuan, King hung up the phone and smiled at Xia Li, saying, "Don't worry, I will never hurt you. Also, do you want to know how Xia died?" Xia Li fell silent. King knew she didn't want to talk to him, and he didn't force her to respond. Continuing, Stark sought my cooperation. Xia would never have thought that she died at the hands of her own son. Isn't this her karma? Xia Li's pupils trembled, unable to believe every word King said. I know you don't believe it, but that's the truth. Stark is about to become the youngest president of country E. King pulled out a file bag from somewhere and handed it to Xia Li, saying, "This is Stark's compensation for you." Upon hearing this, Xia Li exploded with anger. What does this mean? Stark asked me to convey that he wishes you and your mother to take care of yourselves, and from now on, he will not trouble you and your family. Why should I pretend that nothing has happened and just let it go? Just because he is now the president of country, Xia Li took a deep breath as if frightened. I just want a fair outcome. He is the president, the youngest and most popular president of country E. After he takes office, he will marry Senator Petty to solidify his position. For many years to come, he won't lose his support. What do you have to contend with him? Jing Tingyuan is just a businessman, but Stark is the president, wielding power. If you don't want Jing Tingyuan and your mother to lose their lives, you should know what to do. So you're Stark's lobbyist today. I'm a businessman. He hired me as a lobbyist, and I refuse a lucrative deal. Chapter 225, the conclusion. 5 men love her. At this moment, Xia Li finally understood why King wanted to see her. He wanted to persuade her to give up revenge. Xia had long destroyed everything that was unfavorable to her. You will never find Igor's body or evidence of her crimes, so just give up. Moreover, even if Xia were still alive, do you think that with that little evidence you could bring her down? At most, she would spend a few days in jail, after which you would have to live the rest of your life in fear of her revenge, always on edge. Give up on revenge, give up on the hunt, and live well with your mother. Xia Li bit her lip. She knew her power was limited. Jing Tingyuan was just a relatively wealthy businessman. In the face of presidential power, businessmen were nothing. Stark really won't trouble my mother anymore? Yes, you won't have to worry about anyone threatening your mother's life from now on. But my mother has always been waiting for the truth. Your mother has lived this long purely on willpower. If she learns that Xia is dead, she will likely see no meaning in living anymore. With Stark alive, I think your mother will continue to live on fuel by hatred. Isn't that a good thing? The next day, Xia Li sat at the dining table having breakfast when suddenly a gunshot shattered the tranquility of the restaurant. Looking up, she saw Jing Tingyuan, with a face full of anger, rushing in with a gun, pointing it at King across from Xia Li. King was unperturbed, and one could even say he was very calm. While cutting his steak, he said, Jing Xiao, have you made your decision? What if I don't agree? I have planted bombs all over this cruise ship. If you refuse to agree, I don't mind taking us both down. Xia Li exclaimed in surprise. Are you crazy? I must get what I want. King put down his cutlery, stood up facing Jing Tingyuan, hands in his pockets, give or not. The choice is yours. Jing Tingyuan hesitated, worriedly glancing at Xia Li. He was angry at her for foolishly showing up and dismissing all her bodyguards. But despite his anger, he couldn't bring himself to yell at her. Next time, will you dare to run around again? Xia Li smiled through her tears and shook her head, saying, I won't dare. Wherever you go, I will go. If you want me to stay home, I will obediently stay home. Jing Tingyuan's anger was extinguished by her simple words. He turned to King. I can give you what you want, but you must promise me one thing. Leave on your eyes. King squinted, exuding a dangerous aura. What do you mean? You accepted such a large gift. Shouldn't you give something in return? Don't go too far. This is my territory. And do you and Xia Li still want to leave safely? Do you think I came here unprepared? At that moment, King's phone rang. The bodyguard on the other end said, Boss, we have been surrounded. King, sorry, my technology is one step ahead of you. Your bomb won't explode. King thought he had made all the necessary preparations, but unexpectedly, he was still one move short. However, he would never leave his own eyes behind. He would rather die fighting. In an instant, Xia Li once again experienced the gunfight scene from when she first met Jing Tingyuan, with both sides exchanging gunfire amidst a hail of bullets, surrounded by splintered wood and shattered glass. Jing Tingyuan, worried that Xia Li might get hurt, kept her protected in his arms. He held her hand and led her to the deck of the cruise ship. Looking up, they saw dozens of helicopters circling above. Shortly after, she saw Ming Ju, Yi Jian, and Lu Wuhua coming down from the helicopters. How did you all come? Lu Wuhua pretended to be angry and said, Xia Li, how could you meet a stranger alone? Do you know we were very worried about you? Yi Jian added, Yeah, you shouldn't meet King alone. He's not a good person. Ming Ju asked, Did he do anything to you? Xia Li shook her head. No, he didn't hurt me, but what does he want? Something very important? Ming Ju replied, Technology research and development. Xia Li frowned, seemingly not understanding. Jing Tingyuan interjected, Enough talking. King has planted bombs on the cruise ship. We have to leave here quickly. Lu Wuhua was suddenly frightened, worriedly saying, Is King crazy? Doesn't he want to live? If the cruise ship explodes, he won't survive either. He's gone mad. Jing Tingyuan sneered. He was already a madman. Just as his words fell, the cruise ship suddenly exploded. As it looked like the ship was about to sink, Jing Tingyuan quickly grabbed the rope thrown down from the helicopter, holding Xia Li as they ascended. Hold tight to me. Xia Li clung tightly to Jing Tingyuan's waist, fearing that if she loosened her grip, she would fall into the sea and drown. Are we just going back to shore like this? Our boat is right next to us. With a bang, the helicopter above them exploded, causing Jing Tingyuan and Xia Li to fall into the sea. Seeing them fall, Lu Wuhua was extremely anxious and released his grip on the rope, plunging straight into the water, then swimming towards Xia Li. When Xia Li first hit the water, she inhaled a lot of seawater and lost consciousness. Jing Tingyuan, seeing her unconscious, desperately swam towards the cruise ship while holding her. When Xia Li woke up, she was in a hospital room in S City, her head wrapped in bandages and her face slightly pale. Cough, cough. Jing Tingyuan had been discussing matters with Nan Shi outside the room, and upon hearing her cough, he immediately pushed the door open and walked in. The moment Xia Li saw Jing Tingyuan, a smile involuntarily crept onto her face. "Husband, are we okay?" "Yeah, we're all fine." Jing Tingyuan embraced Xia Li, while Nan Shi, watching them embrace with a cold face, pulled out a chair and sat down, then began to peel fruit for Xia Li. Nan Shi handed her a peeled apple, and she smiled and said thank you. Xia Li initially wanted to ask Nan Shi why he didn't continue pretending to be sick, but thinking of Jing Tingyuan's presence, she changed her question. "When did you get discharged?" 2 days ago." Xia Li took a bite of the apple and nodded. Xiao Xia Li. Upon hearing that Xia Li had woken up, Lu Wuhua hurried back from the hospital's restaurant, not even having time to wipe the chocolate sauce from the corner of his mouth. Xia Li smiled and pointed at her own mouth. "Lu Gu, you have something on your mouth." "Doi." Lu Wuhua touched it randomly, wiping off a bit, but not completely cleaning it. Xia Li shook her head helplessly and picked up a tissue to help wipe his mouth. All done. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room became quite awkward, and Xia Li realized that her previous action might have been inappropriate. I just saw his mouth was dirty and helped him wipe it. I meant no harm." Jing Tingyuan, filled with jealousy, sat beside Xia Li, wrapped his arms around her waist, and kissed her red lips. "Baby, you helped another man wipe his mouth in front of me. You really aren't afraid I'll kill you." Lu Wuhua retorted, "I'm not just any other man. I'm Xiao Xia Li's Lu Gu." The last 3 words were said with such exaggerated sweetness that even the usually stern Nan Shi couldn't help but smile. Lu Wuhua teased, "Nan Shi, what are you laughing at? Are you jealous of me? What could I be jealous of?" The one who spoke was Ming Ju, dressed in a red suit and lightly scented with a pleasant fragrance. He placed the bouquet of flowers he was holding aside and found a vase to arrange them. "Xia Li, the doctor said you need to stay in the hospital for 2 days. I'll change the flowers tomorrow. What kind do you want?" "Anything is fine. I can accept anything." Yi Jin walked into the hospital room carrying a food box, glanced at the 4 men in the room, and suddenly felt that the space was a bit cramped. "Yi Gu." Yi Jin nodded at Xia Li. "Do you want to eat something?" "I just bought it. It's still warm." "What is it?" "The pastries from that shop on Chengji Road, the one you liked before." "Then I have to try some." Xia Li took the pastries Yi Jin handed her, eating while asking Jing Tingyuan, "What about King? He didn't die in the explosion, did he?" "He's fine. Still very much alive." Xia Li asked, "What about Stark?" Jing Tingyuan replied, "He's already taken over as the president of country." Xia Li sighed helplessly. "Jing Tingyuan, do you think it would be cowardly if I gave up on revenge?" Jing Tingyuan rubbed her hair. "No, whatever decision you make, I support you. I know you just want to live peacefully with your family. As long as Stark doesn't come looking for trouble, and with Alicia dead, as he said. When a person dies, the debt disappears. What do you think?" Xia Li nodded, thinking she had originally wanted Alicia to face legal consequences, but since she was dead, it was fine. "In the future, I want to live happily with my mom." Lu Wuhua chimed in, "I also want to live happily with Xiao Xia Li." Jing Tingyuan shot Lu Wuhua a glance. "Get lost." "No." Nan Shi added, "The doctor just said you're pregnant." This statement shocked everyone present. Jing Tingyuan's expression turned incredulous as he looked at Xia Li, gently grabbing her arms and asking, "Baby, you're pregnant?" Xia Li placed her hand on her belly. "No, that can't be possible." Nan Shi replied, "You have to ask Tingyuan about that. If he never wears protection, then getting pregnant is very normal." Puffed. Xia Li's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, slightly embarrassed. How could Nan Shi say such a thing without changing his expression? Lu Wuhua exclaimed, "Xiao Xia Li, you're pregnant. Then I'll book an appointment to be the kid's dad." Jing Tingyuan retorted, "That's my child. What does it have to do with you?" Lu Wuhua insisted, "A godfather is still a dad." Yi Jin added, "I agree. I also want to be the kid's dad." Ming Ju chimed in, "Me too." Nan Shi added, "I don't oppose it." "Huh? Are you all crazy?" Jing Tingyuan shouted, "Get out of here." Everyone obediently got up and walked out of the ward, but they did not go too far. Instead, they stood guard at the door like 4 door gods. Jing Tingyuan glanced at the ward door and helplessly said to Xia Li, "Baby, I really regret getting to know these few people." "Well, it's okay. The more people love our baby, the better. Then you can only like me." "I only love you, Jing Tingyuan. I love you even more." Jing Tingyuan lowered his head and kissed Xia Li's red lips. As they kissed, his hand unconsciously slipped inside her clothing. The end of the text, chapter 226. Nan Shi is sick. Xia Li takes care of him. 1 in the castle dining room. Xia Li sat alone at the dining table, enjoying a delicious breakfast. While eating, she suddenly remembered that Nan Shi had come to find Jing Tingyuan yesterday to discuss business. Since it was too late, they arranged for him to stay in the castle. She was someone who loved to sleep in, but it was already 10:30 a.m., and Nan, she still hadn't gotten up. Did he leave early in the morning? Xia Li asked Butler Lu, "Did Nan go leave?" Butler Lu replied, No, young master, Nan is still in his room. He instructed that no one disturb his rest before entering last night. And he hasn't stepped out of his room yet. Xia Li nodded. I see, that's fine. You can go about your business. By 11 o'clock. She still had not come out of the room. Xia Li was a bit worried that he might starve himself. So she went to knock on the guest room door. Nango, are you awake? After knocking several times, there was no response. Could he have left? Xia Li turned the doorknob and found that the door was not locked. So she directly opened the door and walked into Nanshi's room. The room's layout was a bit complex. She first passed through a small hall, and behind a screen was the bed for resting. When she got closer, she saw Nanshi lying on his side on the bed, the curtains tightly closed, with the light from the night lamp. Xia Li noticed that his complexion looked very poor. She cautiously poked Nanshi's shoulder with her finger and softly called out, Nanga? Nanshi remained completely still. When she reached out to check his forehead temperature, he suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed her wrist tightly. Nanyi. Once Nanshi realized that it was Xia Li in front of him, his initially wary gaze gradually softened, and the fierceness around him dissipated considerably. This couldn't be blamed on Nanshi. As a soldier, vigilance was essential, especially when he often went out on missions. A slight mistake could cost him his life. If it weren't for the high fever this time, he wouldn't have waited for Xia Li to approach before waking up. Nanshi relaxed his grip and hoarsely asked, What are you doing here? I saw you hadn't gotten out of bed so late. And he said you didn't come downstairs, and when I knocked just now, you didn't respond. So I was worried and came in. Nanshi sat up and turned on all the lights in the room, his scorching gaze landing on Xia Li. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Still saying you're fine? Look at you, your voice is hoarse. Xia Li reached out to check his forehead temperature, which was indeed burning hot. Hot enough to fry an egg on. I'll go get a doctor to help you. No need. Just take some fever-reducing medicine. Is that enough? Nanshi nodded. Sometimes when I'm on missions, I also get high fevers, and taking a bath in the water usually helps. Can it really be like that? Want to make it worse? His words seemed a bit untrustworthy to her. She thought that when one had a fever, they should sweat it out and detoxify. Not take a bath. Just take a bath, drink more water, and it will come down quickly. Is your constitution really that good? When I have a fever, I have to lie down for a whole day and night. My whole body aches, and I can't get up, plus I feel dizzy. Nanshi smiled without speaking. Then I'll go get you some fever-reducing medicine. Okay. Xia Li went downstairs to get the medicine, and when she came back upstairs, she found that Nanshi was no longer lying in bed. The sound of water was coming from the bathroom, and she guessed he must be taking a shower. She placed the medicine down, thinking that it was not good for Nanshi to take medicine on an empty stomach, and went back downstairs to make a bowl of hot porridge. Chapter 227. Nanshi is sick. Xia Li takes care of him, too, carrying the hot porridge into the room at that moment. Nanshi had just finished showering and was walking out of the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. As he looked up, their eyes met. His tan skin was glistening with water droplets, and the lines of his well-defined 8-pack abs were clear, the mermaid line barely concealed under the towel. Xia Li instinctively swallowed hard. It wasn't that she was drooling over Nanshi's body, but it was the first time she was appreciating a man up close other than Jing Tingyuan, which left her somewhat at a loss. Realizing she had been staring at his body for too long, she quickly averted her gaze and pretended to be calm, saying, This porridge is what I just brought up from downstairs. Eat it while it's hot. After eating, take your medicine, and you won't feel nauseous. She placed the porridge on the coffee table and was about to leave the bedroom when, unexpectedly, at that moment of turning around, Nanshi grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. Thump, thump. Her heart inexplicably raced fast, besides her own heartbeat. She could also feel Nanshi's heart racing unusually fast. At that moment, Xia Li seemed to forget to breathe, her amber-like, clear eyes gazing up at Nanshi. After a long time, Nanshi slowly leaned down, and just as his lips were about to touch hers, she quickly pushed him away. Cough, cough. Xia Li turned around, her cheeks flushed, feeling as if her whole body had been roasted in an oven. At this moment, Nanshi's voice came from behind. I'm sorry. I was rude just now. Maybe the fever made my brain fuzzy. It won't happen again. Xia Li nervously swallowed. You should drink the porridge first. I'm going downstairs. Wait. What else is it? Can you help me with something since I'm sick? Looking back at Nanshi, she noticed that his complexion was somewhat pale, and he rarely exuded a sense of vulnerability. What do you want me to help you with? Feed me. She thought Nanshi would make some outrageous request, but unexpectedly, it was just something as simple as feeding him porridge. Xia Li instantly breathed a sigh of relief. She thought about it, and feeding him porridge was no big deal. Then, she picked up the bowl and sat down on the sofa with Nanshi. One carefully fed porridge, while the other watched intently, opening his mouth when told to, and drinking porridge when instructed. The bowl of porridge quickly reached the bottom. Xia Li picked up a few napkins to help She wiped the corners of his mouth. And as she withdrew her hand, She suddenly grabbed her wrist. Xia Li, what do you hope our baby will be named? I haven't thought about it yet. Glancing at the wrist that She was holding, she bit her lip and softly reminded him, how about you let go of my hand first? You're hurting me. She obediently released his hand, but he didn't immediately let her go. Instead, he held the back of her neck and, taking advantage of her moment of distraction, kissed her. At that moment, Xia Li felt as if she had turned to stone, frozen in place. How could he? She released his hand, gazing at Xia Li with deep affection, his fingertip trailing from the back of her neck down to her abdomen, his tone ambiguous. I wish that what is growing here is our child. This sentence struck her like a thunderbolt, causing Xia Li to quickly get up and frantically wipe her lips with the back of her hand. She, are you crazy? Is a kiss not allowed? No. If you dare to do this again in the future, I won't pay any attention to you. She sincerely apologized. Okay, I won't do this again in the future. I'm sorry. Please forgive my rudeness just now. Xia Li said nothing and turned to leave. He watched her departing figure and couldn't help but gently rub his fingers over the lips he had kissed, thinking that this kiss would be enough for him to savor for the rest of his life. Chapter 228. New Year's Eve. One in the blink of an eye. It was New Year's Eve. Xia Li stood on the deck of the sightseeing boat, gripping the railing with both hands and looking at the neon street scenes on the shore. At that moment, the shore was crowded with people, and it was impossible to count how many there were, as heads bobbed one after another. They were all holding up their phones to take photos and videos, waiting for tonight's New Year's Eve performance. It was said that there would be an exciting drone show and fireworks on this beach tonight, among various other activities. Baby, why didn't you bring your coat? It's windy outside. Jing Tingyuan draped his coat over her shoulders, holding her tightly from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder and gently saying, this is your first time celebrating New Year's with me. I hope every year after this, you could be by my side. Xia Li naturally leaned against him, gently stroking the back of his hand and softly said, hubby, after the baby is born, let's bring the baby to watch the fireworks together every New Year's Eve. Okay? Okay. By the way, when does the drone show start? It's already past 7. Why hasn't it started yet? It starts at 8. That's still a long wait. That's okay. I'll wait with you. I came over and saw you two being all lovey-dovey. Can't you consider the pain of a single dog like me? Lu Wuhua walked over in a 5-button tang suit, the black top contrasting sharply with the white cuffs, his new Chinese style giving him an elegant and proper appearance. On the back of his clothes was a dragon embroidered with golden threads, vivid and lifelike. He stood next to Jing Tingyuan, glancing at their affectionate posture, and said with a hint of jealousy, you show off every day. Don't you feel tired of it? Jing Tingyuan retorted without hesitation, you can choose not to watch and leave, or poke your own eyes out. Lu Wuhua snorted coldly, too lazy to argue with Jing Tingyuan, and smiled at Xia Li, saying, little Xia Li, it's New Year's Eve tonight. I prepared a bunch of gifts for you. Did you prepare anything for me? Jing Tingyuan, why do you need to prepare something for you? Can't you afford it? Or should I just give you 2 coins to buy it yourself? Lu Wuhua, Tingyuan, is that how you treat your brother? Just 2 coins? Who do you look down on? I'm now the king of short dramas. I have endless filming contracts. Who cares about your little offerings? Speaking of short dramas, it must be said that Lu Wuhua has quite a talent for acting. Previously, he invited Xia Li to be the female lead in a short drama, thinking he would be the only male lead, but unexpectedly, Jing Tingyuan and Yi Jin also got involved, turning it into a short drama with 5 male leads and 1 female lead. Due to Shi's special identity, he had never shown his face in the drama. Originally thinking that such a niche short drama wouldn't become popular, it unexpectedly became a hit, and since then, Lu Wuhua has been flooded with offers. Even a management company wanted to sign him to star in TV shows or movies. However, he felt that TV and movies were too exhausting. Short dramas were more comfortable since they only needed to be filmed for a few days, and he could rest after finishing, filming again whenever he wanted. Since then, Lu Wuhua has successively filmed more than a dozen short dramas, each one a hit, earning him the title of king of short dramas. Brother Lu, I've watched every single one of your dramas. They're really good. Hearing Xia Li praise him, Lu Wuhua shyly scratched his head. It's okay. My acting is average. I specifically hired a professional teacher to guide me. If I don't act well, I'd be afraid of ruining the teacher's livelihood. Baby, don't praise him. His ego will float away. Xia Li stifled a laugh, afraid to speak further, worried she might upset both of them. At this moment, Yi Jin walked over in a wine-red long trench coat, his long black hair cascading down his back, slightly lifting at the ends in the wind, giving off an enchanting and captivating vibe. He yawned, walked over to Lu Wuhua, leaned against the railing with his back turned, casually resting his hands on it. Lu Wuhua glanced at him and frowned. Did you steal something last night? You look so tired. I found a murderer of my parents yesterday and went after him today. At once, Xia Li asked curiously, Brother Yi, did you find the real culprit behind your parents' murder? Xia Li knew that Yi Jin had always cared deeply about this matter. The murder of his parents was a lifelong pain for him. If he couldn't find a murderer, he might not be able to rest in peace even in death. Fortunately, it had been found now, which could be considered a relief for him. Yes, but I was able to end it myself. Lu Wuhua, why? Did something happen? Yi Jin patiently explained to the three of them. There were internal issues. Someone wanted to take away the power in my hands. When I found him, he had already been tortured to the point of no return and died from the pain. At this time, Xia Li was still pregnant, and Yi Jin didn't want to say too many bloody details that might shock her. So he omitted the specifics and just stated the outcome. Jing Tingyuan, if you feel it's not enough revenge, I can help you. Yi Jin, no need. I don't care about his assets. Now, Yi Jin was already the head of the Yi family, and Yi Shang had long been ousted by him. With the Yi family's wealth, other properties were nothing but a drop in the bucket. Whether he wanted them or not was irrelevant. Yi Jin looked back at the direction he came from and asked, Where's Mingju? He didn't come? Lu Wuhua. He came. Just saw him having a video call with his family. It seems like they're urging him to get married. Yi Jin nodded in understanding. The Ming family only has him as a son, and he hasn't had a girlfriend for a long time. Recently, his mother called me, suspecting he might like men, even wondering if one of us might be in a relationship with him. Lu Wuhua immediately crossed his arms in front of his chest and exclaimed in horror, No, my beloved Xia Li, I do not have that preference. Jing Tingyuan said coldly, Don't keep thinking about my woman every day. Lu Wuhua rolled his eyes at Jing Tingyuan and snorted, saying nothing. Xia Li once again covered her mouth and stifled a laugh, asking, Did Ming Ji's mom suspect that Jing Tingyuan and Mingju are a couple? Hearing this, Jing Tingyuan immediately covered her mouth with his hand. Baby, don't you know whether I like men? How do you think the child in your belly came about? Do you want to spend the next month unable to get out of bed? If you want to be teased, just say it, and I'll satisfy you. Xia Li hurriedly shook her head, prying Jing Tingyuan's fingers apart and pleading for mercy. I won't do it again. I won't say anything randomly. Please spare me, hubby. Jing Tingyuan smiled indulgently. Good. At least you know your place. Chapter 229. New Year's Eve 2 after finishing the video call with his family. Ming Ju came to the deck. At this time, everyone except Nan, she had already arrived. Minggu. As soon as she saw Mingju, Xia Li immediately smiled and greeted him. Mingju nodded at her and gently asked, Have you had dinner? Pregnant women shouldn't go hungry. It's not good for your health. I've eaten. Lu Wuhua put his hand on Mingju's shoulder and jokingly asked, Tell me honestly, is your mom urging you to get married? Mingju looked at Lu Wuhua with a look of disbelief. You know the answer to that. Did that aunt introduce you to any beauties? Arrange a blind date or something. I declined. Lu Wuhua, why? The aunt is doing it for your own good. Getting married early and starting a family is a good thing for your Ming family. Mingju, then why don't you go on a blind date and get married? Lu Wuhua, I'm a cultivator, practicing the path of detachment. How can I be disturbed by mundane matters? As soon as these words were spoken, the men present revealed a hint of cold smiles. What are you laughing at? Lu Wuhua looked at Xia Li. Little Xia Li, what are these fools laughing at? Yi Jin, of course, they are laughing at you, you fool. Lu Wuhua, a fool is laughing at me. Oh, I understand. Xia Li looked at their bickering and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, always feeling that no matter how much time passes, these few people can always bicker like children. Can't they be a bit more mature? It's not that they are immature. When facing others, they are mature and steady, decisive in their actions. But once they gather together, it's like a group of kindergarten kids having a meal, always chattering away. After a while, Nan Shishan arrived fashionably late. He wore a high-neck black long-sleeve sweater paired with black trousers and black leather shoes, looking noble and mature, with a watch inlaid with emeralds adding a touch of liveliness to his all-black attire. As soon as he appeared, everyone's gaze turned toward him. He glanced at everyone and finally settled his gaze on Xia Li. I'm late. Xia Li smiled. It's not that late. The drone show hasn't started yet. Nanshi raised his hand and checked his watch, softly saying it should be about time. Once everyone was gathered, Lu Wuhua instructed the attendants to start preparing the sky lanterns, intending to light them after watching the performance to make wishes. When the performance time arrived, thousands of drones slowly ascended, arranging various shapes in the dark sky, resembling the universe, meteors, and the most moving was the vividly lifelike Monkey King, holding a golden staff, riding on a rainbow cloud to bless everyone. Colorful fireworks began to burst after the drone performance, filling the sky with dazzling colors, making it hard for people holding their phones to decide where to capture the moment. Xia Li wrote her New Year wish on the sky lantern, hoping that everyone could be safe and joyful in the new year, wishing for world peace. Jing Tingyuan took the sky lantern she had written and smiled indulgently. Baby, you are still so kind. Kindness is a beautiful virtue. She stretched her neck to see what Jing Tingyuan had written for his New Year wish. What did you write? I hope you and the child in your belly can be safe and happy. The sky lanterns danced in the air, and against such a romantic backdrop, Jing Tingyuan wrapped one arm around her waist and held the back of her head with the other, slowly leaning in to kiss her. As the countdown to the new year began, everyone shouted loudly, 10, 9, 8, 7. Xia Li looked up into Jing Tingyuan's eyes and loudly told him, in the new year, I love you even more. Synopsis: about having nowhere to escape. The obsessive CEO's forced love. Xia Li is an orphan who works diligently every day, hoping to save enough money to find her biological parents. During a part-time job on a cruise, she unexpectedly meets the man who will change her life. Where do you want to let me go? I can give you freedom, but only within my sight.